I see you in a I see you in a lonely place. How can you be so blind? You're still regretting the love you left behind. Oh darling, I've seen you go through the changes, sitting alone each night. Are you expecting to find the love is mine? Darling, open your eyes. Let me show you the light. Girl, you never find a love that's right. Darling, open your eyes. Let me show you the light. Girl, you think you're so wise, you're so wise. There are times when you'll need someone. I will be by your side. I take my chances before they pass me by. Oh, darling, there is a light that shines special for you and me. You need to look at the other side. You'll agree. Darling, open your eyes. Let me show you the light. You may never find a love that's right. Darling, open your eyes. Let me show you the light. You may never find a love that's right. Darling, open your eyes. Let me show you the light. You may never find a love that's right. Darling, open your eyes. Let me show you the light. Girl, you think you're so wise. You may never find a love that's right.
Yeah, darkness. What up, instrumentals? Let me catch the beat. Or let me not catch the beat, cause apparently I'm off beat. Hey yo, check it on, darkness. My own wave. Hey yo, check it on. Y'all mad? I'm creating my own wave. Y'all mad? I'm creating my own stage. I went through raids, played with spades, lined up cowards, played Russian roulette, then bang. Y'all mad? I'm creating my own haze, selling my own product, getting the cash. Y'all still stuck? And Al's getting fades. I got pals locked up, tallying away with the shank. Bistra, mentals, past the blunt. I gotta blaze Eastern melodies with awkward rhymes. These are devastating times, pandemics and police brutality. These rappers still trying to deny that it's getting motherfucking spooky. Dark God, I don't need the light, take the crown. Y'all are light frauds. Even when I die, I'll be down in Hades with the dead, ripping open Tartarus. Cause of death unknown. You don't wanna see me stress? No. Let's go. Am I blessed? Hell no. Light and dark, my life, a battle between the eyes and hearts, so I carry the scope. Gotta keep an eye on friends and foes. Should've said friends and hoes, cause these hoes is worse than your motherfucking foes. Darkness.
Somebody steals from me, I cut off his hands. He offends me, I cut off his tongue. He rises against me, I cut off his head, stick it on a pike. Raise it high up so all in the streets can see. That's what
I wanna get some shit on my chest. I got this rap shit zone locked down from the ground to the sky, from LA all the way to Long Island. Who am I? That motherfucker nigga who be dissing. I be ripping motherfuckers like I'm eating on some chicken, finger licking like I got you out of Sylvia's, Copeland's, Roscoe's, Boyo, Loco, Bojangles, Popeyes, even KFC. Yo, MCs ain't got no wins when they fuck with DOG. I'm dramatic, emphatic. I'm charismatic, I'm down with my niggas, my people, keeping it real, fucking up your mind, representing to the fullest. Yo, I got another rhyme, showtime, pump more systems than the Alpine. I bet you thinking to yourself right now what's on my mind. My mind's fed up, yo, I'm dead up. These faggot ass rappers and these punk bitches gonna get wet up. Running around the industry, fronting like a jiggy. Just because you rap don't make you a biggie. Who is he? Some unknown sucker from the projects, made a few demos, now you think you got it. Rhyming like Nas, looking like Trench, beats mad weak, hook I can't catch. Saying Def Jam's gonna sign you. You better get a job and leave that bullshit behind you. Word, you got some motherfucking nerve. I should've left your ass on the goddamn curb, but I'ma leave it all the motherfucking same and focus my attention on those rappers in the game. Now, first you made a jam that's hot, hot. Then you made another, then that shit went pop, pop. Then you made another, then that shit had flopped. You deserve exactly what your ass got, motherfucker. Trying to run after the whites. You used to wear Timbs, now your ass is in tights. And every time I see you, all you wanna do is fight. Don't get mad, cause my shit is right. I'm a motherfucking man like you. You wanna be fake, well I gotta be true. You wanna be the next when you should've been you. Then tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? Bitch, all I wanna do is rap. Get some trap and live life kinda fat, and that's that. But how could a man just rap
when the whole fucking industry is whack?
All I wanna do is rap, get some trap and live life kinda fat, and that's that. But how could a man just rap
when the whole fucking industry is whack? Yeah, Cool Keith checking in. That's right, for you whack motherfuckers, I got the show skill. Tell you like it is, gotta get this shit off. This ain't the Grammy Awards, ass tight tuxedos. Niggas are phony, trying to act like my peoples. TV stars Mariah Carey, Janet Jackson, her brother Michael, filling babies for some rectum action. Niggas like Al Green, you can't trust Little Richard, Little Bitchard. Girls today slept with Rock Hudson. The NBA, your favorite ball players turning gay. Girls go nuts, get attracted, having wild sex. In big mansions, Hollywood's unsafe sex. Sniffing coke, movie stars rolling fly cars. Everybody has a card, runs a fake business. I'm that OJ who gives a fuck about his case like Madonna. That devil wearing paint on her face. You know the industry is already crossed over sexually. A lot of people turn bumblebees, Sodom and Gomorrah. It's time for information. Half of y'all sick sing at the AIDS Foundation. I lay it down, clown, and take your famous queer crown. Glamour and famous mixed up, you slept with Rod Stewart. Girls get caught, take off the heels for their record deals. Did you get the deal, bitch? Got served. And you say
all we wanna do is rap, get some trap and live life kinda fat, and that's that. But how could a man just rap
when the whole fucking industry is whack?
All we wanna do is rap, get some trap and live life kinda fat, and that's that. But how could a man just rap
when the whole fucking industry is whack? Yeah.
little bit of chicken, sweet chicken, a little bit of gravy.
Lately, one way I've been able to help
It's all about survival between the rivals. Me and my people, no equal, no sequel. Yes, crown jewels, Scaramanga, OC. Yes, father. Live and let die. Many different ways you can catch it. Faggots, see maggots, cabbages, see damages, amorous, amputators, and spraying like magic. I make the face you craters, breaking the fakers, elevated. The snake is savage, suicidal, was idle. Stop with your idols, vital, reliable, trifle. The Bible, the Satan, knife you, the title, the stake in your stomach. Sacrifice it with ancient, a visceral, it's mystical, the physical, converts the spiritual. The image you see is bleeding in a centrifugal cipher, like a demented embalmer, drama like Dharma. The farmer facetious, I grind you to pieces like manure. The screw will be snacking on Latin Scalua, packing and packing your losers, smacking your rapping, tapping, jacking for action on the avenue, revenue, having you, stressing you, grabbing you, lyrically stabbing you, wrecking pneumatic, you clavicules. We live and let die, right? We live and let die, with stills to get by through deals. I just might do meals and let ride. I live and let die, with stills to get by through deals. I just might do meals and let ride. I live and let die, with stills to get by through deals. I just might do meals and let ride. I live and let die, with stills to get by through deals. I just might do meals and let ride. Lyrics and bitches like bitches, breaking stitches like this is we making riches, suspicious, delicious figures and misses and mommies behind me. Like Selena, the pyramid beamers, music arena, color that's smothered like emphysema. Greener, herbs, my verbs, disturb suburbs. You heard, I nerd, I swerve with words you turds never heard. Before you get raw, tore more, sicker than Salvador Dali, pounding your body with lime, dousing your mossy, lyrical, sickle, and cycle, spitting to lift you. My title's been bandied by many, the medical spirit, disciple, despite you. Get near it, I snipe the crews like her hands, the metal jams like the red, expand and dominate North America, level of causing terror, the scavengers with damages, but I ain't stressing you strictly for major cities and players, Jiggy and Gators, 50 to fade a nigga lyrically, terminate ya, hate ya, with the passion, smashing and asking no questions, impressing your chest and with Smith and Wesson, technical lash, technical lash. I live and let die, with stills to get by through deals. I just might do meals and let ride. I live and let die, with stills to get by through deals. I just might do meals and let ride. I live and let die, with stills to get by through deals. I just might do meals and let ride. Deception, your evil reckoning seconds, your people sweating these lessons. People forgetting the nigga wetting, you're setting your death and both fear throughout the tri-state. I rape, I make, I race, I make, I wait to hold you fly state. My rate of speed on the sucker, I'll make you bleed, motherfucker. The rougher breeder discover the seeds I breed to uncover. Your dome feast, increasing blazes, releasing, increasing reasons. We murder word of words and make feces for Jesus. Releases of pieces of masses, faggot. We leaving your asses, masses bleeding through glasses and dashes, weaving through traffic. Tragical, actual, factual, smacking, tackle you back and through gassing to rapping. The fraction, lower Manhattan, foolish. You swift, we can do this. I'm leaking looters with Lucas and rulers to do your movers and roll out like Rugula. Screwing y'all, try to do you get done up. I live and let die, with stills to get by through deals. I just might do meals and live right. I live and let die, with stills to get by through deals. I just might do meals and live right. I live and let die, with stills to get by through deals. I just might do meals and live right. I live and let die, with stills to get by through deals. I just might do meals and live right. The whole crew do meals and live right. Scaramanga, hot man, do right. We do it right. Our big cuss, we do it right. The killer Chris OC, we do it right. Yes, Cool Key, we do it right. We do it right. Yeah, yeah. Now ground elements, Mike L, Stretch Big Tech.
Bless. We gonna get into another song here, but yeah, if anybody would like to debate Israel-Palestine issue, go ahead and click the fucking link, dickheads. I'm out here for you guys. Let me drop this link out here before I forget. Anybody would like to hop on the panel, you go ahead and do that. You know, it's your prerogative. You know, many people said they're gonna fucking, show up here, fucking terrorize me in the chat. Come on, you little pussies. Where are you guys at, man? These cats are seamless. Seamless. You know what I mean? And I apologize if my motherfucking internet connection go out. There are a lot of bullshitters on the internet in my motherfucking house. They need to free up that modem space. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucking nonsense going on through the wires. Anyways, guys, man, I'll be right back, man.
We cannot touch, see, or control time. We are essentially prisoners in this fourth dimension. And one day, all of this will be gone. Yet, for some reason, we don't seem to care too much.
Dimension shakes you can't see. Phone entanglement, what do you believe? Communication, military, technician of speech. The young man did talk nicely, his grandmother sleeps. The source of all light is in the darkness of the deep. We carving rapper seeds like we harvest in the wheat. The more you know, you less you speak. You love your own physique, your tears bleeding on the streets. Your organs leaking on the beast. 33 degrees, you're cutting angles off the sea. You utilize these demons, teach straight defeated from the weak. We like the organs off the sea, picking lions off the beach. A lion Ryan's bill, electric pyramids of G. Clip the wings of fallen angels, blast lyrics on the streets. You can't compete. Reincarnated inside the mind of a subasm spreads design. I drank too many cups, I think I lost my mind. Skynet, I'm knocked down 10 needles in my Pyrex. These cunts are stealing souls of the mindless. Savages not off the name of the highest. We swim with whales and dolphins. Silhouettes of psychophagos in minds. Cold giants, fiction of tyrants.
I wicked weapons, opening intestines. Coming at you brutally for different direction. I can't teach you lessons in surgery dissections. The demons cunt cuts. We ultimate perfection. Your succulent flesh, stab it to my teeth. Plunge it to your teeth, your bloody murders your defeat. There's no chance in hell you're surviving an attack from me. Apex predatory trace in my family. I'm fish calling, Glasgow City, mother town city, full of lucky doom and dirty junkie rooms. Fuck a gun, we've used blades since the 1920s. Shove a kitchen knife inside your face and you'll be smelling pennies. Razor facelift, 300 stitches. Cut you for your chinny hair like the babe sides you ripped me.
A child, touched by fire, delivered from heaven to be our greatest warrior, destined for victory.
Yeah. Oh shit, I be fading out on the fucking screen and shit. I don't know what the fuck the deal is there, man. But yeah, I might have to choose a different screen if I keep phasing out as fucking reality out here. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. Bless you guys. I understand, why some of the viewers are here. It's either a show like this or fucking toilet whole birth or motherfucking cuck body outline. But yeah, we got this motherfucking show instead where we talk about philosophy, history, political science, theology. We get up into all the issues. And I will just start rapping on some things if nobody comes and clicks up and joins the link. And I know several people are waiting for me to get into some of the topics anyways. So, I understand if nobody actually wants to join at this rate. You know what I mean? But I am trying to coax people into a discussion on philosophy. I gave a recent show on the problem of free will. I'm happy to announce that it got over 1K views just talking about that subject. It's a hard philosophical issue taking into account physics and science and philosophy of mind and all of these different things and epistemology and all those things, how we find knowledge in the world and all those things that might not get into it. Yeah, no worries, Chris. There's no pressure to join for anyone. You know, I'm not holding it against anyone who doesn't choose to join these discussions. You know what I mean? I'm happy to have you guys be in the chat. I'm happy to have you guys be viewers. You know, I'm sad that I haven't seen my wife's comment in the chat. You know, I was hoping that she'd be here showing support in the chat. But whether or not those people that we love or claim to love us are here for these types of for the erudition of this material, we actually don't care. You know, whatever comes up comes out. It's gonna go down the pipe anyways, So there's no problems here from my end. There's no shortage here from my end, whether we gain support from the interwebs or not. Personally, I could give less of a fuck about any of those things, but since we did broach that subject, free will, you know, and of course I got my brother right here. What's going on, friend?
Hey man, I'm gonna be a little bit busy throughout the next few hours, so I wanted to jump in early and kind of set the tone for the conversation as far as where I'm coming from, because I've been lucky enough to kind of jump on conducive panels the past couple of days with Gen X Jeff and some other guys, and I think you caught some of the one I had with Casimir, and even he had to admit that when you start taking a look at the underlying issues of something such as Israel and Hamas and this whole new semi-distraction but real conflict as well, that there are some underlying factors that
Here, hold
play.
on. I just gotta acknowledge this. Thank you, kiddo. Thanks for sending a comment there. I was really sad that you didn't send a comment in the chat. I'm happy to know that you're okay, and I'm glad to see you out here watching my show instead of going to some stupid fucking party with your sister. I'm glad you could join and pick up some of this information, because there's lots of issues going down in terms of the Middle East. She's probably hearing lots of things about Muslims on the news, wondering what's going on. But anyways, especially about Dearborn, because I live very close to Dearborn. There's lots of crazy situations going on out here. In terms of protests, people are straight up just protesting in the street, supporting Hamas like a bunch of motherfucking morons. Like, why would you support something that is known internationally as a terrorist organization? It's just retarded. It's like it's almost like the reporting that they had recently was to bait those guys into going in and doing that. Just like when they have a Draw Muhammad contest, all the Muslims go out in the street. And it's like, you motherfuckers look like idiots. That's exactly, they're trying to bait you into looking like a bunch of angry morons saying you're going to burn down all the stores and shit so they can make you look uncivilized. That's every time that's going to happen, and yeah.
Oh no, sorry to interrupt you, but
No, I'm done. Yeah, but yeah, you go ahead though. I'm sorry to interrupt you, my friend. Yeah.
Oh no. I mean, I had a little bit too much caffeine today, so I'm a little bit antsy a little bit. But that's what I saw happen to my own people with the alt-right and Christians, and I see it happening every day in different ways where we get baited into taking a position that we might not otherwise take because we're emotionally charged up by what we're reading and seeing, and it's kind of like this thing where, like you said, like there are reasonable critiques of Israel, and whether the news of what happened with the babies is real or what. All I know is, like, they admit that a few people, a couple hundred people got killed, and now thousands of people are getting killed from Israel to Palestine. So it's like everything's just going to keep escalating, and that's why I think us having this kind of conversation of trying to find a reasonable motive and MO of what's going on and who's involved, I think is very important right now, because I don't want to see another 20 years of war for another bullshit excuse reason. And I think that's kind of what is possible. And if that's not going to happen, I think whatever the other agenda is, if that's not the case, then I think whatever that is also extremely dangerous as well. And I just, I want us to start trying to pick this stuff apart. And like I did that with Casimir and Jeff and a bunch of other people today. And I think that, we have to have reasonable discussion while we can, because, if things continue to escalate, then we might not have the ability to even really try to pick this stuff apart. And like you said, you see Muslims falling into the trap, and I've seen whites and Christians fall into the trap. I even see a lot of Jews falling into a trap, and I just
yeah, I see a lot of Jews and Americans falling into a trap of kind of saying that that if the shoe was on the other foot, or so to speak, that Muslims would have eradicated every single person around at this point. And I just find that extremely troubling, historically fucking inaccurate, fucking totally trumped up view of Islam and or Arabs, because they're often getting lumped into one group or club, which is really kind of strange, because you would never make those types of statements against Jews, even though one way to read the Bible is as a messianic plot to take over the world. It's certainly been described that way by highly intelligent people, so anybody who thinks that certain people aren't excluded in the Bible, or that the Bible isn't that the Jews aren't God's chosen people in the Bible, or that the Bible doesn't claim that all other nations will be servant of the Jews. It does claim all of these things. So I think that if you want to use the Old Testament as a sort of proof of anything, I mean, it's deeply troubling, the narrative that's within those pages. And if we're looking at the origins of the Jews in those pages or in those texts, we have to really question what type of narrative we're coming down to understanding or seeing, because for the Jewish people, the Torah is a document, which is not the most important document there. Some rabbis argue that dwelling in the land outweighs all the commandments of the Torah. And I see lots of things being said about Islam. When you talk about Islam, people want to paint Islam with one wide brush and say that Islam encourages people to go to violence. Well, there's over 1 billion Muslims in the world. They're not all encouraged to commit violence. So, but then when you talk about Jews, you can't say anything bad about Jewish people. You just can't. You can't say anything wrong about Jewish people. You can't say Jewish people are violent. You can't say Jewish religion is a religion about taking over the world. You can't make any of these fucking claims about Jewish people. Why? Because you'll be immediately censored. So on the one end, I see that you could actually paint Muslims, and just a Muslim, just an average person who prays 5 times a day, does, goes, owns a fucking 7-Eleven or whatever the fuck they do, some Arab guy, that they're some motherfucking murderers, or they're set to be murderers. But you can't make any claims about Jewish people, because the first response you get is that Jews are not a monolithic group.
Yeah,
that's incredibly dishonest,
And the other thing that sticks out to me is like this whole racial teleology that you keep talking about. I keep seeing it showing up everywhere.
Oh yeah, because the Jews are white. The Jews are white. Muslims are not white.
Well, and late that quote unquote Jews have the right to be in this historic homeland. But the thing is like, if you make that argument for everyone else to say such things, and on top of it, you have to also think that, well, if that's the case, then like I said, you justify other people, but also like it's kind of like a very dubious thing to claim that this particular bloodline lived in this particular place during this particular time, And even if it is the case, it's like, so, you know, are we just going to use historical touchstones from the past and then just redraw borders all at once right now because of that? I mean, you know, it's a very dangerous position to take. And, you know, if you want to say that it's not religious, then it's got to be bloodline related. And if we start going that way, then I don't think people are going to like how that goes, because it's going to get very messy very quickly, no matter how you slice it. And I just think that people are not really ready to take on the implications of such things, because you're going to justify a lot of people you don't like doing horrible things, right? So I just find that very strange in my opinion.
Yeah, and that's why I named this shit Melchizedek, you know, because Melchizedek is about a higher rule in this world. You know, if you read Hebrews, if you read, you know, the story of Abraham, you know, in the Bible, there's a story about a higher rule in this world, one that doesn't go with the principalities and powers of this world, you know, but one that has a way of course correcting, you know, and this is the rule of Melchizedek, a rule of virtue and power interrelated. You know, one thinks that power corrupts. It doesn't have to. True righteousness and power are inextricably linked. You know, this is what you know, the people who try to give you a shoddy try to sell you a shoddy you know, set of goods and tell you that it's the real deal are gonna fucking claim, you know, that this is the best we can do around here. You know, nothing can be further from the truth. The Melchizedek is always in style. He's always in rule. He's always in kingdom. You know, and you know, as they say, you know, it's only you know, it's a throne. They think it's a throne that they'll be sitting in, but it's only alone that they'll be sitting in. And when the king comes home, what a bitter thing. It's a lion's jungle. You just visiting, boy.
Well,
Wait till, yeah.
oh no, please continue. But you know, you were the first person to explain what Melchizedek is, and I'd never had it explained, and it makes a lot of sense. And I think that's the missing component when people say, you know, absolute power corrupts or whatever. And that's actually the name that I'm using right now is actually not a name for myself. It's more of a curse that I'm bestowing on people who think that they're grabbing power in the ways that they, you know, the method is the means and the means is the method, in my opinion, because or the ends are the means and the means are the ends, because, you know, these people are being corrupted by absolute power because they're trying to grab something that they haven't really understood. And I think that, you know, glowy being a fed, meaning you're someone who's not, you know, in my opinion, you're supporting an illegitimate system. And Macbeth, because you know, Macbeth was whispered in the ear.
It's the greatest story. One of the greatest stories ever written is Macbeth by Shakespeare. If you guys haven't looked at Macbeth, a movie remake of it or something like that, I mean, it's just a fascinating tale. You guys should all read Macbeth. It's one of the greatest stories ever written. You know, excellent story. You know, yeah.
Because it shows how a righteous man can become very evil very easily, and it's
Yes.
and you know, Macbeth is a good guy, and he very quickly finds himself on the wrong side of history, to say the least. And I think it's something that can happen to anyone if you're not careful of what you're really doing. And you know, that's kind of what you know, I'm trying to talk about with people, because I don't feel happy to see what people are falling into, because they're playing a game that they don't really understand at all. And I think that that's tragic, to say the least.
Oh yeah. Especially when people are extremely ignorant about the history. You know, just look at this word Hamas, you know, that's being thrown around like it's nobody's business. People don't understand that the Hamas organization, what its origins are, what its political ends are, what its political goals are, what it's been doing for the past 30 to 40 years since its inception. You go look at the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, and this is during the time of Sayyid Qutb. You go look at Sayyid Qutb. I could recommend some books. How about a book by Paul Berman called Terror and Liberalism, where he outlines the philosophy of Sayyid Qutb. And Sayyid Qutb is a interesting figure who wrote a book called In the Shade of the Quran while he was imprisoned under the reign of Gamal Abdul Nasser. Okay, Gamal Abdul Nasser is a pan-Arabist leader of Egypt during the war against Israel, that was started between Egypt and Israel. Now some of this had to do with Egypt, going to war. Now, why did Egypt attack Israel? Well, it had nothing to do with Islam. Pan-Arabists run a secular style government. The Pan-Arabist kind of system was about fighting on behalf of the Arab people. Okay, 80% of the Arab people are Muslim, but Islam is not exclusively Arab. The majority of the world's Muslim population is not Arab, but the majority of Arabs are Muslim. Okay, so this is an important thing to understand, when you're going forward with this. Just like Christianity unified the European tribes, okay, Islam unified the Arab tribes. But Islam has as little to do with Arabs as Christianity has to do with the Europeans. Okay, guys. Okay. And I wish that some of these facts were laid out a little bit more carefully. But yeah, Terror and Liberalism by Paul Berman. He talks about Sayyid Qutb, and you guys could go read the philosophy of Sayyid Qutb himself. Sayyid Qutb wanted to combine Sharia law and socialism, and so did Khomeini. Okay, the Ayatollah Khomeini, okay, who was the person who formed the current government of Iran, and Sayyid Qutb, they follow a form of Islam where they combine Islam with modernism. Okay, and then try to impose that on a stately model using science, technology, socialism, and Sharia law. Okay, this is a brand new philosophy that's invented by the Muslim Brotherhood, and it's somewhat in conjunction with the philosophy of people like Abdul Wahhab, who created Wahhabism. Wahhabism is the style of government you see in Saudi Arabia that uses Sharia law. If anybody thinks that the government of Saudi Arabia represents the Sharia law, you're false. That's false. The government of Saudi Arabia applies religious laws where they deem it convenient for themselves. What's going on, Brother Omar? We got Omar from the Third Rail out here, although I think he changed the name of his show. But yeah.
Same thing. What's up, my brother? How you doing, my brother?
What's going on? Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, what's up?
Alaikum salam, brother.
You got cut off there, but yeah.
I see you spitting knowledge, man. Say it good.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Say it good. He came to the United States to study.
Yeah.
And he became astonished when he saw that women walking naked, men and women holding hands, and he saw that, and he just became very extreme when he went back to Egypt. You understand?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's an important point. Yeah.
Yeah, he said these people are hellbound. What I'm going to do here? But the Muslim Brotherhood are more, let's say, safe than the Wahhabism is very extreme religion. It's very very extreme,
Yeah.
uh, and it's dangerous because
Oh yeah.
Bin Laden, all these guys, all these crazy. If you see the history of the Muslim Brotherhood, they're not violent. They always get beat up. They got killed in Syria. They got killed in Egypt. They never have because they don't have no arms. Like you see, Erdogan. Erdogan is part of the Muslim Brotherhood, but he built the army. You know,
Yes.
Erdogan of Turkey. Remember in
Yeah, the
2015
Turkey guy. Yep.
when they tried to overthrow him, he just went on the phone. He said, "Hey, what are you guys are doing?" And they just went on and stripped him naked. So how you feeling about the machine? What's going on?
Nothing much. I'm
Right.
trying to lay down this history because people don't even know where the fuck
No.
Hamas came from. They want to talk
Yeah, yeah,
Hamas. They don't even know the origins of this shit.
yeah, yeah.
I'm just,
That's why I
you
came
know.
when I heard you saying all this stuff. I said, "What the machine knows a lot of shit. He knows more than I do." You know what I'm saying?
Thanks, thanks,
Yeah.
homie, man. Bless you, man. Yeah, of course.
Love you,
You
brother.
know,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Lay it down, man. I
love you
listen.
too. For sure, you know. But yeah, this guy Sayed Qutb, like I mean, like my brother said, he came to the U.S. You know, studied in the U.S. just like um you know, just like Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, you
Yeah,
know, who became the prime minister of Pakistan. You know, and all three of these guys, you know, you had King Faisal in Saudi Arabia. You know, you had a bunch of Muslim leaders who came together in a pact and said that Israel, that this whole thing is kind of you know, an attack against Muslim people, you know, and it does seem a little bit like that. Well, Sayed Qutb was one of these people. He was very extremist, and he was in a organization. Well, first of all, he was imprisoned by Gamal Abdel Nasser, you know. So, and this is the leader of the Pan-Arabist movement who
yeah,
closed off the Suez Canal.
yeah.
You know, he made an important move. He closed off the Suez Canal,
Uh,
stopping trade all the way from from Britain to Israel. You know, you cut
yeah.
off the Suez Canal. It's a major trade route, you know, over there in Egypt,
And
and
he
yeah,
he nationalized it, and they attacked him in 1956. Remember, Israel,
yeah, that's
France,
right.
and England. They attacked Egypt.
Yes, and this is 1956
Yeah,
war, the Suez Canal. Less
yeah.
than 10 years after Israel is made,
Uh,
you know, and it's not an attack. It's not a quote unquote Islamic attack or attack by Islamic countries. You know, it's an attack by the leader of Egypt, you know, who himself is doing battle against the Islamists in his own government. They're trying to take over his government. Okay, the Muslim Brotherhood is trying to take over Gamal Abdel Nasser's government, and he throws them in jail. Well, he had a successor named Anwar Sadat who was assassinated by the Muslim Brotherhood. You know, and this is after they did the peace accords at Camp David. You know, the Camp David Accords, where they try to make a resolution with Jimmy Carter, Zbigniew Brzezinski, and several other actors. They had Menachem Begin there, who is a leader of a terrorist organization, Likud.
yeah,
You know, you know, Menachem Begin actually says that he is the founder of international terrorism. You know, he
yeah,
made
yeah.
that claim himself, by the way,
Yep.
guys. You know,
They blew up the King David Hotel. They blew up a lot of British places. There was
yep.
6 terrorist organizations that were led by Jews before the 1948 independence.
And-
They're the original terrorists.
Um, I,
yeah,
I just want to say something real quick because I got to jump off and listen for a little bit. And I'll jump
No,
back
I
later.
want to ask. I want to ask a question. What are you guys thinking about what's going on right now? Okay, they saying that I saw a lot of videos of the Hamas when they attacked. I saw a lot of soldiers be killed. And the reason I'm saying this is when one of the guys was kicking the face of the dead soldier, he was saying, "You child killers." The leader yelled. He said, "Haram! This is guy is already dead." He told him in Arabic. So I'm saying, if he's saying haram, not to step on a dead face, where did the rape come in? And the
yeah,
40
really, yeah, really.
the 40 children beheaded. Muslims don't rape. These guys are strict Islamics. They're not going to rape women and kill children. You understand?
Yeah, I don't know where they came up
Yeah,
with the idea that
it's
rape is
propaganda.
okay in Islam. That's fucking crazy.
They know.
We
They know.
stone people for raping people. Like we
No, but
stone this shit.
the,
What the
org-
fuck?
the Hamas organization is a religious organization, right? They say they're trying to go to heaven, not rape women and kill children. Do you understand? So
Yeah, really.
their model. That's how the way they think. They're what do you call it? Their view of the world. They are the religious movement. They are fighting according to Islamic law, and Islamic law does forbids the killing of children, women, and raping, and
I
all
mean,
these.
these people don't know about that Kuwait shit
Yeah,
where they lied about the babies in the incubators. Guys, go look up Kuwait. They had a
the
little
same
girl
thing.
go and
Yeah.
lie about this shit. The same shit they already did, and you dumb motherfuckers believe it every single time.
Yeah,
It's so
remember,
crazy.
brother, the machine. Remember the girl? She was the ambassador's daughter of the Kuwaiti ambassador's daughter. She was in Washington, and nobody bothered to ask how the hell did she escape out of Kuwait and came to tell us the story. And it was a cahoots. Sometimes the media gets involved. Like right now, what they're doing right now is I'm watching mass media, the mass legacy media. They have these Israeli soldiers. They have these Israeli ambassadors. There's nobody talking for the Palestinians. They just bomb zip codes, areas of zip codes. They just bombed them to the Stone Age. Women and children, 600 children have died, and 2,500 men and women have died. Now the question is, what phase are we in? We already passed the revenge phase because you already got 3,000 dead and probably bombed half the area. And now we're at the phase of the war crime phase, but nobody wants to call it what it is. You understand?
Yeah, and it's not gonna end until all the Muslims are gone. So you guys think that Muslims are gonna forget about this shit? They're
No.
never gonna fucking forget about this shit. You got to kill all
Yeah.
the Muslims. You're gonna have to get rid of all the Muslims.
Not only the
So you want to keep
Palestinians.
fighting,
Pat Buchanan, it was an ultra right. He was like a Christian right winger. In 2009, I have a video of him. He was talking, debating an Israeli. He said, "You just killed 636 Palestinians in Gaza, right there." He said, "These people have cousins, they have nephews, they have uncles, they have brothers." He said, "These kids who are 8 years old in 10 years, they're gonna come and want revenge."
They're gonna remember. That's right.
Yeah, they just turned 18. They just came in revenge, and you have to understand that they were trying to get them to leave to Egypt so they could ethnically cleanse them. But the Egyptian government got so they said no. The president said, "Listen, we accept any refugees except the Palestinians because we know historically if you leave, you're not coming back." You understand? They're going to take over your land. It's all about land and real estate. That's what it is at the end of the day. The Palestinian, I mean, you saw MSNBC, they sidelined 3 anchors because they're Muslim, Hassan Mahdi and what's that, Ayman and brother Ali Valshi.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they canceled their shows until the war is over because the ADL complained they were being slanted because they were being fair of what's going on.
I got canceled from the Crucible for being Muslim.
He's a racist piece of shit, Andrew. You know that, right? He hates Muslims.
Yeah, he doesn't like Muslims.
Yeah, well, he pretends. You see, there's 2 different. These people say, "Well, we're Christian nationalists." What does that mean? Christianity is not a nationalism. Christianity is not a nationalism. It's a religion that accepts everybody. So how do you
gonna kill all the Jews and the Muslims? That's what it
means. So how you gonna? It's just the cover to sugarcoat it. He's more dangerous than Nick Fontaine. At least Nick Fontaine is telling you how he feels. When somebody tells me how they feel, I respect them. We know we stand against it. But when you come here and you start to use Jesus and all this family values, and I'm a nationalist, that means you want to kill people. we get the power. That's what it means. You understand? And a lot of people, because he's against the war, he's against the United States getting involved. So a lot of Muslims, they're like, "Oh, this guy's on our side." They would DM him and say, "Oh, we love you, thank you for standing." He does. He goes to the Muslim, "Please don't DM me because I hate your old filthy animals, your religion and your old filthy animals."
Yeah, that's what he said. I was like, shit.
Oh, you saw it? I said,
I like Christians. Christians are some of my best friends. But that's what they think. They say Muslims are filthy animals.
No, I told him, I said, Andrew, you walk around all day with toilet paper in your ass. You don't even wash your ass. Who's dirty, me or you? Because I pray 5 times a day. I'm not a religious freak, but we pray in my house. So so my kids and everybody could see that we're praying. I said, I wrote, Andrew, do you walk around with toilet paper all day in your ass? You know how many people show up to the emergency room every year with infections in their asshole in their ass because of the toilet paper
Yeah.
stuck in there? They're not
Yeah,
clean. So who's
white people. I mean, you guys got to cut it off. You got to use water and
yeah,
soap to
wash
wash
that
your
ass.
asshole.
Yeah, wash
You
that
got to
ass.
wash that asshole with water and soap. You can't be
I,
using toilet paper and then going and sitting in places. That's disgusting. You know,
Yeah,
that's
I
you
actually,
know,
I
only
actually,
only online. I lived with a lot of Christian neighbors. They're very good people, especially when we first came to the United States. They used to bring us clothes to the house. So it's like we're not poor. We own grocery stores, but they saw the way we acted and shit. They're like, we get this from your church. I said, all right, we take it. Give me the jacket. Give me that. I'll take it. I mean, I don't want to make them feel bad. The issue I have is with those people who comes online and turn their faith into hate. You understand?
well,
Well,
and like you said, I think that I want to think the best of someone like Andrew, but more and more I see what you're saying
Yeah,
is potentially true because
yeah,
what you say matters, and I don't see the tactical advantage of saying such things like he said unless
yeah.
he's purposefully trying to incite people to take positions that don't make any fucking sense, in my opinion. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, Andrew just using Christianity as a vehicle to get to where he wants, either to get money or he's a hateful person. Even the way he dressed, see that hat is like those militia hats. His introduction to his crucible is about. See his introduction to his channel is about blowing up buildings. These are messages they send indirectly, and I know I could feel it. You understand? Uh, um, I have no issue. I accept that America is a Christian country. There's no doubt about that, and the majority are white people. I accept that as a fact, and I have no issue with that. And not trying to change no demographics, not trying to take over anybody. Just want to live and pay my taxes and go home and watch football like every other American here. You understand? But you have people who are pulling this country. Like the idiots who rents trucks, right? They rent trucks like those moving trucks, and they go in them and they walk around with those brown shirts. They get the look, but they get to look bad. Everybody demonize them, and they demonize their movement, and they make them look like monsters. They call them Hitlers. They call them fascists. Instead of just create an organization like the NACCP just for whites, and that's better. And get white, or if not, go to Vermont. Vermont is 93.6 white. Let's see how you do in Vermont. Let's see how you run it as a white state. Then we'll join you as second class citizens. We don't mind that.
no, I mean, I definitely think that Omar, I never talked to you before, but you definitely get,
Yeah,
you get a lot of deep shit. And I think that's
yeah,
where I'm coming from. Like, and I wanted to mention this before I forget, but like, kind of what you guys are describing is kind of like people who say that they're Muslims, but really they're selling you guys out just the same
yeah,
whites and Christians have been experiencing for a long time. But the
yeah,
problem is we don't fucking admit it that we've been fucking sold way down the river. And we get these people who come in and say, "Oh, we're here to right the wrongs," yet they
yeah.
direct us right back into the fucking meat grinder, in my opinion. And I don't think it's
There's
I
a there's a
happened.
there's a verse in the Bible. I think it's Matthew or something where Jesus talks to these false Christians that they said, we built hospitals in your name, we cured the sick in your name, we did this in your name. He said, "Get away from me, you evildoers! I never knew you." Because you're phonies and fake. You use my name as a way to enrich yourself and hurt other people. I could look through the where is it in the Christian Bible. So Jesus already warned the Christians about these false prophets, about these false pastors, about these false people who were going to lead you to the promised land. He said, "You're all lies. I never knew you. Get away from me." I think you know that if you know your Bible, you should know what that verse is. And in Islam, anybody who teaches hate or extremism, I'm not going to follow them. Because first of all, I mean, extremism always lead to self-destruction. Any state, any country, because in Islam, نحن أمة وسطية. God describes us as the middle nation. That we are a nation of moderation. Ummah al-wasatiyah. I don't know how I say it in English exactly, but it's called the middle nation. You understand? So you have these people who do hijack the religion, and we don't agree with them. You know, oh hey go, oh Matthew, yeah. So and then they will and they are professing to them, "I never knew you. Depart from me." that work iniquity, because they claim, they say, we did everything in your name. We cure the sick. We put out demons. Are there people still in hell, or just me talking to myself? We put out demons in your name and all that. And Jesus said, "Get away from me. I never knew you guys. Get out. I got no time for you." So, where were you? Did I come and mess up the conversation here, Machine?
No, not at all.
Oh.
I was hoping I get somebody else that's Muslim, so it's not just me talking about this shit.
No, it is. But what's going on in Israel? It has nothing to do with mostly the Jews. They want the land, and these people on that land called the Palestinians. And then the Palestinians, what are we gonna do with these people? I mean, they're not Indians like they run around and fucking and chasing on bulls all around. These people are modernized. They had cities. They had currency. They had streets. They had cars. They are very educated. They had universities. Before all these people came in these lice-infested boats from Europe and claimed to be that this is their land. The problem is no Muslim has any issue with Jews who are born in Yemen or born in Egypt or born in Palestine. We never had any problems until our Ashkenazi brothers, what do you call them, Ashkenazi brothers from Ukraine came over.
Oh yeah,
and they fucked
and
up
that's
the whole
another thing. Yeah, that's another thing we're gonna discuss on this show is the origins of the Ashkenazis, because they are not a Semitic people. A lot of people might be confused about that.
Well,
but the Ashkenazi, it actually says in the Bible that the Ashkenazis are not Semitic people.
No, they're not. They're from Ukraine.
But exactly, and I think that's kind of why I think this whole quote unquote historical tie to it, if it's not religious, then it's blood, and that's very dubious to say the least. If that's the case,
and I heard Casimir just say that today, that the Ashkenazis or Russian Jew like him is the same race as somebody that's an Arab from Israel. That's actually not true. You know, they're Semitic people. There are Semitic Arabs and Semitic Jews, and the Ashkenazis are not part of either of those groups. But yeah, anyways.
Well, no, they're not. They originate. I forgot the city they originate from. Someplace in Ukraine. They go visit it every year. Still, it's like they're like salmon. They go visit it every year. They go. You know, when the salmons are born, they go back and die in the river they were born in. They go every year and visit that. Actually, Yemenis. We are actually Jewish. We are Himyar. Himyar was a Jewish kingdom that was.
That's right.
Yeah. It was a Jewish from. Ruled South Arabia until Christianity came. Then they converted to Christianity. Then after that, they converted to Islam. So there are a lot of cities and towns in Yemen that Jewish sounding names. You know, like you understand. Yeah. So they don't have a monopoly on who's Jews and Arabs. I think and what do you call it? An Armenian. I don't know. It was the other Semitic people. So they lived as neighbors, you know. We had no issue in Yemen. We lived as neighbors with the Jews. My father used to tell me, you know, but the Jews were merchant and we were farmers. That's it. These guys were always into business, though, even in Yemen. You understand?
Yeah, and I'll say one last thing, and I got to get off here for a minute, and I'll try to come back. But
go ahead, brother.
My last thing to say would be, you know, it would be interesting to see kind of, you know, what the underlying, you know, occult and religious and political things that are going on that would make more sense than this presentation that we're given of like, well, it's the Jews that want this land, which I think there's part of that, but also I think that there is, you know, esoteric Hitlerism, esoteric, you know, other things going on that all kind of fit in together somehow. And I think that kind of looking at the underpinnings of all this is very interesting, because
all the occult all comes from the Kabbalah. You know, there would be no such thing as the European occult if it didn't come right out of the Kabbalah. You know, this is one of the main instances of occult. You know, this is the main one of the things the Kabbalists they try to do is invert the teachings of the Bible. And we're going to talk about that some of the Hasidic groups that were there in Europe, you know, the European Jews like living in Amsterdam and some of those other places, they actually tried to invert the teachings of the Bible. You know, this is not a joke, you know, and they taught this to the Europeans, especially to the Protestants, you know, forming cults and all this type of stuff. And the church, the Jesuits, they tried to infiltrate these heretical organizations, and they got influenced by them themselves. So even the church got influenced by the occult because they tried to infiltrate these organizations in the Counter Reformation, they call it. You know, when the Jesuits ran the Counter Reformation, they would pretend to subvert these Protestant groups by introducing them to heresies. And what happened? They sometimes started to believe in those heresies themselves.
Yeah.
so this is an interesting history, you know what I mean, in Europe of the occult as well, you know,
Yeah.
and you know,
Yeah, and
No,
it
go ahead.
all because I've talked to people from Turkey, and they say that people, Erdogan is basically okay cool with the Jews, even though publicly they say that they hate them, but
No, they don't have no issue with Jewish citizens. We have Jews in Yemen. We have no issue with the Jews in Yemen. You know, they are neighbors. I see them in the market. I don't look at them like, oh, look at that Jew. No, I mean he's Yemeni like me. I mean we have no issue with that. The issue you have is that with the ethnic cleansing that's going on for 75 years of trying to get people off their land to build houses. What they do right now, like in the West Bank, is supposed to be part of the future Palestinian state. Since the peace process started in 1989, there are more than 700 new Jews living there. Most of these Jews are not from Israel. They're from New York, from Brooklyn, from Canada. These are people who would say that the Moses, they found the calling to come and settle the land of Judea, whatever it's called. So you understand what's going on. It's land. The problem in Palestine is land. The more we get, we build homes. The better, less Palestinian are. You
sure,
understand? It's
yeah,
all it's ethnic cleansing. It's been going on. Even there are Jews who say that. If you go to Noam Chomsky, he'll tell you that he's been talking about that for the last 50 years. Or there's believe it or not, there's a lot of Jewish activists who are against that. They're like saying, "Listen, we know what's going on." I mean,
yeah, you look at Noam
huh?
Chomsky,
Yeah,
Norman Finkelstein,
yeah,
you know,
yeah,
there's so many of them. You know,
yeah. They
there's
are.
so
They talk about it. Yeah,
there's so
they
many people talking about the atrocities, the Nakba.
Yeah, the Nakba.
And
Yeah, there are a lot of favor. There are a lot of Jews who know right from wrong. They know there's something wrong. They accept because you already have Israel. Israel is there. Nobody's gonna doubt that its existence or its right to protect itself. They have 200 nuclear warheads. I mean, I don't think they need protection from anybody. They have they could bomb the whole Middle East and still survive. You understand? But the whole idea is that there's this thirst for land, and that's going on in the West Bank. Now they have a dilemma. They don't want the two-state solution because they're already occupying a lot of land. It's not viable to have two states now, and they don't want the one-state solution because they're going to be a minority because Palestinians have more babies and going to outnumber them in a couple of years in demographic. So what do you want with the Palestinians? The only solution is to get rid of them off the land or a genocide of biblical provision.
well, my question is this, like,
Uh,
if my suspicion is
yeah.
people behind Zionism don't have a straightforward reason. I mean, I don't think
Yeah,
that
yeah,
they'll be
yeah.
there for quote unquote religious reasons only. I think there's
No,
it,
they're not for religious. They're Zionists. Zionism is different than Judaism. Zionism is an ideology of trying to get the Jews to move. In the 1950s, when the Jews refused to move from Egypt to Israel because they had a good life, they were middle class, they were doctors, they were lawyers. They used to bomb the movie theaters. They used to go. The Mossad used to go bomb the movie theaters before they go in, so they could scare them to move into Israel. They did that all over the place.
yeah. But my question is this:
Uh,
what is the underpinnings of that belief? Like, what is making them want to do this to their own supposed people? Is my question, because that's what I'm saying. Is like, I feel like I've heard people make the claim that some of these people that claim that they're quote unquote Jewish are actually something else, and they just kind of adopted this this liability shield, I guess you'd call it, or something like this. And again, I'm not saying that's true, but it makes more.
yeah, I'm not
But
familiar with that. Go
the
ahead.
the official narrative is kind of what I'm alluding to.
What is it? Say that again.
I'm saying that, like, that theory makes more sense than the official narrative of, like, well, we just
Uh,
historically or whatever. I don't think that that's the actual belief of.
Well, I'm gonna be I'm gonna play devil advocate. I think most Jews or Israelis or Zionists are afraid that what happened in Europe might repeat itself. I mean, you got to be honest. I mean, if you have 6 million people, yeah,
but
yeah. So they need a place to run away. Even the criminals here, sometimes they do what do you call that? Money laundering, whatever in Wall Street. They run away to Israel because they don't have a non-extradition. They can't bring them back to the U.S. So
I agree, but my point is
yeah.
Obviously people are catching on that at least a segment of these people are doing what you're saying, which is horrible things, and
they are
get mad. And so my point is if they don't want that to happen, then why do they keep interfering in everyone's government? I mean, United States. I mean, Biden's cabinet is like 40 or 60.
You know what I call what I call Washington is the other occupied land. The White House and the Congress. It is another land that needs to be free. You guys are in trouble. I'm going to be honest. They are at every level of your government and your monetary. They could. I mean, I don't want to sound. They go, oh, look what you say, but they do. They control the banks. They control the monetary.
Yeah.
They have this. I mean, they do have money. I mean, let's not lie to each other. Huh?
Yeah, it's undeniable. I mean, look at just at the mayor level across the United States. I would say a very large portion of mayors around the country are Jewish. And again, I don't hate quote unquote Jews.
No, they're very successful. You could use other words if you want to. Oh, these are very. Look at the Senate and Congress. How many they are? They only 1% of the population. They got about 40, 50 senators and congressmen inside Congress. Yeah, the advisors, the vice president, the guy who's fucking the vice president is one of them boys. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, they're very entrenched into the United States system, economic and political system. The whole me, I want to discuss the Palestinian issue because we're gonna get in trouble if we talk too much on this guy's channel. I mean, we don't have a lot of freedom. There's not a lot of freedom of speech, like they say. There isn't, because the people who own the gateway to these places are able to close it on people's faces. You heard me? Hello?
Yeah, I do. I totally.
Yeah. So you have to be careful. You know how many people have been deplatformed? Or I mean, a lot of people. I mean, just say dumb shit and they deplatform and all that stuff. But I want to tell you is that there's a little disconnect. You see what happened right now between before when the Palestinian issue used to happen. A lot of people used to go demonstrate. Right now, the streets and the young people are for the Palestinians, while mainstream media and the head honcho are for Israel on TV. But if you go to the streets today in Washington, all over the United States, whites, blacks, even Jews, Hispanic, they're all demonstrating against the ethnic cleansing of the war, the carbon bombing of Gaza. So there's a movement there. They don't have that much control over the narrative of what's going on in Palestine and Israel.
Well, my hypothesis is that there is a potentially there is someone who is pushing for that to happen for some reason. And
I'm going to be honest. Your country is the United States. The United States economy and political world is it's not in the hand of the white people or the WASP. What do you call the white Anglo-Saxon? It's not completely 100% in their hands. I mean, you see how they get scared sometimes, like today. Oh, we got to go back and pick the House Speaker because we have to get a package ready for Israel. They're in war. They haven't even fucking shot a bullet yet. They haven't took a shit since they haven't replaced the food in their stomach that they need a package of new money to infuse into there. So I bet you, but there are 50,000 American veterans in the street who are homeless. They don't talk about. If I went there and said, "Can I get $1 billion? Get off the homeless?" They were, "No, we can't do that. We don't have the money, man. You crazy? No way." But the Ukraine, 10 billion, no problem. Israel, 5 billion, no problem. Yeah, to give or take it. You understand how you the United States government is like that drunk father who works all week, but will go home and go gamble with the kids' money, but will not buy milk for the house. When the kids say, "We need milk," "Oh, you're fucking driving me broke. I gotta buy milk." But he'll go out and gamble the money on the weekend.
As a white European guy, Christian guy from America, I totally agree. So
they don't. They hate it. If you look, if there's a domestic bill, they fight all day and night. If there's something to let's say you have Skid Row in Los Angeles, you have 70,000 people who are homeless living under tents. By the stroke of a pen, they could build homes for all of them, just one time. We already gave like what $100 billion to Ukraine. Israel every year we give 3.8 billion. No question asked. Every bullet, every gun, every uniform, every binocular, every food that Israeli soldiers is paid by the United States taxpayers. This is a known fact. Plus, they give $1 billion more for the dome, for the Iron Dome, with no question asked. And if anybody dares to question that, APAC, which is a lobbyist, will fucking get rid of you. They will get somebody to run right against you and get rid of you right away. You understand? So I mean, you guys don't have control of nothing. You guys just look at what. Where's everybody?
Yeah, I got to jump off for now. I'll listen and I'll try to jump back in when I get a chance.
Yeah, you could jump in, my friend. What are you from? What are you from the Midwest?
I'm from the East Coast, the South, basically.
Okay, let me tell you what happened in the South and Midwest.
But I'm in Cali now, so.
Oh, okay, so you're at Skid Row right next to you. See how many people are homeless there?
Oh,
look what happened. I want to see you. You heard of the Sackler family are a family that immigrated from Ukraine, Jewish family, to Brooklyn, and they got into the pharmaceutical business. They were into Barbados painkillers all their life. Then they founded something called Purdue Pharmacy in the early 1990s, and they introduced Oxycontin or whatever, Oxycontin, I don't know how to pronounce these words, and they deliberately introduced it into rural area of America, like West Virginia, Kentucky, all these areas where people work with their hands, so they have pain, back pain, who work with their bodies, like miners and things of that nature. And they deliberately addicted a whole region unnoticed from 1997 to almost 2017. They were dying like flies. Now today you have this epidemic because of a pharmacy. They only charge them like $5 billion. They should be in jail. If it was up to me, I'll put them in jail. And they introduced the opiate to regions in rural America. And rural America, we know who they are. They're white, WASP, whatever, white Anglo-Saxon Americans, or people who are from original Americans, generation after generation after generation. So nobody talks about that. Nobody says, well, why did the Sackler family? You got to watch a movie called Dope Sick. It was on Hulu. And this movie, it was like a documentary movie, and it shows how this process started, how they introduced it purposely, how they increased the dosages. People complaining that is addictive. They kept on giving money to politicians to look the other way until you have now, when you had the census for the first time since the founding of the United States, white people did not grow in numbers because a lot of them died from the opiate crisis, because most of the death affects people between the age of 17 and 45. That's the prime age when people start their families and have wives and kids and reproduce. You understand? So when you have that, when you have that portion of the population dying, that means you're going to go in decline, because old people they don't want to make no more babies, and that the young people, you understand?
Oh yeah, I saw it happen to where I grew up, and it's happening in Cali, and I would say most of the action
now it's in the cities.
Is directly aimed right at white people, and white people just nothing's happening, and it's
120,000 people died last year. Probably 80% to 90% of them white kids from rural America, from Iowa, from Ohio, from these cities that we don't even know their names and towns. They are addicted. They are girls are selling their bodies in cities and things of that nature. I mean, they destroyed a whole generation. For profit. This is not El Chapo. I think El Chapo should be let go. That Mexican, let him go. What the fuck? He didn't kill that much people. Let him go. Let him go back to Mexico, man. You should replace him with the Sackler family.
And even this whole what's that fentanyl thing coming in from the border?
Yeah,
it's in conjunction with the Chinese and the American government has to be in on it at some level, because it's just too much product moving from the border. It's just impossible that they don't have a stake in it, in my opinion. So
they don't have we in America, we have an issue with making money off the misery of other people. Even white people make money off by the misery of other white people.
100.
The war on drugs was a lie. The war on poverty was another lie. The introduction of even crack to black neighborhood was fucking nuts. I lived in New York City. They devastated. I mean, if you saw black people in the 90s and late 80s, I lived in New York City all my life. It was like zombies. They're walking around. There's no more fathers. There's no more mothers. The kids are either selling crack or either dead. And all, it was crazy. And it was introduced. This drug was introduced by the CIA to finance the war in South America with the Contras against the expansion of so-called communism. So the United States government has always made money off the backs of its own citizens, whether they're white, whether they're black, whether everything is that they don't give a fuck about the regular guy. Look what they did to the Midwest when they closed all the factories and sent them to China and Mexico in the 1990s. In 1992, NAFTA with Bill Clinton and the Republicans agreed. They fucking agreed to kill the economic backbone of the United States. What Americans used to make shit with their hands. Now they can make shit. Generation after generation had jobs. They were proud. They made $40,000, $50,000. Then these jobs just went away. They were just drinking themselves to death in bar. The kids are dying of opiate. They are alcoholic. They are just fucked up. They fucking decimated until Trump came and told them to vote for him. And he's not doing anything for them anyway. So he's just fucking using them just like any other person. So it's a lot of issue here. There's a lot of problems.
I 100% agree. I mean, you
yeah.
know, where I grew up, textile business was gigantic, and I was born right as all that was just basically being thrown in the trash can, and you know, it devastated the entire South. You know, just devastated.
Yeah, people were proud. I mean, in the Midwest, they made things like air conditioning, things with their hands. They lived in these towns for generations, for hundreds of years. They had these local football teams. They knew each other. Then when the stuff left, they didn't know how to react. They can't leave their town because they've been there for generations. Like for me, I'm an immigrant. I'll change the job all over the United States. When I first came, I changed job to California, to Florida. I'm like a fucking gypsy. I would chase money any place in the United States because I'm not attached to any town or any village. I'm like a plant that came from overseas. But these people who are living in these towns for generations, they know each other. They grew up with each other. The jobs left and they just stood there. And they get them some disability, maybe some welfare, whatever, some government help, a couple $100 a month. But the adults are drinking themselves to death, and the kids are dying of opiate. And that's like they declare war on that segment of that area of those people. That's why I always have issue with poor whites. Me, I'm not white, you know. When they vote against their own interests, when they vote for the same people every year, they don't deliver anything for them, never. I give you an example. Remember when Donald Trump used to hold those rallies and all these poor people got 30, 40,000? He says, we're going to replace Obamacare. Yeah, it's the Affordable Act. 90% of the people are on that insurance. They're sharing to get rid of their own insurance. It's so crazy. You understand what I'm saying? Who's that? Cecil Drake. Where you at? New York, man. You understand?
Yeah, I totally feel exactly what you're saying, and
the Republican Party lies to you. They use God, they use Jesus on you every year. They never deliver. They never deliver for these white people. They just use misplaced grievances. Oh, they're trying to take over you. They're trying to take over your country. Oh, you're gonna lose your you're gonna use your privileges. You don't have any privileges. You're poor as I am. What privileges do you have? You're poor as a guy in New York City as I am. What I want to take from you? Your poverty? I could see if you had a job. There's only 10% of the white population that enjoys that called white privilege. The white economic elites and the white political elites. Then the rest of the 80-70%, they don't got shit. They don't have nothing. They just there to show off. Oh, it's like oh, we got it, but we don't got it. You know, it's like rappers talking about money they have, they don't.
I agree, and I think that's what a big part of this whole new right, quote unquote, movement is to segregate whites into collectivizing. Oh, we're all together now after we've been fucked over for so long. Now they're us in a little ghetto and say, oh, you're the victim, and you guys need to band together and get against all the immigrants. Which I would understand if we weren't screwed over for so long. But
you're not gonna get nothing.
We're getting sold out down the river the whole time, and we just keep getting tricked over and over again. And it's just fucking sad to see my own people just they don't truth, you know. They just
whenever you have a chance, you got a phone. Write this. The it's called the Bacon Rebellion of 1666. It started wrong. This is Nathaniel Bacon was a white individual who wanted more land from the Virginia. He wanted Indian land, and it started like that. But the elites would not give him the Indian land. Then what he did is he united the indentured servants who were whites, like they're slaves, but they're contractual slaves, and the slaves, the black slaves, and the poor whites and the poor blacks, and they rebelled against the government, the white elites of Jamestown, and they burned it down. That was a good movement. You see how when he wanted, but what they did is they turned the table against white people. In 1681, they studied the issue. What they did is they introduced the idea of a white race. Now, before that, it was only Caucasian, you're German, you're either English or you're Italian. There was not the word white was not an ethnicity. So what they did, they created this pan-whiteism as a race to control the poor whites since then, and use them as donkeys or as a base to stay in power. I want you to read that movement, and you'll see. And there's a good lecture on YouTube about that white was never white. I don't know what that is about. A professor, I don't remember her name.
Yeah, 100% correct. Yes. And growing up in the South, one of these former colonies, the history is people don't want to talk about it, but a lot of the whites who weren't the what do you call them, the Puritans, blended well with the Native Americans more or less,
and they married into each other, even with blacks.
And we gotta get into this slave trade shit, because how many fucking times have I heard this nonsense that the motherfucking Arabs sold the Africans into slavery in America when it was Jews who did that? It's fucking crazy. The fucking Jews did that shit, and they blamed it on the Arabs. It's fucking
Arabs. They had some slaves in Arabia, but they couldn't afford. They can't feed them. We got desert. So to bring a slave to Arabia is like you're going to compete for the water that you have in the world.
It's incredible. Yeah,
and most slavery in America either. So to say that white people just wanted slavery, it's like that's totally bullshit.
No, white people were slaves. They were indentured servants.
Yeah, exactly. White people were slaves. They
used to put them in these contracts, and they have these. You did a violation. Okay, we increase it another 2 years. Sometimes some of them died as indentured servants because of the white elites. They kept them in these fucking sneaky contracts. You gotta read into it. I used to be deep into that, but I got sick and I stopped reading shit. I have a memory problem because I had a stroke. I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'm okay now. But the whole issue is that the indentured servants, whites, was supposed to be 7 years, right? Is that what we agreed on? But it used to end up 14, 20 years, 25 years because they used to come up with these violations, and they kept them in like the blacks.
A lot of my ancestors came over here because they were basically indentured servants because the British Empire basically terrorized the Scots, the Irish, and the Welsh. And
are you Irish? Not Irish. They're not even considered white. They're from North Europe, and still they would not consider white. They would consider bad stock. They used to call them.
Exactly. The people say, it's white together, but they're not.
Italians were considered black 100% until now. I don't know when they became white, because the most racist motherfuckers right now you find them is Italians in New York. When I get into argument, I say, when did you become white, guys? When did they give you the jacket? I never knew that. But
Sicilians are actually North Africans.
Yeah, I told that. I told that one time to Nick Fontes when he was. Nick Fontes, when he's still on Twitter, I said, "Why don't you get a DNA test? I bet you 17% Arab, because he's half Italian. He's half Italian, half." He blocked me. I still have it. I could show you. He blocked me. I was just joking with him. But Italians, the Arabs ruled Sicily for a century or so, and Italians were not considered whites even when they came in here. They lynched them in St. Louis. They used to pick cotton because the blacks won't do it no more. They got the Italians to do it because they were very dark. So after a while, they mixed with the Irish and all that. They started having sex with each other. They came up with a better product, have white and not too dark. And the whole idea is, if you look at the history, they used to call them wops. Wops is called without papers, or they used to grease balls, and Irish were called donkeys. Irish were white. They're from North Europe. They're from, but they still consider them a bad stock because they were Catholic. Or they used to consider them. You want to hear something crazy? The Irish were treated so bad during the Mexican War. They fought with the Mexicans. They had a brigade. Look it up, man. I swear to God, I'm not lying to you. I don't know what's called, the St. Patrick Brigade, whatever it was. They fought with the Mexicans. That's how bad they were treated by
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
understand?
that's true. Yeah, that's true what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah,
It's the history of
yeah.
so-called you know what I mean? I guess Europeans, when there
Right.
was no such thing. During the time of America, the Europeans all considered themselves distinct people,
That's right.
and the poor class actually came here from Britain as indentured servants.
That's
Well,
right.
they were gonna join up. They wanted to expand and have their own land, just like the
Yeah,
wealthy landowners.
yeah,
This is when they joined up with the poor people, and the
yeah.
slaves joined together to
Yep.
rebel against the rich landowners.
The
That's
Bacon
when they
Rebellion, brother. That's what it's called, the
yeah,
Bacon Rebellion. Yeah.
yeah,
Bacon,
exactly. And
bacon,
that's when they
bacon, bacon.
created slavery to pacify them, because they
Yeah,
said, we won't give you land, but we'll give you your own slaves,
yeah.
and then you can make money off of the slaves. And so
The,
by giving the indentured servants slaves, they quote unquote freed them from
yeah, yeah,
being indentured
yeah,
servants. Yeah,
they create a schism between them and the blacks. They hate each
exactly.
other. Understand?
Exactly. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the word white, the first time it came into a dictionary is the Oxford is in 1681 was the first time that people Caucasian were described as white. There
Yeah.
was
And
no,
I got
there was not like Germans, what do you call it? English, Welsh. They always say where they were from because, I mean, they're all from different places in Europe. So they created this class called white, and it is to unite the poor whites so they could use them right and not be in fear of another rebellion from them against them. And so you understand, and has remained since then. Imagine that 1%,
WASP,
one
the,
percent.
the term WASP actually stands for White Anglo-Saxon Protestant.
Yeah, they use that. This is
But
later on. Yeah, this
I've
later on.
also heard White Anglo-Saxon Purist.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think the
I've heard both
Protestants
of
came
those
up.
terms.
Well, the Protestants came in later, I think. Whatever.
Yeah, and this is from the Grandee Stephen Birmingham. He says in this book,
Yeah.
he says, and the book is subtitled "The Story of America's Sephardic Elite." It
Yeah.
says slavery and their part in it has understandably become a sore point with the Sephardim, who tend to play down their ancestors' role or to insist that Jewish merchants who took part in the slave trade did only quote only on a very limited scale, unquote. Looking at it in a historical perspective, however, and bearing in mind the attitudes that prevailed at the time, and remembering man's limitless capacity to overlook his own folly, it is possible to view slavery as it was viewed in the 18th century, as just another business. So look, this guy Stephen Birmingham, he's talking about those ships like those ran by Aaron Lopez and stuff. And this show is gonna get popped for talking about this. But yeah, the Jews were responsible for this, partly responsible for the slave trade. The Muslims, Africans who enslaved each other. These are African tribes that converted to Islam and then enslaved each other. These are black people enslaving other black people. But the Muslim Africans who were enslaved in America, that was done by Jews. That was a business controlled by Jews like Aaron Lopez.
Dude,
Oh,
the guy who shot Abraham Lincoln, the guy who
yeah,
assassinated
yeah,
him,
yeah,
was
yeah. Yeah,
yeah, because they were
yeah.
pissed.
You know his name. You know his name, Cecil Drake.
His last name was Silver. Oh wait, John Wilcox Booth. But
No,
his
it's
father,
no, it's Judah P. Benjamin. Judah P. Benjamin. Yeah, I'll show you guys right now.
no
Judah
way.
P. Benjamin was implicated in the assassination of Abraham Lincoln as governor of Louisiana. This guy fled to England on a boat to escape the charges when they were investigating him, and he fucking hung out in the fucking luggage compartment of this boat, thinking he's gonna die, all depressed and shit, because they thought they were gonna find him for playing a part in assassinating fucking Lincoln, who the guy who founded the ADL, actually, I mean, the guy who founded B'nai B'rith actually ate Simon Wolf or whatever his name was, ate fucking dinner with him, or with John Wilkes Booth, like got drunk with him in a bar before he went to go assassinate Lincoln. It's a crazy story, guys. You guys need to look into it. But yeah, look up Judah P. Benjamin.
And you're saying he fled back to England?
Oh yeah, he tried to escape to England.
Yeah,
like fucking.
I remember that part. His
Yeah.
dad was named like Silver. His last name was like Silver or some shit, which that's about as They're all named but colors or metals.
Colors.
No, I'm serious. A lot of their names are like green or whatever.
Gold or silver. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're named after the profession they used to do. See how Jews are named: goldsmith, silversmith. They're named by their professions.
Well, you're right.
Yeah.
But this is the guy right here, Judah P. Benjamin, guys. Governor of Louisiana when Lincoln got murdered.
Hey, what's I said? Jekka Jana. I said, get him, Omar. I want to get him. Don't worry about it. The whole idea is that my advice is whites for whites. This is my advice. I'm not white, so you guys probably know by now. But my advice to white people is it's hard to put the toothpaste back in the tube. You're not gonna get rid of these people who are in the country already. The only thing you could do is try to maintain your majority. And I agree with that. I think white people still should be the majority because we don't want people to go crazy because they're gonna fucking kill everybody. So we got to keep them at the top of the pyramid. That's the only way you could do that because you're not. Mass immigration should be stopped, but legal immigration should be because we live in a country that is driven by economic growth. So you always need to feed that fire. You need more people to produce more wealth, and all that stuff. But this is
a country that are predominantly like 90+ white still.
What is that? Some states, yeah.
But
that's what I told this guy. I told this white guy, I said, listen, he's a white nationalist. I mean, like one of these white extremists. I used to, when I had my channel before, I used to give them a chance to get on because they do platforms. So I do an interview. But before we do the interview, I tell them, be careful to just say the right thing. And I told him this, and he said he wanted to go to West Virginia. I said, no, go to fucking Vermont. There's 96.3% is white. Just take over the state. Let's see how you do. If you succeed, then you could start one state after another. But instead of getting these fucking trucks, these furniture trucks, and walk around with brown shirts and scaring everybody and creating this fucking.
That's a setup. It's a honey.
That makes him look bad. I mean, everybody's scared. I'm like, whoa, I'm scared of these people now. But I mean, why should I be scared? I mean, when I came to the United States, I knew it was a white country, so I'm not going to deny that fact. And I'm not here to say, oh, well, let's change it.
Idaho's mostly white.
Yeah, a lot of states. The Dakotas, all that shit. They're all white, man.
Dakotas, yep, Montana.
Yeah, they're all white, man. They're fucking. I mean, the problem is that if they want. Anyway, I know you guys probably will not agree, but I think diversity is okay. I mean, as long as you have it all well contained. I always say the pyramid is the United States should remain 60 to 70% white, and the rest just mix it up. And because that's how you got this product, because we make everything, we find everything, we are the best at everything in the United States. Because if you look at immigrants like Google, eBay, what are the other one like? What's his name? Tesla. That's $5 trillion of worth from immigrants. Like 6 immigrants created $5 trillion of wealth in the United States. That's like 10 countries in Africa, 30 countries in Africa don't have what these 4 individuals created as immigrants with the United States economy. You
Yeah,
understand?
that's one of the main
Yeah.
conflicts that we explore in our show
Yeah.
is kind of the rise or the two poles
Yeah.
of individualism on the one end, but but also collectivism on the other end, and these two basically seem to be two poles of the modern ideologies, or liberal ideologies. I call it techno liberalism. I say everybody really follows one ideology today called
Yeah.
techno liberalism.
Yeah.
They believe in technology on the one end and they believe
Yeah.
in liberalism on the other end.
Yeah.
Their right wing thinking is so they could preserve their technological world. Their left wing thinking is so they could preserve their liberal ideology.
Yeah.
So there's these two poles of experience, but the problem is that they don't really see eye to eye. Individualism, it means you did it yourself, but
Yeah.
collectivism means that everybody's in it together, and it kind of conflicts with each other. It's the same conflict between freedom and equality, because
Yeah.
freedom means that anybody can do whatever they want and the
Yeah.
best person should be able to do the best thing. But then equality is like, everybody's the same.
Yeah.
Nobody's really gonna do anything that
Yeah.
fucking great or that fucking bad. It's just all depends on who how you experience the world.
Yeah.
What society you live in. That's gonna engender how you behave and all that stuff. That's gonna fill in 90% of that information. Is the cultural setting. But I think that both of these things are caused by technology. Because it makes you very isolated. We're isolated in the sense that we're able to ignore the world if we want.
Yeah.
You can live a sedentary life. You don't even have to go outside.
Right.
So there's a way to experience the world without truly being in the world.
I
Because of
don't go out.
technology.
I go out. I go out every 4 months, every 3 months. Believe it or not.
Yeah, and then but then on the other side, you're interconnected.
Yeah.
That means that you have to interact with the world. You have to get a cell phone, you have to get a car, you have to go to work, you have to go to school. This forced socialization that you have to encounter,
Yeah.
is based on the technology too. It's based on the fact that you have to connect to the world through technology.
Yep.
So you have to put your information out there. You have to interact with people. If not face to face, then you'll have to do it through machines.
Yeah. See, the
So
doctors. You know how my doctor see me? We would put on the cameras.
yeah,
Because if I don't have nothing like important, like an infection, just he'll give me the link. I put in. We're just like we're on fucking online. We talk to each other. That's probably better than going to his office and getting some infection and coming home. You understand?
yeah, and
Because
that's where
yeah, go
that's
ahead.
one of the things that Sayed Qutb noticed too when he talks
Yeah.
about
Oh,
the United
yeah.
States.
Yeah. When he came here, he saw these girls dancing with these boys, and women were walking around with pantyhose, and I mean, what do you call it? They're like those. What's that beach things called? The beach songs and stuff like that. He almost fainted, and he went back. He became very extreme. You
Yeah.
understand? Yeah. But,
So, Machine, what do you think about like Ted Kaczynski when he says like the left's addiction or overexposure to technology causes them to become hypersensitive, and that is basically their problem.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think he's 100% right with that. And you have to think. Well, I enjoy multiculturalism to a certain extent. Obviously, we should take the best parts of other people's culture and try to use them in order to revivify and try to make our shit better quality. But at the same time, there is a global culture emerging. There's a danger of a monoculture, and that is this techno liberalism. And if you see a world culture or a world religion emerging, that's because all parts of the world are interconnected through the use of technology, and then it saps the traditional way of looking at things. So there's a relation between liberalism and technology and secularism. that has to be explored on the one end. But then on the other end, for example, if you want everybody to be who they are, and you want to achieve some sort of world culture, well, that's going to be the world culture is then going to dictate what each of the traditions do. So in another way, you're wiping out all the traditions. And if you think that your tradition is the greatest tradition in the world, well, then you think that it's going to overtake all the other traditions. In other words, it's going to become a world culture. So both in the traditional sense that the tradition is going to encompass world culture, or then in the other sense that multiculturalism is going to from that is going to emerge a world culture. I see a definite a bad thing emerging both ways, because what it really means is that there's no more traditions or cultures.
There's no more. Well, there's a sense of confusion. We cannot decide men, who are women, who are not men. We got into the situation where that we're going backwards instead of going forward. I mean, we're going back to Saddam and Lut. Lut in Arabic. What does it mean, right? So the whole idea is that we're questioning.
Is the clown world. The you know what I mean?
The guys who were hitting each other's in the back. Yeah. So it's so normalized right now. When you watch TV, when I watch like the late night show, when guy would come in, well, I came out, everybody cheers in the crowd. Like, what the fuck is going on? If I walk in there and say I'm straight, nobody's gonna cheer like that and get up and clap for me inside the audience. So the whole idea, like you said, we're becoming first. We're becoming integrated with the machines. I mean, the phone is in my hand 24 hours. So I'm already an AI. I'm already part of the AI system because I depend on everything: how to communicate, how to get my food, how to get my information, how to get in a fight with somebody on Twitter with it, how to do everything. I mean, it's all there. And we're also moving away from the tradition of family. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I think families are very important. And children are very important. And if you raise good children, you raise a good generation. But I think we're moving away from that. And people are afraid to say what they think. I mean, like you send the kids to school, the kid comes and asks you some questions that you never heard before. You don't know how to explain it. You understand what I'm saying here, guys?
Oh yeah.
We become culturally corrupt.
Yeah, and just look at how they'll say, well, first of all, the Jews get a pass because they're white.
Yeah,
that's one. They get a pass B because they're liberal. And they get a pass. Yeah, go ahead.
Everybody's afraid to say the J word. Nobody's in Twitter. When I write, I'm just going to say the Jewish army. Why are we going to say the Israeli army? Just study the Jewish.
The Jewish army. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, call it the Jewish.
They're all Jews. They're killing these Arabs. I mean, why we got to put these fancy words and you get in trouble for saying the word? I mean, the word. Even people on TV, they're afraid to say the word Jewish. They turn around and look at their back. It's like the N word, but the N word is more bad. But this is more fabulous. They have more money. You can't even say they have money. If you say that, oh, look at this trope. This guy's saying we have money. Yes, you do. I want to be like you. I want to have some access to the banking system, to the financial system. You see our treasury lady, what's her name? Yellen. She's from Brooklyn. She has the thickest Jewish accent I've ever seen in my life. I laugh when she goes on TV. And she's in control of our fucking monetary system. So the whole idea, they do have a lot of control. They do have a lot of power. They do have a lot of sway. And the white people, they just fucking bend right backwards when they see a Jewish guy. They're like, oh, you're smarter than me. Take over the country. But they go beat up a fucking Arab in a grocery store for coming to America. You understand? This is the problem what we have. There's a lot of. I mean, you see, I don't know how to say it without saying. I'm not hateful in the sense I am, but we want to say things for what they are and identify things for what they are. Remember Ilhan Omar when she said it's all about the Benjamins? They almost kicked out of Congress, and she's right. It is all about the fucking Benjamins. What are you talking about? The Apex spends $100 million to elect people across the United States. I have never seen a foreign lobbying organization that lobbies in districts in Ohio and Iowa in New York. I mean, you're supposed to lobby inside Washington. You're not supposed to get out of the swamp of Washington and go to states and cities and primary people that agree against you. You understand?
Well, I think what she was saying there is, like, I understand what she's saying, but I think what she was saying there is it's all about people named Benjamin. Is Congress. You see what I'm saying there?
No, you know,
Congress is all about people named Benjamin.
Yeah, you ever heard? You ever heard? You ever heard? You ever heard of APAC? You know what APAC is?
I know what APAC is. Yes.
Okay, APAC
it should be illegal.
Yeah, it is the only organization that takes 100 to 200 congressmen to Israel, pays for their hotel, pays for their food, pays for the airfare. How the fuck you not going to be corrupt if everybody's paying for this stuff? It's illegal. That's corruption. That's bribery right there. So the whole idea is what they do is, you know, lobbying group is supposed to stay in Washington and lobby like congressmen. But this organization, APAC, it should be a foreign organization. It goes into districts. Let's say somebody is a progressive that speaks for the Palestinian rights, they'll go and primary them. Like, you know, Nina Turner. You ever heard of Nina Turner, that crazy one from Ohio? You guys heard of her?
I'm not. It's not ringing a bell.
Oh,
no.
yeah. Okay, Nina Turner is like she's fucking like. She's black and she's tough as fuck. And the way she talks, she's like fucking, she got a gun on the fucking. She was running, they found somebody to run against her and they spent, I think, like $20-30 million to make sure that she doesn't get to Congress. Because she's a progressive. I mean, you might not like her, the way she talks, but what she says is that Israel should not be getting all this $4 billion a year. That the money that is spent on foreign countries should be spent on American citizens, on poor. That poor people should have access to free education, access to universal health care, which you guys don't have. You white people don't have that shit in rural area. Matter of fact, the hospitals are closing. If some white guy gets a heart attack in Georgia, it takes him 2 hours to get to a fucking hospital. That's how bad your leadership is. Me, I could trip and fall right in front of a fucking hospital in New York. There's so many hospitals, there's no fucking place to build no more houses. You understand? I know I'm jumping from place to place. But I'm doing it I'm saying that as a good way. Remember when they had the Obamacare, when they expanded Medicaid, some states in the South and the mid, they weren't taking it until now. This is almost 20 years later. Like Georgia, they have $600 million available to them, but the 4 hospitals already closed that depended on Medicaid, people on Medicaid to pay for this. In rural areas, hospitals are closing left and right. People don't have access to healthcare in these areas, and they don't want to fucking access this money. I don't know how you guys are thinking. They're gonna take that money and give it to Israel. You might as well use it for some guy named Hickory Bob from Hickory Bob. What a name I gave a white person. You know, who has
Billy Bob.
Billy Bob, you know, he has a fucking
Billy
infection.
Bob,
yeah, he has a fucking heart disease. Give it to him. Let him get health care. Let him go to the hospital. Take care of him, man. Invest in him. He's your citizen, not some fucking guy named Yaqub in Israel or Ali in Egypt. You know, I'm gonna throw them all under the bus. Yeah, you understand? This is the problem. Hickory about this guy's laughing. Dude. This is the problem we have. You have bad leadership. The Republican Party is in disarray. They're not serving you or serving themselves. They're just yelling at each other like fucking people, you know, in the bar. They can't even pick a fucking housekeeper. That's how fucking retarded they are. And they're not serving nobody. Well, we believe this is Lauren Barbert. Jesus is over the Constitution. The church is over and then she goes to a fucking show and somebody's fucking fingering her inside the show in front of the children and she's masturbating some guys. Get the fuck out of you, fake phony frauds. You're not serving these people. You're hurting them. We have a better life in New York. People make fun of people in New York. You know, in New York, we have free college education, 4 years, city and state. My kids, they go free to college and they get $2,000 every semester to spend the money to buy books. Free healthcare. We got healthcare for almost everybody that makes a certain amount of money. If you make like 30, 40,000, you got a couple of kids, you're able to get Medicaid, whatever it is. While people in Appalachia fucking got no teeth or walking around limping because they can't get no fucking help for their legs.
Yeah, West Virginia.
No, West Virginia. You see those towns? They're like fucking Africa. Some of these motherfuckers.
It's
Huh?
the whitest state. West Virginia is the whitest state in America, and it's also the poorest state
The
in America.
poorest state in America, and Mississippi. You know
Mhm.
how, and Mississippi is very poor. You know how warfare started when John F. Kennedy was John F. Kennedy was in West Virginia, doing his shit, trying to run for president. He saw how poor it is when he saw this West Virginian walking around dirty and unclean. They have no access to clean water or nothing. He promised that he would take care of it. The first thing he did as an executive order, he signed the welfare bill, and the first person to get it was $70 a family in West Virginia. The problem is when you see these people get mad. I'm not being a racist, white people. I'm just being your ally. I'm just telling you what it is. You need somebody to tell you that. Don't get upset at me. But I think you guys are getting a fucking bad deal. You guys, you vote people who don't give a fuck about you. You hate people that don't hate you. You're scared of people that don't want to take over your shit. And you end up with nothing. Some fucking Arab got a candy store, is living the life in America here in New York. While you've been here for generations, you can't even buy new shoes, whatever. Or you have to ration your insulin. Some people are dying. I think in Tennessee, this family, you had to ration his insulin because they couldn't afford it. What are they doing for you, man? You got 34. Do nothing wrong with that. So you understand what I'm saying? What I'm trying to say, I'm just telling you like what it is. I have family I like Indiana. I have family in Indiana. They have a nice school system. They're very nice. Indiana is a nice state.
Nice girls in Indiana.
Indiana is a nice state. They have these school vouchers. So we got all these schools and Muslim, Christian schools, whatever they pay for it, the government pays for it. And as much as how the life is, I visited there. It's very cheap to live there. But the rest of Appalachia, they have people in Alabama who got, those ringworms. That's third world diseases. You're not supposed to get that shit here in America. Why do you have it? Yeah, you understand what I'm saying here?
Yeah.
They're not doing nothing. They're not doing nothing for you. The Republican Party is doing shit for you.
They need America. They need America gone, so that nobody can point to America as an example of why they don't want to be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
America is the only thing standing between, basically, free living and a world slave system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
America is a corporation in itself. You see the way that our government is set up. The president is the CEO. Congress is the fucking the board of directors, and the judges, the jury is human research. We are a corporation as a country. We are driven by money. Our policies are driven by profit. But the problem is, it's not trickling down to everybody. The top 10% or 2% own 90% of the wealth. So there's a problem here. There's a problem. Something's going to go wrong, and is a revolution, or shit's going to just explode. When you have three people, you have what's his name? Bezos. What's that? Buffett was his name in Nebraska. And you have Bill Gates. They own more wealth than 150 million Americans. That is fucking crazy. Three guys that own more wealth than 150 million Americans. That is the crazy shit, man. A revolution should be started just for that reason.
I just want to back up what you guys are saying because, I want to back up in one way. Like, I agree with what Cecil just said and what Omar just said. And the thing that I've been telling white people for pretty much my whole life since I became aware of any of this stuff, even as a basic thing, is like, why don't whites or Christians or anybody who sees what's going on, why don't they ever try to get a position of negotiation in the deal? Like you said, we're getting totally fucked, and we just excuse it as, oh, well, there's some good reason, and we're just supposed to be poor. But then, like you said, they get mad that other people are participating in the system. And my whole thing is like, if you don't like the way things are going, participate and change it through your participation. You know what I mean? That's kind of my whole attitude about it. And I think that people get mad because they don't want to get told. Because I can tell you, as a white guy, I say this to white people and they get pissed off at me. And I'm like, why are you mad at me for telling you the truth? You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to think about,
I think poor whites should unite with other people in this country, like poor blacks, poor Hispanics, to get better return from your country, because right now you're not getting shit. You're not getting nothing right now. Right now, you just go as an idiot. You go vote for Rand Paul, for Mitch McConnell, for Jim Jordan because they say something crazy in the House floor. They get on Fox News. Are we still in there? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, you're there. I hear
Yeah,
you.
we're here. We're here, brother.
So you're not getting nothing. You get to hear them like what's her name? Marjorie Taylor say something stupid. Oh, look at that. She said it like it is. Look how she talks. She's very tough, but she's not delivering anything for the people in Georgia. She's not doing shit. She's just there to fucking collect a paycheck. It sounds like that she's doing something for her poor white people or whatever she wants to call them. At the end of the day, poor whites should unite with other poor people to get, because America is a wealthy country. America has, you know how much corruption we have in this country? It's so wealthy. This country is, you cannot feel the corruption. Everybody's fucking stealing in Washington. We're the only idiots here. We're not getting shit. We're just fighting. Hey, look at the Jimmy Bob there. Look at that white motherfucker. Look at he's always drunk. Look at this fucking black guy. Poor whites are fighting over nothing. Poor people are fighting over nothing. We're not getting what we're supposed to get. That America is a wealthy country. We have so much money, so much wealth. It's unbelievable. You understand? No nation has ever will come after us or will come before us. I don't think any nation will ever become like what America is right now. We are at the zenith of our wealth and our strength, but we are hassled or we are dragged down by corruption. But look what they do. Look what the Congress do. They investigate each other for every day. They just investigate each other. Nobody goes to jail. They spend like 10, 20 million investigating each other. They never pass any legislation to help people, to create things to help the citizens. Nothing. The Democrats gain power, they investigate the Republicans. The Republicans gain power, they investigate the Democrats. Nobody goes to jail at the end of the day. Send me somebody to jail so I'll be happy that our money was well spent. You understand? So what we're doing here, we're sooner or later, the military is going to look attractive to American because the civilian government is losing its legitimacy and its credibility day by day. We're going to tell the military, just take over and get rid of these motherfuckers out of the Capitol. They're not doing anything anyway. This is going to happen at the end of the day because what we're seeing right now is a lot of corruption. A lot of people are fucking not getting nothing, man.
It's Tack Jalcott.
Huh?
I said it's Tack Jalcott.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta develop Neurojack as Hickory Bob character on this show. I think
I don't know. I got that name. It just jumped right out of my fucking head. Hickory Bob. Trying to describe a white.
Hickory Bob.
Try to describe a poor white person someplace in fucking West Virginia or in Appalachia and those mountains selling what do you call it? What's that whiskey's called? That fake whiskey. What's it called? The bootleg.
Moonshine. Yeah,
moonshine.
Moonshine.
Selling moonshine and something like get poisoned and die.
Moonshine isn't fake whiskey though. It's just a grain alcohol that's really strong. They make it some places down here, like actually in breweries and stuff now. It's they can make it taste like just about anything, but it's like it's really, really high proof.
Yeah.
You can run your door off
Hickory Bob from Elkhorn, West Virginia. That's right.
Well, Hickory Bob is here.
As a poor white myself, being a poor white man from the South, and growing up in a lot of these poor white towns, I honestly can't say I see that much of what you're talking about. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist in a lot of places I've grown up in. There's a lot of cooperation between the various pores, such as myself.
No, no, I mean voting. Let's say, like,
for
just
example, voting.
Like for us, like we're the idiots
here. A lot
of
us don't vote. So
yeah, like us here, we're idiot. We'll vote Democrat no matter what, and you guys will vote Republican no matter what. We need to pick somebody who's going to help us. You understand? Instead of just we should not just vote for the D or for the R if we're not getting nothing in return.
Oh, I never have. So
yeah,
and nobody has.
Well, that's why Donald Trump changed that. What Donald Trump did is he bought those people from the cracks, from the bars, from the alcoholism, from the fucking he bought them out and they voted. All these people just voted for the first time. That's why the Republican Party likes him a lot and they hate him at the same time. But the problem is he's a fake prophet. He's not a real prophet. He's just another guy.
It's a game show host.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
that's all he is.
he's another guy just using these poor people to gain. You know what
There
he tried to
was,
do?
yeah, there's some type of hillbilly like boomer mentality that does fall for something like QAnon and troves.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
and
they exist.
yeah. So there's some type of energy behind that, like Alex Jones,
Yeah.
you know, the Chicons, you know, and
Yeah, so
you
the dick pills.
Alex Jones is a lot more esoteric and smarter than people give him credit for.
Yeah, well, I used to like him. I used to like him a long time ago. I used to go get a VS tape when they still had, what do you call them, VCRs.
Yeah.
When he used to say he's gonna the Illuminati or spying on the rich when they killing. I don't know. The whole idea is the change has to come. The United States has to look itself in the face because right now we're not going the right way. Cecil, if you're talking, there's no microphone.
Oh shit! Is he? No. Oh no, he's not even on the screen. I think he went to go like take a piss or something.
Oh, this is like a what do you call it, like an avatar?
No, that's just his window. But yeah.
So what I'm saying is that the change needs to happen because not everybody is getting the American dream. Not a lot of people are enjoying the so-called American dream. They buy a home. This is the fucking most idiotic. When they buy a home here, they at age 35 or age 40, they get to buy a home. They get a mortgage for 30 years. So by the time they finish, they're fucking 70 years old. Did they really own that house? Did they really ever own that real house? They paid $1 million mortgage on a $500,000-$700,000 home. And then they come with reverse mortgage. They come to steal the house back from you before you die. So, I mean, I don't understand, man. Objective here. Because machine, you know, another thing in these areas, you see all these hurricanes, all this shit, they come and destroy the whole town, and they build wood again. I don't understand that. I mean, our house in Arabia, they're fucking made out of rocks and cement and steel because we're getting ready for war. You understand? In case there's somebody is a shooter, nobody. You understand? We make small holes for the AK-47 to come out. You understand? Things of that nature. But I don't know, man.
Yeah, the houses here, or really, a lot of shit built out here is dog shit.
Who's that Judah Benjamin? Who's this Judah Benjamin guy?
Judah P. Benjamin.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this guy was governor of Louisiana, and he was implicated in the death of Abraham Lincoln.
Oh yeah. They killed him because he won the war. He defeated them. These guys, the Yahoos, the guy lost the war.
Yeah, that's one of the crazy things that people don't understand is that the South actually allied. You know, they had the Whig Party, like Judah P. Benjamin was part of the Whig Party, and they allied with the British crown. You know, so Lincoln actually made a pact with the Russian government. A lot of people
I didn't know that. No, I didn't know that. No.
Yeah, that's why he did things like he built the transcontinental railroad system. It's kind of like a proto-socialist thing, you know, that connected all the trade from the West Coast to the East Coast. And that actually led to the population increase of the United States. You know, there was not, you know, the modern United States really didn't come about till they built that transcontinental railroad system. And that happened under Lincoln.
Yeah.
You know, that was,
Don't you notice something? All the military bases in the South, they still under occupation, these motherfuckers. They don't even know it. All the military bases are in the South. They probably don't know. It's in case they act up and shit. They think, oh, we gotta start this all over. No, it's not gonna start all over. They got Apache helicopters, these motherfuckers. They take you out in 3 minutes. The whole idea is that
and General Ulysses S. Grant, he actually expelled the Jews at that time. You know, he expelled all the Jews out of the country. So
I know that Benjamin Franklin didn't like them. He used to say they're very dangerous and they might take over the country. But they do have a lot of say in America. I mean, for a small minority, they
Chinese slaves to build the railroad.
Yeah, and
they
the Chinese.
Yeah, in California, they were using Chinese slaves to build the railroad and shit.
Yeah.
So actually, both sides had slaves. both the North and the South. It's just the South you always hear about.
Well, the North used to pay them less, so it's still slaves. They just made them so they got paid. They made them think they were getting paid. But the South was was not ill-equipped. They had no economy. Their whole economy was slavery and cotton, while the North was a very factory productive oriented. The economy was more stronger, more organized, and it was based on real products. They were making a lot of products instead of just a one product thing. And the South were not organized. The South were not. You had all these yahoos, all these what they call hickory bobs running around with guns. They were not trained to fight. They were just people with families. They were farmers, so they could not fight. And the Union were more organized, more trained. Yeah, you understand? And the South had nothing to fight for. What they were fighting for? Oh my God, thanks. Oh, thanks for putting on my shit over there. I was going to do a video today on our Jewish brothers killing our Arab brothers in Israel, the Jewish army. You understand? Killing because nobody wants to say that. Oh, you got to say Israeli. You can't
Jewish,
say
the Jewish army. That's what I'm going to start calling them. That's what I'm going to start calling them.
I mean, you could call those people Arabs. Why is it bad when we call you Jewish?
Yeah, you can call the other people Arabs, but you can't say the Jewish army. Yeah,
I'm going to say. Well, I just wrote in my.
Speaking of that, have any of you heard any of the unhinged rants that Ben Shapiro has been doing lately? Like that guy's been just.
Oh no, I didn't pay attention, but I heard he was talking out of like
that's him.
Crazy shit. Yeah.
And that guy Dennis, what's his name? Dennis
Prager.
He's one of there's some of these guys that use this term Judeo-Christian.
Yeah,
this term Judeo-Christian means nothing. It means absolutely nothing.
Make money off the fucking whites. Fucking the whites are idiots.
Yeah, that shit is
That's
crazy.
Why white people are fucking idiots. They always give away their money. Why would I give my money to fucking Ben Shapiro wearing a fucking yarmulke? He's telling me, you know what he thinks of Jesus? Why should have got his other tapes when he was Joe Rogan like
they say, it says in the Babylonian Talmud, it says that Jesus Christ is boiling in excrement in fucking hell. That he's the son of a prostitute of a Roman, the son of a prostitute and a Roman soldier.
They have the name too. I forgot the name. The whole
idea.
Terra, yeah.
Terra is his name.
And we the Muslims say he was a Mahdi prophet.
Yeah, we respect Jesus. If anybody says about Jesus what it says in the Talmud, we'll beat the fuck out of him. We'll beat the fuck out of him. It's crazy. It's pointless. Like we respect Jesus. Yeah.
Brother Machine, Jesus was mentioned 125 times in the Quran. Muhammad maybe once or twice. There's two surah in the Maryam, the surah, the chapter of Maryam and chapter of Al Umran. This is his family. So I mean, we pay a lot of homage and a lot of respect to Jesus.
Yeah, ask Ben Shapiro what happened to the Jews in the Crusades. They ran away to the Muslim land, begging them, please save our fucking Jewish ass from these Christians that are gonna kill us. That's what they did. They hid behind the fucking toe of a Muslim. Yeah, exactly.
He said he's talking. He started singing. I think he was putting a curse on the fucking Hamas. What the fuck he was doing? You saw that when he was mumbling some shit. Like, what the fuck is he saying? What are you saying, Ben? Say it ain't so, Ben. I always knew he's a grifter, and you know that the guy Dennis Prager makes $18 million a year off Christian donations. And this guy makes more than 100 million. Daily Wire makes $100 million a year. Just selling bullshit. Oh, we are conservative. We share the same. You don't say same shit.
I asked our friend here yesterday, Canuck Sarum, what is Judeo-Christian? And I really want to know. I want one person to give me a satisfactory answer to this question. What is Judeo-Christian? No such thing exists. Jews don't believe in Christianity. Christianity doesn't believe in no such thing as a Jew. So I don't understand the term Judeo-Christian. Historically, it makes no sense.
Especially when you read writings from people like St. John of Chrysostom. Like all the stuff he said about the Jews would be considered borderline anti-Semitic today. But one of his statements was he said they were the chosen people. They're not the chosen people. Because dispensationalism itself didn't become a thing until like 100 years ago.
Yeah. And this is it. Can you hear this? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, Ben.
Oh no, we can't hear the Ben Shapiro though. Yeah.
Oh, you can't hear. Oh, I thought you can hear
Yeah,
my.
you might have to. Yeah, you might have to hit present, and then you could share the screen too, though. You know. But yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. It's just a short thing. He's going nuts. Oh, you hate the Jews. You know what? You know why they mad? You know
Put the
what?
link. Put the link in the back, and I could pull it up too.
Okay. Let me look for it again. You know why he's mad? Because a lot of people are demonstrating for what do you call it? For the Palestinians. So the new guard, the new people, the young people are on the Palestinian side, while the old guard is on the. Okay, what I gotta do? I gotta get the link, right? I never did this show before. View block. I don't want to block the son of a bitch. I want to see them every day.
What? Yeah, what are you on the cell phone? You
Yeah,
just dropped it in the private?
no, on my desk. On my desktop. I get it right now. So I get a copy. Okay, copy the link, right, and go to
Yeah. We
okay,
have private chat. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
Drop that shit in there, and I'll play that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that much. It's just like 50 seconds, but he's going nuts. And there's another one when he's singing. I'm gonna get it for you. It's fucking funny. I think he lost his mind for a minute. This is one of them. There you go. You see it? Came up.
Yeah, I think I got that.
Yeah.
Okay, give me a second here. Oh, Keith Woods. Keith Woods is on fire right now.
Yeah, I love him, man.
Keith Woods is on fire right now.
I'm a white nationalist, but I'm for the Palestinians. I said, all right.
I don't even know this Keith Woods guy. I haven't, I've seen only 2 of his like interviews and shit. You know, one time he had Adam Green on there, and another time he made a video about Ted Kaczynski, and I watched those videos, and I had problems with the Ted Kaczynski one, obviously, but yeah, Keith Woods, I don't even know who he is, but guys, you guys need to follow Keith Woods because he's on fire right now.
What's happened recently is that ever since he made an agreement to be on Cozy TV, that's like given him a larger platform than he ever has. So he's been able to guest on a lot of stuff.
Is that what happened? I didn't know he was part of the Cozy TV. Yeah, I didn't know he was part of that
ever since he had an alliance with the Groypers, he's been able to spread his message further than it's ever been.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what happened. Thank you for that info, Cascadia.
Yeah, because prior to that, he was just kind of more affiliated with the white nationalist community, like the NJP and stuff like that. But he's like pretty much spread away. He's spread a lot further than that, and now he's like becoming quasi mainstream now, at least in terms of like online political discourse.
Yeah, I said
he's really branched out a lot recently.
Yeah, I didn't know him.
And in the just like the chat said, he's also been on Alex Jones recently as well, more than once.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if we can make fun of this.
Yeah, because go ahead. You got the second one's funny. He just started singing.
Yeah, but I don't know if we should make fun of that. but yeah, you're right. It does look kind of weird, but yeah, I don't want to actually offend Jewish people, but yeah, man.
No, but I mean, he was praying. I don't know. Praying
I know, but that's what I mean. Like, I don't want to fuck with their prayer.
There you go. Yeah, he's a fucker. He's a grifter. He's grifting all that money, man.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's no way he's serious about the prayer. Yeah, there's no way.
I'm gonna start doing the same shit. I'm gonna start talking about.
But Jesus. Go ahead. Go ahead, Chris, because I know you got a different take on all this.
No, actually, I don't. I really was just curious for the 2 of you being Muslim, and just but I know you're not on the side of Hamas, so
no.
I'm just curious. Right. I mean, and this is not any kind of like.
No, now I am. Now after they bombed the fucking city like that, now I'm with it on their side. That revenge shit is over. Now it's criminal. It's
yeah, that's the thing, though. Yeah, that's the thing.
Over now.
Yeah, like it's like with the PLO. Like the PLO did some shit, but it's like, look, like at the end of the day, that's the people that were fighting for them and had an army to do it. So it's just like they're gonna go with them. Yeah.
There was 6 Jewish terrorist organizations against the British before 1948.
I tried to tell Jen.
They blew up the King David Hotel. They blew up
King David Hotel. That's right.
But it's okay for them.
They bombed the U.S. They bombed the USS Liberty.
Yeah,
there was also like a group that also poisoned a bunch of Germans after the war too.
No,
but I can't quite remember the name of it.
the USS Liberty was around when the war with Egypt was, and they attacked it on purpose and killed I don't know how many American Navy. You know, until this day, the NSA hasn't put the report out for Americans to see what happened. Until this day, fuck about 50, 60 years later, the same thing. The whole issue is that yeah, well, who was talking before? Who's asking us? Chris, go ahead, Chris.
I mean, you're talking. It's fine. I mean, I guess that kind of changes things if you actually are on Hamas's side in that. Then so
I'm not on their side. I'm against the killing of innocent people, no matter who.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay.
We cannot. The humanity. I gotta be a subhuman to actually say I'm on the side of somebody going to kill a woman or a child, whatever. Even they lied about the 40 bullshit heads. It was all lies. You understand?
I agree that was lies. I mean, like there was clearly no proof for it. It was just getting spread around everywhere.
Even
I'm sure horrific things like happen in war all the time anyway. So I don't even know like why they decided they didn't need to make that up. You know, no one needed to make that up to make the things that happened were already bad enough. It was ridiculous. But I'm just curious from the perspective of you know a Muslim like yourself or just someone who has passionate views on this. I'm just wondering what would you like if you had control, if you had influence in Israel, how do you think they should have dealt with it? And I'm not, this isn't like one of those things where I have an idea. I really have no idea. I have zero idea like how to even feel about a lot of the stuff because like I don't understand how any of this is supposed to or what would be an ideal
Israel
outcome.
Israel is going to make the same mistake we did on 9/11 when we overreacted. We could have killed Al Qaeda by special Navy SEALs, by missiles, instead of going to a full war and losing all that money, those people. We could have got our enemy in a smart way instead of declaring war and try to build countries out of fucking ashes. That was the dumbest shit. Israel right now, it's an opportunity. Netanyahu is a corrupt politician. He's supposed to go to jail any minute now. Second of all, Israel is divided. 1 million people come out every night because he was trying to change to weaken their court, the Supreme Court. So there's a lot of something called wag the dog. There's a lot of people who are going to benefit. They said never let a good crisis go to waste. So he's not going to let this crisis go to waste. You understand?
Yeah, I also agree.
You have to understand Gaza. Gaza has been under blockade for 18 years. You have half the population is 18 years old. They're all kids. They all grew up where one of them, their father was killed, their cousin or their brother. Every person had a family who was killed by the IDF. So when you have these people in a pressure cooker for all these years, and you're making peace with everybody in the neighborhood, with Saudi Arabia or the Abrahamic Accords, you're making peace with everybody except me. I'm the one who's had a problem with you. You're supposed to talk to me. I'm the one with the problem with you, not these people who are 700, 800 miles away. So I think the idea what Hamas did was Hamas did not rape nobody. I could promise you that. But the whole idea was because they did it on the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War. You ever heard of the Yom Kippur War of 1973? Egypt did the same thing. Egypt was isolated. The Sinai was occupied by Israel. Nobody was talking to Egypt. So they did a small war to get attention to start a peace process. So Hamas probably saw if we hit them hard, they're going to notice we're still here and they have to deal with us. And we'll eventually have to go to the negotiation table, either for a two-state solution or something, because we cannot stay in this pressure cooker forever. You can't have that. You understand? You can't have people, their food is controlled. 80% of their water, the most with liver disease because they have no clean water. 2 million people live like on a 17-mile area. It's like sardines. And they're all surrounded, and the worst thing is the bad actors. They'll come on TV and say, "Well, we left in 2005. Look, they didn't do nothing with the area. Really, what are they going to do? They don't control the air. They don't control the land. They don't control the sea. They can't even fucking fish. You understand? So the whole idea. So people are going to say, "Oh, but if they should have made peace, they would have got something out of it." Okay, let's go to the West Bank. You have the Palestinian liberation movement that made peace with Israel, and they have a president, Abbas, Ramallah. They don't even respect him. They already built like 700 settlements in that area. They haven't talked to him since 2014, and he's supposed to be like the moderates, Palestinian. So when the people, the Hamas, and they said, listen, these guys are cousins here. They made peace with them, and they treat them like shit. We're not gonna get nothing out of them. Okay, now let's say they did. What they did is it's war. Because I saw the tapes. I don't know if you saw the tape. Most of the tape I saw, there were soldiers that were dead. And I speak Arabic. I speak fluent Arabic. So when they were talking, I could understand what they were saying. The commander was telling them. One of the soldiers went. He was stepping in the face of one of the dead Israeli soldiers. He was kicking it. And he's calling them you child killers. And the commander yelled at it. He said, haram. He said, it's forbidden. He's a dead man already. Don't do that. He said, like, don't desecrate him. Desecrate him. He's dead. The whole idea that they rape women, they cannot rape. First of all, Hamas is a religious movement, so they believe in. They have religious belief, which I'm not a part of that belief, that extreme they believe in. So they were operating under a religious war doctrine: should not kill the women, children, or violate people's health. Even the number they say 1,300. I haven't seen any people or pictures or parents on TV saying my son was killed. I have seen say they're missing the ones who were kidnapped, but have you seen these names? Have you seen these? Even Ben Shapiro, he put that picture of that burned baby, and it turned out to be it was AI generated. How embarrassing could that be with this you fucking idiot? You're supposed to be graduated out of Harvard, and you're trying to win people over by lying. So the whole idea is you could speak freely, Chris.
I have a question. Where did Hamas get the missiles they don't control? How to get the missiles in Palestine don't have any control of the air or the land?
This is a question that needs to be asked, because if you're surrounded for 80 years, you're getting all these weapons. First, I could tell you when they started making these rockets, they used to use like sewage pipes, and there was just like firecrackers. They didn't do shit. They sometimes used to come back and hit them in the beginning, like 10, 15 years ago.
They don't even have warheads. It doesn't even have an explosive warhead on it. Because SAM missiles,
yeah,
they're like this long, and all it is a rocket engine. It's like
it
doesn't even have a warhead.
It's like a 4th of July cracker without
right.
Okay,
that's why they always say, "Oh, 5,000 rockets." If it was 5,000 real rockets, Israel would be decimated by 5,000 rockets. It's lie, but they do have they have upgraded the fucking thing they did was out of a movie. You ever see that movie Mad Max?
Yeah,
that shit was like Mad Max. They were flying on these fucking gliders or motorcycles. That shit was crazy. What they did is unbelievable, and they overtook an Israeli outpost, military outpost. You see the guy, they pulled them out of the tank. So the whole idea, they raped. I could swear to you on my kids, they never raped anybody. I'm not there, but I know their doctrine is against that. They will kill them. Their commanders will kill them. All this stuff. Oh, they killed 1,300. Show me the names. I want to see the parents on TV. I saw the parents of the missing persons on TV and saying my kids are missing, but I haven't seen nobody said there's 1,300 people dead and there's women, 40 kids were beheaded. They were trying to make this congestion of like ISIS trying to scare people in the West, because they've been used to it for decades. They've been lying to Americans and they get away with it. But now you have a lot of information. You have YouTube, you have Facebook, you have the internet. They can't lie like they used to do and get away with it. You understand? As soon as he put that AI picture of a dead burned baby, he got busted in 10 minutes. Twitter said that. Twitter had that. It's called community note. Wasn't that called community note?
Yeah, that's what I said on Gen X Jeff's show. If Hamas is really say it's really just say might be throw out the map or die, that kind of negotiating tactic, I say Israel should just erase Palestine. But if they're saying it's just
now Israel, listen, Israel have a choice to make. Israel has the Jewish state. Let's look at what it is. The Jews have a dilemma in Israel. They want the land, but they have problems. There's people living on it. They want to expand. They like real estate.
Yeah.
Now, what are we going to do with the 7 million Palestinians? If we make one state, they're going to be the majority, right? If we make 2 states, we can't trust them because they're going to get back at us for what we've been doing for them for 75 years. So they don't know what to do with these people.
Let's make them majority. It's not really hurting them in the United States. So just make them the majority. It's not that. They won't have the money anyways. They won't have the wealth.
They just made laws. You know, there's 20% of the Israeli population is Arab. I'm not talking about the Palestinian outside of Israel.
Yeah.
That you know, they just made Israel is an ethno state. It's an ethno state. They just made laws that Israel is a Jewish state. The first language is Jewish, is Hebrew. According to all the international organization, they call it an apartheid state. You know, where there's a different, like where South Africa used to be.
Yeah.
So they change. You have this government is fascist. The government they have is a fascist government.
That's true, but I don't think that's necessarily bad. Public-private partnerships. That's pretty much, it's vague.
I think Israelis and Palestinians could live under one state without these right wingers on both sides. If you could get rid of the extremists, they could live together, because Palestinians are very successful people. You see, and in the United States, they own a lot of wealth. They own a lot of gas stations, a lot of places, a lot of things there, especially in the Midwest and South. Most of the gas stations, they own it. And they have a lot of money. They're like Jewish almost. They live in the same area. The whole idea is that right now is, okay, you're upset that they did that. Okay, how much revenge do you want? They already have 600 children died in 3 days. They have threw 6,000 bombs in 3 days, what the United States used to use in a whole year in Afghanistan. This is within 3 days or 4 days. So when is the next phase come that you are committing war crimes now? You just devastate a whole zip codes of areas with people living under them, and you just remember, like 2 weeks ago, when Russia used to hit some buildings in Ukraine, the media would go crazy. Oh, look at that, these apartment buildings. One apartment building. This motherfucker just destroyed the whole neighborhoods. 2 neighborhoods, 3 neighborhoods, 2 zip codes, 3 or 4 zip codes. They just bombed the daylight out of it, out of existence, and they're still gonna go in. But hopefully, I know it's gonna sound, I don't know if it's illegal or not, but I'm gonna speak my mind. Hopefully, they go in there, and Israel cannot handle a long war. If you notice, the Israeli military only fights for 2 to 3 weeks. All the wars, the 48, 57, 60.
Because they got America to fight their wars for them.
That's why you have the ship. Yeah. Because, but the problem is the Israeli army is a coward army. In 1973, they almost got defeated. If it wasn't for Kissinger, and what's his name? Well, the president was Nixon. He called Saddam. He said, "Listen, if you enter Jerusalem or Tel Aviv, Cairo will be rebels." And they did a bridge of cargoes, you know, the American planes that carry tanks from Berlin all the way to the battlefield nonstop. They called it, I don't know what the bridge, they called the bridge of weapons ready for war battle, and they saved Israel.
All right. Do you think Israel would actually lose against Russia, even though Ukraine could beat Russia?
What did you say?
Do you think Israel would actually lose against Russia, even though Ukraine is beating Russia?
Yeah, but the Ukraine is not beating. It's a quagmire. They got him in a war of attrition. You understand what they got?
Yeah.
Like we had in Vietnam. Russia is not going to lose. Russia has never lost a war. The problem is it's just going to take a long time. It's going to cost them a lot of.
They lost the Cold War, bud.
Huh?
They lost the Cold War, bud.
Well, we did it. The Arabs did it, not you guys. We killed them all over Afghanistan. But the whole idea.
But that means they lost the war.
No, but the country's still there, right? Russia's still there, right?
Well, you can lose a war and still have a country.
Yeah. You just got rid of all that satellite bullshit that was in it. That was fucking probably dead weight anyway on them. They had to support those countries. They can't even support themselves. What they're doing, what the European Union is doing right now, is dead weight on the European Union. Those like Poland, like Hungary, they can't survive on their own. They're just feeding off the France. The whole idea is that first of all, they have nuclear weapons, right?
Yeah.
Second of all, they have wealth, unbelievable wealth in oil, gas, grain, and people, human beings. They're almost 150 million people to Ukraine. What, 30 million, 40 million? I don't know how many they are. Israel, the Israeli army in 2006. Remember when they fought with Lebanon and Hezbollah? Remember?
Yes.
They ran away from the. So what did Israel do? They bombed the city of Beirut, the capital. They just bombed the houses like what they do right now. They're just arsonists. They just bomb homes and buildings. But if you read the report after the war, the Israelis called themselves as cowards because they could not fight face to face with Hezbollah in the southern Lebanon because they used to come from the tunnels from here. It was like ghosts. They got them. So now this is the strategy. What's going to happen? Israel is looking for a quick fix. to get rid of Hamas, destroy the infrastructure, whatever. I don't know what the future holds. And Hamas need what their objective is to keep Israel in a long war of attrition, street fighting, building to building, house to house, keep them for 6 months, a year, bleed the soldiers, bleed them of money. Well, they're not going to be, because money is American money, but bleed them of soldiers. Money, don't worry about it. The Congress is getting ready to send a big package to help them out. So they're going to try to bleed them to death in a war of attrition. You understand? Because the Arabs, they don't care if the soldier die. He says he's going to go to heaven. The Jewish, if they lose their son, the family goes nuts. Yeah, you understand?
I agree. That's what they're doing. That's what they're going to do, and I think it's a bad move, just like you do. I'm just curious if you have any idea, because like I don't know much about these kind of things, and I'm just anytime I hear like this many people like criticizing them, I'm just saying like if. Ignoring the recent bombings they just did, ignoring that as their response, if you were the person in charge of Israel when what would you have done? What would your response have been? I'm just curious, like what? I have no idea. I have no idea what I would do in that situation.
I'll tell you, if I was in Israel, what my response, not to bomb the whole cities and make enemies of the residents and the people and future generations.
Certainly not. Yeah.
These people are they're not a uniform army. So you have Israel has a good intelligence or Mossad. They're good. They are very good. They assassinate a lot of people. The enemies. They could get them easily by locating them, hitting them with missiles, chasing them around, and things of that nature. Because, like we said, the United States, what we did the dumbest thing we did is when we got hit with 9/11 is we were so upset, we were mad, we needed to hit anybody, anyway. We don't care who gets it, as long as we need to feed that anger. You understand? What we did is we went to a war in Iraq on a lie. There was no weapon of mass destruction. 20 years later, we lost all our money. We went to Afghanistan. There was no need. We could have got those motherfuckers with our missiles, with our cruise missiles, with our Navy SEALs, with our Green Beret. We could have went in there and just picked them off from the mountains one by one with our intelligence services without losing 4,000 men. And now we lost 120,000 veterans since 2001 to suicide. So the whole idea is that there's a way to get your enemy without declaring war on the population that you got to live with. And so right now, what they're doing is they're destroying people's homes. So you're making enemies. Those children, those children's gonna grow up hating you no matter what. Yeah. It's going for generations. So you saw that what they did to those 70 kids. They were on a what do you call that? A dolly. They told them to go down to the south, and they bombed the daylight. They killed 70 kids on a truck going to do where they were supposed to where they told them to go to. Now the media could cover for them all day and night because I watch the media. The media is like the mouthpiece of the Jewish army. It's like we're going to call them Jewish army from now on, of the Jewish military. U.S. CNN. CNN last night. I think her name was Abby Phillips. Is a black lady. She was interviewing a soldier in the front line and who was next to a tank. And he's telling her, we love the Palestinians. We are cousins. All we want to do is live together. He's getting ready to invade the motherfuckers. And he's telling her on CNN that he loves them. And she's talking nicely. How you guys are feeling? How's your morale? You just bombed the daylight out of a whole area that's under control by you. You saw the devastation? You go to YouTube. Just put a drone of Gaza. That is crazy, man. That is... If you didn't have no hate for them before, you hate them now. They're going to hate them now. And they're going to have to deal with these generation for the next 50, 60 years. And revenge begets revenge, and violence begets violence, and hate begets hate. And it's going to be eternal.
I mean, I do agree with that. I felt the same way with 9/11 and other things. Like, if we have the ability to covertly go in and take out the problem,
pick them off.
Then why not do it? Yeah.
Yeah, look what we did. We kicked the Taliban out. Then we handed the country with $7 billion worth of weapons. We fixed their bridges for them. We fixed all these schools. We just handed them the country and ran away. So 20 years of what? For what?
Yeah. I mean, especially when you have, Mossad, to my understanding, is the only intelligence agency. The other intelligence agencies actually fear. That's what I've heard before, anyway. Mossad is like the most advanced of all of them, and even more than the CIA in terms of like their skill, apparently. So, So yeah, I mean, I think it's ridiculous that it doesn't seem like they even consider that as a response. As like a possibility. They didn't even go with that. So
they could hunt them down one by one. Believe me, if they wanted to, they could get them if they want. They're not the. I mean, it's a fucking closed place. Where they gonna go?
I can tell you why. It's because military contractor companies don't make as much money if we just use the knives or use the cheap stuff.
But imagine now what's going to happen. Anyway, the problem is every fucking bullet we're paying for, the United States taxpayers. This is what's driving me crazy. Every bullet, every fucking hat, every helmet, every bomb that we throw in those houses is paid by American taxpayers. $4 billion a year, no question asked. And now Congress is going to go back when they pick the House Speaker. They're going to send another $5-6 billion right away. Right away, no question asked. How much you want? How much? Here's a check. Take it. Now, when they go in there, this is the whole idea. If they get, are they going to be able to handle? If they get a lot of losses, are they going to be able to keep the parents and family from grieving too much or putting pressure on them? You understand what I'm saying here? Because the conqueror it doesn't have the same stomach for losses as the conquered, because the conquered, he's fighting for his home. He has nothing to lose. He's dead either way. While you, the conqueror, you're coming from a different area, and are you willing to die every day for a place that doesn't belong to you, or you have no business being there in the first place? You understand what I'm saying here? Like do I have sound, or am I out there?
I can hear you.
What I'm saying is that this is what's going to happen. What are they going to get stuck in a quagmire or in a war of attrition? Are you going to die in the fucking neighborhood when the houses become an enemy? The manhole is an enemy. You got a baby there?
yeah, this is my daughter.
God bless you, man. This is what it is.
The same reason that America basically lost the Vietnam War was because of guerrilla warfare tactics. Dudes were out there in freaking pajamas fighting with 20-year-old AK-47s. And America just couldn't do it.
Remember the rules. The conqueror doesn't have the same stomach to handle losses as the conquered. Like the Russians in Afghanistan. The Russians in Afghanistan took a beating for 10 years from guys in AK-47 and fucking sandals on their feet.
Right.
Like us. We got the Taliban defeated us, the United States, and 32 other NATO countries, plus NATO countries that are friend, with guys running around with fucking, excuse my language, with this kids, the kids doesn't know what that is. With guys running around in sandals. Imagine if they had sneakers like Nikes or Izzy's. They probably would have been here in New York, those fucking guys. But these guys were running barefooted, and they defeated the biggest, one of the strongest country in the world. Why? Because we cannot. Our armies are not meant to chase guys around neighborhoods or blocks or caves. We are built to fight face to face, army to army, tank to tank.
I wouldn't say that. Well, we try to follow international law, and they don't have to.
Trust me.
If we didn't bother with following international law and just use the best we got, we totally would have won.
You gotta read the reports. In Australia, they were executing kids, boys, men, just walking around shooting them in the heads. They had a whole unit that used to walk around just shooting residents. That's why they lost, because they got the animosity of the people who live there. They're gonna hate you if you're killing their kids and you were acting up or raping the women and snorting the coke they had there. So you understand. So the whole idea is that after a while, the enemy knows who you are. You're walking around in a place that you don't belong. You're not used to that kind of environment. You find a war that lost its purpose a long time ago, and you will probably be sent on just for the reason just to sell weapons for the military industrial complex. And at the end of the day, it was embarrassing the way we withdrew in the middle of the night. Taliban came stronger. We built them these palaces, these bridges. We left them these beautiful weapons, and they came back to power.
Well, yeah, I agree. That's not how you win the war. Yeah. You win the war by getting whoever's in charge. You buy them out. You get them to give up. Then you win.
Yeah, we didn't do that.
By bribing them out.
We haven't won a war since the World War II. The only war we broke even was the Korean War. We came. It was a tie. The United States hasn't won a war in 40, 50 years.
Well, yeah, you had to get partial credit for the Cold War, even though the Arabs did most of the work. Yeah.
Well, the Cold War, it was a Cold War. There was no bullets. You understand what I'm trying to talk about? The Cold War was
a
way
proxy war. It was about the proxy war.
What we did to Russia is we bankrupted it financially and mentally. They were losing to the Arabs, the young Arabs in the mountains. They're losing soldiers, but they didn't have no industries. They was not selling anything. You understand?
But they were communists. Of course, they weren't selling stuff.
Yeah. So they had for them to make a rocket. It's like bigger than 2 cars. While we make a rocket that's smaller than a muffler, and it does the same damage. You understand how we were doing, how we beat them?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is an outright war. Like in Vietnam, we lost. In Iraq, we didn't win in Iraq. We didn't win in Afghanistan. Where we won? We're not winning no more.
This Cold War counts because wars are economic. So
this baby is beautiful, man. You gotta make sure. You gotta be careful of the evil eye. In Arabia, they say the evil eye. Don't show the babies. The evil eye might hit the baby and he may become disabled. That's what my mother will say or my wife will say. Keep the baby out of the camera.
My. She loves me on camera though. I don't think we're gonna be able to keep her. She's gonna be a born streamer, I think.
She's gonna make a lot of money. She's gonna be a rich Twitch streamer. Yeah, there's a lot of millionaires. There's a lot of millionaires on Twitter and on Twitch and all that. A lot of young millionaires.
Yeah, I'm gonna play.
It is what it is. We talked a lot about a lot of things tonight. We spoke about white poverty and political corruption here in the United States, where our civilian government doesn't work for us no more.
Yeah, I heard that you want a white majority. Are you trans white? Are you trans white?
Well, I'm considered white according to the United States Constitution, but I'm not white, and I don't have no issue. But I know that America is a white country. I mean, you cannot deny that. And you don't want to disturb that pyramid. You want to keep it nice and cool. I think white should still stay the majority at 60%, 65%, and the rest we could stay under. We live in harmony, control immigration, have legal immigrants, bring people on work visas. If you want immigration, you don't have to give them papers. Just work visa, come, stay 3 years, you behave, go back. If you don't break the law, come back and forth, and you could be seasonal workers.
I'll agree with you only if I can be trans white because I want the white privilege.
What you said?
I'll agree with you only if I can be trans white because I want the white privilege.
There is no white. Are you white?
Oh, I got my proof.
Oh, I can't see you because I'm not looking. Oh, he's the brother.
Look at Ben Shapiro.
Look, that's my proof. So
Ben Shapiro thinks that he's white.
No, you're making them okay. Listen, there is no such thing as white people. White people don't have no privileges. They're poor as fuck. What privileges do they have? The only privilege
the richest people in the world white.
Yeah, the only privilege that are really the top 10% of the. I said it before. The political whites and the economic class. The economic wealthy whites. The rest of the other guys, they just dying of fucking. They overdosing of opiate. They don't have nothing. What do you guys have? What? A homeless person in New York could collect more cans and make more money than a guy in West Virginia who works in a fucking mine and got black lung disease at the end of the day. You don't have anything. This is a problem, brother. They don't have no.
West Virginia has more space, though.
No, they make to believe they have privileges, but they don't have it. This is the problem. They be convinced and brainwashed by the elites, the white elites, who uses them to vote and put them in power, but they don't have anything. They don't have anything to show at the end of the day. They have the worst hospitals in the nation. They are last in education, last in infrastructure, last in economic. They last in everything. They don't have shit.
They're undeveloped land to hang out in. They have undeveloped land and state parks to hang out in.
Parks?
Yeah, they have parks and they have undeveloped land. So
Wait, you come here in New York State. We have New York State's old trees and mountains. Who needs that? We don't live in the animal existence. What does parks can't feed you unless you're going to eat grass? You need an economic power. You need economy. You need education for your kids. You need healthcare.
Well, let me go ahead and play this so I could get this ugly motherfucker off the screen.
Oh, okay.
I'm honestly tired of looking at this cat right now.
Yeah, I was wondering why you're leaving that up there like that.
Yeah, I'm like, this is actually a bad look. It's like, let's have him up as our background. Yeah, that's not gonna go well. Yeah.
You believe that the Jews are the bad guys. That's what they're counting on. That you will believe that the Jews are the bad guys, even after the Jews get slaughtered in their beds. You will believe that if only the Jews had just given a little more. Only a little more. Now,
stop.
This does betray something else about the West. A latent Jew hatred that exists across the West. Because let's be real about this.
Holy
None
shit.
of this conversation.
You can't say that about the whole West. There's a latent Jew hatred.
Yeah, but he'll take their money. Good.
Yeah.
I almost want to skip this and just play some Abby Shapiro instead because at least she's prettier.
You know what? White people are very I don't know how to say it. They just give away their money. If somebody just lies to them about conservatism, Christian judo traditions, and they just send out money right away. You know what? I'm gonna start doing that shit. You know what? I should have started as a grifter before I came on with YouTube. I made a lot of money. I would just say I was an ex-Muslim. I left Islam for the love of Jesus. Send me your money, and I'll become rich. And that's it. At the end of the day, and I'm building a mosque. At the same time, they don't know why they send me their money, which this guy probably building what do you call them? Temples. You see what he's saying? He said the whole West. He just indicted every single person that supports them.
Latent Jew hatred.
Yeah.
Like we all hate them, just we don't talk about it.
The problem is he saw the truth. The street is disconnected. They don't have the power they used to have. The media. Most of the demonstrations here in New York and Washington and Seattle, every state is pro-Palestinian and against the attack on when he saw that America is not with them no more. The only people who's with them is corporate America and the mass and legacy media. You know what MSNBC did? They side the 3 Muslim anchors because the ADL complained they were slanted because they were telling the truth on their show, and they told them not to do their show until the war is over. That's how we have things like this YouTube. You see, we talk to each other, we exchange ideas. You know, the reason I'm not on camera is because I already ate dinner. I don't have my shirt on. I look ugly as fuck when I'm naked, half naked. So I don't want to scare you guys on the camera. But this is the new medium. People are talking to each other. There's no more that gatekeeper. Only on CBS, only ABC. We used to watch on only Channel 30 PBS. Now people are watching a lot of podcasts. They listen to people they disagree with. People have different ideas. You don't like them, they like you. But there's a lot of information out there. They don't have that control they used to have over that information. Look what they,
you don't trust Walter Cronkite anymore.
Cronkite is, I wasn't born yet, so I don't know what the hell he is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the whole idea is that, listen what they did. I don't want to sound like a conspiracy douchebag, but remember, what was it called? What's it called? MySpace, right?
Yes.
The guy, Tom, is a white Christian who owned it. So they don't want, what did they did? They put him out of business and got us Mark Zuckerberg from Google, right?
I mean, that's not really what happened to MySpace. MySpace kind of fucked itself.
Yeah, MySpace fucked itself.
Yeah, AOL was founded by a guy from Kentucky and mostly from the Midwest and some of it. What did they do? They broke Google. They put them out. They knocked them right out. Not Twitter. They don't like what's this guy's name? Elon Musk is not bending down to their will. They already started with Thread. Thread did not hurt him. They're gonna come up with something to get rid of him sooner or later. Because if he doesn't fall with the program and start delivering the message that they want to deliver, they're going to make sure he loses that platform or create a newer platform. I don't know, man. I don't want to sound conspiratorial. Oh, this is what I'm thinking. I don't know if it's right. Maybe I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you're right for the wrong reason.
Was happening after 9/11.
Let's listen.
A lot of conversation.
Look at those eyebrows. The fucking guy looks scary. Shit.
I'm not afraid of him.
No, I mean, imagine you get up in the middle of the night and you see him in your kitchen. Oh, fucking.
I'm not afraid. No. I get up in the
And
middle.
now he's got the devil's beard.
Yeah. Yeah, he looks like the guys that hangs out in schoolyards and give candy to kids.
United States about, well, when we go in and we bomb from 30,000.
So right now, look at that. He's claiming the United States kills people. Look.
And we kill a load of civilians. The real
happened?
Question is the human rights. Are we being careful enough? Should it be a short duration? After you kill 3,000 Americans, you know what happens? We flatten you. That's what happens.
You didn't flatten nobody.
When Israel has its borders permeated by terrorists who murder 1,300 Jews, murder 1,300 Jews in a widespread assault lasting hours on end. When that happens, then it's like, wow, those Jews, man, they really got to be a little more careful. Those Jews, why can't they just be more careful? If only they'd given a little bit harder. There's something going on that is simply beyond Western ignorance, and it gets into something much deeper and darker.
Fuck it. You lost, motherfucker. You're gonna lose your platform sooner or later. People gonna they're gonna wake up to you and start giving you their money for nothing. You understand? The whole idea is that the brother, where you from? What state you in, brother?
You asking me?
Yeah, the only brother here, I think, right?
I guess so. I mean, I have a Trump hat, so I may have invalidated my black card, but I'm in Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. It's a good state. Pennsylvania's a right state. I've been in Philadelphia. I had surgery in a Pennsylvania hospital there. I had Philadelphia. It was beautiful. Where I stood, then I put my ways to go to McDonald's. 1 mile out of those beautiful areas was all fuck. I'd never seen the dirtiest McDonald's in my whole life. Only in Philadelphia. That I got out. I don't want to buy no food out of there because I thought it was dirty. The whole block. If some of the Philadelphia area reminds me of New York City in the 80s or late 90s when the crack epidemic was there. Right or wrong, you've been in Philadelphia, those areas is bad. They're poor, the buildings all messed up. I'm like, because I stayed in the hotels where the good areas, like what do you call it? I don't know, it's called Midtown or Uptown. I don't know what we call it there in Philadelphia.
Luckily, no, because I've been in Pittsburgh, so.
Oh, you're far away. Oh, it's fucked up. But there's a lot of Muslims there. I see a lot of women wearing hijabs over there.
Yeah, yes, we do have a lot of women where he's
a lot of black Muslims there. You know
no, I don't see that many black Muslims. I know one black Muslim.
No, because when I went to the hospital,
Arab Muslims.
When I went to the hospital, it was it's not a major surgery. It was like for my veins. It's in the University, Pennsylvania University, but it's such a large complex. You have to walk from place to place because where they park. And I ran into a lot of women with the headscarf, but I was amazed, I was astonished or surprised at the poverty that is outside that perimeter. When I put the ways, the direction thing to find me a McDonald's to eat, and when it took me out of that area and I saw this poverty and these people, it just reminded me of New York after during the crack epidemic or during
you should went to a Popeyes or something.
Yeah, but it was. I mean, the whole area is fucked up. They're not developing it. There's no real development there.
Yeah, that's true. Our state doesn't prioritize infrastructure enough.
No, it's not developed over there. There's nothing. I mean, New York is good now. The white people came back. Remember they had the white flight? They came back and reclaimed those neighborhoods. The blacks got up the fuck out because they can't afford to stay there no more. All fucked up in New York City right now. There's certain neighborhoods nobody used to want to go in. You got all these hippies in there. They're drinking coffee in East New York. It's so funny.
Sure, because I know Louis Rossman left New York City last year because they were fucking with him.
It's called regeneration. I don't know what it's called when the area is reclaimed.
Gentrification.
That's what happened. It started in 2000. Because there's areas. They came back they found out it was stupid. They ran away to the suburbs. It take them 3-4 hours to drive to work, and they live in good real estate alone. So they found a way to go back. The neighborhood looks beautiful. I'm gonna be honest with you. There's a lot of businesses, a lot of places, but the problem is they're pricing out the poor people who live there. So those poor people have to leave, either to go to the certain areas in the suburbs or move from area to area to stay within the means because they can't afford the rent once their lease is out. You understand what I'm saying here?
Yeah, the rent's too damn high.
Yeah, so yeah, they're pricing out like in Far Rockaway, New York. Far Rockaway, New York is an area by nice beach, everything. It was all run down by projects, crime, all that shit. Same thing happened to it. Now they have these co-ops. The beaches are beautiful, everything. They just reinvested in that area, and they priced the same out. I remember when
you know what would fix that? Fixing the zoning laws.
Yeah.
The zoning laws would cause that issue.
I remember when Hurricane Sandy came, and they were giving $10,000 to each family to get the fuck out of there. They were giving away free money because they did them a favor. They got rid of them faster. You understand? So the property could be more expensive. I mean, you walk in certain areas in New York City. I was too scared to walk in there, and I lived in the ghetto. I consider myself. I lived in Brooklyn, New York, so I grew up, with the brothers, the neighborhoods, the Puerto Ricans, the black, the bad days. But there's certain areas that I would not go to, like East New York. But right now, it's all hippies. They're drinking coffee outside. There's like beautiful coffee shops and places. Fucking sandwiches, excuse my language, cost about $10 and $15 because the area. So at the end of the day, is what we agree on. White people don't have no privileges, right? We agree on that, right?
Negative.
Yeah, no, they don't have. What privileges they have? They're not. What do they have? They're poor as fuck. What do they have?
No, they're poor as fuck. No, it's a. In the average the world, they're not poor as fuck.
My friend, is a myth. They don't have nothing. They make believe they have privileges. What? Because they get away, they don't get a ticket. That's not a privilege. They get a.
Even I could do that. You just need to fight each and every ticket.
What I'm saying, our white, Martin Luther King, he started a movement called the Poor People's Movement when he went to Tennessee. That's why he got killed, because he wanted to do the Poor People's Movement is under the same thinking of Bacon, the Bacon Rebellion, where you bring poor whites, blacks, and everybody and put them together and fight for human for economic rights or economic because we don't have that. Because when you go, like we've been talking about this, I don't know where if there's some white people who are listening to me, you don't have any privileges, my friend. They've been lying to you. They've been using you. You don't have shit. Your kids are dying of opiate. A lot of people, alcoholism is fucking rampant in your area. There's no economic, your income, $23,000 per capita in West Virginia? That's crazy. You have no economic empowerment. You're just made to believe that the Arabs or the Muslims.
If they don't have any economic empowerment, how can they buy enough opium and alcohol to hurt themselves?
Well, I mean, they made it cheap. The pills, you see what they do? A lot of people die. Most of the death of the opiate crisis is happening in rural America, man. And now it's happening in cities. I just lost a friend's son. But this is where the real damage is. The problem is that I've been saying this a long time. I had an old YouTube channel, one of my first two stream was about the myth of white privilege. It is a myth, because when you read the numbers and you see the economic numbers and the income per capita and education and healthcare, they don't have nothing.
No, like all the women in the world pretty much attracted to them, though.
Huh?
At least white men.
What is it?
Well, all the women in the world attracted to white men, though, because of our media power put them in the top position.
What do you mean, for what?
For most women in the world wants to hook up with a white man. Because of Hollywood.
No, you got that wrong. Have you heard of the saying, once you go black, you never go back? My friend, they're hitting them out. Come on, man.
Yeah. That is not true.
That's not true. Women are fucking. They're all on OnlyFans. They turn women into fucking prostitutes. They have a whole new industry of turning girls for $10 a month. They show their assholes all day in a camera. They're destroying the fabric of these families. And now that's why I call it the empowered man, because I deal with people like they talk about man issues and how women, the destruction of the family, how corporate America took the women from the house and put out to work. to compete with her husband, for the same salary. Because if you look at the person who made $7,000, $10,000 in 1970, it's about 70,000 this year. That means the husband is working and the wife is working now for free. The wife is working for free because the husband is making the same money the family used to make in 1970. So I'm with that. I'm with that movement of empowering men and try to bring the traditional family back together, bring the wife back home, raise children, bring faith and religion to your house, to your community. I don't care what religion you are. If you have faith, it's good because you're going to build good kids. We're going to be good citizens and able to be to not to be costly to society, such as crime, going to jail, drug addiction. I mean, you know what I'm saying here?
Yeah. I'm
See, my name,
Unitarian
I call
Universalist.
myself the empowered man. I changed that because believe it or not, 80% of suicide is by men.
Yeah, that's correct.
30% of men and between the age 30% of all men in the United States either virgin or haven't had sex in 1 year. They have no access to women. You understand? That's why you have the incel movement. You have you have all these men who are unable to get access to women. They don't know how to approach women no more because women has become men, and men have, there's a lot of social dynamic that has destroyed this.
No, when we became men, they just go on Grinder. No, no, it's not quite that way because if when we become men, you just go on Grinder. It's very easy to get a man on Grinder.
No, I'm not talking about that segment. I'm talking about
that. It's not that simple.
No, I'm talking about the traditional family. I'm not talking about that segment of the population that have no defense. They have no defense. What I'm talking about
is sociopathic. They want to be women want to be all Christian Grey. So
what I'm talking about, when you have 30% of men between the age of 18, I think, what is it, to 34, haven't had access to women in 1 year or still virgins at that age. This is a problem. When men don't have access to release that energy, because men, that energy of sexual release is good for men's health. But you don't have that. And you have these women, they're racing for the top 10, 20% of men, the high price guy, and they're never going to get them. You understand what I'm saying? Because right now, women are doing good. 2/3 of women, of people in college are women right now. 2/3. You understand what I'm saying here?
Yes.
Yeah. So the problem is when women make money and they get a good job, they're not willing to date down. They're not willing to date a guy who's making less than her, or whose statue is not that of hers. She's going to date a guy who's better than her, who's making more money than her, who has a bigger statue workplace than her. She's not willing to date a guy who doesn't have anything. So she's holding out. Then she becomes old. She spent 7-10 years looking for that guy that never showed up, and end up settling for somebody who's less.
Or he showed up and he pumped and dumped her.
They dumped her. They just use that. They have this dating apps, and they looked at it. The top 80% of women are chasing the top 20 to 10% of men. So that means 80% of men are invisible in society. They're not getting anything, or are getting lucky if they get anything. You understand? So what do you have? Well, you have
the solution. The solution is those men who aren't getting attention need to color outside the lines and look for the sluts that will willing to barter.
No, what I'm saying is that men should improve themselves mentally, physically. They should go to exercise, the gym. They should try to look for jobs.
There's no exercise that will make me 6 foot tall.
Yeah. I mean, they're looking for that top. But I'm saying that you could improve your life, you could improve yourself, and improve your game. Because if you have confidence first in yourself as a man, health-wise, muscular-wise, income, even if you have some income, if you feel good about yourself, you'll be able to talk to women in a different level than you will do as a guy who plays.
What do you mean by confidence?
Well, confidence is you have people who stay in their mother's basement. They have no jobs. They're overweight. They play video games all day. They don't have nothing.
You almost that none of that applies to me. Never mind.
When they go out, they're not able to approach women. Like if they go to a gym, they're scared. They feel like they are inferior to that woman who has income, and it is. But if he improves his health wise, his condition, he goes to the gym, he exercises, he tries to get a job, he works hard, he improves his game, then he's able to approach women with confidence.
You
But
don't
you
know
don't.
what you meant confidence. You defined it with the word itself.
Well, when I go, well, I'm not a player, so I'm not going to tell you. I'm an average looking guy. I'm about almost 5'11". I'm a good looking guy. I mean, but I didn't have that game at that age when I was younger, growing up. So I didn't have confidence to talk to women. I was always that friend in the friend zone. When they put you in the friend zone, I was always the funny guy. Omar is our friend. So the girls did not
Yeah,
look
they
at
call
me.
it clown maxing now.
Yeah, the girls did not look at me as a sexual individual. You understand?
Yeah.
So that was no good for me. So I was young, at that age. I will fuck a tree if I had to because I want to eject that shit out of my body. But the whole idea, then I built my confidence. I worked and I exercised a little bit, and I didn't even know anything about that yet, about this
Yeah.
game. Then
So you do not know what you mean with confidence.
Well, confidence, you have to be sure of yourself, that you believe in yourself. What do you mean confidence? That you walk around with certainty, that you exist, that you have weight in society, or when you go into a social setting, you walk in there without any shyness, without any fear.
Here's the thing. You can believe whatever you want, but if you don't have what the world wants to validate, then it's just delusion.
What's that? Shem says, well, most women, yeah, they are permanent friend zone. They are incel. That's what
Yes,
they do.
it's just if you could believe that you're the president of the moon, but if you don't have that deed, you're just being delusional. So confidence is irrelevant.
Well, I mean, yeah.
What matters right now is looks, height, and
well, some of them
and sometimes money and drugs can get
I
you
seen
by.
I seen guys that are good fucking looking, like that guy Incel who killed himself in California in his car. He's a fucking beautiful young man, handsome.
Yeah.
But he was socially probably stupid. He didn't know how to approach women. He ended up killing himself and killing other people. So the whole idea is that you could have the looks, but if you don't have the talk and how, because women like to act, well, I'm not going to give myself up. He has to approach me. Then if there's no approachment, there's no meeting. Nothing's going to happen if you don't go up and say, what's up, babe? What's your name? What you doing out here? You from the neighborhood? Yeah. I haven't seen you before. You look good and all that stuff. Oh, yeah. How long you been part of this gym? I mean, I've been 6 months. I didn't see you. You got to start that conversation. But if you're fucking overweight and you're playing video games every day in your fucking mother's basement, not working, not doing anything, you're not going to get shit. You're going to get turned up now. Flow State here. Who's Flow State? What's up, brother?
Who's
Flow State? No idea. That's you?
So I worked 30. We summoned him. Mr. Chad over there.
Yeah. So
I can help you be. You can be Mr. Chad too.
Yeah.
Yeah. How are you gonna add like half a foot to my body? That'd be interesting.
I'm gonna tell you when I was growing up, I had issues. I'm good. I was good looking too. I was a good looking kid. I was tall, but I didn't have that. I didn't have that confidence to approach girl. First of all, my language skill was a little bit bad. I didn't speak fluent English at that age because I came here as a youngster. And second of all, that every time I used to be with a crowd or part of a group, I was always the friend. I was the funny guy, makes the joke, everybody laughs, haha, and I was not getting any action. The girls were not giving me shit. I was just their friend. That's it. Their friend. Omar is their friend. I go to the store, I go get them stuff, I buy a thing, I'm their bed, they tell me all their secrets, but now I wasn't getting no vagina. Now that's a fucking problem for me. You understand? I had to get out of that zone and try to fix myself. And at that age, when you're 18, 17, that's the prime of your life, man. If you sort of
I didn't get laid till I was 22, and that's because I was able to do that because I cut outside the lines.
I'm going to be honest with you. I got laid at 15, and it was a prostitute. $15 it cost me. It took me 2 weeks to save that money. You understand? And I had
that's what I did too.
Huh?
But that's what I did too.
Yeah, same thing. We had those beautiful Colombian women. I was like, gracias. I love it. Thank you. thanks for the illegal immigration movement in the United States.
Yeah,
I'll never
Korean
got
for
you.
me.
Huh? So the
Korean
whole
for
idea
me.
is I grew up, then I became successful in business. I was not a player. I got married. I have a family. I established myself. I'm more of a traditional guy. My kids were growing up like very conservative, very religious. We do good. We don't do drugs. We don't smoke cigarettes. We don't drink alcohol, things of that nature because of my background. I mean, it's worked out good for me and the kids. The kids are good kids, They're not that old yet, but they're good. Yeah, they don't bother nobody. They don't cost the
I got a
government.
quick question.
Uh,
What happened to Free? Because I remember you used to do a lot of live streams with him.
how you doing? Free? I'm gonna tell you, Free. His father passed away. And he disappeared like for 2 months. I got upset at him not because I like him, but we never had a real show. Who asked that question? Flower.
Me.
Who was that? Oh, okay.
Just me right here.
I was upset at him not because we never had a real show, so he'll only come and do the show whenever he feels like it. And I was paying like $69 or $81 for StreamYard, and I'm like, I'm wasting my time. I was like, Free. We have to do the same time, same hour, every week, so we get some traction. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying?
Okay, so he was kind of inconsistent.
He was,
not the most reliable to work
he had
with.
to go away, and he said, "I got to work on myself." I think he's in school or something. His father was 75 years old, and he had an old father, and his father passed away. May he rest in peace. I know, so I let him grieve. Then when I saw he was not consistent, it wasn't getting anywhere. We did that like for 6 months. And we'll do one show, and he'll cut it into pieces, and every week he'll put a little piece as if it was a new show. And I was like, Free, we need to have some chemistry, because the more we do a show, the more we have chemistry talking and free, because we didn't have that free flow, me and him, because we didn't do a lot of shows. You understand?
Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah. So if we did that every week at the same time, every Friday, one hour every Friday, we would, after a while, we create that chemistry between me and him, and then we build I don't have any traction on. You see my channel. I used to have a different channel. The channel I have used to be an Arabic channel. It used to be shorts. The guy used to do old shorts.
Fake room.
And he gave me this channel. It has 2.89 million followers, but they're all Arabs. They don't even know what the fuck I'm saying. So
yeah, because I remembered that one time when you hopped on Ralph's channel, House of Comments, and they just did a stream today talking about Israel, but they were kind of more, I think they were more on Israel's side of the thing.
Yeah, that was the first time. And that guy was very evil. What's his name? His name is Ralph.
Yeah, Ralph Masalami.
Yeah, he used to bring me up there and ask me silly question. What do you think of Jesus? You know what I think. What do you think? He wants me to create enemy. I don't know why. And he's asking me a question and stuff like that.
I used to talk to him a while back, but I haven't really spoken to him in a while.
I think he stopped. I haven't seen him in a long time. I think he closed the channel.
He's just started streaming again, but I'm not. I wouldn't really call myself a reactionary. I'm more of a traditionalist. So
me and you probably the same. You believe in family values, right?
Yeah. Mostly a lot of traditional cultures, but I wouldn't really fall in the reactionary camp.
Why did you do? Why did you? I tell you, why don't you do a show with me? Reach out to me, and we could do a show once a week. You could pick some topics, I pick some topics, and we just shoot off each other. I've been trying to find that.
We need to get on this type of podcast connection, and I put my email in the back.
I'm gonna be here every time for you. You see my email, or contact me on Twitter. My Twitter handle is The Comforter.
And also Cascadia. I'm also Cascadian Anarch here on the screen, and also my friend Traditional Culture Preservation Society. I think all of us would be great guests for your show. Right along the line.
Oh, here we could do once a week. All of us here. We're not trying to get old.
Critics. We could. I'm fine. I'm fine to do a show out here too. Set up an extra day that we all agree on. Definitely.
Yeah, we've all been pretty flexible on appearing on other people's channels and content, so it's not like we all just are 100%.
What's your Twitter handle?
Because I've been more prolific outside of my channel than I have been on my channel. It's been weeks since I've last posted on my channel.
My Twitter. Are you asking me my Twitter? My Twitter's out here. And also, I think Cascadia is on Twitter too, aren't you, Cascadia? I seen you like some of my Twitter,
Yes,
or I think
I'm on
followed
Twitter.
on Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, let
So
me
we
look
could
that
get
up.
see tonight we're having a nice conversation. We're talking about a lot of stuff.
Yeah, because I'm telling you right now, Traditional Culture Preservation Society, this brother right here, Cascadian Anarch, my friend Neurojack,
That's
and
what I call it.
me, they got like heavy duty critiques against liberalism. Like you
Well,
do not want to miss. Like they got like the big guns on that shit, you know.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
Well,
they
that
got
was
the
the
big
old
guns.
liberalism. They need to work on the new liberalism, the neoliberalism.
Oh yeah, yeah, they got
That's
that
the
covered
thing with
too.
everybody
Yeah,
I've
they got
talked to
that
ever
covered
since I've
too.
been on YouTube. I've always been heavily critical of liberalism, and I've talked to a
Yeah.
lot of people that are pretty much anti-liberal in their stances. So I've just been all over the place as
Yeah,
far as
we've
like
ran the
what
gamut.
Yes, but if you're
to
conservative, you're
elaborate.
just using the old version of liberalism.
Sometimes I go to these channels.
I'm critical of classical liberalism as well. So I mean, it's not like neoliberalism is something I single out.
Yeah.
You know Robert Noor. One time we tried to debate me and him, and he started comparing white people to the days of Jim Crow. I said, "What the fuck are you talking about? There's no Jim Crow laws against white people right now." And he wants me to debate that. I said, "What the fuck are you talking about?" He said, "Well, don't you get tired of being picked on? Let's say during Jim Crow." I said, "What do you say that white people suffering the same condition that black people suffered during Jim Crow?" Are you saying that? He goes, "No." I said, "Shut the fuck up." Then we argued. Now he blocked me in every because I called him a snowflake. What the fuck? No, what are you talking about? What are you nuts?
You called a white guy a snowflake?
I called him I called him
Hey, you were
snowflake.
arguing about Jim Crow?
Here he is right here.
He wanted to compare the Palestinian flag. He
wanted
to what's up, my brothers? He wanted to compare the plight of white people now to that of the days of Jim Crow. I said it has nothing to do with that. I don't see white people hanging from trees and lynching or singing like Billie Holiday's "Strange Fruits." I say and he wants me to say that the FBI is all bad. I said, listen. He got upset. I said, the reason I like the FBI is because I'm scared of people like you. Because if there's no institution to protect me from you, I'm dead. Because I know he's like a conservative, like those undercover white nationalists, but they put a little sugar on top of it and a lot of stuff just not to look like that. You understand? And he just blocked me on Twitter everywhere, man, everywhere. And then I called him Sammy.
How do you know he is that?
Huh?
How do you know he is that?
Oh, I didn't know because when you start a conversation and he's talking about Waco, I don't know what the fuck happened in Waco, Ruby Ridge. This is stuff that deals with people who have issues with the federal government. I say, listen, you want me to debate things I don't know happened. I existed. He's upset, and then he wants to compare. Then we started talking about Jim Crow. He said, like Jim Crow when they used to treat black people bad. I said, so what do you say that white people are being treated like during the Jim Crow era? Is that what he goes? No, I said, that's what you're trying to say. I said, it doesn't make no sense. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard. You understand? You first of all, whites are the majority. Whites own 87% of family wealth in the United States. You understand? You guys, and you complain to motherfucker. Who are you complaining to? I don't got shit. I only got my accent and my glasses. Yeah, you understand? And you don't need to complain. Like we agreed before, America should remain a white majority. No problem. I have no issue with that. There should be control on immigration. The United States should not be just fucking drowned with immigration until you create this
white majority. But do you believe that America should remain under white control?
Well, I mean, isn't it in white control? Do you see the Senate? I mean, they got one black guy, Tim Scott, and the other guy, the preacher. It is under your control.
There's a bunch of people claiming to be white, but aren't.
The problem,
you know what I mean?
You got the problem is you got the brothers, they got you under control. The J boys, they got you under control.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. There's a bunch of people who are
it's about the natives and the white people and the black people that were here, at the beginning when the shit started. That's really what America's about,
Yeah, but I was gonna say something interesting, because before TCPS ended his last stream, I was bringing up to him in this book, Bad Religion, How We Became a Nation of Heretics. Christianity was on the huge decline at the beginning of the 20th century, and it didn't quite like shoot back up until the end of the 1940s post World War II.
Yeah. But
yeah, well, certainly after World War One, like really, if you want to look at like the largest increase in secularism in the world would have happened with World War One. Obviously, I mean with the Russian Revolution and communism, but even in Western Europe, you know, I mean this idea that Europe is a secular society, that Western European societies are essentially secular, that was largely a product of the lost generation. That, you know, really people lost their faith after the Great War. And something similar happened in the United States, which is why, you know, people were they obviously were much more religious and much more spiritually inclined in America than they would have been.
That's exactly what that book was saying, is in the 1920s, religion in America was at an all-time low for Christianity.
I'm telling you that the most religious people in America are black people. I've been living in New York City. Sunday, if you go around the town, the churches are full. The streets are blocked.
Yeah, that does seem to be true for whatever reason. Black people are more religious than white people.
The churches are full. The streets are blocked by street cops because they double pack, triple pack, fourth. They have no parking. Hispanics are full of churches. They are conservative. The only problem is that the conservative movement doesn't know how to attract them and look good to them. They scare them away. But
I think it's the same reason why some Indian people are more religious than Arabs. It's just because like they used to be Hindus, so they used to be like ritualistic. The same thing with the African people, you know, like they used to be more ritualistic, but white people used to follow like liberalism for like 400 years and shit. Like they're not gonna necessarily incline towards like religious dogmas and shit.
Yeah, I mean, my take on the whole thing is that essentially there's two dimensions. There's the dimension of spirituality and the dimension of religion. And once you take the spirituality out of religion, the religion itself isn't going to last that much longer. And so what essentially happened during the Enlightenment is that prior to the Enlightenment, really all religions were half animistic still, right? They still had, you know, if you look at medieval Europe is still like a quasi animistic society. But what you got,
bro, you didn't even notice,
is that we started deciding we were too smart to have that sort of more like animistic, spiritualistic, holistic understanding of spirituality. So we threw that stuff out, and all we were left with was like a hollow shell. And that hollow shell wasn't enough. And so religion without spirituality ended up breeding secularism. And that's the problem with, you know, middle class, white bread America now.
Yeah, and that's what that book was complaining about too, because the author was upset and lamenting the fact that, oh, we were so religious in the 40s and 50s, and then we just went downhill from there.
Well, you know what happened is that the American family was attacked by corporate America. First, they introduced what's that pill, the birth control pill in the 1960s that gave women the right to go fuck any place they want without worrying about getting pregnant. And then they come with the idea of liberating women from their houses, the women liberation movement or the feminist movement, which is really nothing but to make women look like men and compete with their husband at the job market. The kids, nobody's raising the children. Men and women, you're starting to marry yourself because your wife is competing with you. You get up every morning, you and her chasing the bus or the train.
But I do have a question for TCPS. Wasn't like traditional matriarchy a lot different than modern day feminism?
Well, yeah, I mean, modern day feminism is an attempt, and some people within the movement are quite well-meaning. I'm not going to disparage the entire movement, but like modern feminism is an attempt to create an alternative to like Western post-industrial patriarchal society. And that it's really its own separate thing, just as the Western post-industrial form of patriarchy was its own separate thing. You really can't, you know, generalize. Like, I know a lot of people that are out there that want to make things really simple so they can understand it. Like, I'm not naming any names, but, you know, a lot of orthobros do this. like they try to create this dichotomy between like the based patriarchy and this like icky evil matriarchy. But the reality is that, you know, truth is much more complex than that. If you study ethnography, if you study anthropology, you realize that like there's multiple different types of patriarchal societies, multiple different types of matriarchal societies. The typical matriarchal society that you would have seen like in like the Pueblo Indians or something like that is nothing like what the third wave feminist intersectional society of today is at all. It was totally foreign.
Yeah, like their men weren't a bunch of simps and bugmen and weirdos.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like traditional matriarchal societies were actually pretty good for men. Like, I mean, I would say that the status of men was higher in the average matriarchal society than it was in the so-called patriarchy of 1950s America, where like women lived 10 years longer than men.
What is a matriarchal society? Like, what does that look like?
Within anthropology, the traditional definition of matriarchy is basically that the family line is traced through the female, so that's what's called matrilineal, that women are the ones that own most of the property in the society. A society like that within traditional anthropology is considered to be matriarchal.
So besides the Pueblo Indians, what are some other examples of them?
There's quite a few. There's the Khasi people in Meghalaya, which is in northeast India. There's the Moswo people who live near Tibet, like in western China. There's the Minangkabau people who live in Sumatra. There's the Trobriand Islanders who live in Papua New Guinea. There's a number of societies in Papua New Guinea, actually, in West Papua, which is.
Are there any bigger cultures? Are there any like bigger cultures or societies that are matriarchal?
The largest matriarchal society in the world is the Tuareg, who have about 5 million people who live in the Sahara Desert. That would be the most populous matriarchal society. Maybe closer to 3 or 4 million.
So broadly, matriarchy represents a small fraction of humanity.
Yeah, they're not numerically. They're not predominant. Well, the Ashanti actually might be the largest, though. The Ashanti have like a good 10 million. But yeah, it's definitely a minority.
Yeah, they're not predominant when civilizations are created because civilizations tend to become patriarchal over time.
What would be the reason for being matriarchal? I mean, I guess that you can see the logic, right? Because you're raised by your mother mostly.
No, actually, you know what's strange is that in a lot of the matriarchal societies, the father is more involved in childcare than in many patriarchal societies. So, like the involvement of the father or of males in childcare is actually higher on average in non-patriarchal societies than in patriarchal societies.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I read like in Black America for a period of time, it was actually pretty common for the father to stay at home and raise the child while the mother went to work in the early 20th century.
Yeah, they were more successful. They were more educated, had jobs, they dressed good, they raised their children. You know, when people are under pressure, they become more successful. They feel that pressure to be successful.
But you're not going to hear a lot of guys on like Chaotic Truth channel talk about that because, you know, not a lot of Black conservatives today really want to picture themselves being a stay-at-home father. But my brother-in-law, who's Black, he's a stay-at-home father, and he's not ashamed of it.
What do you mean?
The best fathers in the world are the Aka pygmies who live in the African rainforest, who is said in their society about something like 60% of all the child care is provided by the fathers in that society. Like the mothers are too busy out like gathering food. So basically the dads are the ones that do most of the child rearing in the society. And it seems to work quite well. They're a very adaptive culture.
Yeah, and to answer Omar's question, him and my sister met when they were both in the Navy. But when my sister became pregnant, he decided to stay home while she still stayed in the service.
Yeah, but I mean, usually it doesn't work when you have one earning, one isn't earning, because women by nature do not provide. They tend not to provide.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing is my sister's the one who's the provider in that relationship because she's still employed by the Navy and she's like an air traffic controller and he pretty much agreed to stay home and watch the children.
Yeah, that's an exception to the rule. But usually women are not. You see, like a man will have a housewife for 20 years, work, feel proud.
But
that
see, like according to certain people, like in the orthosphere, the orthobrosphere, what my sister's doing is wrong, and that and my brother-in-law should be the one out working, not the other way around.
Usually relationships don't work. Usually women tend not to be patient with that shit.
Yeah, in the West, you're correct. That's a Western construct.
Yeah,
Like,
maybe a year or 2 years, but after a while, you better get the fuck out the house, man.
I think your brother-in-law is playing with fire. I would be my suggestion.
Maybe he's not as strong. He's feminine. Is he strong? Is he masculine? I don't think
Yeah, he's a very masculine guy. There's nothing feminine about him at all. It's just,
trust me, relationships usually don't work. Women by nature don't provide. They don't.
Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean by nature? Because
women don't share. No, women don't share their wealth with men. They probably with their children, they love their kids. They give everything, but they're not providers. As a man will work for 20 years until his until his heart, until his heart blows in his chest and dies. He'll never say he should go to work. He'll feel proud that he was able to provide. But women are not able to provide for 10, 15 years. They're not going to, not even a year. They don't stand for that.
So if women are not able to provide, then how come there's a ton of societies in the world where women are the main providers?
Where?
You look all over sub-Saharan Africa. Women are the vast majority of the agricultural labor in these societies are done by women.
African lion.
Yeah, that's not provided. That's working the land. Arabia too. Usually the women look after the cows. They go look after the stuff. They go cut wood. That's natural stuff. I'm talking about like a modern society to work and get an income and provide and bring the check home while the husband stays home and plays video games with the kids. It's not going to work. Women likes to be strong men. They like men who lead. They like men who make more money than they do. Even women who have high income, they rather have a man who has either the same level of income or higher. They're not able to date down. Women are not. They are not hardwired like a man to provide for a wife and kids. They're not.
My point is that neither one of them is necessarily hardwired for the modern, system. Like the modern system is not something that is normal or natural for humanity. So you keep saying like, well, women are hardwired for this, men are hardwired for that. Nobody's hardwired for this modern system. This modern system, I would argue, is unnatural.
But men are providers no matter what. The majority of men provide. Could we agree on that?
Yeah. By provider, I assume that you mean that like the men are the main ones that are making money in a wage economy. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously in it, but my point is that you keep saying, well, this is just natural, but the wage economy itself isn't natural.
Yeah, but
you're talking about an unnatural situation. You're saying, I mean, in an unnatural situation, who knows what could theoretically happen?
No, but I mean, let's be honest. I mean, is there more people like suburban Sahara or more people like New York and the United States? There's more people like Western society that are built on a breadwinner that is able to bring a check home, right or wrong? I mean, we don't have no farms.
There's a larger number of people currently living in urban areas, but I don't think that that's necessarily long-term sustainable. I don't think that, we're going to see a couple hundred years from now, people living the sort of lives that they do now.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen, but I can tell you our conversation is based on that men by nature are the protectors. Who used to fight while the women stayed in the cave with the baby? She didn't even have enough calories and enough energy to fight for food. She stayed in the cave. The man hunted the bison and killed it, fought the hyena so they won't steal it from him.
Well, I gotta clean it up.
Huh?
I gotta clean it up real quick because it seemed like there's a lot of like different ideas at play. One is one is the notion that of work. Obviously, a work in a traditional society is different because, as we pointed out, it's agricultural labor and not the type of urban work that is required in a city type of setting. So there's a difference between what work means in a modern setting or what it means to provide in a modern setting. There's also more equality, natural equality in a traditional society because it's a smaller group. you know, so the people in that society can make decisions together, whereas in a city, you know, the decisions have to be made by experts, by an elite and all that shit. So like and then the last thing is that the modern working environment is what brings the woman out of the home into the workplace, and then makes her into you know, equal with man in that sense, in that the modern woman is independent of the family as an institution. But anyways, I'll let you guys get back to the discussion, but there are several things there, you know.
Yeah, I need to hop off. I was on the clock for like 13 hours a day, and I need to get back on the
For
clock
sure, no
at
worries, Hank.
4:15 a.m. tomorrow. So
Yeah, thank you for being here, brother. Yeah, man.
thank you for
For
inviting me.
joining the panel. Yeah. I don't know if you have a channel, Hank. I never got to ask. But yeah.
It's nothing on it. I'll start publishing stuff when I
For
have time.
sure, for sure. Well, look out for Hank.
Yeah.
Yeah, when he comes out with content, we'll post it right here. But yeah, thank you for joining us, Hank. Bless you guys. And yeah, man. Thanks to everyone for being here. We got 49 viewers right now. It's 11:46 p.m. on the East Coast. Thank you to everyone for joining us. But yeah.
No problem. How many hours you still need to?
Oh shit. Well, it's on anybody how long they want to be here.
No,
But
no. To monetize, how long? Where are you at? I'm able to help you with that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. You know, I put my email in the back. Yeah, definitely. You guys, if you guys are wondering if you could help the channel, you know, right now we got like 700 subscribers all on our own. You know, we gained all this on our own, and then just by posting videos. And we got you know, way over 4K view 4K hours of view time. We got way over the amount of view time. So
So you just need the subscribers to qualify.
yeah, we just need the subscribers, in other words.
Don't
But
worry.
yeah, if you guys could find people to bring subscribers to the channel.
I have a Facebook group in Arabic. I'm gonna talk to them every Friday. Just give me a channel and have them run over and give you like 300-400 subscribers and leave.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, take care of it. Anyway, I'm gonna go. I had a nice conversation with you guys. I enjoyed myself honestly because the kids are all downstairs and I feel
For sure.
good.
You're welcome back anytime.
Anytime. Okay, nice meeting you guys. Anybody could reach out to me on Twitter, whatever, and we could do this. You know, just set a date and we could have this discussion or this, and we could pick a topic and just pick it for 2-3 hours. Okay.
Of course, I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate the offer. Yeah, we'll definitely set it up. But yeah, if you
All right,
want.
I got you.
I got your back on it. Yeah.
Okay, I'll get you the 300 subscribers by the end of the week. Okay.
Thank you, bro. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't need any favors from anybody, but yeah, thank you so much. I respect you guys. Yeah, definitely, they'll love the content if they come check it out. You know, they'll love.
Okay,
you
no
know,
problem.
yeah, and I could open up a discussion or a show about Islam, like giving dawah and stuff. So yeah, that'd be useful.
No problem. Everything. I love it. I hope you guys didn't misunderstand me, especially my white brothers and sisters. Because when I go on other channel and I discuss white poverty, they misunderstand me. Oh, you're racist. No, I'm not. I'm telling you the truth. You don't have no privileges. You're fucking poor as fuck. The only thing is you're made to believe you have privileges, but you don't got shit. You just poor like me. I'm in New York and you're probably in West Virginia. We have a lot of things in common. We're both poor. We need money, we need income, we need healthcare, and the elites have it, and they pitting us against each other, scaring you from me, and I'm scared of you. They call me a white nationalist, so he's gonna kill me, and you said, and they're gonna tell you that I'm trying to take over the country. So you're like, oh, I want to save the majority, and at the end of the day, the man at the top makes the money while we fight each other. God bless. Until we meet next time. All right, guys.
Blessed, brother. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bless, man. Yeah.
That was a great note to end on for him.
Yeah, there goes Omar. Well, he's a professional talker, you know. So, you know, he knows way more about what this is about than me. He does like a regular show where he talks, you know, just to the audience and all that stuff. He gives commentary, I guess, political commentary. Actually, the first time I came on the Crucible to call in, he was there debating them there. So it's funny. Yeah, I actually met him that way, you know. But yeah.
Yeah, speaking of debates, are you going to be debating Orthodox guy tomorrow TCPS?
Oh shit!
Oh, is that something that
Whoa!
was scheduled for tomorrow? Because keep in mind, I've my schedule is such that I don't get like a huge amount of free time throughout
Right.
most of the week. And Sunday night, I got to be in bed early. So if it's going to be late, then I'm afraid that I'm going to have to do a rain check on that for now.
Understandable. Yeah, because like if you're a teacher, you're not going to have a lot of spare time.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the reason I could appear the last couple weeks before this week. The reason I could appear on so many of the shows is because I was on fall break.
What
But
channel is this on? Orthodox guy versus TCPS.
I think it was going to be on Jay Rillo's channel.
Oh shit, guys! Does he got the link up there for Jay Rillo? Man, we gotta look
It's
into
in
this.
Chaotic Truth's Discord.
Oh shit, we gotta go get this link out here to promote this debate because TCPS is debating Orthodox guy, which I just heard on Chaotic Truth the other night. Definitely an interesting cast, Southern gentleman. TCPS is Southern as well, I think.
Yeah, he wanted to debate Jim Bob as well, but it's Jim Bob's schedule just might be a conflict right
Jim
now.
Bob ain't gonna debate us. Jim Bob's gonna have me on his show like a whore and to explain my philosophy, and then never talk to me ever again. But yeah, that's for Jim Bob. But yeah, man, Jim Bob, if you're in the chat, man, come on, man, reach out to us, man. We're good brothers. We just want to talk. We just want to have a talk.
Well, it's just that video Jim Bob recently did about the noble savage, and there was a lot of straw man and poorly researched arguments on that video because he starts talking about shamans, which honestly I think mostly only existed in Sami culture in Siberia.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of conflation and talk about people who always use the word concept fallacy as as like an argument. It's like you guys conflate like Gnosticism with Protestantism with like a fucking Islam with like all this shit. It's like with the
Right.
Kabbalah, it's like all
And
this
then he
shit is not the
referenced New
same.
Guinea multiple times later on the stream, which was the part that TCPS didn't cover. And I mean, I guess New Guinea's an easy New Guinea's an easy target just because of the way some of the people look there.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, go eat, you drink this semen, it'll make you strong. It's like nobody else lives that way. It's like, who cares? Like, who gives a fuck? And you guys follow the Greeks. I mean, have you ever
Speaking
read?
of Greeks, there was actually several of them that still live in India.
Well, if you read the Charmides, I mean, it's some of the most homosexual writing of all time. Charmides, he's literally talking about a young boy, how much he likes looking at the young boy, and how he like caught a glance under his robe and shit, and he was like. He was like, oh, like he got like all flustered and stuff. It's
Well,
like
it was
this
funny
is the
because like
most homosexual, faggoty shit I've ever read.
Well, it was funny because the Hotep community was doing the same thing when criticizing the Hebrew Israelites by saying that King James was gay, and they were talking about like in the Bible how David, put his head on Jonathan's bosom or was like really friendly with Jonathan and all that stuff.
Oh no, we're going with this. We're going with gay shit in the Bible, guys. Let's not.
Well, I mean, I will say that
I
this
think
is
that's
one of
gonna piss too many people off.
There's a dirty little secret with like all the orthobros that they don't necessarily want to talk about this, but in 19th century Romania, there were cases that were reported by like 19th century British people that were shocked and scandalized by this, of like boys that would go to the Orthodox Church hand in hand and pledge that they were married to each other, and there would be like an Orthodox ceremony to marry them, and then girls would do the same thing. So there were basically gay marriages in 19th century Orthodox Romania.
What? Okay, yeah, we're gonna get popped for this one. You know, if they said I was slandering them before because EBT was talking about Peter Hears, then I'm gonna get popped for this one. Because
Oh well, my bad. I should have kept my mouth shut.
they're gonna come after us this time, guys.
Machine, what's an SME violation?
Oh, that's like something music. It's like related
Yeah,
to
it's one of
it's
that
like
music crap.
yeah, somebody who owns all the music shit. But yeah, did I
Yeah,
get fucked
because
up for that?
Yeah, because
I
like
was
for
looking at
example,
one or two videos back. I think it might have been the last one or the one before
Oh
that.
shit! Yeah, I gotta show people this. Yeah, that video is actually available in the section that's called live stream re-uploads. So you guys go find the last episode. If you guys looking for the last episode, it is available. It's in live stream re-uploads. Shit, I'll show you guys where the fuck it is. But yeah,
well, like I've had videos of out of print music, and they still like had copyright claims, which is really stupid from companies that don't even own the music.
You can cut if it's a stream though. You can cut that section out.
Yeah, that's what I had to do. But then you have to repost it because you can't have the same video. Because if it's 9 hours long, they don't even let you edit it in the
Yeah, they do.
motherfucking YouTube shit. They say it's too
Yeah, they do.
long.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they
I
said
don't know.
my
I
video
just-
was too long. They said video is too long. You can't edit it.
So you might try again after it's been sitting a while. I know that certain things like the live chat takes a bit longer to process through and show up on a replay. So you might give it 24 hours and let it all the way process through and see if it'll let you then.
Yeah, if you go to, I don't know where the fuck it is actually. Okay, I guess you got to go to playlists. Okay, so go to my channel, go to playlists, go to live stream re-upload, and you'll see a number of I think really important videos, guys. Honestly, there's this motherfucking video. Well, there's this motherfucking video with this stupid hoe slow boy whiteboard. Fuck that loser, you know. Fuck that person. Yeah, she
I've
was
never
having
met him, I don't think.
she was having a good time watching my show before she fucking this is another type of person. They get offended because you criticize Orthodox Christianity. I'm not criticizing anyone. I'll criticize Muslims all day. I'll sit here and dismiss the whole Hajj ceremony, and they won't throw me a fucking bone for that. You know, when I criticize Muslims, when I criticize Protestants, when I criticize Catholics, they never say shit. They say good job. And then when you turn around and criticize their church, oh no, now you're the fucking, scum of the universe. It's like, okay. It's like, but you agreed with all my other critiques of everyone else. Just saying, this one here is interesting because this is the last time we had an interaction with Drew of Chalk Body Outline acting like a little bitch. And we called him out on nearly all the stupid little lies he told. And this faggot Toilet Bowl Earth, we told them all to their face what we think of them. So
Dude,
it's hilarious.
let me just say something. I caught an excerpt of his freaking broadcast a week or two ago, and he's trying to claim like, dude, I'm just, and I've heard this shit before, this spiel of, I'm just trying to test you because I want you to join my clique, and I want to know if you're hard enough to ride with me in case we get attacked. Like, well, dude, what the fuck? You're a hood rat, Drew.
Yeah,
You're
I don't
a
want
fucking
that.
hood rat. Like,
Yeah, I don't want
never
this
wanted to
fucking
join
weird like
you.
online like gang initiation ritual. Actually, the Machine Wise is not part of any organizations or clubs in this
We're
metaverse.
on the internet, okay? This ain't like right down there in the fucking street. You know, fucking crazy, bro. Like, I'm not trying to be a part of your little group or whatever. You know?
Yeah, and
I
it's
just
like,
wanted to get that off my chest.
yeah, it's like if I'm such a pseudo intellectual, don't put my name on the videos that you feature on your channel that contain intellectual content. You know, how about that? You know what I mean? Right? You know, how about that? But as long as my name is featured there in that way, I'll continue to assume I'm not a pseudo intellectual in any capacity.
Oh yeah, another point that Jim Bob touched on in that video that wasn't covered later on is how he talked about how these ancient cultures, developed certain technology, but there's no use or need for it now.
Jim Bob.
So there was a use for.
What would be an example of one of the technologies that he was referring
Well,
to?
like he brought up for example, a sundial. A sundial was really useful back at the time that they had it, but he says what's the need of that for now? And like any other technology that they might have used at that time might have been very useful for them, but not necessarily useful for us today.
Yeah, well, I mean, but the same thing works the other way, right? Like a lot of the things that are useful for us would be completely useless in a hunting and gathering context.
Yeah, but can you imagine if ancient Egypt or ancient Babylon had TikTok?
Well, I mean, that might explain the fall of those civilizations if they did.
Yeah, they'd have like like the emojis would be cuneiform. You know what I'm saying? So it would just be like,
Shit, the freaking Egyptians invented emojis. They called it hieroglyphs, right?
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah. I said on Twitter because I thought it would catch a lot of eyes, and nobody even commented on it. Nobody even looked at it or liked it or said anything in response. but I said emojis and emoticons are a new form of newspeak. That's what I put. Like it's supposed to be like provide like 1984 shit. You know what I'm saying? Right? I was like, it's pre-programmed responses, neuro-linguistic fucking programming. Ha ha ha.
And I mean, I guess you could say ancient cultures from civilizations had furries as well, just because of their gods they would worship were anthropomorphic animals. Like in
Well,
Egypt.
if you look at some of the some of the medicine men and Mayan culture, something like that, they would like literally dress up like deer and go around and like try to make deer noises.
Yeah, anthropomorphism, or no, is that what it's called?
Yeah, anthropomorphism. A lot of people think it's like a modern thing that started with like comics like Omaha the Cat Dancer and a lot of these cartoons that had anthropomorphic animals on it. But yet, like a lot of cultures were practicing something similar. It just wasn't done through artwork.
Yeah, and they have it today too. They have anthropomorphism.
But in early Christianity, there was also like a saint that they put a dog's head on at one point.
Yeah, they have it today with the fucking Toucan Sam and all that, and Mickey Mouse. That's basically the modern version. It's neo, and yeah, the Disney shit is neo-paganism, to a certain extent.
But I was also gonna joke to you guys, like, it's not like ancient Greece was like Disney's Hercules. But it was pretty modern, compared to like say a lot of other culture compared to a lot of other cultures at the time.
Yeah, when I think of those Gita guys, man, I think of to me those guys are like superheroes, like comic book. When I think of Arjuna, like that's like a comic book hero in my opinion. Like this motherfucker has a floating chair in the air and shit, and he fucking shoots lasers at your ass. Like hell no, like. And these motherfuckers have flying discs and shit, like Krillin in Dragon Ball Z and shit that cut your head off. I mean, that shit is crazy. Like that's superhero shit. Like, that's literally where the concept came from. I think somebody wrote a book called "Our Gods Wear Spandex" or something like that. That was based off of this idea. That it's actually neo-paganism. Well, Walt Disney is obviously a 33-degree fucking Freemason.
Yeah, he was.
Who's using implants.
There was even like Club 33 in Disneyland.
Yeah, that's right. He's got all that Masonic symbolism in the Disney shit. So the Disney shit is obviously neo-pagan. I mean, you see like Anastasia and Fantasia.
Well,
and
Anastasia was from Don Bluth, so it wasn't really a Disney production, but it's easy to get that one mixed up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought that was Disney too. But it's that kind of shit. It's always like princesses and like Aladdin. Okay, I guess they call him Aladdin. But yeah,
Aladdin because of Orientalism, where they are wearing like historically inaccurate outfits, and the palace of Agrabah looks like a Mughal palace from India.
Yeah, but it's the Ismailis. It's the Ismaili, the reign of the Ismailis that they're talking about, and they have the Aga Khan and the Ismailis. That's where the Hashashin legend came from. You know, so
Right, and there
Allah,
was also like a
yeah,
Chinese version of Aladdin as well.
yeah. So
Oh well,
Allah
actually, the original from Richard Burton's 1001 Nights.
Yes.
The original story was actually set in China. A lot of people don't realize this. Like, if you were to make a historically accurate Disney Aladdin, it would be like Mulan. It would be a totally different movie.
But the fourth like the fourth leader of the Ismailis, his name was actually Aladdin, and he
Yeah,
became
just remind me of something.
he actually became Aga Khan when he was a kid. So somehow the story is also to do with Ismailis, because the Ismaili legends actually talk about jinns and stuff. And this is why, like, Robin Williams is like the jinn. He's like your friend in Aladdin, you know, because because they got the lamp and the jinn and all that stuff. And these are all tales that were told by the Ismailis, interestingly enough.
Yeah,
You
because
know,
I got
so
this book called The History of Secret Societies. And the first chapter is about the old man of the mountains, and then it talks about the latter days of the assassins, the rise of the Knights Templar, the path of the Sufi, the secret rites of Mithra, the castrators of Russia, the charcoal burners,
yeah,
the
and
Gardena, the holy warriors of Spain.
yeah, and they spread all around Persia and Turkey and all those people, and even Pakistan and stuff. Now they got Ismailis all over. I know where I'm from in Pakistan. There's tons of Ismaili mosques and stuff like that. So they're a huge sect within Islam. You know, and some of the Sufis that are part of the Ismaili tradition, you know, the Bakhtashi order of Sufis, that's where the Islamic connections with the occult really come from. You know,
Right.
Well, I know that. So the Ismailis are the people that they follow the Aga Khan, right? And they're the ones who believe that essentially, like, the Aga Khan is sort of like the Pope, and that he can just give a ruling and it'll completely, like, if the Aga Khan and the Quran contradict, then you just throw out the Quran and you follow what the Aga Khan says.
That's exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly what they think. Yep. So yeah, you know, and the Shias, you know, they follow a different kind of Islam, you know, because they think that the Prophet's family is still in charge today. And some of them actually believe that there's a hidden imam, you know, that's still ruling the world events, you know, that can see through the veil of hidden knowledge, and he can perceive all times at once. This is a real human they think exists in the world. That,
Oh, this is like the King Arthur idea, right? But it's like, somewhere hidden, there's the 12th Imam, and he's going to come back at the end of the
and that
world.
brings us back to Melchizedek, because Melchizedek, as we know, he is hidden and he's immortal. And
it was funny because before I hopped on the stream, I remember you, Machine Lies, was talking about the Crusades and how people today, like a lot of these right wing, a lot of these right wing war hawks, you know, they were like all whining about like Arabs, but yet like during the Crusades, they were the ones running for safety, you know, in Arab countries.
Yeah, the Jews were tugging on fucking Arab smocks, hiding behind fucking ducking their heads and you know, between their legs, and hiding between two fucking hairy Arab legs, and saying, please hide me from these Christians that are coming on these motherfucking crusades. That's exactly what happened during the Crusades. They ran away to Spain.
And believe it or not, I've read that like they were almost completely wiped out of Europe, except Spain is the only reason they were able to survive.
Oh yeah. Yeah, if it wasn't for
So
the
if it wasn't
Muslims,
for Spain, they wouldn't have even they would have been completely like just
Yeah,
been
they went back to Europe during the Protestant Reformation because that's when the church started to draw its power back, and they were able to hide and join different Christian organizations, just like Mark's dad, Heinrich Marx. You know,
because Marx
was
had a Lutheran father.
yeah, he had a Lutheran father that was a hiding the fact that he was a Jew from a Jewish family, but yet and still he was a Freemason. So he was both a Jew that was not um publicly a Jew but publicly a Christian, but also secretly a Freemason. And this
Well, yeah, and a lot of people say
so
Marx
it's
was a self.
incredible. Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of people say Marx was a self-hating Jew because of what he wrote about the JQ. But it's funny about Marx because I mean
Well,
he
it's
did make some good
Freemasonry. They think that the
he did make
Jews,
some good points in
yeah,
Capital, but at the
yeah,
same time, like his whole idea of this materialist existence, and that's where I do think like between Haas and Jay Dyer, Haas kind of did lose the argument a little bit when he was like trying to explain why materialism, especially on a dialectical level, is true. Because materialism, I mean, yeah, we do live in a material world, but you can't necessarily say spiritual stuff doesn't exist either.
Oh, and we can bring in Moses Hess on this topic because Moses Hess, I seen you comment on my Twitter. Actually, I do remember from when you commented about Moses Hess, and yeah,
The funny thing about Moses
yeah.
Hess is he did not believe an afterlife existed.
Yeah, a lot of Talmudic rabbis don't. It's ironic. You know, the Sadducees and all those kind of guys. They actually didn't believe that the
Well,
afterlife actually.
if you look at it like really within like ancient Semitic cultures in general, they didn't necessarily have a very well developed concept of the afterlife. You look at like the Epic of Gilgamesh, they basically just think that like you become some ghost and you're just wandering around underground after you die. And you see that idea actually in the Old Testament with Sheol, right? Like it's
Yeah,
like
Sheol. Yeah, that's right. They had Sheol, but they didn't have a defined sense in which they had heaven and hell. It was really what cemented this is Christianity, and the reason is because the Jews had so many different sects, and the thing is that some of those sects did not believe in heaven and hell, underworld, or any of this type of stuff.
Except for the Book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch
Yeah.
Describes vividly what an afterlife would be and what heaven would
Yeah.
be. But you
Yeah,
could
and this
only
is
find Enoch in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
oh yeah, yeah, and some of the Enoch and the Dead Sea Scrolls is in response to the Hellenization of the Jews. So they're actually mocking and ridiculing the Greek view of the world, of like Hades and all this type of stuff. So they're actually mocking all of that stuff, saying that those Greek gods or those pagan gods were actually the Nephilim. You know what I mean? Essentially you know, the devil gods that reigned in the previous age. So yeah, it's interesting that they developed this concept at a later time, but with the Talmudic rabbi Moses Hess, you know, you have his work Rome and Jerusalem. You know, that could kind of tie us back into this topic here. You know, if I could find this Rome and Jerusalem by Moses Hess.
Yeah, because I used to have that in PDF, but after reading the first chapter,
Yeah.
I just kind of got disgusted and just tossed it out.
It's kind of very interesting kind of work, Rome and Jerusalem, and this is such a good website, Marxist.org. If you guys ever see this website, this website has a lot of primary source material on it, you know. But yeah, about Marxism. I gotta really go back and research this website. But yeah, Marxist.org. Yeah, Rome and Jerusalem, a study in Jewish nationalism. And this is okay, I don't think that this was actually, well, this was here published in 1918, but yeah, this would have to be written way before that. Let's see what this is. Today, 56 years ago, when first saw the light of day, even more timely for Rome and Jerusalem, belongs to very few books written in our time. And then somebody put as a note 1862. So yeah, I think that might be the age near when this was published. But yeah, Moses Hess was a Talmudic rabbi. And just from the title alone, I mean, I don't have to get into what this is, but from the title, I mean, you could just break down the title: Rome and Jerusalem, guys. And these are the two poles of, I guess you could call it what Ben Shapiro calls Judeo-Christian. If you were going to physically anchor that concept, you would have to do it in two places, and that's Rome, where the church started, and Jerusalem, where the holy land of the Jews was in the biblical times. But yeah, Moses Hess got kicked out of the First International, I think, by Marx and Engels. He was kind of their
yeah, they pretty much just laughed at him and disgraced him pretty much.
As they did to Bakunin and his bomb.
Yep, they did the same to Bakunin. And it was funny because Bakunin was once known as saying, if there is a God, he would be somebody I would oppose.
Yeah.
I don't know why, man, but all these people that say there's no gods, no masters types all sound like whiny bitches to me. Because one time I did a live stream that I've deleted where I was like making fun of the writings of Errico Malatesta. I probably butchered his first name, but I was just reading Malatesta, and it just sounded like the same leftist shit you hear nowadays. Even though it was written in the early 20th century, and he was all whining about religion being oppressive and harming people, and how man must break the chains, and the brotherhood of people should just roam free of all that.
Well, you know what they say. It's no gods, no masters in the streets, and oh God, yes, master in the sheets.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They talk a big talk about no gods, no masters, but as soon as they take control of a society, it becomes authoritarian, even when it's stateless.
Yes, and you have a lot of these people talking about the Holy Land, the New Jerusalem. That's a concept that Swedenborg talked about, Christopher Columbus talked about, this guy Moses Hess talked about. So and it also relates to this Christian concept called the kingdom of God. So these are interrelated concepts, but these two poles, Rome and Jerusalem, one of the Platonic and Christian synthesis, and the other of the Jewish kind of and Oriental kind of synthesis, Eastern, both of those have their place within this kind of modern dialectic, which is nationalist and socialist in a sense,
Can I address a question in the chat?
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I haven't been.
How is a
paying
God
attention.
sending people to the lake of fire for eternity not oppressive? Wasn't that something that was created more by the Protestants? Because I don't know if early Christians did believe in something like hell, but I don't know if they obsessed about people suffering eternally. like Protestants did.
Well, it's interesting. Originally there was actually quite a bit of controversy over whether hell was eternal, and there were 6 like early schools of Christian theology in Alexandria and Antioch and various other places, and only 1 out of the 6 taught eternal damnation, and I believe 3 out of the 6 actually taught universal salvation. And it was only after one of the councils, the Council of Constantinople, I think, that universalism was rejected by the proto-Orthodox Church.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah,
but I've heard
yeah, go ahead, Cascadian.
I was just saying, like, I've even heard Orthobro, like, there was a debate David Patrick Harry had with Adam Green, and I think even he was saying, like,
that
we
debate
don't
is
believe
so
in, like,
funny.
eternal damnation.
Oh my God, we should rewatch that debate for a
Oh, yeah, that was
fucking
a shit
party laugh. Yeah, that shit was
Adam
hilarious.
Green is just not really well-versed in philosophy. I mean, he's good at, like, documenting, like, her current events.
Yeah, he's about as well versed in philosophy as this guy David Patrick Harry was in history. So it was just a damn shit show of an event. They just talked right past each other on nearly every single point. It was incredible mismatch.
Yeah, but I noticed, like, in these debates, a lot of these Christians will try to obfuscate, like, what's in the Bible by saying, well, you gotta beat me at this
Horrible
logic test.
obfuscation. Yeah, horrible
You gotta beat
obfuscation.
me at this logic
Yeah.
test first, and then we'll discuss what's in the Bible.
Yeah, it was a horrid obfuscation on his part. And then on the part of Adam Green, it's like you came to a debate with a person who studies like philosophy, pretty much PhD or some shit, and you don't even know like the first goddamn thing about philosophy.
He doesn't
So
even know high school level philosophy.
yeah, so I just think even a history like philosophy 101 or some shit, you know, and he has the resources to contact philosophers. I know he's talked to my teacher, Dr. David Skrbina. You know, he has access to me as well.
Yeah,
So
he
yeah,
knows
brother,
plenty
if
of
you need
people that
yeah.
understand philosophy.
Yeah, brother, if you need a philosophy lesson, it's not far, you know. So, you know, go ahead and go get one.
Well,
But
there's
yeah,
plenty of people he can contact that are just one voice call away of
yeah,
just teaching super basic ass philosophy.
yeah,
So
for
it's not like
David Patrick Harry, yeah, and for David Patrick Harry, it's just like you said. It's like look, if you can't fucking talk about the Bible, then don't enter a theology debate. Like that's it. Like that's it. This isn't a philosophy debate. Every debate is not a debate about epistemology. You know, so if we're not going to talk about the history of the fucking Bible and the people that were involved therein, it's a fucking useless, pointless debate. You know.
Oh, is this the one where David Patrick Harry like tried to use precept, and then when it didn't work, he got like really mad and started spurging out?
Yeah,
think so.
that's exactly what happened. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Yeah, that's pretty much the long and short of what happened there. And the problem is that it's like, did they not have one conversation before they started the debate? And I offered Andrew Wilson to have a conversation before we started our debate. I said, I'm going to throw these basic definitions about technology. You can accept or reject them. The whole fucking debate, he starts flip-flopping on his definition about what the fuck technology is. So, you know, it wasn't my fault that I contacted him beforehand and was willing to give him my entire opening statement. He didn't even want to discuss anything before the debate. That's the problem. It's like, how do you even know what the fuck the goddamn topic is?
Well,
if you
that's
don't
why
even
my
agree on
only
the
debate
terms?
on the Crucible was a shit show as well, because my debate opponent I knew nothing about. So like when we
Semantics.
finally got into a debate, all they could do is make arguments where they appealed to data, but they didn't really have
Sophistry,
any
yeah.
actual arguments other than they're appealing to data.
Total sophistry about data on the one hand and then terminology on the other hand.
And it
Total
also really didn't
sophistry.
help that at the time I was already kind of walking away from being a third positionist. So I really didn't like uphold the same positions that a lot of my peers had in terms of like their views on certain things concerning nationalism and race and just cultural issues in general, because at that time I was just kind of like still learning a lot of stuff, and I was still kind of like rethinking my positions on a lot of different things. But on the other hand, my opponent, their position is that you should vote for people who are going to bring forth socialism, but yet you had books like Reflections on Violence written by Georgia Sorrell that shows when you vote these motherfuckers in, they're not going to get shit done because they're going to sell out to the bourgeoisie and the rich, and they're just
Who's your opponent?
Phenomics. That
I've never heard of that person.
It's that person that debated counterpoints on AI.
Terrible. Yeah,
I have to kind of hold my tongue because I was pretty tempted to use the F slur, but it's that person that debated counterpoints about AI, and they talked about how we need to develop AGI before China does.
Interesting. I don't know. I haven't seen this debate. I'm guessing it's no longer available on their YouTube channel.
Yeah, there's a lot of content that's been scrubbed off of the Crucible.
I see. Did you go by Cascadian Anarch on this?
No,
debate?
I went by the other Carl at the time. I've had like several different moniker changes before settling into this one.
I see.
Yeah, because when I first started out on YouTube, I can't remember what my name was under, but I was using like a Lakota name. Then I was like calling myself Commander Brutus. Then I was like the other Carl. Then I was like the Untried Path, and just a lot of different titles before finally settling on one of them.
I see. That's interesting. Do you recommend that I look up and watch this debate or not so much?
I don't even know if it's still on there. Like, I could look it up.
Yeah, we need to find this debate. We need to like sit down and review our debates on these different channels.
Well, I know mine is gone.
Yeah, we got Did you try to contact him?
Because it was Andrew's idea for me to debate left wingers, and I didn't even really want to debate leftists. I actually wanted to debate right wingers. I was more interested in that than I was, because the type of people I wanted to debate were more likely libertarians and conservatives. I didn't really feel up to it to debating leftists, because economically at that time, I pretty much held a lot of the same positions that leftists had in terms of economics. I was always like an anti-capitalist. I mean, for fuck's sake, my channel started out as like a communist YouTube channel. So it's not like I ever really held pro-capitalism viewpoints. And yeah, that debate was scrubbed off the Crucible's YouTube page. A lot of the old debates they had.
Were you a pro-communist when you were debating on the Crucible?
No, but I was making a lot of like Marxist-Leninist arguments in terms of like how voting and liberal democracy isn't going to like actually bring forth any meaningful change.
Well, the Christian nationalists make a lot of Marxist-Leninist arguments too, so I think they're fine with it.
But I was just making the Marxist argument that like liberal socialism isn't going to really like be a revolutionary force against capitalism. So like my opponent was just saying like, oh, we just need more worker cooperatives. We need to be more like Norway. And data shows that this is going well. Data shows that works. Data shows this. Data shows that. Data this. Data that.
Yeah, I can't believe that.
Appeals to data,
yeah,
basically.
Yeah, it's like data and hypotheticals with these people, and then with the Christian nationalists, it's like I can't believe how many times I've heard them argue that.
But that's why it was a waste of time to have that debate, because like economically we pretty much agreed with stuff.
Yeah.
Our only real disagreements was mostly more on the cultural stuff, and I didn't really get too into it because I didn't really have a super hard stance on the LGBT issues. But I could have. But if that were the case, it would have just ended up being like a trans debate, and I didn't really want to go that route. And that person ended up becoming trans anyway. So Like, what difference did it make?
Yeah, it's obvious that that person is like something's wrong with them. but yeah,
Well, yeah.
let's just put it
I
that.
mean, that
But yeah,
person, I sometimes see their tweets, and they still say a lot of stupid shit.
Was this Phenomics? Do you say was the name of
Yes.
this?
yeah, and then but yeah, the Christian nationalists, they definitely argue that if society goes one way, then the person will be determined by the society, and it's like that's a Marxist argument.
It is.
Oh yeah, this idea that like
You know,
we just have a bunch of kids, and then those kids go to college.
they're socially
and they
determined
make the
scenarios.
college. It's very bizarre. It's like they don't understand that propaganda exists.
Yeah, it's like yeah. I
It's
can't
weird because
believe
it's almost like a twisted version of things that like Edward Dutton says, but the difference is that like Edward Dutton, when he says it, he actually sounds somewhat intelligent because he's not just trying to sell you on a white pill. He's saying like maybe the zeitgeist is going to change, but it's because we're going back to the dark ages. It's not because this Steve Turley dream world that's never going to actually happen of, the right wing people are just going to take over because they're going to have more kids. It's just this bullshit theory that's just not going to end up actually happening.
Yeah, and that's why the accelerationism is the Trojan horse because it literally says you should promote right-wing values, but to accelerate the culture. So the end goal is if you produce greater right-wing values, it'll produce the Hegelian effect on the opposing side. So they already know that it's going to cause a reaction from the left, so that is kind of interesting that now people are using new right-wing scenarios, in this kind of Edward Dutton scenario, you know what I mean, to bring about this sort of gothic futurism, neo-tribalism, if you will, so there is that aspect of things.
Yeah, well, I mean, you see this with essentially what it is, I think, is that it's largely an attempt to try and salvage the technological superstate. That they're realizing that, that just having the hedonism
found it.
of... Oh, you found the debate?
It's not on YouTube, but it is on Rumble. I'll post it in the private chat. And if you want to, you can just play like maybe short clips of it. If you want to, Machine Lies.
The other Carl versus academic punk. So
yeah,
so
that's phenomenal.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that was my only debate on there, and I just
shit, we got the throwbacks.
Yeah, it was a pretty shitty debate, but if you want to play a couple minutes of it, be my guest. Just skip past
what part do you recommend? Okay, yeah, because we got
the opening statements, and then it just kind of like halfway through the debate, Andrew had to intervene and start asking us questions.
Oh shit! Okay,
because
go.
I just didn't have I just didn't have the big interest in debating like a rad lib or just leftists in general.
Yeah, and I still don't know if this person is a boy or a girl. I mean, I actually don't.
They think they're a girl, but obviously they ain't.
I don't even know. Like, but he, she, me, like we, like I wombo, you wombo, he, me, she, wombo.
Well, that same person debated Haas, and Haas spent the whole time just calling that person an F slur and saying, "You'll never be a woman."
That sounds kind of like Haas.
It is, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you can play a couple minutes of this though. It's pretty crappy.
Yeah, I mean, sure is no replacement for a woman for sure, but yeah, let's check it out. Here I'm gonna play some of this debate. And if you guys know, this gentleman here is Cascadian Anarch, so we're watching a debate with Cascadian Anarch, OG debate. And if you guys know, both Traditional Culture Preservation Society, Cascadian Anarch, have debated on the Crucible I myself have debated there as well. Both me and Traditional Culture Preservation Society actually debated the host, Andrew Wilson. You know, the tape of my performance there is available on my channel. It got very mixed reviews. I would say I'm infamous for that debate. And then Traditional Cultures Preservation Society, where he whooped Andrew's ass in the debate, is no longer available. And you guys could all guess why that is. You know, but yeah, if he wants to say that didn't happen, he can go ahead and post a debate and show us all how he won. I'm sure that there's no tape available where he wins that motherfucking debate, because if he posts it, y'all gonna see him lose to Traditional Culture Preservation Society.
Hey, I just wanted to say something real quick because I'm not fully home yet, but I wanted to catch Cascadian before he left. If you can get Pill Eater in our little group here, I would really appreciate it, because that dude talks about some stuff on his channel that I think is extremely relevant, and I think he kind of understands a little bit of a different angle than I do, and maybe even a team that I would be interested to conversate.
Well, he's very well read on philosophy. That's why he said the whole, the whole long march into the institutions thing was just some Gramscian plan that's not going to work out.
Yeah, I would like to hear his take on some of the issues that we talk about, because he talks about the Eurasian, Asians and whites mixing as part of a larger plan, and I think he's onto something. Honestly, I think he knows something, and
but he was also the same guy that came up with the concept of Asian Aryanism.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why I want to talk to him about that, because I have a suspicion that he's on to something that people don't want to talk about, and I think that's
You guys talking about when Washington?
Well, he's on
State
he's on
tried to-
Twitter, so I mean that's the easiest way you can.
Well, I don't want to approach him like just cold, and he has no idea who I am. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like I don't want to just like, oh hey, I heard, I don't want to do that. But
well, yeah, you could probably get a hold of him sometime when I do a live stream.
You guys talking about Asians being?
And secondly, I just want to say that.
Oh shit!
But yeah, go ahead and play some of this crap. I mean, that's all you're going to hear is like appeals to data.
Well, I don't know what happened
you guys
to
talking
Neuro.
about
I
when
think
Washington State tried to deem Asian people as white
Assad
people.
got him. Wait, hold on. Wait, what's your question, Illuminati?
Are you guys talking about whenever Washington State said that Asian people are white people now, as far as in Washington State?
Not necessarily. He just I don't know. He could explain it better himself.
Yeah,
I
don't know.
He has a Substack blog.
Oh, here he is.
I gotta take off pretty soon. I just wanted to hit up Machine Lies on the whole Crucible thing. I was at Lauren De Laguna's debate with his wife, and it seems like people are either like total fanboy over the Crucible or pretty much over it.
Yeah, I think part of that debate, like on those points, like they lost pretty hard on some of those points, I guess.
Well,
I
and
thought
it was
she made some pretty good arguments against their positions, but yeah.
okay. Like with your debate, remember how I was like, well, we could just sum this all up to technology is amoral, and then in their debate, we could sum it up to like marriage. Like if you don't want to be Christian about it, and you're not Christian, then don't worry about it. But it was like Lauren was debating marriage as a thought, and they were debating as a Christian couple, and it's like, well,
Yeah,
this
that's
is
the fucked
pointless.
up part, is that she was making a legal argument and they weren't seeing things. They were making a cultural based argument, and then she was willing to concede how the theological elements that they were pointing to were beneficial to society at large. So yeah, there was really no impetus for really debating in terms of 90% of the issue that she feels, like in my debate, I would argue that technology is amoral, except for he would argue that it's able to become the best type of good influence. So in other words, he actually said that the current stage of technology could possibly lead to a renaissance. So I think that type of thing makes it a possible moral good,
but
overall,
but he also says that the Renaissance was bad, so I find that interesting. But
yeah, I
Well, I think the
know. We got to go
Renaissance.
back to monarchy. So
I
yeah,
think the
where does it?
Renaissance would be the opposite of the dystopia. Like if we don't go into a technological dystopia, the positive out is a new Renaissance.
yeah, I know, but it's such a conflation of terms, and I think that's kind of what the whole debate devolved into, and a lot of those debates do. And that's the second comment I'll make, and I'll jump off and listen for a little bit and try to come back in like a little bit. But my second little thing I wanted to say is we should start hosting those debates, because much like Cascadian, I wanted to debate. I wanted to see right wing people debating other right wing people, not these kind of like fake debates where people just talk over each other and nothing gets solved. Like I find, and I'm not talking shit about that aspect of the Crucible. I think it has its place, but I don't think that we're really progressing in the conversations the way that we are here, because we mostly agree with each other, but we're really fleshing out a lot of very important details here. And I think I would like to see more of that kind of stuff going on. So that's all. I'll jump
You
back
got
in.
a channel back up, Jack?
I do. If you jump, I would like to share videos with you. I'm not like making them for everybody right now, just because I don't want my channel to get attacked, or I don't want to get followed around everywhere I go. So I'll give it to you in the back chat. I'll put it in the back chat for all these people here.
Just email it to me, because I still got to get with you whenever I'm streaming. Make that poster of you.
Sure, man. I'll put my channel in the back and my Discord hand. Do you have a Discord?
Neuro Jack, email in description. Email it to me.
Where's your email?
In my description.
On your channel.
I'm getting dressed. I can't check the bag right now.
Okay, cool. I'll do it for you. Thanks, man. Bye-bye.
Yeah, my baby brother actually quoted Illumitami on the Crucible. So there you go.
What'd he say?
I don't know. We gotta ask him, but yeah, he was on the Crucible, and yeah.
I don't know if that chick saw it yesterday, but I was in Lauren's chat saying that what's Andrew's wife's name? Can never remember.
Rachel.
Yeah, I was in the chat saying that she killed Davy Crocco and all kinds of shit trying to throw her off. It was nuts, man.
He did make that video of her right before he died, so yeah.
Yeah, I know they didn't get along. That's what I was like.
Yeah, he exposed her for being a bear, for being part of the bear community.
Yeah. And we were saying she was a trans woman, and when Andrew showed up, I was like, "Oh, I'm glad Rachel's wife is here to defend her." We were just busting on him left and right, but Lauren's chat is like that.
Lauren De Laguna.
Yes, sir. Oh man, and I got Chalk Body dead to rights. I had that clip of him using Bubs to say put a kid up for adoption the whole time. I just had to find it. So
You fucked him up on that Talcott chat the other day when he fucking showed up on the show trying to fucking hide all this shit, trying to say that some bullshit about how you got ripped off by some car salesman.
Oh yeah. And that was actually
like,
something I was proud of. He thought he had me on some embarrassing thing. I was like, no, that
He's
dude
got
ripped
some
me
like
and my
weird
roommate
like
off.
tall tale about like some deal that went down in Nebraska. It's like, dude, who gives a fuck, dude? It's like
It just shows that he's so triggered. He's like doing background checks on me and shit.
Yeah, that's the fucking shit. It's like, dude, all this proves is you running fucking weird background checks on all the people that are on the internet. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like weird
But yeah,
shit,
when I
dude.
was in college, me and my roommate went to get custom bobbers off of this mechanic, and he ripped us off. And when we bitched about it, like it got a bunch of other people that got ripped off by him, and probably in jail now. But yeah, we put a whole crew of people together that were all getting ripped off by him, and they took him to court. I got tired of it and just eventually broke off, but my emails and my posts on Craigslist assembled like 30 people that had gotten ripped off by him. And then there was a whole Facebook group of it.
Hell yeah. Well, it's 12:44 a.m. here. I'm going to take everybody off the screen for just 5 to 10 minutes as we play some of Cascadian Anarch's debate on the Crucible, his performance here, and then we're going to talk about some of this shit. It's going to start leading the discussion, I'm sure, in a strange way. But yeah, it's 44 people watching right now. Thank you for joining us. 44, that's a strong number. It's also 12:44. Shit. It's 12:44 a.m. out here on the East Coast. This is the Machine Lives. If you don't know what broadcast you're watching, you're probably too high to be on the laptop. You should probably shut it off and go to sleep or some shit. But yeah, if not, thank you for joining us. And yeah, this is Cascadian Anarch having a debate on the Crucible. I want to take us off the screen so we could visualize this shit. But yeah, here we go, guys.
Market or through democratic influence.
Yeah, it's not really my ideal system itself because let's be honest, if they build a flimsy building and you're stuck in that, you didn't choose that. It's just kind of something you're stuck with.
So what is your ideal system? Like what are some things specifically we're going to disagree on? You said centralized power?
Yeah, no, centralized planning is crap because it failed the Soviet Union, but centralized power, I think the problem with that is like it's one thing if you have like say a state where you have like a dominant party, but then when you read books like when we talk reforms, for example, if you read a book like George Sorel's Reflections on Violence, he pretty much states that, he had big issues with the parliamentary socialists failing France because they didn't really get the kind of stuff done for the workers. So that's why he was more into revolution than electoralism or reforms. But we are not in a position where revolution is really viable at the moment.
It's not viable, and it's also never worked, and also it causes a lot of violence and death.
It does.
Should be better to avoid. So okay, that like, what do you disagree on?
So far we're to the point where we've all agreed on economics. We've all agreed on pretty much where there's not going to be any big revolution in the streets, no comrade revolution going on. So what the hell do you guys disagree on here? This was are we having a debate or are we having a patty cake session? What's going on?
I'm trying to figure that out.
I guess I think where we're gonna I think economically we're on the same page, but I think on a more when it comes to like social issues and other stuff of that nature, I'm more on the conservative side, and he's definitely more on the do it the whole hell type of side of that. So I think that's probably where.
Well, what's the third positionist stance on social issues?
Mostly they kind of agree more with conservatives on certain social issues, but they're not the same as conservatives. So, for example, a lot of conservative people get upset that they're more liberal on abortion policies. Some conservatives would be upset at the fact that they would allow like civil unions for gay relationships.
Stop listing things we agree on. Give me something we disagree on.
Okay. What would be something you think you would really disagree on the most then? Like,
how do you feel about immigration?
I have mixed feelings about it because I don't think it's always handled the best, because I do think it does result in a rise of GDP, but also sometimes I don't think people are properly integrated. And I think the biggest problem we face when it happens is a lot of the domestic population. Okay, so like
can you explain what you mean by properly integrated? Can you like define that term or like elaborate?
Okay, so like what I mean by that is like is having a society where everybody gets to socially connect and there's no desire for freedom of association or segregation.
Okay, so from the data I've looked at, immigrants actually tend to increase social bonds. The more ethnic diversity you have in an area, the more that social bonds seem to be able to to be melded across national.
Yeah,
data.
that's not the area like I have a contention with the most. The one that I have that kind of concerns me the most, where I'm just like, okay, is this a good idea? Is like, yes, the GDP rises, people do get along, but what ends up happening is that money, because of our system, does not trickle down to the poor. And I do think like if we're gonna raise,
it trickles down to everybody, but like non-high school degree holders, right? Non-high school graduates.
but we still have issues with poverty, and I do think a strong state would do a better
Sure,
job
but
at lifting us out of
everyone
poverty.
else's wages go up, right? And there's like a 0.1% decrease, which this is according to the most charitable study to your side. And with this, we can say that that like the creator of the study said that this could easily be fixed with redistributive policies from the increase in GDP.
And does that study start with an H?
It does.
I'm so shocked. Go ahead.
Well, that's the thing is like myself, I just kind of laugh at this topic because myself, I'm not like what you would call a worker. I'm part of the lumpenproll class. So I'm kind of like on the lowest ladder of society. I'm just like a few social programs short of living on the street. So like I kind of would like a state that actually offers like better oppositions for employment. I mean, better opportunities for employment, and just, you know, better social cohesion and less
Why do
crime
you
and
want
stuff.
to list things that I agree with? Again, like what we
Oh
stick to
my
the things
God,
we
it's
disagree
almost like
with.
we it's
Yeah,
almost like we share
so
the same
far, third
ideology.
position just sounds like you're basically a leftist, man.
Right?
That's
Damn,
because it
babe.
practically almost is.
Oh man. It was
Man,
not.
so did I
I
win?
thought that the third position had things like a strong state that wanted to use authority in order to promote health and well-being.
Yes, that is a very important
and
part
that
of it.
you know, it was guns for everybody, and that you wanted some type
Ooh,
of
guns. We
and
could
that you
definitely
wanted
talk
some
about
type of
guns.
codification system for morals and ethics. And that was the kind of the jive I got from third position watching various videos on it.
Yeah, well, it's not like this one size fits all, and I guess like I'm a little heretical compared to some other people in the movement because I am kind of transitioning a little bit on an ideological level, which is kind of why like a lot of my current content is mostly attacking racism and and stuff of that nature. I mean, I hate to say that some people people are already like accusing me of being philo-Semitic and being like a closet leftist, even though I'm actually more on the right, surprisingly.
I mean,
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it to
on
me.
what? Yeah, on what thing? Though?
Just
I
like
can't-
conservatism.
well, right. You're like, I'm not
Really
on
like
the
the
left,
label,
and I
don't
go,
you?
and Phoenix goes, "What aren't you on the left about?" And you're like, "This," and he goes, "Well, why aren't you on the left?" And you're like, "Well, because I am on the left." Right? So it's like,
Well, it's just like I'm not a xenophobe and I don't like hate brown people, so it's kind of hard to argue the positions he was hoping for.
well, I mean, can you have an anti-immigration stance that isn't
Yes.
by definition anti-race or xenophobic? I think you can, right?
Yes, you can, but it has to be more based off. See, it's because like Marxist-Leninist countries cut off immigration, but at the same time, they also shot you if you tried to leave the country as well.
Yeah, they also had their economies suffer big time when they like didn't allow
Exactly.
immigration. Yeah.
Exactly.
So I don't know who won this debate because I don't feel like
there was
actually a debate here.
Yeah, it's too much of a draw. It's too much of a stalemate.
too much
here.
of a draw. So you know what you do when something like that happens, because things like this happen from time to time on the
Is
Crucible.
Andrew going to
right?
debate me?
Well, you know, now it's time for a shit show. So let's
All right.
get in to this dirty communist position and this third positionist positions and see if I can't wreck both of them. I mean, why not? You're both
Go for
here.
it.
You're both here. I got a beer in my hand. I just worked a 12-hour shift. Fuck the world. Let's do this.
Hell
So
yeah.
first and foremost, I don't believe that third positionists at all ascribe to what Carl's talking about here as far as leftism. Third positionists say that the state needs to have central authority and that the state essentially becomes the morality of the nation. They don't actually have moral axioms that they produce at all. They just use codification and strongman ethics. How is that not true?
Yeah, it's very utilitarian, and there's no deontological positions on their morality.
Correct. There's no deontological positions at all on their morality. They don't have any morality.
No.
In their position, right? They don't have any. Now, by stark contrast, right? Phoenix, in his utopian worldview, is actually based 100% on his moral axioms, which is that utilitarianism in his worldview equals stateless society equals no force as being maximum utility. Right? Just as like a summary, right?
Sure. I wouldn't necessarily say the abolition of the state, but less force in general. Like, yeah, that's good.
But if you could reach that utopian society of being stateless, you would do it if it could be done.
If it could be done without significant harm, like if there was enough technology that could support it or something like that.
Yeah, so that would be what you would do. Now, Stephen, you wouldn't go that far, right? You would always say that some type of state hierarchy is necessary, right?
Yeah, I do think some hierarchy is necessary, but you've had experiments like the Free State of Fiume prove that that's not always the case. But you do need and it goes back to like the liberal conception of the state itself, because the whole purpose of the state is to protect the rights of its people. Although, corrupt governments also use that to abuse human rights and say, well, human rights is an abstraction, so who cares if we killed like 50,000 people?
So here's my view, and let's see how the two leftists, because apparently that's what we've got here, right? Let's see how they respond to this. My view is that we should have a strong central government under a nationalistic viewpoint, and that the state should be extremely powerful, and that you shouldn't worry about powerful politicians as long as they're moral. Why would you worry about them if they were moral?
I just find it very odd that he would interject there in terms of.
Well, because he wasn't getting the kind of dogfight he was hoping for. Because he's used to these bad faith logic lord debate bros that like get emotional and want to attack, their opponent. And I've always been more like of a good faith person that wants to have a discussion with someone and not really like. Because my only other debate was on politically provoked against a neocon, and that was like slightly better. But now looking back, even at this debate, I do think that like I do think I actually didn't sound as bad as I thought I did. It's just that like I didn't really have the kind of strong positions that opposed my opponent. And I do think in hindsight, like it's really kind of like really important to kind of understand the context of what was going on at that time. Is when I was calling myself a third positionist or a fascist, I was coming more from like the futurist standpoint and from what like Cultured Thug was teaching. And those people were more secular. They weren't religious. They weren't really like, they didn't hold like very hard right positions on everything on social and cultural issues, other than them like being kind of like against the trans stuff. But now, since Bumpkin took over New Frontier has become more of a Christian nationalist organization, and they've kind of dropped a lot of the more secular elements away. And that's kind of like a very important context for at that time, because fascism when it started out was very secular, but then it did kind of take on a more traditional approach after Mussolini took power. And then on top of that, you also had groups like the Iron Guard in Romania who were Orthodox Christians. So, I mean, you can like be third positionist, but also very religious at the same time, because the third position is just trying not to be communism or capitalism. It's just basically nationalism that serves, the means of the country. And I mean, me and TCPS actually talked about that on my last live stream, about how that actually doesn't really work too well in execution and leads to a lot of problems. But in the context of that debate, I was kind of walking away from third position, but I was still calling myself that just because I was looking at it from a more secular lens. And from a more secular lens, it doesn't necessarily have to follow Christian ethics and Christian morality. Because, like, for example, with abortion, if their view, the view at the time was if it was the first trimester, then it's not bad. If it's like a post-birth abortion, then that's considered bad, right? And that makes perfect sense when you think about it. But that's not the stuff that Andrew would hope to see in a debate. And like, it's funny because now that New Frontier is more of a Christian nationalist organization, you never see like Andrew like talking to them or like interacting with them now.
Yeah, and we're gonna go over the New Frontier, some of their platforms, some of their work, extremely odd type of shit that they're putting out. That I think we'll argue is more in terms of accelerationism than even Christian nationalism. It's very interesting, kind of.
Well, third position,
libertarian, kind of crazy, what do you call it? Kind of neoliberalism, Chicago School of Economics type of stuff.
Well, see, that was the problem at that time is I was influenced a lot more by secular culture because I still considered myself a Christian, but I also understood that if you're creating a nation or a state, the nation or the state can't really enforce a religion on its people if you have a country with different religions in it. And that's where I was kind of coming from at that time. And that makes it really hard for Andrew to fathom that idea because then he feels like, oh, well, you don't really have a position on morality. You don't really have a position on ethics. And it's like, well,
they had the Chicago School of Economics, Milton Friedman and all these types of people. And they had the ANCAP people on the show all the time on the Crucible. They had lots of ANCAP debaters on the show. Like
I know,
Casimir.
but that's the kind of people Andrew should have been having me go up against because those are the people I had the most contention with, not leftists.
Yep.
Because at the time, like I said, I was more in favor of a secular country. So I didn't really give a shit about debating with leftists at that point because what positions were we going to have hard disagreements on other than like the trans stuff?
Yeah, and at the PragerU,
those PragerU, those PragerU punks. I mean, I'm so tempted to call them, the F word, but those PragerU, bastards.
That's a huge psyop. That PragerU shit is fucking.
Yeah, it is. And that's the kind of people I would have been more. That's the type of people I wanted to debate when I first got on that platform. And I was just trying to say, I didn't like assert enough to Andrew that that's the type I wanted to debate against. Instead, he's like, I'll get you a debate on my channel. How about I give you a leftist for your first debate?
Well, that's the thing. It's kind of like he like uses and I don't know, and I saw that he was gonna do this to me against Protestants. He was gonna use me as kind of a I guess like a fucking dummy run to go and send me on a wild goose chase against Protestants because he knows that I could go ahead and defeat their arguments very easily, arguing for a more orthodox version of Christianity. But that's only when I'm put against a Protestant. You know what I mean? So yeah, he has this unique way of getting people to commit to a debate where it's going to be his position that comes out more favorably, even though it's not what the two people in the debate are supporting. So I noticed that with a lot of debates on the Crucible, they're to support a bottom line narrative more so than they are about what the two
that's the problem too. Is one, I'm
about.
good faith. And two, I see gray areas on a lot of things. So I'm not going to really have a black or white worldview on anything. So it makes
and
it
then
really tough.
and then I see modern day debate, and they have like 3 topics. It's either like flat Earth or evolution, or it's fucking a religious debate, Christian versus Muslim or Muslim versus atheist, or it's some stupid social trans issue or some cultural issue, some dog
Exactly.
shit issue that doesn't mean anything. And it's like it's like if these are open debate platforms, why don't we have more topics? Why don't we have more debaters? You know, I mean, these aren't open debate platforms, guys. Something's missing, and we need a actual open debate platform, you know. And I'm telling you guys right now, you guys bring the topics here, bring the debaters here. We'll fucking challenge like whoever you've got, you know, to
Well,
open
that's the
debate.
problem is like anytime somebody tries to do more open to debate platforms, you only end up with channels like Break the Rules, which does okay. I mean, they're doing relatively good in terms of like subs and view count, but they're not like super mainstream. And then you have a few other platforms here and there, but most of the debate topics on a lot of platforms is just milquetoast shit that just doesn't interest me. Like most of what's on modern day debate, it's just like, oh, that's on my subs tab. I'm skipping that. I don't give a shit unless it's somebody I follow that's interesting that goes on there. I'm just like, and like the last time I even watched any debates on there was when Haas was debating. Otherwise, like it's pretty much milquetoast boring shit that I could give a shit less about. But
Yeah,
back
it's
to that
good.
debate you watched, what was your opinion on it? What's your thoughts on what you watched?
Well, I just think that it's not a real debate with that type of person, with the synth type of debaters. And there's a lot of those people. There's you know, Corinth, there's synth, there's also this phenomics person
Yeah,
on
and they're
that
all
platform.
considered like dirtbag leftists. And a lot of like hard leftists don't even really like the debate scene because they think it platforms fascist.
Well, they're influenced by the Destiny type of debater. You know, that really quick, like Adderall style of
Yeah, like
debate
the
where
Gish Gallops.
yeah, rapid, fast, hypothetical scenarios and meta ethics and all this kind of nonsense that it's like, look, these hypotheticals, it's like there's real shit happening on the ground, and the nook
Yeah,
and
but according
fucking
to
cranny of your fucking philosophy, you can't hash out, you know,
Yeah, but
worth,
according to
you
the
know,
moderator, these hypotheticals are supposed to test your logic. So, like, if I'm a vegan and you're a meat eater, and I say that there's like an alien species that's sentient like humans that has human intelligence, would you factory farm them?
no, it's like T.S. Eliot said, possibilities exist only in a world of speculations. You know what I mean? And like that's really where it leaves us.
But they're
In the
stupid
meat, yeah.
hypotheticals because, like, if somebody because I don't hold moral positions when it comes to like meat eating, so I could give a shit less if somebody thinks what I'm doing is immoral or not. I and that was just kind of a problem too. Is like when I used to be like into the fascism stuff, that never had anything to do with morals. It was all about like might makes right. Who's the strongest makes the rules, and the rules are subject to whoever's in charge. And even under liberalism, that's the way it is. Like there's no such damn thing as rights. If you're someone with a disability or like some kind of minority, if you have to protest to get your rights recognized, then they're not fucking rights. You know? What kind of bullshit is that? I mean,
Well,
that's what I don't like about
fascism,
talking to these that's
fascism
what I
is
don't like
not
about
meant to
talking to
be a
these
permanent.
cocksuckers.
It's not supposed to be a permanent system of government.
Exactly.
So it's kind of like an immune system of a country.
Yeah.
So if it needs to take over and strong arm shit in order to get the people like back into like a safe space, then that's what it needs to do.
Yeah, but that's also why I stopped being one, because all I had to do was read a bunch of history books about it and see that why it was a fucking failure. And then it made sense to me, like why I didn't support it anymore. And that's why that's why I just call myself a traditionalist now, because I kind of look back at older cultures and I see what works and then I see what doesn't work when the modern world, went into, became, fully fledged. But the thing is about it is you don't need to read ideology books to like understand why something fails. Like if you want to understand communism, just it's best to read a history book. But like reading some theory about it isn't going to teach you like what it's like in practice.
Well, there's plenty of examples of communism in practice that explains why it failed.
Exactly. And that's why exactly what got me away from fascism is reading books about why it failed. And it was funny because like speaking about like traditional family roles, like what was talked about earlier, there was a book about there's a book called The Mothers of Invention about the role of women in Italy under fascism. And what happened was when it came to power, a bunch of guys got upset at the women because they felt like the women were taking their jobs away. So they forced a bunch of women they basically forced a bunch of women out of their jobs and back in the homes and forced a lot of them to be housewives and homemakers and even like in places like grade schools, the men got pissed and wanted the women fired from those jobs just to get them out of the workplace.
Maria, why you don't make me my spicy meatball? Come back.
What you doing teaching in the grade school? Get your ass in the house. Make me some pasta. Shut your mouth, lady.
What you just heard was a basic like historical realist demonstration of what happened in Italy during that period. So if anybody's
and it failed too, because that meant that the workforce, because like if you're like supposed to be a military power, and that's something the Soviets did the opposite of, is you have to have, if you're like this modern military power, you have to have an increased workforce to basically produce the goods for your military. And not that that's a good thing either, because you look at like the military economy under Stalin and you had constantly had food shortages, you had housing shortages, but hey, I mean, tanks and armored trucks and guns, right?
Well, that's not because of the government type, though. That's because of mismanagement and inefficiency.
Exactly. Yeah, because it was all centrally planned. And that's what I was saying in that debate is I'm not really like there's a difference between central power and central planning, because central power, like if you had like unchecked power in the government, it's pretty easy for the leader of the government to say, hey, like this bridge needs to be built. These potholes need to be fixed.
Yeah, and if and this is interesting because Mussolini had a more traditional outlook. His sort of fascism was more based on a agrarian reform than the kind of fascism of Adolf Hitler and those kind of guys. That was more based off of kind of a scientific humanism.
Right, but before it came to power, there was a big split between him, D'Annunzio, and Marinetti, because the people like D'Annunzio was very socially liberal. Like he had like the Free State of Fiume, where you had like gay orgies and stuff like that, and then you had like F.T. Marinetti, the author of the Futurist Manifesto, and futurism was a huge part of like the early movement. But all that stuff got phased out for the more traditional stuff.
Yeah, the futurists and the Dadaists, huge influence in the Italian Renaissance. This guy Evola was a Dadaist artist, and also he was a student of Rene Guénon, who is the founder of traditionalism.
Yeah, and between Evola and Guénon, I like Guénon better. I've never even bothered to read Evola, to be quite honest.
Evola goes pretty hard. Like he goes all the way to like some fucking antediluvian like some fucking Atlantis like crazy shit like that might not even be real. He goes to sort of neo-paganism, whereas Guanan is more interested in the major kind of Western traditions, you know, as a response to materialism. But Evola kind of says, well, no, it's like this whole metaphysical, spiritual battle that's going on at the heart of Western man. And the problem is with Christianity itself. So he really attacks Christianity big time, you know.
Well, see, like the thing with Mussolini is he was doing real politic because the Catholic Church had a heavy influence on Italy. And if you were going to be in charge of Italy, there was no way you could be anti-clerical, because originally their platform, before they came to power, was very anti-clerical.
Yeah. Yeah, and it says on trial in 1951, Evola denied being a fascist and instead referred to himself as super fascista.
That's because he never was part of the party, and he had no real influence on them either. He
Yeah,
was
but
pretty much not a major figure at all in the Italian fascist scene. I mean,
yeah,
maybe he had some influence later on, but not very much. I mean, he was pretty much a non-player in most of that movement. The biggest names were more people like Giovanni Gentili, Sergio Panunzio, a lot of names that really don't get talked about that much.
Here's
because
this guy, Marinetti, Filippo Tommaso
yeah, you
Emilio
should read about
Marinetti.
that guy. That guy was a character.
Yeah, this guy, associated with the futurist movement. I just think it's interesting, these movements that existed on the periphery, like Dadaism and futurism, you know, and also how those are influenced by the occult. Obviously, I think that these movements actually play a more significant role than the actual actors, you know, like Mussolini and these other people. But that's just my opinion, because I think that these come to fruition after centuries. So I think that whatever's behind fascism or Dadaism really could not be stopped, you know, had to be co-opted by somebody like Mussolini, or somebody like you know, the cryptozoology or the theozoology of Lanz von Lebensfeld. It really had to be internalized by Hitler, you know, to a certain extent, that this was, you know, and I see you sharing this here. I'll go ahead and add this here.
Yeah, this is the
No.
Futurism anthology. So this
Yeah.
has a lot of their works, and most of their works are usually pretty short writings. So it's not like they write like very long stuff. So let me get to something that Marinetti like wrote. That's
Yeah, let's read some Marinetti, because I'm very unfamiliar with Marinetti's writing. Yeah, if you could select some good Marinetti and go ahead
Yeah,
and read
because
it,
it would actually be
that'd
pretty
beneficial to the
interesting.
show. Oh, I'm interested. I mean, you know, this
It would
show.
just
I
be
mean,
interesting to hear TCPS like could do a critique of some of this stuff.
yeah, it's my damn show. I say we read Marinetti.
But like he was mostly like, a lot of his stuff talks about art because they were an art movement. And actually I really do like a lot of their artwork. But it was funny because Marinetti actually supported women's suffrage just because he thought it would bring down like the liberal system. Yeah, so basically, like their idea of music is just melody must be conceived as a synthesis of harmony, and the harmonic definitions of major, minor, augmented, and diminished should be considered simply as elements with a single tonal chromatic mode. In harmony should be considered a magnificent conquest of futurism. Yeah, they just wanted like unconventional ideas of music. They loved war. Like this is one called "War: The Only Hygiene of the World." And now I am obliged to tell you.
Let's read. Yeah, let's read this one. Yeah, this is.
Yeah, and now I'm obliged to tell you what is clearly distinguishes futurism from anarchism. The latter, denying the infinite principle of human evolution, brings its forward-looking viewpoint to a halt in the ideal of the universal peace. a stupid paradise of people caressing in open fields or beneath billowing palm trees. We instead affirm that one of futurism's absolute principles is the continuous development and unending progress, both bodily and intellectual, of man. So what do you think of that statement right there?
Oh yeah, I think that well, obviously it presents a bootstrapping problem, you know, as to what how you're supposed to gauge the fact that you're progressing if you've never quite gotten there ever in history. You know, where do you gauge progress? And that's probably the problem with Hegelianism at its root. You know, is the bootstrapping issue, the very serious bootstrapping issue. You know, that presents itself is that, you know, where you'll get to is not the best, and you know, where you are now is not as good as it can be. So where does that leave you? You know, it never quite leaves you at an appropriate measuring rod to judge progress, because you're on a continually shifting, you know, ground, so to speak. You know, one foot in the boat, one foot on land. You know, so like, what is you know? I mean, the floor is lava. You know, I mean, what is progress? You know, I mean, it just, I mean,
To them, it was all
progress.
technology. It's the machine.
Yeah, that's yeah,
To
that's
them,
yeah, that's
the machine
yeah.
wasn't lying. To them, the machine was their God. You know, their
Yeah, and that's
truth,
the
their God.
problem with techno-liberalism, is that it seems that, you know, as Orwell said, the ideal of efficiency, the ideal of progress, is an ideal of softness. You know, you overproduce the machine and you underproduce man. So that's the problem with techno-humanism or techno-liberalism, is that, you know, yeah, we're evolving. You know, it's kind of turning against man, and it's using technology to turn itself against man, because it doesn't like how man has progressed. So it uses the tools of scientific scrutiny against man. And this ends up being a process that, instead of is progressive, is implosive. You know,
Right.
you
And
know.
it's crazy because then he goes on to say, we think that the hypothesis of a friendly merging of peoples is an outmoded idea, or one that can be bettered, and we acknowledge only one form of hygiene for the world: war. The distant
Well,
goal of
the problem is that, yes, it's useful if it's a war of small factions against each other in terms of local control. But if it's a world war, then it seeks world unification. You know, so this is the problem: is I see world colon war. You know what I mean? You know, and that assumes war between all parts of the world, but also it could assume a single unified war that seeks a single unified resolution, which is more war. You know, but that is a universal declaration. See, in his declaration for anti-universalism, he's made a universal declaration. It's completely paradoxical. You know what I mean? He's declared a war between all parts of the world. It's Heraclitean, and in that sense, it's monist. You know what I mean? You know, all is strife, all is war. Yeah, all is what you're saying. You know what I mean? Right? You know what I
Right.
mean? You
So
know,
he
it's
says
like,
the distant goal of
yeah.
anarchism is tender affectionness is a sister of cowardice, and it seems to us a filthy cancer that announces the death throes of a people. Anarchists, moreover, are content with attacking the political, legal, and economic branches of the social tree. We want a great deal more. We want to tear up and burn its deepest roots, those which are planted in the very mind of man, which are called mania for order, a desire for the least possible effort, fanatical adoration of the family, worry over fixed times for eating and sleeping, vile quietism, love for the old and aged, for whatever is worn out or ill, horror in the face of new, contempt for youth and rebellious minorities, the veneration of time and the years of accumulated of dead and moribund people, the instinct for laws,
Veneration of time.
obstacles, A horror
the
of violence.
veneration of time. Can you believe that? It's like, look, dude, if you're gonna keep partying at night and people have to sleep and they wake up, they're gonna come and beat the fuck out of you. So veneration. So you can say, oh, well, I don't venerate time when that's happening to you, but all right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the unknown, the new, a fear of total freedom. Have you ever attended a meeting of young revolutionaries or anarchists? Ah, well, there is no more disheartening spectacle. There you detect an urgent, irresistible mania in all those red souls, a desire to promptly to divest themselves of their violent independence in order to hand over the leadership of their meetings to the oldest man among them, which is to say, the most opportunistic among them, or to the most prudent. In short, to the man who, since he's already acquired little power and little authority, will be fatally interested in preserving the status quo, calming down violence, and opposing every desire for adventure, risk, and heroism.
Yeah, getting your fucking fucking balls hit with a steel baton in a fucking riot. Yeah, sounds like a lot of adventure and risk and heroism for sure. Like
But that's what they loved, was speed, death, and violence. Fast cars, dying young, and violence. I mean,
Yeah, this sounds we mentioned this on the show before that some of this stuff, especially the romanticism, the romantics and the futurists and all these guys, they're proto Discordians and proto accelerationists, in a way. What
they believe that.
Yeah, they definitely believe that. Like the ironic support for liberal values to bring about more tyranny, more war, and all that stuff. That's definitely very on the line with accelerationist and Discordian kind of views on things today.
Well, that's why
yeah,
he was calling out the anarchist in this writing, because he was saying that the anarchists care too much about order,
Yeah.
they care too much about rules, and we, unlike them, want to tear all that down from the root and say, F all that stuff. We're doing
Yeah,
it.
it's like
Anything
it's almost
goes.
like he's saying he's a super anarchist. He's like, oh, the anarchists didn't go far enough. This is real anarchy. Real anarchy
That's
is
pretty much what he believes, by the way.
Yeah, it's like inherent belief in progress. It's like Heraclitus. All is strife, all is war. Raw is war 2020. You know what I mean? But yeah, really, what it is if all is fire and all is change, does it change from being fire, all of it? You know what I mean? It's like it all ends up, it's like if everything is chaos, that's universalism. Really, it's just universalism through inversion.
Right.
But
So, and then as he ends here, he says this new president, while directing the general discussion with apparent impartiality, will slowly guide its sheep like to his personal drinking throw. Do you revolutionary spirits still believe in the usefulness of meetings? So yeah, he's like, F meetings. In this case, you should content yourself with selecting a simple director.
I think
or better, a
I think
regulator of
almost all brown people would follow him there on the meetings.
Yeah, select the youngest one
Because
among
you
you.
plan meetings and brown people don't show up anyways.
So he's basically saying, elect the youngest one among you, the least known and least important, and ensure that his task is limited to that of allowing absolute equal time to all speakers, equality checked with watch in hand. But what creates a still deeper gulf between futurism and anarchism is the great problem of love, the great tyranny of sentimentalism and lust, which we want to liberate humanity from. So he's like, screw love, screw sentimentalism and lust, because he hated romance. That's why we're in the next one. He writes, the next one we're going to read a little bit of is Contempt for Women. This one always kind of gets a laugh out of me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, if you want to, you can read some of this out loud. I'll highlight some
yeah.
of it for you.
Yeah,
I mean, you're probably better at this reading stuff than I am, but this is Contempt for Women.
I
So
got you. And this is not directed at my wife, who did leave me. We are separated at the moment. I don't want her to think that this about if you turn on the show, this is not about you. Although I did show her Schopenhauer's views on women. And I'm pretty sure his are even worse. Maybe we'll play some of that after. But yeah, Schopenhauer really goes in on women. But yeah, he says it is hatred for the tyranny of love that we have expressed with laconic phrase, contempt for women. We feel contempt for women conceived as the reservoir of love, engine of lust, women poison, women as a tragic bibelo. What the fuck is a bibelo? Yeah, bibelot. Shit, I'm not a
I've never heard that word either.
bibelot.
Hold on a second.
That might be an Italian word.
A small decorative ornament or trinket.
Oh shit. Anyone got any bibelots around? Hopefully your women are not tragic bibelots. Bibelots. Fragile women obsessing and fatal, whose voice heavy with destiny and whose dreamy tresses. Ooh, dreamy tresses. How you doing? Reach out and mingle with the foliage of forests bathed in moonlight. Damn. This is not a man who actually hates women. He's just hating the fact that probably that he's got to feed and clothe them or some shit. No.
Yeah, he ended up being married towards the end of his life, believe it or not.
Yeah. Yeah, we feel contempt for horrible and staid love with a capital L. Love, he put love with capital L. That's serious business, guys. That encumbers the march of man and prevents him from transcending his own humanity, from redoubling himself, from going beyond himself and becoming what we call multiplied man. Ugh. Sounds like a sausage fest. You know, multiple man. What is this? DP we talking about? Like, what is this shit? What's going on, brother? I don't know what that sound was. I'm pretty sure that was just our clicking. But yeah, we feel contempt for horrible and state. Oh, I already.
No, you never.
Yeah, he's just repeating himself. We feel contempt. He's like giving this declaration. We feel contempt for horrible and staid love, an immense tether with which the sun chains the courageous earth in its orbit, which would doubtless rather leap at random, run every starry risk. We are convinced that love, sentimentality, and lust is the least natural thing in the world. What the fuck? You're talking about dicks and pussies, man. Like, I don't understand. What the hell? I don't understand what he's talking about. This is crazy. There is nothing natural except the perpetuation of the species. The species, man. If you're fucking a girl and you're thinking this is gonna perpetuate the species, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? You're depraved. Like, I'm sorry, you're depraved. You know what I mean? You're a mad scientist, loony. You know what I mean? You should probably not stick your dick inside anything except for a fucking meat grinder. I mean, love, romantic, voluptuary obsession is nothing but an invention of the poets. God damn you, man. Invention of the poets. Who gave it to humanity? What so are the poets not human? What the fuck? And it will be the poets who will take it away from humanity. I don't get that one. The great
He's just making reference to people like D'Annunzio, who was a poet, because D'Annunzio was known as a lady man and a very lustful guy.
I think it has to do with description. I think they're taking something that is and then describing it about 10 different ways. Therefore, more people will be able to consume that if you describe it more and more ways. I don't know. I honestly have no fucking idea, though.
Hey, TML.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. What about you?
Nothing really. We're talking about love. And unfortunately, this person's doing a bad job. Yeah, this person's doing a bad job of talking about it. So yeah, but
Well, you got me
yeah.
cracking up over here.
Thank you. Yeah, but he's I mean, just this tragicomic. Like, man, are you numb? Are you numb when you're fucking a girl that it's tragicomic experience? Like, what? Tragicomic.
It
Like,
shouldn't. Yeah, it shouldn't be that way.
yeah, it's tragic for you and comic for her. Like,
I mean, it could be said that like I heard this joke one time where this guy goes like, they're like, "Do you like life?" And he goes, "Yeah, I fucking love life, man. There's you get to do whatever you want. There's many more people that never got to be alive." It's like a joke that like a bunch of jizz is everywhere. So like technically that's tragic. It's like a Holocaust every time you
Oh
Lord, oh Lord.
Yeah, like
and then that would be the poetry that I would put on that.
He dropped that H bomb, guys. That means we're gonna have to cancel the stream because he dropped that H bomb.
I don't think I said it. I think
No,
it was.
I'm talking about the Holocaust.
Yeah, no. I heard the Giants though. The Giants was the largest Holocaust.
Which Giants?
The ones that were the bigger than everybody else, so they were tall.
The Nephilim.
Oh, you're talking about. Oh yeah, you're talking about them bones. Them bones. Yeah.
I'm talking about them Smithsonians.
Yeah, them Smithsonians. We was
But
Smithsonians.
this is funny what this paragraph says.
Oh shit. Yeah. The great tragicomic experience of love will soon be ended, having yielded no profit and inflicted incalculable harm. How? There has always been conflict and never collaboration between the two sexes. What are you talking about, man? Who have proved themselves unequal to the grand task. That it is why we futurists are officially withdrawing love today, as one withdraws a manuscript from a publisher who has shown himself incapable of printing it decently. What the fuck?
All I'm trying to say right now is that it sounds like that guy's describing the fact that no man can get in bed with a woman and literally not stop forever.
Yeah.
What do you think of that? That they're saying that we officially withdraw love today, like a.
I know, like he's
Yeah,
like,
It'd have to be like.
I'm withholding my love. I'm taking my ball and going home. Like I don't understand. Like I don't understand, dude.
World.
Like, what are you not gonna play this game? Like, I don't understand. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Quantum.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it ends there. So yeah, this is a short read. So there's. This is funny what he says right here.
Can I read it? Can I read it?
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
for
hell
it.
yeah.
Is that it right
Yeah,
there,
go
the
for
blue?
Yeah.
All right. I feel like I read things funny, but I don't. Whatever. In
Hell
the
yeah.
campaign for liberation, our best allies are the suffragettes. What the fuck is that?
Oh, that's the bitches who wanted to vote in the election. Yeah.
Oh, okay. because the more rights and powers they win for woman, the more she will be drained of love and cease to be a magnet for sentimental passion or an engine of lust. So the more power she has, the less magnetized people are for their sentimental passion, and she would be the engine of lust. Okay. All the more so, is that right? All the more so since the prodigious, don't
Yeah.
even know what that means, not gonna lie, growth of expensive fashions has turned love into a slave, unsuccessfully revolting beneath the heavy fists of something that we all have to like. We need to change the pictures of those guys on the dollars, dude. Like, those guys are ugly, they're not good looking.
What do you suggest we put on there?
I
Who
mean,
who do
I
you
don't
suggest?
know. I'm not sure.
Or do
I'm
you
not
think it should be people, or do you think it just should be pictures of shit?
on the money. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I'm expansive enough to be a magnet or sentimental passion or an engine of lust for that idea.
I don't know. I'd put a fucking yeah, I'd put like maybe like I don't know. I'd put like maybe like cartoon characters, but like that remind you of like cool shit, like Goku or some shit. Like, I don't know, like maybe like I don't know, like I'd put like some badass shit. Vegeta. I'd put Vegeta on that shit.
If you think about it, they're basically putting a price on people's heads.
Yeah. I'll get
Yeah.
the Vegeta coin.
And
Yeah,
I don't
carnal
think any,
life will
I
be
don't think
reduced
any
to
of
the
those guys were that
preservation of
cool, to be
species.
honest. Any of those guys, maybe. I'm not kidding here. I'm not kidding. I think Abraham Lincoln might have been a black dude, because look at
There's that
all.
theory out there for real. There's
Is
that
it?
theory about him being a
I was just like, he's the
You never heard
ugliest
of that
white
theory?
dude ever. If his skin was black, he might be better looking.
No, there's a theory that he's black. There's a theory that he was a homosexual. There's all sorts of theories about
I
Abraham
would
Lincoln.
go with the black one, and then I would just think the black one to me would be more fascinating to focus on than to just go for the gay one. But yeah, I think, I don't know. Was it his boyfriend caught him making out with a guy by a dumpster and shot him in the fucking thing or something?
Whoa, that was highly specific.
I know. I don't even
You
know
know
if they
more
had
about it. You might know more about it than me.
or whatever.
Damn, you got the
So this is
conspiracy.
why he wanted
theories.
them voting in the parliament. This part's funny to read.
Yeah, that last part, I mean, that sounded like some crazy shit. Like, is he not aware of the link between feminism and the increase of like progress and technology and shit? Like, I just don't understand. Like, is he really that like dull that he doesn't understand like the Industrial Revolution literally led to feminism and the suffragettes and all that shit? Like, I don't understand. So like the fact that he's gonna use that to get rid of liberals, I mean, that's just gonna cause the opposite problem,
Well, that's why he was saying we defend their rights to vote, but at the same time we regret their infantile enthusiasm for the miserable, ridiculous right to vote. For we are convinced that they will seize the right to vote with fervor and thus involuntarily help us to destroy the grand foolishness made up of corruption and banality to which parliamentarianism is now reduced.
I heard melanated people actually got the right to vote before women in America. I'm not kidding. I heard that. I don't know if it's fucking correct, but blacks voted before women, technically, I think. Which is kind of weird. I mean, it's
blacks voted before women. I don't know. I never heard that shit. But yeah, what are you talking about?
What, me?
Yeah.
I just that I just think it's like all these
Blacks.
classifications and shit. Like
But you said blacks voted before women.
that's what I heard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where did you hear that from?
They got the it's I guess they got the right to. It's like there's documentation that.
Oh, you're talking about like certain like upscale like blacks and shit. Like certain of them had a right to vote and shit.
Yeah. So what do you think of what he's saying right here?
Maybe
I'm not 100% on that.
Yeah,
This
because
part's pretty funny
because
to
I
read.
think women got the right to vote in like 1920s or some shit, and then black people got it in like 1960s or some shit.
Yeah,
But
it sounds like
I
in
could be wrong.
Italy they weren't really like voting at that time because this was written like at the very beginning of the 20th century. So this was written like I think in 1918 or something like
Yeah,
that.
this is kind of what and this is along the lines of what Hitler says in like Mein Kampf and stuff about democracy too. He says parliamentary democracy is just like a circus, you know, and that's what this guy's saying. Like it's all just, you know, he's like it's animal farm, you know.
Yeah, he compared it to noisy chicken coops, cow stalls, and sewers.
Yeah, financial corruption, shrewdness, and graft to win a seat in parliament. Empty eloquence, grandiose falsification of ideas. And I think he's right. I mean his critiques are right, but just his solutions are worse than the problem itself.
Exactly.
You know, so that's kind of the weird part about all this. But yeah, you know, but yeah, he points out some good critiques, I guess. Yeah, I gotta get let me see.
Yeah, and then he
put my
references
email here.
Rousseau in the French Revolution. So he just basically says, let women vote because voting will like bring forth what we want.
Hey, yo, check this out. I just read this, but unfortunately it's from the History Channel. So right there, we're already screwed. But it says radical Republicans in Congress were outraged, arguing that black codes went a long way toward reestablishing slavery in all but name. In early 1866, Congress passed the Civil Rights Bill, which aimed to build on the 13th Amendment and give blacks the rights of citizens. When Johnson vetoed the bill on the basis of opposing federal action on behalf of formerly enslaved people, who knows, Congress overrode his veto, marking the first time in the nation's history that major legislation became law over a presidential veto. So, yeah, I don't know. I could keep going, I guess, but I don't like reading sometimes.
Yeah, it's just funny because here he's saying, "Oh, I'm not being in the least ironic. I'm speaking very seriously. Women, as she is shaped by our contemporary society, can only increase in splendor. The principle of corruption, which is intimately related to the principle of the vote. Those who oppose the legitimate rights of the suffragettes do so for entirely personal reasons. They are tenaciously defending their own monopoly of harmful eloquence, which women won't hesitate to snatch away from them. Fundamentally, this bores us. We have a different minds to put under the ruins. They tell us that a government composed of women or sustained by women would fatally drag us through the paths of pacifism and Tolstoyan cowardice into a definitive triumph of clericalism and moralistic hypocrisy. Maybe, probably, and I'm sorry. However, we will have the war of the sexes, inescapably prepared by the great agglomerations of the capital cities by nightlife and the stabilizing of workers' salaries. Maybe some misogynistic humorist are already dreaming of St. Bartholomew's Night for Women. I know you think that I am amusing you myself by offering you more or less fantastic paradoxes, yet I suspect there's little reason to believe in a logical development of history. The history of people runs at random and in any and every direction with extravagant speed and disorder, like a flighty young woman who can't remember what her parents taught her except on New Year's Day or only when she's been abandoned by her lover. But unfortunately, she is still too wise and not disorderly enough. This young history of the world, so sooner women mix into it, the better, because the men are putrescent with millenarian wisdom. These aren't paradoxes, I assure you, but groupings into the night of the future. You will admit, for example, that the victory of feminism, and especially in the influence of women on politics, will end the destroying principle of the family. It could easily be proved, but already you're bristling, terrified, and ready to oppose me with ingenious arguments because you do not want the family touched at all. Every right, every liberty should be given to women, you cry, but the family must be preserved. Allow me to smile just a bit skeptically and say to you that if the family should disappear, we could try to do without it. I was just saying, but obviously I am mistaken. It will be our children, the children whom you will not have. They will know very well how to do without the family. And I should add, shit. What's that word?
Parenthetically.
Yeah, parenthetically, that we futurists are such fighters that we won't have children. We who love the heroic instinct, we who sincerely want every masterpiece to be burned with the cadaver of its author, we who feel only repugnance of the idea of striving for immortality, for at the bottom it's no more than the dream minds vitiated by usury. Beyond doubt, if modern woman dreams of winning her political rights, it is because, without knowing, it is she who is intimately sure of being, as a mother, as a wife, and as a lover, a closed circle, purely animal, and absolutely devoid of usefulness. You will certainly have watched the takeoff of a Blériot plane, the moment when it's still held back by its mechanics, amid the mighty buffets of the air from the propeller's first spins. Ah, well, before intoxicating a spectacle, I confess, we male futurists have felt ourselves abruptly detached from women who have suddenly become too earthly, or better yet, have become a mere symbol of the earth that we ought to abandon. We have even dreamed of one day being able to create a mechanical sun, the fruit of pure will, synthesis of all laws that science is on the brink of discovering.
Yeah, I think that's what Edward Scissorhands was based on, because he had basically created his little mechanical son for himself.
Yep.
And it was like his puppet guy, and he did what he wanted, and then he wanted to make him a heart. And that's kind of like this creation. It's a monster that society rejects ultimately.
Because the next writing from 1911 was called Multiplied Man and the Reign of the Machine.
Multiplied Man. Yeah, and the reign of the machine. I mean, think of these types of metaphors. I mean, they're promoting a sexless utopia of the machine, ran by of the metallic skull, of a defaced morality and a currency of basically purely pain pleasure sort of economics here,
But it's funny because they wanted to throw away tradition, they wanted to throw away rules. Every traditional aspect of life had to be pretty much removed and eliminated. And then they're just like, screw love, violence good, love bad.
Yeah.
And then there was one
and I'm surprised that his writings are kind of like more poetry. Like Evola's shit is off the chain because he's straight up philosophy. If you read Revolt Against the Modern World, he's actually doing some heavy duty philosophy.
Yeah, this guy's more of a poet.
Yeah, I was shocked at some of the premises that he comes down to. He talks about this like whole battle between being and becoming, and how the great being and this monistic reality has been hit by this fucking ontological transcendence of the Christian message of bringing in these concepts of the logos and all these other things. And he thinks that it's fundamental shift towards becoming and towards transcendence is actually a shift away from the fundamental instinct in man to preserve who he is. And he bases this revolt against the modern world on this philosophical premise that actually paganism.
That's the thing, is like when I used to be involved with like this group of futurists that I used to do streams with, They'd pretty much
the third position is they're futurists, huh?
No, this specific group, they don't even really call them. They pretty much denounced like any association with third position nowadays, but they pretty much had a word for traditionalist, and they called them trad.
Oh,
dude, what Masonic bathhouse were you going to?
Yeah, they hated traditionalist.
They're like, we only use yellow soap on Wednesdays because that signifies the male presence over the women economically. The fuck? Who is that guy that was talking? It sounded like he was writing from a mental institution.
It was FT Marinetti. You can pull up a picture of Marinetti, like on the.
Is it a real photo, or can I draw
Yeah,
it too?
yeah, he's a real person. Funnily enough, he actually did get married and settled down later in his life, but
keep up appearances, yeah.
It was mostly an art movement.
Oh my god, dude!
That's Schopenhauer.
Listen to a guy that looks like that. I'm sorry, dude.
No, but that's Arthur Schopenhauer. That's not.
Dude, who is? Did
that's
they have
not
barbers
Marinetti
back then?
But
They really did give up on beauty, like he said. What the fuck?
But that's Schopenhauer. That's
Oh my
not Marinetti.
He was Venus in his fucking chart.
Yeah, but that's not Marinetti. That's Schopenhauer. Look up a picture of FT Marinetti.
Yeah, Marinetti looks.
Dude, that guy looks
possibly
like
even worse.
The last
yeah.
guy I would want around anybody that I know.
Yeah, Marinetti kind of looks like the Italian version of like Lenin or some shit. You know, yeah.
Dude, he looks like his he looks like his fucking eyebrows are about to touch his chin or his bottom lip or something. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
I'm not hating on like whatever he believes in. I don't care because he honestly that's I don't even think that's a real photo. I think that's a painting.
Well, his beliefs are totally hateable.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's the guy who invented moral pessimism. So yeah.
So he found a way to hate himself and show other people how to hate himself on a grander scale. Or hate
All right,
them.
here's a picture of Marinetti
Yeah,
really quick.
Here's this fucking
That's the guy we were reading earlier. That's the guy that wrote Contempt for Women.
Oh my god, dude, is that his bow tie or his mustache? I can't tell.
Mamma mia!
Dude, is that guy smart?
Well, I don't know. He doesn't sound that smart to me, but yeah. Oh shit.
Someone gave him a microphone, huh? Or not, you know, I'm just saying like somebody fucking was like, hey, he's my third cousin married to my sixth cousin. Let him say something about science and or whatever and economics.
Funny story is he was against pasta, but then you see pictures of him eating pasta.
Oh man.
Yeah, this fucker hated the
he sounds like an impasta.
Yeah, he hated the vagine as well. He didn't like the vagine.
And he didn't like
excerpted from studies.
You could tell just by the way he dresses, dude. What the fuck is that thing around his neck? Is that
he was appropriately hated in his lifetime. Schopenhauer.
Schopenhauer also hated Hegel a lot.
Maybe they're lying
about
it.
Hegel was
a
just
good guy and they co-opted his shit.
Yeah, he had based views on Hegel. Oh, for sure.
On what?
On Hegel.
Yeah.
He was jealous of Hegel and made him really upset that Hegel got a lot of the attention.
Who's Hegel? Sorry,
Hegel, German philosopher.
Oh,
I'm actually going to be bouncing, but thanks for reading that and doing some commentary on Marinetti because that was pretty fun.
For sure, dude. Anytime you want to break down some of these texts, you know, you come through here. We'll do it together. You know,
all right, definitely. I'll catch you later.
For sure, yeah.
It's just funny the way it's titled "On Women" and didn't he hate him or something?
Yeah,
you shouldn't be called "Off Women."
Yeah, but I'll break down Hegel too. You know, but yeah, this fucking guy right here, you know, well, first of all, anybody who wants to do that on stream, You know, like how like how me and Cascadia just broke down some text or some shit. You guys bring a text on screen, we'll break it down together. Anybody can do that here. I'm out here Saturday and Tuesday, but next time I'm gonna change my Tuesday show to Wednesday. At the end of the show, I'll make this announcement again. But yeah, I'm gonna fucking move that fucking Tuesday night show to fucking Wednesday night, because it's getting a little bit too tedious to do a show on Saturday and then do one on fucking Tuesday and do this shit all night, but yeah, I'm gonna play this for a minute, but yeah, I'll be right back, guys. Yeah, y'all hang in there, but yeah, I'm gonna break down Hegel for my friend Adam. Thank you for joining us, Adam. Yeah, man, welcome to be here, man.
Is this how you break? Is the videos gonna break them down?
Well, no, I'm just gonna play this one. This one's kind of self-explanatory. He just kind of like talks about females. I don't know. It's just kind of funny. Yeah, it's just kind of funny. It says "On Women" by Arthur Schopenhauer. It's funny, man. It's just weird because these liberal guys, these guys are the epitome of liberal or liberalism or modernism, and they hate women. That's what's going on. Like the futurist, like he hates women. Marinetti hates women. Schopenhauer.
He could have been one of them. Like, dude, I don't know. He could have been a designer baby or something. Because all I see is balance and then imbalance. That's all I see. And then yeah, we could label it however we want, but I'm just trying to learn how to correct it as much as possible without overdoing it. Because this guy seems like, it's like, dude, when you got like a one-track mind and you're like, I don't know, you're pushed by a bunch of like weird money and shit. It's just like, dude, nobody wants to hear what that dude has to say. Like, unless it's for educational purpose, like just to know, like, because sometimes a lot of knowing is like knowing what not to do,
Yep. Yeah,
and
that's
this
true.
looks like he knows what not to do a little bit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's got a little bit of that. Definitely some of the recommendations he gives on what not to do are better than the ones he gives on what to do. But that's like a hundo on a lot of these motherfuckers.
Yeah. Yeah, I never heard of any of these dudes, but
yeah, Schopenhauer. Yeah, Schopenhauer influenced Nietzsche. You ever hear of Nietzsche?
I thought it sounds phonetically like nature.
You never heard of Friedrich Nietzsche? Yeah, that's funny, dude. You're a funny dude. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, this dude is similar. He's like a German philosopher. But yeah. I'll be right back.
I'll listen to a German. I'll listen to it.
For sure. Give me 2 minutes, guys. I'll be right back.
And pessimism. Arthur Schopenhauer. 1913. Narrated by Skeptical Waves. Schiller's poem in honor of women, Würde der Frauen, is the result of much careful thought, and it appeals to the reader by its antithetic style and its use of contrast, but as an expression of the true praise which should be accorded to them, it is, I think, inferior to these few words of Jouys. Without women, the beginning of our life would be helpless, the middle, devoid of pleasure, and the end, of consolation. The same thing is more feelingly expressed by Byron in Sardanapalus. The very first of human life must spring from woman's breast. Your first small words are taught you from her lips. Your first tears quenched by her, and your last sighs, too often breathed out in a woman's hearing. When men have shrunk from the ignoble care of watching the last hour of him who led them. Act I Scene 2. These two passages indicate the right standpoint for the appreciation of women. You need only look at the way in which she is formed, to see that woman is not meant to undergo great labor, whether of the mind or of the body. She pays the debt of life not by what she does, but by what she suffers, by the pains of childbearing and care for the child, and by submission to her husband, to whom she should be a patient and cheering companion. The keenest sorrows and joys are not for her, nor is she called upon to display a great deal of strength. The current of her life should be more gentle, peaceful and trivial than man's, without being essentially happier or unhappier. Women are directly fitted for acting as the nurses and teachers of our early childhood by the fact that they are themselves childish, frivolous and short-sighted. In a word, they are big children all their life long, a kind of intermediate stage between the child and the full-grown man, who is man in the strict sense of the word. See how a girl will fondle a child for days together, dance with it and sing to it, and then think what a man, with the best will in the world, could do if he were put in her place. With young girls, nature seems to have had in view what, in the language of the drama, is called a striking effect, as for a few years she dowers them with a wealth of beauty and is lavish in her gift of charm, at the expense of all the rest of their life, so that during those years they may capture the fantasy of some man to such a degree that he is hurried away into undertaking the honorable care of them, in some form or other, as long as they live, a step for which there would not appear to be any sufficient warranty if reason only directed his thoughts. Accordingly, nature has equipped woman, as she does all her creatures, with the weapons and implements requisite for the safeguarding of her existence, and for just as long as it is necessary for her to have them. Here, as elsewhere, nature proceeds with her usual economy, for just as the female ant, after fecundation, loses her wings, which are then superfluous, nay, actually a danger to the business of breeding, so, after giving birth to 1 or 2 children, a woman generally loses her beauty, probably, indeed, for similar reasons. And so we find that young girls, in their hearts, look upon domestic affairs or work of any kind as of secondary importance, if not actually as a mere jest. The only business that really claims their earnest attention is love, making conquests, and everything connected with this, dress, dancing, and so on. The nobler and more perfect a thing is, the later and slower it is in arriving at maturity. A man reaches the maturity of his reasoning powers and mental faculties hardly before the age of 28, a woman at 18. And then, too, in the case of woman, it is only reason of a sort, very niggard in its dimensions. That is why women remain children their whole life long.
I've never heard that term.
Whoa! He just dropped the N-bomb on stream. We're gonna have to cut it out right there.
Man, I don't know why, but I know he means ignorant, but that's like that's a little ignorant on his part. I think he could have looked at a thesaurus or something for like 5 minutes. I know they didn't have the internet back then, but I like thesauruses.
A German thesaurus.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know, man. Everyone's trying to explain everything. It's like, I think we already know, and then there's just like slight differences of defiant disorder. I think we're all on the spectrum. I said it.
Oh shit! For real?
Yeah, because who would be the one to be like, I have the perfect brain, therefore I'm not on the spectrum? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. To me, it doesn't. I'd rather say like, hey, we're all in this shit together, rather than be like, oh, Elon Musk, he's really smart, and Dogecoin and Idiocracy and Baton.
Yeah, Elon Musk doesn't know shit.
He knows something, but so did that other guy that said that, I don't know, women were like economically.
Somebody set up Elon Musk. It's obvious to me, you know, that he's just a poster boy for some other shit. You know,
what if we're all poster boys for some other shit?
That is what it is. You know, everything that you see is sign and symbol and signification for something else. Even the whole universe is a symbol for something that points beyond it. You know, for sure, nothing is like plain view. You know, like nothing is. You know, nothing really speaks for itself. You know, except for the truth. You know, like you said. You know, everybody knows what the truth is. You know, we just. You know what I mean?
There's in duality, whatever you believe or whatever you think, at least to you, is correct. And I could say that for myself. Then we could stop there, or we could go, hey, every time I hop into this circle, this circle's 360 degrees. And every time I hop in, I'm opposed 359 ways. So smartly jumping into the circle to get the right answers, maybe, and in respect to your own time and in respect to others' time. I think that's kind of like a cool thing is you know, because a lot of people, like that guy that was saying all that dumb shit, like whoever was saying that stuff about like economically women in the 20s would whatever, like, yeah, I'm sure he believed that. I'm sure he actually fucking believed that, but I don't know, man. It's interesting that if I'm right, and then if you're right, then what's the difference?
Yeah, like are you saying like why draw the circle at all where you're 350 ways opposed to everyone, or are you saying like why you know why like are you saying like everybody should just say they have their own truth?
I'm saying that everybody, okay, so it goes like this. I agree with what
Or
you
are you
said.
saying like you should just hop in the circle, like fuck it?
I
You know,
agree
like
with what you said about like there is only truth. If you said that, you said that?
yeah. Yeah, I
Okay,
did say
good.
that shit. Yeah.
Good. So
Yeah,
if
that's
that's the truth and there is only truth, then there is only the learning, the remembrance, and the teaching of that. Or if we want to get, now that's the truth. That's something you and I can't make. That's something that existed before us. It
Indeed,
exists
yeah.
now.
Yeah, it would have to. Yeah. Yeah,
And
you
when
can't
we're
create.
gone,
Yeah.
it will still be here. And we could either
Yes.
like, so we can't make it, but we still are authors to an extent, to a point, on a single scale of degrees. And then
See.
it's like, how far of a degree do you want to go away from truth? That's what you're, you know, that's how you'll get crazy ass opinions that will form expectations based off of, and you know, even just reading something that some like idiot said maybe is just like, it's like maybe he should have just said it back then. It should have just like stayed there. But no, like I'm just saying though, like I'm not saying we're sitting here spreading lies, but technically, so like, okay, so technically we're all correct. And I would say a word on that would be technically we're all correct, because when we speak, if we believe it, even if it's like if 99% of people believe a lie is true, that doesn't make it true. And if 99% of people, I forget how that saying goes, but the opposite, technically we are all correct, technically, because we're here, we're quote unquote conscious right now. We have the ability to manifest, we have the ability to heal, we have the ability to teach and learn. Basically, for me, it just kind of comes down to teaching and learning, which is a byproduct of being, or the degree that you're being. The degree that you're being will be a boundary for what type of information you will accept in. But like technically, we're all here. We're all gonna speak. We're all gonna listen. So technically, we're all correct, or technically, we're all correct. But I don't know, what's the goal? Like, what's the goal? Just to like make people like see, like, hey, it's one scale. Like, I'm sorry that you're special and you need your own special little scale. But if you want to say that everyone's all together, everyone's all one, and we should be treating each other better, then what's up with all the conditions? What's up with all these conditions that these special boy conditions? You're not loved and important. Oh, you don't have the answers. Oh, you're better than somebody, and nobody's better or below you on a soul level. At least you and I don't know if you can agree to this. I kind of see that you can't really judge a person's soul from this level that we're on right now. it's not our job, and we'd be like creating more problems.
I think that's true. I think that all we could really offer is deterrence for what we don't want in our motherfucking, sphere of influence. So we can deter what we don't appreciate or like, but ultimately, yes, judgment I would say belongs to God, in some sense,
Well,
Not
discernment
some
would be
ultimate
like,
scale, on the scale of soul that you're talking about. You said soul, so I would go, on the level of soul. Yeah, we're not ready to judge anybody's soul.
I came up. You want to hear my interesting take on how I boiled the Bible down into 3 sentences?
Sure. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
1, you are loved and you are important. Number 2, you have the answers. And number 3, nobody's above you or below you on a soul level. And then
Whoa, that's an interesting 3. I wouldn't have gone with that 3. For like, I don't think most people would have gone for that 3. You got do you have good references for those 3?
I made them up. I had
But I mean, you
experiences in
must
my life that made
Well, you
me
said you
come up.
boiled it down from the Bible, so it's got to be from the Bible somewhere, right?
It's just, you know what it is? Here's how I look at it. To me, it sounds like an inherent objective truth. You are loved and you are important. And if you don't feel that way, if someone doesn't feel that way, guess what? They're in a victim mentality, and therefore I couldn't figure out any other way to get somebody possibly out of a victim mentality than saying that they are loved and they are important, because we don't hear that enough as people. And then even though we know it, it gets covered up by all this bullshit. And then number 2 is you have the answers. And it's supposed to be like I kind of wrote it kind of like an allegory where like you're supposed to kind of figure it out, but like if you don't think you have the answers, it's whether you think you can or you can't, you are correct. So I would
Yeah,
hope
I
that
like
after I
the
encouraged you
thing
that
from X-Files where he says the truth is out there. You know what I mean? Uh, and it's like, yeah, it's like there's always a truth, because knowledge is infinite, but the truth is fixed, so it's got to be out there. So I like that second line. You have the answers. You know what I mean?
look
Because you
around,
shouldn't ask why. Yeah.
because like I found myself like, dude, for example, today I had to go clean this like bathroom, like sandstone, and you can't use like whatever on sandstone. You have to use something special, but I don't know what it is, and I can't look it up on the internet because I suck at that. And so I go to the store, can't even find it. Finally find it, get up there, the thing's broken. It's like leaking out of the cart. And then it's like I talked to 2 people and told them, they're like, oh, we don't know what to do. I'm like, all right, well, I'm just gonna go get my shit and leave. And then I got home and I joked with the guy. I was like, I always come here, I always buy the wrong shit. I always have to come back. It's just like 1 out of every 2 trips to Home Depot, I just buy the wrong shit. And then I have to go back and then, oh, it's all this stuff. Do you have your ID? It's like, dude, this is a fucking piece of like wood. What do I need my ID for, dude? Like, you need a gift card. I want the gift card. So then, I don't know. I forget what the fuck I was going with that. I don't even fucking remember, dude.
Well, I was talking about truth is out there, X-Files, and then you started telling me a story
Oh.
about getting a piece of wood. And but yeah, it's probably tied in somehow. But yeah,
Oh, I don't know, dude.
it was about like seeing shit for what it is, and like duality and shit. Like seeing that the truth is out there. But
yeah, like duality comes from something, man. It does. I don't think you just start with 2. I think there's like at least 2 numbers before that, maybe 1 and maybe 0. So
yes.
like,
yeah.
And so it's like we've been taught in this life to start with duality, see differences, my friend was telling me about this. His son, he's like, he's watching everything I do. He's like, you know, and I made the joke. I was like, dude, say too many black jokes, he's gonna start saying black jokes. Like, you know, it's monkey see, monkey do, and we started off on that shit like growing up. On some level, because of like idiots like that guy who was talking about economically women shouldn't vote or whatever the fuck he was saying.
Yeah, and this and the shit gets deep. Like if you can't feel it and then do it, you really will just do it and then feel it if you do that shit enough times. Like that's just how the brain works. You know what I'm saying? So like you can fuck yourself, like trick yourself and shit, and think like it has to be a certain way or your shit has to be a certain way. Like, yeah,
Right.
like I feel you, you know.
And then your expectations are there, and then maybe they don't get met, and then it just can. It's just we're manifesting a lot of unrealistic expectations based off of parroted, unprovoked. Some people would argue there's no such thing as original thought.
I say that all the time. I say that all the time.
Neurobiologists.
Well, even before that, there was a guy called Plato, and he said that you really don't have original thoughts because you have all of the knowledge, but you just forgot it.
Right.
So
Okay,
every
that's
time
cool.
so every time you actually figure something out, you're just remembering what you forgot.
Damn.
Yeah, because he said all knowledge exists that you've lived so many times that you already know everything.
It might not even be lived so many times. It might even just be like it's just inherent.
Well, it's just like it's just like
why wouldn't they want to try to like hit your senses? Why wouldn't they want to take advantage of your five
it's like
senses? And that guy's
yeah,
not
it's like
wearing
imagination.
Ray-Bans. He's wearing fucking Oakleys. He must
Yeah,
fit
it's
into
like
these types of categories. Like it's so stupid. Like
yeah, it's like and there's three things that that because you were talking about technique earlier, you know, that shit becomes technical. And and I think like technique is something apart from knowledge, and that's something I always say because in terms of machine, people ask me what is technology, and I say, well, it's not technology, it's technique, it's how to, you know, it's the application of knowledge is technique, you know. So it's like once some shit becomes technique, it's like once you make a how-to guide for some shit, like anybody can use it. Like it's not knowledge anymore. You just pick up the manual and do it. You know, but knowledge is something like you know some shit. Like it's like you figured some shit out. Like it requires a human. Like technique doesn't require a human.
And I think it requires opposition a little bit, man. Like it requires I think the two requirements, like I think it's one scale, and I think the two requirements are the two lenses to view things through in a parallel way, at least to a point, is respect versus not having respect. If you don't respect certain things, you are destined to learn from your own mistakes. And there's a saying that's like, a smart man is, can learn from others' mistakes, but a dumb man is destined to learn from his own. So that has to do with a little bit of the remembrance thing that you said too, because I did remember that. I'll tell you, those three sentences that I told you, that was a remembrance. I remembered that. I know I didn't make it up because there is nothing new under the sun, but there was a level of ignorance that I was met with that showed me like, oh my gosh, like I have to make this as simple as possible. Like I need a learning disabled person to be able to like feel this as well as a mediocre person or wherever they're at on their journey. I don't think that thing should be forgotten. And so the remembrance and in the word remember, dude, it's like all threes. An M is a 3, an E is a 3, and then there's a B and like an R. That's it. There's a lot of threes in that letter, in that word, if you write it that way.
Shit.
So I don't know. Who knows, man? But oh, you were saying look up, but okay, practical manuals and shit. I don't know if I should share this, man. I think this might be one of those books you have to find on your own. Are you probably? I think I saw you. You ever research like Hermeticism and?
Oh yeah. I know about that. Yeah, I know about that.
What do you like? My two books that I've looked into there are Kybalion and Initiation into Hermeticism by Franz Barden.
Yeah, I mean, like some of this Hermetic corpus and shit. I went in and read some of the lines of that because I was studying Hegel, and that's the thing is like Hegel is Hermetic shit, and he's like a German philosopher, and they coined this term called phenomenology, where they claim like basically like there's no sense in which like basically they say like empiricism is false because you can't really look at shit outside of yourself. You're just looking at your own fucking mind. So every time you see shit out in the world, observe shit in the world, you're just looking at another aspect of what's going on inside your own fucking head.
Yeah, I think I could say that could be true. I mean,
Yes.
at least
so
to
that's
like
what
a
they
good
believe.
point, maybe a higher degree than other things. I think even, but
Yeah, and that's in Hermeticism. In the Hermetic corpus, it says the two are all there is: what comes to be and what creates it. I've quoted that a lot of times on this show.
all I hear is 1-2-1 right there. I hear 1-2-1.
yeah, it's a little bit like that. Yeah, like
or 1-2-1, then is 3.
Yeah, there's got to be a third element in there, and that's what Hegel call well, they had the coincidentia positorum. That means that any idea that you can think of precludes believing in the opposite version of that idea. So they said both of them have to exist on one fucking scale. And that's in terms of Hegel. He said there's got to be 3 motherfucking movements, because actually what happens is, see, what had happened was there's a first movement called the affirmation, and then there's another movement called the negation. So when you make an affirmative, somebody comes and says, nah.
Right.
So then when that happens, there's also a negation of the negation. That's the third move. So somebody goes nah to the nah, and that's the final move. You know what I mean? And
They said
Hegel
hell to the nah.
Yeah, exactly. So somebody says yeah, then somebody says nah, then somebody says oh hell nah. You know what I'm saying, right? So there's like 3 moves.
Right.
And
Yeah, but haven't you experienced that in your life, dude? I experience that every day. I do it for fun. Bro.
Oh
Who are
yeah,
you
that's what trolling is. It's creating controlled opposition. And the concept of controlled opposition comes from this. It's called Hegelian dialectic. That's controlled opposition. It's like when you create your own opposition. You know what I'm saying?
But what if you know you're
try to
already talking to an opposition, and that you don't want to create that? They'll create their own, right? So me,
Exactly.
I'm just like, and it's like, you can't do this with like super intellectual people, I don't think. I just fucking do it with like people I just see out randomly that to me just like look like they're sad, or just like I'm bored, and I look over and someone else is doing nothing. They might be bored. And then I just go like, hey, I don't know. I'm just, they'll have like like it's people with like shirts on, like supporting like political shit. And then I'm like, oh, there's my guy right there. There's my guy. So I go over there and I'm like, man, what do you think about this stuff? I'm just interested to see like what their little, like, if they listen to Fox News or whatever they listen to. I'm just kind of interested like where their shit's coming from, because it's inauthentic, it's Pinocchio-ish. And then I go like, I'm like, they're like, well, who are you gonna vote for? And I'm like, I'm just voting for the for sure not lizard. Whoever's not the lizard, I'll just try to vote for that person. And then I'll just fucking walk away and just let them just be like, I don't know. I never call them back later to see what happened. I want people to go out and like do that shit. I like doing it because it's not done in like, I'm not being mean to these people. I'm not being rude. I'm not putting them down. I'm just through humor, I'm introducing concepts that just fucking, it basically makes them think about what I'm saying versus just like whatever mold they think I'm going to be. And then I'll just break that. Like, dude, it's not hard to break these people's molds, dude. It's not hard.
Yeah, somebody who is literally putting something that they quote unquote believe in on a shirt and going around trying to seek validation for that thing. There's
We all did
probably
it. We all did it. I did it. I know for sure.
Well, I mean, I for one, I mean, I've never wore a shirt. I mean, I guess me wearing like my foreign like clothes because I wear Pakistani clothes and just go outside. I guess in a way that is kind of like, oh, like because like motherfuckers will like, I guess they'll like, not necessarily look at you weird. I'm not necessarily seeking that out. It's just the clothes that I have. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's kind of like wearing like a t-shirt, like, but yeah, I've never wore like a logo of some shit, like went out like trying to say like, oh, look at me, I'm part of this fucking group. I just think that somebody who does that, they can't really possibly believe in that shit that hard, to be doing that type of shit.
They don't know it. They don't know it. If they knew it, they wouldn't really be doing that.
Right. Yeah.
Like, yo, no one's going around. No one's on Facebook going like, yo, I just got my new Saturn shoes, my new Nike checks. Like, look, I got my Toyota, dude. We're repping Saturn over here.
Yeah, like
Mazda, we got the Aries over here.
yeah, like maybe like a low-level sales representative might do that shit, but the motherfucker who owns the company, he's not even going around wearing that shit or flying around with that shit or using the fucking products that his company makes. That's not, and he'll die before his kids use that shit. Nah, he wants his kids to use some fucking way better shit than the shit that they make in the factories that he fucking owns. That's word to the fucking, high up. You know what I mean? That's just what it is. But yeah, what you're talking about. Yeah. I mean, we were talking about remembering shit like on a higher level. That all truth exists on one scale. I mean, this is deep shit. You don't know about Nietzsche or Hegel or some shit, but it seemed like you would you would get into like philosophy and shit. Like it seemed like it's right down your alley with shit because the type of shit you be reflecting on, it kind of seemed like you be getting on that type of tip sometimes.
Dude,
because
I'm making charts. I'm making learning cards.
that's what it is.
I'm
Yeah,
about
maybe
to teach
psychology
you-
is.
I'm about to teach
Maybe.
these cards, dude. About to teach
Hell
you.
yeah, dude.
No, hey, listen. When you know that they have the answers, it is a little bit. It's a double-edged sword because you're like, "Fuck, dude, you fucked up again." Like I know you know the answers. I fucking know you do because I know you do. Like why am I believing in you more than you're believing in you? Like it makes me mad sometimes. So I don't know. I guess maybe I stray away from the joking sometimes, but it's they say the ones who are closest to you are the ones who judge you the most.
Yeah.
And it doesn't.
It's like bystander effect. You know what I'm saying? It's like weird shit.
Well, it's like it's emotion, man. They just care. And then like my great grandfather, right? He was like a medic in World War II, and
yeah,
my like third cousin, he's so cool, dude. I just feel like he's looked the exact same since he was like 50. It's just hilarious to me. He's like, I look like shit. I'm like, no, man, you look like you're 20. He's like, fuck out of here. And then, but he's like our family historian, and he was telling me about my great grandmother's husband, my great grandfather, and he was like, he was the nicest guy ever. You want to know one of the biggest things he ever said to me? I'm like, yeah, man, of course. Dan, fucking tell me, man. And he's like, he told me women worry too much. And I'm like, what did he mean? He goes, like, he was out there like pulling bodies and people were dying and didn't have legs and all this crazy shit. And his job was to go out there in the middle of being shot at to pick these people up. He's like, they're worried about like blueberry pie or fucking apple pie. Like, it's all good. It's all good. Like,
yeah, right.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just things. But philosophy is I don't know. There's
it's definitely a trap, but if you could avoid like the obvious like bait shit, like, oh, believe in this, believe in that. Like if you're just like a dude who's like more like, yeah, I don't really, I'm not really inclined to believe in shit, and I'm not really afraid to think of some fucking really weird shit. Like it doesn't scare me, then yeah, sometimes philosophy is a shit, but too many philosophers believe in philosophies, and those are the fucking retards.
Philosophies, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Those are the fuckheads because it's like
yeah,
falsified philosophies. Yeah, they feel that they get trapped in
it's
their
false
own shit.
if I think this way.
Yeah, it's like the only real philosophers you'll discover in history are the ones that made their own philosophy. It's obvious because they're like, oh, fuck what everybody else thinks. I'm just gonna make my own system, and that system is more of a reflection. Like if they followed it through, their life would be perfect, but it doesn't work for anyone else. I think philosophies, there's as many philosophies as there are philosophers, in other words, and every philosopher, the real fucked up philosophers are the ones that created their own version of God. You find that a lot, in the philosophers. There's like 7 or 9 of them that actually were like, oh no, well, I just I know what God's about too. And it's like, oh shit, you're really just you're depraved.
Well, if you think about it, man, like the idea that you are all that there is kind of ridiculous. So you would need to you need other things. Like there's a rapper, he said a good line one time. He said he goes, I had to be a little crooked just to make sure I was straight. So it's like the path is the path. Like I can't really define it, but like the truth is the truth. I can't, you can't really, you can define it, but like you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink, and you can lead someone to knowledge, but you can't make them think. And ultimately, though, it's the man in the mirror. Ultimately, it's the man in the mirror. And once you understand yourself to higher or to different degrees, higher is a word that holds a connotation, to different degrees, then you can see you can see if you could see your role a little bit better. And that is kind of like experience based, and that is more individualized depending. But there are laws that are not up to philosophy. I don't think. I mean, maybe, but like there are some laws that are not up to us to be like, oh no, I could probably this one time I can jump off this plane without a parachute and survive. Like nobody fucking thinks that shit. Nobody's like, let me extreme. Like nobody tests things to that extreme, which is good. I mean, maybe, maybe. Although I have heard stories of people actually jumping out of planes and their parachute didn't open and they will survive. And I saw this video about copper, like it was a copper plate, and this guy had this neodymium magnet and he dropped it on the copper, and for some reason, I don't know why, the copper and this neodymium plate like actually like it completely like silently halted this neodymium magnet, and it didn't like land and hit and ding. It was like super quiet. I was like, I wonder if that's how that motherfucker survived out that plane jumping with no parachute. Like, because the earth maybe wasn't, has like a charge, and maybe the magnets of, I don't know, the magnetics, I don't know. There's something about that shit too. I don't know how to get into that, but dielectrics, electromagnetics, induction for food and for, you know what? Let me go get my tinfoil hat real quick. I got turn my 5G down real quick. Yeah. But the hermetic shit, I don't know. There's a really good that all I can say is just there's some really good manuals. You ever been on this website called sacredtexts.com?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I went on this fucking
good because
website.
a lot of people don't know about it, and it's like it's a website that you can download shit tons of PDFs or just read them online, and it's got books from like every genre. Like if you want to learn how to make whatever, it's just got everything on it. I checked out the hermeticism section. That thing was pretty good. I want to read the Tao. I want to read the Tao next.
Oh yeah, that's something I studied too. You
Did
could come
you?
and study that with me too. Yeah, I got like 8 different translations of that shit. Yeah.
What did you find in it?
Oh my God. Yeah, if you want to get up in that, that's definitely a discussion about knowledge, participation in truth, knowledge of self, which is the participation in truth, because truth is outside, but the only way you can discover it is to find it within yourself. You can't know something true. You would, all knowledge really comes from within, but knowledge is also a possession. Knowledge is almost something that's akin to desire, because, knowledge has to exist within someone. And that knowledge, as I say, the knowledge, the knowing, and the knower are one, in a sense. And it's like you said that, you can only lead someone to the truth. You can't make them know something. They have to witness it for themselves. So as to the truth, we are all witnesses of the truth. We're not teachers of it. Because no one really owns what is true, really. But all of us are participants in what is true. We would have to be. And every lie is based on what is true. And if you look at the Tao Te Ching, that's one of the notions it presents in the 2nd chapter. It says, all who know beauty only know beauty because the appearance of ugliness, and all who know goodness only know the appearance of good because of bad. And so there is a character in which, or a style in which, these two things that seemingly oppose one another are actually part of one another. You know, so this goes to the notion, you know, that Plato said. He said beauty and truth and goodness all have to exist together. And the Tao Te Ching kind of rejects that notion. It kind of says, well, truth and goodness exist together, but beauty doesn't exist with it, because ugliness is part of the truth. You know, the truth is sometimes ugly. you know,
But that would
you
be
know.
ugly is like I hear what you're saying. I'm not trying to like
No, it's all good.
disagree.
No, go ahead.
But ugliness is a condition. I don't think it's a physical. It has to exist mentally, okay, before it would exist, because there would be a judgment. So maybe I wonder. I'd be interested to see what the Tao says about judgment, because that might clear something up for me.
Oh, I got you. I got you on there. And if you're just joining us, we're getting into the Tao Te Ching, and I put like my little copies of my books away, but I could get the 8-part translation, and we can get on chapter 35, or I could just screen share chapter 30. I mean 38. But yeah, let me open this up for you, and I'll show you what it says about judgment a little bit, and maybe that will help illuminate your your little.
Yeah, my thing is like the judgment of good is involved with the judgment of bad based on those prior statements. And so judgment in and of itself is sounds like it's more powerful or less powerful than good or bad. Probably probably more powerful than bad. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to split the atom and split the atom and split the atom. I'm just trying to see how this shit works with judgment, because I've done a lot of judging, man, and outwardly, and been like, and it's been correct, unfortunately, and fortunately sometimes. I think it's so. Then fortune is what I would be interested in too after this one.
Oh yeah, it talks about fortune as well. But yeah, it says here, it says a truly good man is not aware of his goodness.
And right there's a lack of judgment, or like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, a truly good man is not aware of his goodness and is therefore good. See, I'm telling you, I know
tries
about
to
this,
be good,
but yeah, he tries to. Yep. A foolish man tries to be good and is therefore not good.
because he's
A
not being good.
truly
He's trying.
Yeah. Yep.
That's why they
Truly
say,
good man. Yeah.
just do it. Don't try it. Just do it.
Yeah, in a way, if you're still in the process of trying or talking about what to do, then you're still in the preliminary stages.
It hasn't
And
manifested. Yeah.
that's right. That's right. And that's why a truly good man does nothing. Because he just sets forth what is already to be done. So he doesn't add anything to it. A truly good man does nothing, it says. And the way that actually functions is to engage all things at a point of stillness. But yeah, anyways, it says a truly good man does nothing, yet nothing is left undone. A foolish man is always doing, yet much remains to be done.
I fit into that second category right now, but I used to fit into that first one a lot better.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it says when a truly kind man does something, he leaves nothing undone. Now this is where it gets interesting, because he said he brings four descending stages. So there's a truly good man at the very top of this hierarchy.
There's a kind.
Yeah, and then the second best is the just man. When the just man does something, he leaves a great deal to be done. Why? Because justice depends on laws, and you got to carry out shit. So like, there's all this shit to be done once
And
you have
also
like.
that means like there's always going to be something to fucking do justfully as well.
That's right.
You'll never
That's
be
right.
done with that work, and that's I fit into that category too sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, and then but obviously, if there was just truly kind men in a society, you wouldn't need justice because everybody would just be truly kind. That's what he's trying to say. You know, he's trying to say like, since we don't have truly kind people, we got to enact some laws of justice. What happens when you?
that
Yeah.
dude talking about the women voting?
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Yeah,
And then
he fucking
yeah.
no one's gonna respond to that dude when he rolls up his sleeves in an attempt to enforce that shit.
That's right. That's right. That's right. And that's the third shit where it's the first shit is good people just do good shit. The second shit is some people do good shit, some people do bad shit. So you got to create rules of what is just. You know, the third shit is everybody just fucking up. So we got to enforce order in this bitch. We got to be disciplinarians now. We got to just get, you know, we got to get everything in order. You know, well, trying to enforce order means everything's fucked already. You know what I mean? That's what he's trying to say. And he says, you know, so that's why he says in this last part, he says, therefore, when the Tao is lost, the Tao is just what is natural. When that's lost, there's goodness. When goodness is lost, there's kindness. That means I'll do something for you, so you'll do something for me. When even that's gone, there's motherfucking justice. That means that when people just say, oh, no, kindness isn't enough. Not even I'll scratch my back, you scratch mine. Even that's not good enough. Then
No.
motherfuckers have to make
Conditional.
rules. Yeah, that's right. Then you got to make rules. You know, and he said when even
Expectations.
yeah, and he says even when the fucking rules are gone, when justice is lost, there's ritual. Ritual. Now
Practice.
ritual, yeah.
Now, what are those rituals? Because I think we're doing rituals every time we open our mouth. I think we're doing
Oh, yeah.
rituals. I think because
That's all it is. Yeah, that's what it is. That's all they got left. You got symbols and words.
Oh,
and
so
shit.
rituals also could mean like because he didn't define if it was hollow rituals or if it was true rituals.
I think you said it perfectly. Just hollow words that connote like directions and terms that just don't even mean anything. It's just people doing shit because somebody said some shit. You know what I'm
And
saying?
dude, I honestly think that some people, I kind of got this gist. I could be wrong. Maybe it's only certain people, but because they see things a certain way, when they speak to you, they like for some reason, like the way that they say it or something is like in a way that like, oh, you'll agree with me. It's like, dude, my first answer is no every single time. My first thing is that's, maybe it's either no or it's like if I'm being polite, it's like I never thought of it like that. Could you give me some examples? And then I'll just start like laughing if the first one's terrible. Okay, I don't, because I think, man, like, okay, so I don't know. Keep going with this though. It's where are we at? Kindness is law. Okay, ritual. Now ritual.
Yeah, ritual is the husk. Yeah, you could go ahead if you want.
Now ritual is the husk, so the outer something of faith. It's an outsourcing of faith and loyalty and beginning of confusion. Okay. I know a lot of people like that. Knowledge of the future is only a flowery trapping of the Tao. Knowledge of
Damn,
the future means
he just punched that futurist in his nutsack right there. With the
knowledge
Johnny
of the
Cage,
future,
he just punched
so
Goro in
it's
his
saying,
nutsack.
it's so to me it's saying Ooh, this representation that looks and smells inviting. It's actually a trap of, and it's through the venue of, or the vehicle of, knowledge of the future, kind of making fun that like you don't know
Yes.
the future if you are not, where does it say? If you are trapping the Tao, you definitely don't know the future.
Yes.
All right. It is the beginning of folly. Fa la 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 la. Therefore, the truly great man dwells on what is real and not what is on the surface. David Weiss, just kidding. On the fruit and not the flower. So what is sustaining and not what is just beautiful.
Yes.
Therefore, accept the one and read. Therefore, on the fruit and not the flower. Okay, so therefore not accept the one and reject. Therefore, accept the one and reject the other because they
accept the fruit and reject the flower.
Yeah, I don't like the rejecting though. Is that okay? The truth. Therefore, the truly great man dwells on what is real, and not what is on the surface. Okay, maybe because flower could mean like 5 different things. Maybe that's why I'm confused on that. But I think he's saying point blank, like you were saying, you see the one, you know the one, you eat the one, you pick the one, and then the other one, you know, you appreciate. I think maybe you'd have to still appreciate it because reject is almost like a non-appreciation word. But I could be fucking that one up. That could be cutting the atom into an atom there. For me.
Yeah, but you know, that's one shit about judgment. And I think you were talking about another one about it was like economy or some shit. It was like some shit about that. Treasury.
Yeah, it did have something to do with
Yeah, you said something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I was
it was
on game.
fortune. It was fortune.
Fortune. Yes, fortune. Okay.
And that's to tune. That's what you tune for, is your fortune. So I'm trying to tune into my 4.
Yeah, let me hit you with this one then about fortune. Cause I got it. Yeah, you know I got it covered on this book, man. I'll tell you right now.
How long is it?
It's only 81 chapters. Yeah, and they're all like no, they're all like it's like 81 pages like the one you just read.
Pages?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one. I want that one, dude.
Yeah, it's like 81 like very short poems is what it is.
Let's go.
Yeah, yeah, you could listen. Yeah, you could listen to the whole thing on double speed in a fucking hour.
No, I gotta read it. It's because then if there's one word I don't understand,
go to this.
I gotta look it up.
Yeah, go to this website. They literally got all the chapters. I'll put it in the private chat. You could just look it up. You know what I mean? But yeah, let me see this shit. But yeah, they got several translations. This is a translation I'm reading right now. I put it in the private chat. But yeah, you could click on those chapters at the top and you just go chapter by chapter. But yeah, this one says,
ooh,
better stop short than fill to the brim, over sharpen the blade, and the edge will soon blunt. Amass a store of gold and jade, and no one can protect it. Claim wealth and titles, and disaster will follow. Retire when the work is done. This is the way of heaven.
Damn, that one's so good.
Yeah,
I loved all of that. All that hit me because
yeah, it's a great book.
The first one I kind of missed was the amass a store of gold and jade, and no one can protect it. But then I got it. I thought it meant like get all the shit you want. It ain't safe. You know, like that's what I fucking took from that. Like, you know, like worldly shit, it's not safe. But like, that's funny to use the word safe when speaking about fortune. I used it. It didn't use that. Claim wealth and titles. So be involved in the flowers. Disaster will follow. Retire when the work is done. And I always thought like I'd work at a tire shop when it was time to retire. I just get a brand new set on the vehicle. Thank you, shout out to my grandfather for that joke.
Yeah, that's one of the main lines in the Tao about creating a sort of infinite abundance is about doing a good job, doing it every time, and then being able to finish it off, and you know, never do a halfway job. You know, start from the beginning, finish the task, treat the simple tasks as if they're enormously important, and treat the large task as if it's insignificant. You know, so this is one of the
You know
rules of
what's
the Tao Te
interesting?
Ching. Yeah.
Is where I said I had my first confusion was amass the store of gold and jade, no one can protect it. Like I
Yeah.
said, to me, and then we went down, we did them, and then to me it sounds like so I forgot about those first two because those were interesting to me, and I can relate where it goes, and I have like examples. Better stop short. I love that they don't even write two. Better to stop short. That makes me feel good about getting excited about making extremely direct messages now. That's fucking
Yeah.
dope. Like, because I would put two in there if I was that guy.
Yeah.
I am that guy, so he knows it. So that's why he's telling us about us. So he says, better stop short than fill to the brim. And that means, you know, it's easier to overgive in a lot of cases. So have have that respect that lets you know I've done what I can do. Don't dwell. Don't call up 6 more different lawyers. Fucking so like and fill to the brim. So another example is I have a friend and I've through some of that hermeticism stuff, I was going like I was creating some really cool stuff and so I had like a certain amount of workload, a certain amount of energy, and it would always get done and it would be crisp and like, yeah, like I'm a guy that like, you know, whatever guys do this, I think like wait sometimes till like the last second, you know, like kind of how, and then like, oh, you know, it's like almost like a challenge, like, oh, we got to get it done now. So I think that is probably talking about that a little bit too. And then,
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's like don't devote more to the task than is needed at any particular time. You know,
and
like time
here's another angle on that too. I appreciate that angle. Here's another angle too is I have a guy who I consider a pretty smart friend. He's right about a lot of like stuff that like none of my other friends talk about, and like I really can't learn it. Like any good teacher can always learn from everything or any one thing.
That's right.
Admit that. And then but like it's surprising to me like how much I've learned from this person or potentially learned. I'm always on the fence, but he gave me an example of that first line. And he goes, dude, I only ever go 80%. And I was like, dude, I'm going like 115% right now. Like,
yeah, I'd stop working with somebody who said that to me.
no, listen though.
Who had the balls to say that to my face? I'd be like, get the fuck out of my face. I'm a
he's
professional.
cool, dude. I'm learning
Yeah.
a lot from him. You got to understand, not all the value that somebody brings you is in what they say. You know, like he's been there.
No, of course,
no, some real shit.
no, of course. No, I don't mean to put that
you let
down. I'm
them
just
talk.
saying like
Yeah.
about the going the 100. But yeah, no, I talk shit all the time.
Check this though. Like this kind of makes a fucking good. I thought like you thought. I was like, what the fuck you talking about, dude? Like 100.
Like hell no. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
No.
yeah, right.
And he goes, listen, man. He goes, I learned this. He goes, I think he said like maybe let's just call it 80 or 90. Let's just not even. It's not even like a certain number. 80 or 90, right? It's just not 100. And I go, why the fuck would you say that? And he goes, because in those unanticipated times where you do actually have to give more effort out that you maybe weren't expecting, he goes, then you're not like tapping into like extra reserves. Like you
Yeah,
actually
right. Yeah.
there.
Yeah, and I get that sometimes it's like a strategy, like I heard Nietzsche say. He said, if you keep a little more than you promise, you'll always have enough. You know, like not letting people see your true power level. You know what I mean? Like that type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like not coming out, the gate with the full stop, shit, where it's just like people kind of like, see what level you're on, and then you kind of release a little bit more into the fray and kind of see like what the fuck is the deal. Yeah, I kind of see that strategy, you know what I mean? But ultimately I feel like sincerity
Well, you're
is
swimming in
also
the ocean and you're like, oh fuck, I'm a little too far out. Fucking I didn't know I was this
yeah.
far out. And you're like, dude, thank God I was only swimming 80%, because like if I was swimming 100, I wouldn't make it back. Like that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, but
But it's like, yeah,
yeah,
like
but what you're talking about, yeah, yeah, what you're talking about is like energy, but what I'm talking
Yeah.
about is like effort.
Effort.
Obviously, you still want to go hard in terms of effort. Like you don't want to give
You want
half
to
of
give
your
the most
effort.
efficient effort.
Yeah, yeah, or something like that.
Well, effort,
So.
efficient, they're very similar. They have to
Oh
be.
yeah, yeah. Of course,
And
yeah.
if
So
you're
it's
in the
kind of
ocean, then you're with the fish, so you must be efficient.
shit. Damn.
Dude, I'm channeling my great grandfather and like my Puerto Rican landscape mentor right now.
That was real. Yeah,
And I
yeah. I
think
like
all
how you
people
did that.
look the same. I think I'm the least racist person ever. I think everyone looks the same.
That was some sharp
All of
swordplay,
us right here. You
wordplay
bring that
right
with
there.
the icon.
Yeah,
He looks the same
chop
as
suey.
me.
Yeah.
I think we should just do a poetry stream one day where we just analyze poetry, like songs and shit like that. I wanted to I have a copy of the Tao Te Ching by Stephen, translated by
Oh
Stephen
yeah.
Stephen Mitchell, and I've heard that that's quote unquote the most accurate. I don't know if that's true, but I do like this one quite a lot.
Oh,
And
there's no way. There's no way. Because he was just a poet. So I think his is the most poetic. But
yeah, maybe that's what they said. Maybe.
Well, I don't, guys, listen here. I'm a person for the first time ever. Thank you, Machine Lies. I've been thinking about the DAO, and you and I just went over like two really good ones, and we talked about them, and they sounded great, and I think we were
Thank you.
learning.
Yeah,
And,
thank you, man.
and
Bless you,
so
man.
I
Yeah,
kind
of
of
course
have
we were
a
learning.
very
Yeah.
unbiased like opinion. Like I don't have I'm not trying to have an opinion because then I wouldn't be learning, and also like or I don't think I'd be learning as efficiently, and then also like I didn't even know there were different versions, and I've never heard of them. So I'm like one of those people that like my mind is not so open, my brain's gonna fall out, but this is interesting. I'm in this position with two different versions, and
Well, I'll say this also.
let me ask this. Can I just like try to fucking, I love bottom lining shit, and this is just a joke, but like, is the fucking joke like we have to make our own DAO? Is that the thing? Is that where it's going to ultimately get to? Is personally as a person, we have to literally write our own DAO?
Oh man,
because that's not the worst idea that could come from me wasting all this time speaking.
Well, I'll say that
if you got it in you, 81 poems that let you know, that want to let people know what it is. I know you got those 3 lines of how you summarize the Bible. Those are pretty good. Yeah. Those 3 are probably where to start. You probably build your whole Tao Te Ching off those 3 lines that you gave earlier. you are loved, and all that stuff, man. I remember them, man. Yeah, man. Bless, man. Yeah. I'm learning a lot from you too, by the way. But yeah, man, go ahead, Neurojack, man.
Yeah, no, I didn't really want to interrupt you guys. But first I wanted to. Well, I shouldn't interrupt by asking this, but what's with your name, the Adam Lanza?
It's just the name that was assigned to me by by somebody. It was just a name that was assigned to me once, and
Do you
then
think you know what that is, right? I mean, just
they were all laughing and shit, just like you are, and I go, no, who's that? And they go, oh, you didn't know, and then they kind of told me, and I was like, okay, I don't know.
Okay, no, it's okay. It's like, I mean, I have a weird name too, and it's kind of as an inside triple entendre joke. So I understand.
Shit.
But no, but it's funny if you don't know who that is. That's even.
You're a person. I have no idea who that is.
Well, it's not a person. It's more of a curse that I put on my enemies. But it's all good. But anyway,
man, does that mean I curse because I don't understand it, or I wasn't looking forward to curse you?
Hopefully not. Hopefully you're not cursed with that. Whatever that. Whoever gave that to you, hopefully they weren't cursing you with that.
Oh, I see what you're saying, because you have to use your mouse to move the cursor, right?
Well, I didn't think that deep into it, but I mean, the name is related to a very strange event.
Isn't it? Yeah, that's right. Can you tell me? Well, what do you think about it then?
About that event?
Yeah, just the fact that you are like interested in the name, because I don't have any like.
Well, I mean,
any emotional thing. We could change it right now.
You know what the event is? Oh no, it doesn't
But
bother.
it's almost like now. I'm not trying to say anything that you're not trying to say, but like I felt like there was there was a slight implication of like I could be in danger by having this name or something.
Well, that's not why I'm saying it, but I was just saying that it's a funny name because of what is that event is like what people would say it's a touchstone event in recent history of psyops and stuff like that.
Really?
So,
wasn't it like a thing where they went boom boom and lies and
at a school, and it was a very weird event. Yeah, it was just a weird event. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
and I'm not saying that anything bad about you. I was just curious if you had like a reason why you put that.
I can tell you the exact chain of events that led to me getting this name. It's not, or led to me. I don't know. I guess I just chose it tonight, but like this other place, this guy was like, oh, I was thinking, hey, what about if my name was like my, Atom Lanza? And I'm like, and I don't care what they're talking about. I have no idea. I mean, I care, but I don't know. And the person said something. And then just like, I don't know, an hour later, the dude's like, I'm going to change your name to Adam Lanza. And I was like, okay, whatever. I don't even know what you're talking really about, like, I don't know the details,
Well, it's probably best that you don't try to figure it out, because you'll never figure out the truth of that event. I'm pretty sure. I mean, nobody really knows what's going on with that event, but
would that Adam Lanza guy, would he say we should be writing our own DAO and then 1 DAO a day? Is that what they say?
I don't think
don't they say DAO to your sensei or something?
I'm not even sure if the dude was a real guy, to be honest with you. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, man. Well, I appreciate you letting me know a little bit about it. I didn't know.
Yeah, well, we could talk about it, but I don't think we're really allowed to talk about it on YouTube. So that's why I'm.
That's fine. Yeah.
Not that I don't want to. It's just I don't know if we're allowed.
No, I don't know. I mean, I kind of don't want to.
Well, let's just say Alex Jones got sued for $1 billion for.
Oh, is that the thing? Really? It was the court and all that.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh shoot, dude! I had no idea.
Yeah, so if you
Oh, okay, now I'm starting to get it. All right.
Go in the hole for $1 billion I don't have. So, so yeah. So I just wanted to read I just picked a random chapter out of the book here, and I just wanted to read it. Yeah, that's not the one, buddy. Sorry.
Don't tell that little young man who Adam Lanza is.
Oh, I won't.
I'm gonna tell him he was Obama.
Hope and change. Hope and change. Okay, I'm going to read some of this. So, do you want to improve the world? I don't think it can be done. The world is sacred. It can't be improved. If you tamper with it, you'll ruin it. If you treat it like an object, you'll lose it. There is a time for being ahead, there is a time for being behind, a time for being in motion, a time for being at rest, a time for being vigorous, a time for being exhausted, a time for being safe, a time for being in danger. The master sees things as they are without trying to control them. She lets them go their own way and resides at the center of the circle.
That's chapter 29.
That is interesting.
And this is the one I was trying to find in the middle of that. So here, I'll read this one as well. And I'll also say, like, I think stuff like this honestly should be read with care. Like, it took me over a month to read this thing in full because I couldn't really, like, I was in a emotional state that I really didn't find I could take in all this more than like a couple pages a day. So weapons are the tools of violence. All decent men detest them. Weapons are the tools of fear. A decent man will avoid them except in the direst necessity, and if compelled, will use them only with the utmost restraint. Peace is his highest value. If the peace has been shattered, how can he be content? His enemies are not demons, but human beings like himself. He doesn't wish them personal harm, nor does he rejoice in victory. How could he rejoice in victory and delight in the slaughter of men? He enters a battle gravely with sorrow and with great compassion, as if he were attending a funeral.
Sounds like a lot of respect.
Yeah, and I mean, and I use this to, judge people's morality just in the same way I think the Bible can be used to judge people's morality. I mean, it's pretty clear if you follow something like this. Like, I would say that's why I call myself kind of a Taoist in a way, because I think that, this is how you measure things, and I think it actually does line up with what most people colloquially call Christian ethics. I mean, that seems about as Christian ethics as I've ever heard. Like, you don't rejoice in slaughtering people, and you do what you have to do, but it's not something that you just kind of feel happy about either.
Yeah, I think the Bible is a lot of reading too, and it's good. It's really good. It's good to know that stuff. It's good to be told that stuff if you don't know that stuff too. But
Yeah,
it's 81 poems, and like anybody with the reading education of like a 8th grade or up can read that book. I guess Rockefeller's selling their books a little too cheap to say no. Yeah.
Yeah, I pointed out that like this show right here I did.
And it was interesting. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh no, I just want to say real quick that I did this show right here on Lao Tzu, Socrates, and Jesus. So we talked about those 3 historical figures. You know who Lao Tzu is, Adam?
Oh no.
Yeah, that's the guy who supposedly wrote the Tao Te Ching. But yeah, go ahead. You're gonna say some shit. Yeah.
Oh man, I forget.
Oh, my bad.
Just trying to think about what it was. Oh, it was interesting about how in that poem he was speaking about like being, feeling victorious, whatever, during the slaughtering of man, right after talking about the name that I have on the screen. I don't know if is that bad that I laughed at that. I'm sorry. I don't think it's funny, but I think it's coincidental. And when I get nervous, I laugh. You ever get a massage and like it hurts real bad, you just start laughing?
I mean, I don't really get massages. Maybe sometimes, when my wife was here, I get a massage. But yeah, I don't get massages. I don't know. I don't get like a massage. That doesn't really happen. But yeah.
Well, at the time that I read the Tao Te Ching, I was in a very hot tropical country and getting massages for a few weeks in a row to try to like prepare my body that was basically failing me in my late 20s or early 30s, and that experience of trying to rebuild your body from like not a very healthy place where you should be, and growing your body and then reading stuff like this and trying to reformulate your life is your body and your mind and all that's very connected, I would say. And I think that
Oh yeah, shit is psychosomatic for sure. There's a lot of like foggy somatic detachment because how we use machines. That there's definitely a disconnect with what's going on inside of our body. You know what I'm saying? For sure, a lot of people are numb to themselves. Knowledge of self, as was said earlier by Adam Lanza. Thank you for joining the panel, brother, man.
Speaking of machine lies, I was curious what Glowy thinks about technology in that respect of harming the machine of the body and such like that.
Yeah.
Like
Adam Lanza, you might have a condition, I forget what the term is, but if massages inflict pain on you, I think you have this condition. I can't remember the name.
It puts pain. I put pain on myself. Is that what you're saying? I put pain on myself?
No, there are some deep tissue massages that can be painful, but if massages in general inflict pain on you, you might have this condition that I can't remember what it's called. It just makes you like hypersensitive to everything. Everything's painful.
Well, kind of what I went through when I went through that massage period of my life. Like I remembered shit that I had not thought about for 20, 25, 30 years at that time. I mean, it was like, you have memories locked up in your body, I think. Like it's an experience. I don't know if I would describe it as pain. It was painful because it was like, basically untangling all this muscle wrapped around bone and stuff like this. And it was, painful in the process, but I also would say it was a lot more emotionally painful because all these memories I tried to block out, they weren't necessarily all bad, but things you don't really want to think about on a day-to-day basis came back, right? So I just thought it was a really interesting experience that I kind of reflected on as you guys were talking about the Tao Te Ching, because I read that during that period of my life, so I just find it interesting. It's kind of brought back that memory, I guess.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, I'm very skeptical of technology in general. I mean, I think that it's kind of Pandora's box in a way. I don't know how we can put it back. I think it's a good idea to try, but I think we're in a very fucked up situation because it's kind of like the Ring of Power. People are not going to give it up willingly, right? So we got to find a hobbit and let them go to some volcano and throw that shit away. But I don't know how that's going to happen.
Well, we got to ask the Tao. Does it say run to the hills? What does it say to do?
Well, in some of the Tao, it says basically do nothing and just watch people tear each other apart. And that's, I mean, I know that
sounds like compliance a little bit.
I mean, that's the answer that people don't want to hear, but sometimes it seems that it's not totally irrational either. And I hate to say that, but yeah.
So does compliance mean non-autonomous?
Well, there was an emperor in China named Shen Nung who followed the Tao, so So for real, you know, the Tao Te Ching actually advises that the rulers actually set up. Actually, first of all, it says that the rulers, the true rulers, should be like the municipal people who like run the city and shit. Like they should be like kind of like the garbage men, where like they kind of pick up the trash, but like nobody really sees them do it. You know, so they're kind of like
Well,
the
they're
like
doing that. They're doing that in their own mind. That's what they're doing. They're like, oh, we're killing these or whatever. We're doing these things to people, and nobody
yeah.
knows we're doing it, and we think we're helping the world. They
Yeah,
are doing
it says in the Tao Te Ching, it says the best ruler is but a shadowy presence. You know. So
best
yeah.
ruler, shadowy presence.
Well, I mean,
Yep.
that's how Pol Pot. That's kind of how Pol Pot tried to operate, and I think that people people obviously have reasons to not like him, but
Yeah, it's close to this chapter I read. Let me try to find this shit.
There's also a famous rapper that said, "You can't see past my shades, past my shades, past my shades. You can't see past my shades, past my shades, past my shades."
Damn.
That Riff Raff?
Rick Ross fucking wishes that was Rick
No,
Ross.
Riff Raff.
Oh,
I met Riff Raff
I
when I
mean,
worked at the
yeah,
airport.
he would be considered a riff raff to the system, but not the riff raff.
Riff Raff seems like a cool dude. I wouldn't mind. I would like to meet that
No,
dude.
he's a fucking douchebag. He's one of those people that wants to be famous but doesn't like fans.
Everyone's on their
Like
journey, man. Everyone's on their journey. Who knows, man? Maybe he's. I don't know.
no,
Everyone's
everybody he interacted with, even people I wasn't with, had a bad story. The same with Tyler, the Creator. He was a jerk to everybody too.
not him. There's no way.
Yeah, like this little blonde chick I knew at one of the clothing booths. She was like, "Hi, Tyler," and he just replied with like, "No autograph."
Some of them. Yeah, if she was okay, she was a white 5'5" woman.
She's a little cutesy blonde chick.
Was her color of skin that
Caucasian.
background of my
She's a white girl.
Okay, that's why he didn't like her.
Why is he racist?
No, he's gay and he likes guys.
No, man, he likes that fat. That might be true, Glowy. Who knows?
I'm pretty sure out is at least bi or something, but maybe I'm wrong.
I guess, man. Someone's buying something.
Everybody's buying Hollywood.
All right, guys, be nice. The lady is in the house.
This is my third CIA handler here now. I'm very excited for this.
Where do you see a lady, Chloe?
You never know for sure these days.
There's a lady here, but she's muted. I don't know, Sarah. I think you're accidentally muted yourself. Yeah.
Okay. I said something funny. It's not funny anymore.
Shit.
Sorry.
If it was funny once, it can be funny again. I've learned that.
How is everyone tonight?
We're doing okay.
I guess
We're talking.
morning for most of you all.
Oh yeah, it's 3:27 here on the East Coast.
She looks like she works for YouTube, man. She's like,
No,
my
I actually
boss
went out
called
tonight.
me.
I never go out. I actually have like makeup on and I'm wearing like real clothes. It doesn't ever happen.
My boss called me. I'm actually the co-producer of this show. Machine Lies doesn't even know, but I'm supposed to be like the Barbara Walters of The View and just shut down any intelligent conversation.
Flow state.
We don't plan on starting any intelligent conversation.
So
I
what
know.
dumb
Girl
combo
from
are
your
we gonna
side.
have then?
I'm sorry. What?
What dumb combo are we gonna have?
What down?
Dumb, stupid,
Oh.
idiotic.
Let's ask
Dude,
somebody.
is Adam
Who wants to
Lanza
answer
a
that?
play on the name Adam Lanza that I can't remember where I've heard that name?
Oh, we can't talk about it on YouTube, so let's not go in that route.
I know that
I
name.
wish I wish you were here like like circa like 1 hour ago. We were going over the Tao Te Ching. It was fascinating. You know, we were talking about different chapters of the Tao Te Ching.
Well, I'll read one since a lady apparently has come in our midst, and I'll jump off and see.
Yes. I was like, why couldn't you have showed up an hour before so I could have impressed you with this Tao Te Ching? That would have been good. But yeah, that's not gonna happen
Is the
now.
Tao
But
Te
yeah.
Ching the same Tao that Paul is always referencing? That I am the Tao
Yeah.
is named after.
Yeah, that's right.
Because I have
we
the
got-
Tao of Jeet Kune Do that Bruce Lee wrote.
Yeah, Bruce Lee has some interesting philosophy, and I think actually some of this relates to his philosophy. So I'll just read this real quick.
Yeah, I'm the Tao. Yeah, I'm the Tao is on to you, by the way, Adam Lanza. You better watch it. He's fucking. He's on your. Yeah, you know he's on to you.
Wow,
So.
man, he got me.
Yeah,
he's right. Technically,
yeah,
he's
but
right.
go ahead. But go ahead, Neurojack.
Technically.
Okay, I'll read. So, and then I'll jump off and listen for a minute. I'll try to come back later. I gotta do some family stuff. Okay, so 35. She who is centered in the Tao can go where she wishes without any danger. She perceives the universal harmony, even amid great pain, because she has found peace in her heart. Music or the smell of good cooking may make people stop and enjoy. But words that point to the Tao seem monotonous and without flavor. When you look for it, there's nothing to see. When you listen for it, there is nothing to hear. When you use it, it is inexhaustible. If you want to shrink something, you must first allow it to expand. If you want to get rid of something, you must first allow it to flourish. If you want to take something, you must first allow it to be given. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard, the slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. Just show people the results. And I'll leave.
Wow. Thank you, man. That was dope.
In a white room,
I like the way
new YouTube troll,
Leave
Adam
as
Lando.
awesome as he left. I'll be happy.
What? What did you say?
No, that was dope. He just, I mean, I don't know. I've never heard the Tao before, so like it makes you
Yeah,
think.
that's why we're here. Your friendly neighborhood, whatever this is, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, so to speak, mask off. That's what they wanted, the super villain with the mask off. So that's what they got. The Tao Te Ching, do check out that show on I'm on Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu is a person in the 6th century, they say, composed the Tao Te Ching. And he actually supposedly met Confucius. I got the story in this DC Lao version of the Tao Te Ching. They got the story in
Mao.
here. DC Lao.
Mao.
Yeah. It said it says Lao Tzu was a native of Chu Jian Hamlet in Li Village in Huxian in the state of Chu. His surname was Li. His personal name was Er, and he was styled Tan, Tan. He was the historian in charge of the archives of Shao, the Shao archives. So he was in charge of like all these library scrolls and shit. And it said when Confucius went to Chao to ask to be instructed in the rites by him, Lao Tzu said, "What you are talking about concerns merely the words left by people who have rotted along with their bones. Furthermore, when a gentleman is in sympathy with the times, he goes out in a carriage, but drifts with the wind when the times are against him. I have heard it said that a good merchant hides his store in a safe place and appears to be devoid of possession, while a gentleman, though endowed with great virtue, wears a foolish countenance. Rid yourself of your arrogance and your lustfulness, your ingratiating manners, and your excessive ambition. These are all detrimental to your person. This is all I have to say to you. On leaving, Confucius told his disciples, I know a bird can fly, a fish can swim, and an animal can run. For that which runs, a net can be made. For that which swims, a line can be made. For that which flies, a corded arrow can be made. But the dragon's ascent on the wind and the cloud is something which is beyond my knowledge. Today I have seen Lao Tzu, who is perhaps like a dragon.
It is like a finger pointing away at the moon. Do not concentrate on the finger or you miss all the heavenly glory. Don't think, feel.
That's what it is. If you pay attention to who's making the point instead of what they're pointing to, you missed it. You missed it all.
You know?
You didn't get the point.
Ha! Okay, so
that's why in communication, when it's missed, that's why like good communication is actually missed.
Oh yeah.
It's missed communication. It's not miscommunication. She's single, no one's listening to her. It misses communication. Everyone misses communication. That's all I'm trying to fucking say.
Dude, how high are you right now?
A little higher than you, I'm sure.
Is it like the first joint you ever smoked? Because that's how I was.
What?
Like the CAT spills dog. Only I was jamming my face full of Cheetos with nothing to drink.
Okay.
No, we have a lot of the word play in this community. Have you met this wizard dude yet? The word wizard, kind of an old coot.
Oh man, no, I've met the wire wizard though. The wire wizard.
I've never seen this person, Adam Lanza. I've never seen.
Yeah,
him
we should
before
get
in
him
my
with
life.
word wizard.
He's just a new guy. But
Dude,
yeah,
the word wizard's $2.99 a month.
But well, YouTube
do it for
sent
free. I'll
Adam,
do it for free as
obviously.
long
He's
as
an
you
agent
don't
of YouTube.
pointing it out, or I don't keep pointing it out. I don't know. One of them. The dude, I had a good line for a DAO line. Fuck, it was oh shit. Oh man, I came up with this one the other day. Damn. All right, when I
we need a
remember it.
good like one-liner aphorism. You know. Yeah, go ahead, hit me with it.
Well, I'm too fucking high to remember it.
No, don't diminish yourself.
It's okay. I'll save it for the 10th version of the DAO that's gonna come out.
I know. Tommy's got some. You know, Tommy's got some sick one-liners on how to live life. You know, come on, dude.
It's all in the wrist, sometimes the ankle.
Oh.
Never pet a burning dog.
Never pet a burning dog? Is that what you said?
Good advice, isn't it?
Okay.
I'm gonna get the name of this
Like
channel
on
for you,
fire, or you know, if it's burning, like if it's burning with like pain, like I don't know, like maybe
probably
you should
burning with fire. And that reminds me, man, I watched one video about some dog that was all fucked up that people help, and now my YouTube is just slathered with depressing stories of what people do to animals and like dump them on the road and shit. And at least there's these channels that are out helping them.
If I get one now because you mentioned it and my phone fucking heard it, I'm gonna be pissed too. Thanks.
No, I think you'd have to watch one of the videos.
You
but
think,
yeah, man.
I know.
So for people that has this happen to them, you can go to your YouTube history and remove stuff from your history. Because I looked up how to do like
I did it already.
You check and see if you have herpes one time, and then YouTube the rest of your life has always been like, you still got herpes, bro? Still got herpes?
What about the clap?
It's like Dr.
You can
Phil
get rid of the
and
clap.
you are not the father.
That shit is a permanent record, you know.
I went to school with someone who was on Judge Judy.
I went to
Or
school
no,
with
their
someone that
fucking family member
faked
fell
on
through
judge duty.
he fell through a Tartarian. I didn't know it at the time, but he fell through one of those Tartarian sidewalks that collapses in like, I don't know, Boston or something.
Tartarian sidewalk?
Yeah, man. You don't know about the
Are these
sidewalk?
actual words? Like, no, I actually.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a blending going on.
YouTube is seriously mistaken on this mud flood thing.
Tartarian sidewalks. No, I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm not kidding you. Like, I'm going hypothetically in a legend, I own a shovel. And a character I know, hypothetically in a legend, owns a shovel and knows a metro park close by that has all these hills that are guarantee you not dug into. And I think it may be protected area, but I think protection has, like, maybe I'm protecting the area by being in it and making sure it's safe while I'm there. So
What
I'm
are
actually gonna
you
go out and dig for like
what are you talking about, Adam?
I'm going
Wait,
to
you're talking
dig
about
for giant skeletons, man.
oh fuck, there's giant
Yeah,
skeletons?
it looks like it would be maybe Sarah's ancestors because she's got red hair.
Oh shit. Sarah's
Those
got
red-haired
those
giants, dude. I'm about to find them
Nephilim
in my yard over there.
Nephilim genes. Yeah,
I am O negative.
that's a rare one. Oh my god.
Yeah,
So
she's got, what do you got, clearance? You got like G4 clearance? What's your
yeah,
clearance?
you probably shouldn't announce that because
Sarah, did you say you have typo negative blood?
the vampires will try to drain you. You know what I mean? I don't
Is
think
typo negative you can donate to anyone or you can receive from anyone?
I can donate to everyone. I can only receive O negative.
And then what's the type that can receive from anyone?
Is that A, B?
I think it might be like A negative or something.
Positive can receive from everyone.
I don't know the blood rules very well.
I don't.
You
I
know,
don't
I
really
gotta
know until you look it up.
I gotta run this.
I don't know
I gotta
anything.
run this by a check first. You know how, because JG be playing some shit out here. But yeah, let's see what this video is that JG's talking about. What the fuck is this? Here we go. I can't even find the tab
Dude,
that I
I
have.
got a video where I left a comment on these people's, like, these shifty people. They're scammies people, and they like talk. I don't know. They're just very scammy and they're very corny, and like they are as dumb as I thought that they were. And I was surprised because I was like, I think they're pretty dumb. I'm not trying to sit here and talk shit.
Did you say corny because we said JG?
I said corny because I was gonna continue with. I left one comment on their video, and it says,
Have you ever watched this show before, Adam?
This one?
Yeah.
No.
Like the show you're on right now. You've never seen this show before?
No.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Do you know what this show is about at all? Or like, do you know like why
I hear
this
the
show?
machine lies, and then my mind thinks we're gonna say things that have to do with machines and things that have to do with lies.
That's just good branding. That's just good fucking branding.
I mean, it's
yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's
nailed it.
Yeah, you nailed it. But yeah, I try to like, like I know you're a fan of brevity as well. I try to present that as well. Just get straight to the fucking, point of this shit. This gentleman here, suddenly becomes items of, that you might find in your pantry, whenever it's convenient.
What is that? Why?
Well, it appears to be a pineapple, sir. But yes,
Is there, just trying to set this up.
So what? So I was correct with answering the question. Did I answer the question correctly? It is about machines.
Absolutely. I've asked you several questions. You've almost answered every question I've asked you correctly. You're betting 1,000 tonight, But yeah, this particular night, people have said that you're extremely high, but don't mind it. I think Tommy.
I haven't even looked. I haven't even
Tommy.
looked. I'm
Tommy's
full
that
screen.
kind of
What are they
person.
doing?
Yeah, Tommy's that kind of person. He's into like, gauging people's psychology and shit. That's why he's a pineapple right now. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
Are we gonna watch Charmed?
I guess
Of it?
I don't know. I feel like this is gonna get us popped. Is this gonna get us popped?
Give me a second.
Is this gonna get us popped? Charmed Witches. I mean, this channel put it up, so why would it get us popped?
Oh my god, dude, my dad watched this show. I used to laugh at him. Is this with the vampire women?
No, that's Buffy.
Oh wait. Okay. I think you watched Charm though too, I feel like.
Charmed is with like Alyssa Milano and the chick that was the bitch in 90210.
3 women.
Yeah, and then
he watched the show. I know my dad. He watched the
oh,
show.
I definitely watched it too when I was younger.
I had to watch it because I worked with a girl when I worked with mentally handicapped adults that we had to watch it every morning.
And
yet every scene of Alyssa
what's going
Milano
on
looks
here?
constipated.
We're just gonna watch the show.
I have no well, I mean, I have no monetization as of yet. But yeah, if I get that popping, if I get the stats for the monetization, then I will go ahead.
Monetization. I don't get it.
I don't know. Flow State is like like he's into like economic
I'm
shit.
gonna kill the monetization.
I'm not privy to this shit that he's talking about. But
Is it
yeah,
me? I'm gonna kill the monetization with what? Free
It's-
thought or something?
he might be talking about you personally. I mean,
No, I'm quite sure if I get monetized, they'll just deny it.
hope
They'll
he
just
is.
turn
Well,
it down.
We'll learn.
They'll look
either
at my
way, right?
content and be like, nah, we can't.
Whether you're being or you're not being, the lights and the camera are there, and either way, there's still a lesson at either end of the point. So I don't know what that dude's talking about, but yeah, maybe watching television shows on here might, yeah, I could see that.
oh well. Anyways, here he is.
The video will probably almost certainly get you demonetized because it's copyrighted.
There it is.
Oh shit!
And Tommy will almost certainly never get monetized because he says N-word too much.
Who did me?
No, I just think my content isn't something they can advertise with.
You'd be surprised actually. They can work with a lot of stuff. Like all of my videos start off with like restricted, but I appeal them all, and most of them get monetized eventually. I do think that the N words and the F words, things like that, will probably though be deal breakers usually.
Why? Does the algorithm know what race I am when I'm saying the N-word?
No, but when you appeal it, you get a human review.
And then they have to watch 10 fucking hours and be like, it's fine. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said the F in one. I'm sorry.
I'm the FAG one, not the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The other one's fine. I'll still tone it down. It's not good language.
Tommy, what's your pineapple name?
What?
What is your name for your pineapple?
I don't know. It'll just be one of the Me Member Berries characters. I could be a stack of pancakes, but I don't want Bex to show up. Looks pretty blurry, huh?
A bag of pancakes. Shit.
Yeah, stack of pancakes.
Yeah, because them shits do be coming in a bag sometimes, where it's like a Ziploc thing. The powder comes in a bag. You know what I'm talking about?
Dude, I just ate some of that shit like 3 hours ago.
Yeah, I need to get on that. Some type of breakfast item. That's what the fuck I need at this hour. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why JG sent this out here, you know.
Honestly, I don't think it's what's the point that's going to be created or made by watching this video.
You know, JG's given me weird links to play during live streams too. I didn't notice them until after, but
What about this? Well, maybe he just clicked on the wrong link, or maybe there was some overarching, because Charmed, I could see some like occult shit showing up in Charmed.
Oh yeah, it's all over. It's about witchcraft. Of course, it's gonna be full of occult.
But it's got to be like something obvious too on top of it all, like some type of like
Symbology.
yeah, like something like like something like off top, like you wouldn't like really, because I know JG, he'll be looking at weird shit sometimes. Like he's always got a point for his shit. Like he never really, yeah. What is it?
What I honestly don't know. What is the definition of imagination?
Imagination. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with the thing we were talking about earlier, where like knowledge.
I can look it up. I like definitions though.
Like how like there's no such thing as original thought. Like how you were saying that like knowledge actually comes from somewhere. You learn something, that all truth exists on a spectrum. I think that's where imagination comes in, because I think imagination is greater than knowledge. Because imagination. Yeah.
Didn't Tesla say that? Tesla or Einstein say that imagination was more important? Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
You want to see what? You want to
there's
see
a
the
famous
thumbnail for Druxecution?
Yeah, there's a famous Einstein quote. Druxecution. Yeah, let's put this up because this. Yeah, this is a good
Let me
looking
shrink
picture.
it down a little bit. And get it. Try and get it in the screen size a little bit.
Druxecution for cuck body outline.
Execution sounds better for hers, but yeah, man, I was almost creeping me out how I made his face all lifeless and decapitated.
Yeah, it wasn't too hard. I mean, it's kind of already zombie looking motherfucker. Like a zombie Mexican is kind of weird. Yeah.
Honestly, though, bro, if like that, whoever that picture was, that guy looked more trustworthy than that other guy talking about women can't vote until something because of economy and shit.
I agree. I agree.
This guy's fucking dealable with. Like that other guy is just fucking insane.
Yes.
Like he's fucking up lives of thousands of people. Even if he probably wasn't even real, it's probably just some lie to make us feel bad about our past. Who fucking knows it?
Oh yeah,
I know.
Well, I've worked with
came
Drew.
up with a way that we can keep voting legit and fair.
Yeah, that guy would throw me under the bus.
The qualification to vote is you have to stick a 9-inch dildo up your ass.
They already do that, except
so every vote will count.
Experience grow. So you gotta get a new idea.
Yeah, this is the guy right here, Marinetti, the futurist. What the fuck? I'm sorry, guys. My screen is like, I don't know. My screen is frozen. Can anybody see me? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marinetti. Yeah, Filippo Marinetti. Yeah. He doesn't look like a trustworthy cat. Yeah, I think. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Can I read the definition of the imagination?
Wait. You have a definition of the imagination?
Yeah, it's from the dictionary.
From the dictionary.
Yeah.
Okay,
Not
let's
very
read their
imaginative, is it?
Yeah, I know. Let's read their let's read their bunk ass definition of imagination in the dictionary. Let's go ahead. Yeah.
All right.
This shit is gonna be bunk right here. I'm gonna have to wipe my ass with this definition in a minute here.
No, you can't just redefine words. Let's hear it first. Before we judge it.
I'm pretty sure I could define imagination however the fuck I want. I mean, the word is literally called imagination, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you can. You can.
Look at the etymology.
No one said you couldn't define it. I'm just saying that also, like the Earth has defined it as well, sort of.
But it's like saying define abstract. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's kind of like
But you said the word and we all knew what you meant, right?
Did you?
No, because
so if we all say the same thing right now, then we all know what
Because if
Abstract
you
means
say
poop.
Imagination?
no, because if you say, oh, I imagine some shit, like that's different from saying like something is imagination. You know, that might not be a real thing because does anybody really make anything up? It's a fucking question to begin with. You know, you can't just presuppose that there's made up shit. Like where?
Are you asking if we have any original thought, any original
Yeah.
idea? Are we
I
actually
clearly just am only
creative?
saying
No,
the
it all
definition of
stems
imagination
from
is
God.
like
We
about
are not
12
the original
words.
creators.
Yeah,
Tell that girl
exactly,
she's
like
the only thought we got around here. That hoe over there?
is that, what is it? Is that fucking out fucking
The
Al
Luma
Pacino?
Scarface naughty.
It looks like a young Al Pacino. Or yeah, that's Al Pacino.
Yeah.
There's
No,
a
I think it's actually Tommy mixed with Al Pacino. I think it's Tommy's face superimposed on Al Pacino. That's actually what I'm seeing at this point. I don't know if y'all see that too, but like, yeah.
Give him a meth rock and he'll love you again.
Oh shit, man. But yeah,
I'm not gonna shoot you, Frank.
So you're saying, so essentially, like I see kind of like a point is like, how can you define that which is finite?
Well, no.
Or infinite.
Oh yeah, of course, but
Right.
like
Well,
what
then,
Sarah
like,
said.
why write a poem then?
But what Sarah said, like,
who cares then,
does
right?
anybody make anything up? Like, it's more of a question, like imagination, like question, like
People
imagination.
put things
Like,
together. They don't make them, but they put things together that might make things. I don't know. It's not that big of a
right. You know, like I get that people make two shits together. Like
Wait.
that's
The
already
machine lies.
exists.
Does
And
that
it's
mean
a
we
new
don't read?
thing.
Does that mean we don't read definitions because it's lying?
Well,
Cow, I see you, man. I just can't
what it
talk to the
means
chat right now.
you created it to mean. If you look at the etymology of words, you're getting closer to what they truly mean. The dictionary definitions is basically the bullshit meaning we created it into,
What's
but
the
it's not
current
really what
meaning?
these words mean. Yeah, it's not.
What the fuck do you mean the dictionary is bullshit?
Well, if you look at the dictionary, a lot of the words, it has nothing to do with the root word meaning of those words.
It does have to do with the root meaning. Government means to fucking
control mind, man.
and ment means mind. Government, mind control. So
I remember my first
Look
420.
at the dictionary definition of government and tell me, does it say to rule the mind or
The
govern?
etymology of
no, it
imagination is
doesn't.
pretty
You're right.
That's my
consistent.
point.
You are right. You are right.
Mhm.
Yeah, and
You are right. It doesn't say see Latin. Your mind's being controlled. Correct.
It's using words to define words. So in a sense, it's circular, isn't it?
Or regulating.
But
their-
it's giving an outline at minimum. It's giving an outline. I mean,
Because you could,
very
yeah, because you could point to some shit, like say, like defining some shit, pointing to it is almost better than like using
that'd
words
be like
to
being
define
like
a word. You know,
like the letter, like the word blue is a color. So it's like, I mean, yeah, there's nothing's 100 unless it's to you.
right, and it's like try defining blue.
Just
Like
interesting.
that's almost a perfect example because you could point to something that's blue, but like if you want to define blue, like we're gonna be here forever. Like who the fuck is defined
that's
blue?
easy. I'm
Yeah.
blue,
Monica
double D,
Lewinsky
double da.
blue.
You can define it scientifically. They have an exact frequency to define blue.
It's a
Right.
spectrum. It's a color on the light spectrum. It's the Roy G. Biv. Roy G. Biv DeVoe.
Honestly, I'm not trying to be, I might actually just enjoy just the dictionary definition better than that.
Yeah, you know what? We never let you read the definition of imagination. Go ahead and read it. You know, we never let you read it. Like, what the fuck? Like, I just kept
hey,
hammering
dude,
away.
like, hey, unless I mean, raise your hand if you're perfect. Nobody knows. And flow
Flow's
state,
perfect.
hey, flow state. How do they let you behind that museum glass and that fucking that aren't? If you're perfect, man, you're that work of art. Where's your fucking museum glass around you? I don't see that shit.
Do you want me to respond to that one, or you just want to walk away from that joke and pretend like you didn't make it?
No, that was a
I
real
did
challenge.
make it. Do you want to?
That was a real challenge.
That was a real
I'm not gonna make a
challenge.
joke. What the fuck? Okay.
You can't walk
That
away
was
now.
awesome.
The only way to leave is in a
What I
box.
want to
Sound
know
like
is
my little
whose
brother,
whose
bro. What's
empty
your name?
house
Fucking Aaron?
are you in?
Name Aaron?
Oh shit! No, wait, you didn't hear him. Go ahead, Flo.
What I am wondering is whose empty house you're in.
That's just so good. Oh man. Do you want me to answer that, or do you want me to pretend that? You want me to pretend that you didn't make that job?
Damn.
I am the key
No,
master.
dude. All right, no,
Are
hold
you
on.
the
Let
gatekeeper?
him bless us. Let him bless us with his intelligence.
What am I looking at?
I'm all ears.
What the
I'm all ears now. I'll just listen to this dude.
Tommy's being a demon.
Yo.
One of those
Looks
dogs
like
from
you're Yoda
Ghostbusters.
with horns. What is that? Like a dinosaur Yoda.
Dude, I've never seen somebody get the towel worked up like this guy. I'm interested. He's like a specimen. Like we need to capture him and take samples and study him.
The Tao
This guy
is
right
just
here.
opposite.
This guy.
You can't have one without the other. So if you want fullness, you have to have emptiness. That's all it is. It's just
You want fullness of penis.
Say that again.
You want fullness of penis.
But I'm empty.
Good Lord, Tom.
I'm void of penises.
Yeah, I know. You got 3 orifices and 2 hands that could be full of penis.
But I have
Oh
no
shit!
penis.
Actually. Oh, okay, thank you for sending me this. Okay, I'll put this up right now. This is actually the definition that he sent, so I could take a better look at this shit. Wait, did you ever read this? You never read this shit, or wait, no, you started to read it right now.
No.
The ability to form mental images of things that are not present to the
that makes sense.
senses or not considered to be real.
As in tangible or concrete. They're talking about what's conceptual. It's an image in your mind. It's not physically there, as in real.
Imagination.
I don't know.
To get to the etymology of it. The etymology of it is
I
something
swear to
like
God, if you say etymology one more time tonight.
etymology.
The etymology is pretty consistent throughout the whole.
Etymology.
Wow.
Even my dog got up and walked away.
That's all right. He can go away. Yeah. Picture to oneself. Formation of images, mental images. That's all it means. It's just imagery. Conceptual images.
I'm looking at I think
You're thinking of creativity.
I think 6 is appropriate. I think the rest of these can go right in the garbage. You know what I mean? Other than 6, I don't really see a real definition out here other than attention, interest, or enthusiasm.
Yeah, I don't get that either.
Yeah,
I like that one. I like that one because really it's about the abstract principle behind knowledge itself. It's greater than knowledge. It's the symbolic shape behind what you know. It's not something
creative.
That's archetypes.
Right.
It's not because
Imagination is
Oh,
creative.
no
Now,
one
I just Googled the name. Now I
one
remember.
presumes dualism. One presumes that there's some realm where shit is happening.
Like the Akashic realm?
Yeah, like one almost seems Akashic to me. Like it just doesn't even make sense. You mean
I wouldn't say that's imagination.
Well, I think that's what the first definition is saying it is. In my opinion,
I
the
see
ability.
as mental images inside your brain. That's not considered real, as in tangible or concrete. They're conceptual images inside of your mind. You're visually seeing things, so it's not real, as in the tangible 3D world, but it's still inside of your mind, outside of the senses.
But it doesn't have to be images. It could be sounds, it could be words, it could be concepts.
That's not imagination. There's literally the word image inside the word imagination.
Boom.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's literally images, because if you think of, because what imagination is actually, it's like thoughts.
Yeah, an image in your mind.
Because to be fair, it says mental images. So it's not just an image; it's an image in your mind. You could look at a fucking picture of something. That's
Its
an image too.
etymology is derived
That's not
from
imagination.
image.
You know what I mean?
But a physical, tangible image that you are able to see with your eyes is using your senses. You're using your vision to see.
I don't have to use my eyes to see an image in my mind.
Inside your mind, it's not tangible. It's not concrete. Not using
Now I'm gonna get you mind fucked here, because if you see something, if you hold a picture inside of your hand and you see it with your fucking own two eyes, doesn't that shit also happen in your mind?
Well, the image here with your eyes
You know
would be
what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
the image inside your mind would be imagination.
The question becomes,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What are you seeing outside?
Those are
What is
that's two different things occurring here.
Is the image in
I
your
don't think there's
mind
two different
stronger than what you see? Is the image in your sleep stronger than what you see? The vision that she's talking about isn't what you see outside. The vision that she's talking about is the vision that you remember and can hold in your mind, even though it is not concrete, and for how long and for how persistent.
Yeah, my problem is the
Or the use of
redoubling.
manifestation and concentration is also part of it.
Yeah. Yeah, my problem is the process of redoubling. When you're seeing the image in front of you, you're also imagining it in your own head. That means that imagination is a process separate from actual seeing, but when you see something in your head, the more clarified.
Because I don't. I can look at something.
Then our imagination is like my television over there in my.
I can also see it in my brain without seeing it here, and I can do both.
Right, but what do you think? What do you think people that were born blind picture in their head?
Sounds.
Because when we picture stuff in our mind, we've already had a frame of reference.
That's like one of the.
There's a lot of things I've seen in my mind I've never seen with my
Dude,
eyes.
I didn't want to debate the rabbit. I take that shit back, dude. I don't want to.
Right, but if you've never seen anything there, like you can see stuff and then think up something you've never seen. But if you have no frame of reference, what do you think? What pictures?
How would anybody be able to answer the question? That's so like
redundant. Because blind people that were born blind can still talk, Adam.
Yeah, that's right.
Up and at them.
You ask them if they can see things in their mind.
What does a deaf person call the sun?
Is anybody here blind can answer the question that this guy wants to talk about for 5 minutes?
No, but we all have lateral experiences that we can apply to answer the question, like how we can't really invent new things mentally. We can only cross-apply things. Get your face out of your hand.
That's not true. That's why Tesla said imagination was more important than intelligence, because
I'm going to give you an example. Yeah, out of parts of old things. So we can imagine a six-legged dog.
No, you can, like, if you came across alien technology, you wouldn't know what it is because you have no reason to use it or know what it is. But you could technically think up something that was new.
Yeah, you could technically jerk your dog off. What the fuck are we talking about?
All right, calm down,
Adam,
Squatter.
you have no tenure and no impressiveness to be talking that way.
And you haven't washed your hair in at least a fucking week, bro.
Oh.
And you're sitting in a white room.
Oh.
And you're naming, you have a pseudonym of this, the Sandy Hook kid.
Dude, go say a fucking Holy Mary and fucking shut the fuck up.
Well, let's go.
I'm not
let's
Catholic.
go.
I believe Catholicism is probably the beast system, false Christianity.
Yeah,
I mean, look at the
Thorpes.
Look at the Thorpes.
That's how you
Well,
teach
let's
people,
go with
dog.
what
That's
Flo.
how you teach people, for sure.
What Flo said there, I think it was correct. That if you dream up some shit that's like supposedly new, the idea of it had to come from some shit already in existence. Isn't that what you were trying to say, Flo?
Yeah, it's not fundamentally new. It's just cross applied.
But what I'm saying is the Akashic Records houses all that information. We don't visually see the Akashic Records with our five senses. You can tap into it without it. So a blind person can still tap into the Akashic Records and visually see things with their imagination, even though they
What
haven't.
are you watching, guy?
Their
Sorry, sir.
It's okay. We're still on the same page that they're pulling the information from somewhere. It's just not from their visual.
But doesn't that? But they already have access to all the information there.
Everyone has access to the Akashic Records when they learn.
Yeah,
how.
see, that's what I mean. So it doesn't exist technically outside of you. You know what I mean?
Well, it's everywhere.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean, though. Like if you believe that, then it would just be like in the universal mind, and therefore would be permeated. You know what I mean? So
Collective unconscious.
it wouldn't be outside of you.
It's within and outside. It's all around. It's the same thing. Like finding
exactly.
God.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean that's kind of the same as kind of what I'm saying is that doesn't make sense, because then you can't have dualism. So you can't have ideas exist in some separate realm. They got to be already there in a sense.
But what she's saying is like, hey, right now we're all physically in a room. If you literally close your eyes, you can envision something else than what you are actually experiencing. That's what imagination is. That's all.
Of course. But is that me going outside of the fucking room?
No. That's happening inside your mind.
Right. So but see,
the physical room is in the 3D world. So we're seeing things in 2D, but we're living in a 3D world.
No, it's in the physical world.
In 3D.
Is dealing in the 4D, but sees it 3D.
No, you deal in like 5D.
No, but I mean, if you
world is 5D.
No, but I mean, if you experience something in your like say you experience something in the physical world, you're also experiencing it in your imagination, right? But if you experience something in the imagination, you're not experiencing it in the physical world. So the imagination is always part of the physical world. It's not a separate realm.
Well, then you say, like, does the brain see exactly what we think that we see? There's another distinction there, because we're talking about blue. Some people see that shit different. So it's not.
Who sees blue different?
Who says?
You remember that Facebook thing? The yellow dress and the blue dress?
Not what he said.
All agreed that what we're
Did
seeing.
that man say who sees blue different? Is that what I heard?
Who sees blue different?
Bro, fucking you. Oh my god, dude. Goodbye.
Do you remember that Facebook meme, Flow State?
What a queer. The one with like, which color is this shoe? That one?
It was a dress, yeah.
That was an obscure color though, that was sort of hard to mentally grasp. But like blue...
No, everybody saw either blue or yellow, because I had people be like, oh, what's the deal with this meme? And I was like, oh, some people see a different color, and they're like, it's obviously yellow. And I go, well, I see it blue. And it blew their mind.
But think about this. Let's say we only know something is called blue because we were raised that what we're seeing is blue. But what if what I'm seeing from my side looks like what you see as red, but we've been calling it blue?
Then you would have crashed at a stoplight by now.
No, because colorblind people have to change what they're doing. They have to literally adjust.
No, that's why there are 3 stacks. So if you're colorblind, you know the top one is stop, the middle one is yield, and the bottom one. God damn it, Sarah. This is why you need to quit acting like you're some smarty
My
pants.
point.
This is why I'm so mean to people, because
No,
you guys
listen,
aren't
what
as
I'm
smart as you
saying.
think you are.
Listen to what I'm saying. Okay.
Oh, I heard you.
You are seeing your color green. Okay, and
Yeah,
I know
Roy G.
that
Biv.
color is green, and I think that's green.
Roy G. Bill Biv DeVoe.
But when I look at the color that's green, I am actually seeing what you see when you look at the color yellow. But when
No, because listen, Sarah, when you go to McDonald's, everything is red and yellow because those are colors you can sit and eat around. Like there's a psychological thing to it. So you don't see people being like, ew, I can't sit and eat at McDonald's because all the red and yellow. Now it's true that we may see the blue and the yellow dress different, and we probably see different levels of shade, not to mention people have different eyesight quality. But as far as the Roy G. Biv spectrum, that's the light spectrum. It is the isness of color.
It is.
Man,
But
they shooting again.
You're completely missing my point.
I think you're
colors are changing.
Not making a point.
Okay. Can I try again?
No, you can try.
Okay. Your SpongeBob dude has almost a rainbow.
I'm sorry, Sarah. I want to talk about this dude that just broke the fuck out after he minorly annoyed.
Will you put my
most of
link
the
down
chat.
there for the troll so that he can come to one of my live streams, the next one? I put it in the back chat.
Oh yeah, I got you. I got you.
Appreciate it. And
you want
and
him
Tao,
to come find you?
Tao, if he does come to my next live stream, I'll for sure tag you. But in the meantime, you should hit the bell notifications. Do you like that? And do it for Machine Live.
Seems like your type, Flow State. There's something about him.
About
you
who?
guys
Tao?
are like that type.
About me and Tao?
No,
Or
the
me and the
Adam
grease
Lanza.
bucket.
Yeah.
He's not my type.
And I don't mean like you're both like you. There's something that both of you have that I can sense right away.
I don't know. I got kind of the heebie-jeebies by what Neurojack was saying, and then I was like, and then they just dropped the subject, and then the dude kept making jokes about like dead kids. But yeah, I think he was just like joking or whatever. But yeah, I was like, oh shit. I was like, are you just gonna talk about dead kids and you're named after somebody who killed or some
I
shit?
think people underestimate what kind of people are going to find these. Like, think about how many people don't know that YouTube has the panel verse yet. There's like regular YouTube viewers that don't know panel
Yeah,
verse
could
is
you
happening.
imagine if this dude was a spree killer? Like I was like, and he's just on my panel, and this is some type of troll to get my fucking channel shut down. I don't know, I always think of weird shit. I'm always paranoid as fuck, but yeah, I always think of shit like that. But yeah, could you imagine if that was like Adam Lanza? Yeah, I don't know,
I think Adam Lanza is dead.
Yeah, but if he like
Adam Lanza.
still alive, underground, and he just like shows up on panels, and he like was on the Machine Lies panel. I'm talking about more like.
There was a YouTube channel a couple years ago. I don't know if it's still around. It had a recording of a radio call-in Adam Lanza did to a radio show, and he wasn't crazy or freaking out. I remember something significant about the conversation, but I just remember him sounding like a casual, typical person. I mean, he was complaining about something with society or seeing some kind of degradation. But there's some sketchy shit with that one, man. Like, that's the one that had the ambulances parked far away. It had the name on the map of the Batman movie. His mom was in the FBI, if I remember right. Yeah, man, that's one of them weird mass gangbangs. And then the Batman movie, that's where Denver had the shooting during that Batman movie that said Sandy Hook on the map. And it was weird. It was a weird shooting too.
What are we looking at here?
That's the pride science. That's the science of pride.
Pride science.
Science of pride.
Nice pride chart.
Well, it says here that Goethe had his own theory of colors that was different from Isaac Newton, the way Isaac Newton derived his theory of colors. Yeah.
No, I'm sure there's colors in the spectrum that we can't see because, like, there's some type of bee that can visually see Wi-Fi signals.
Yeah, he
And then,
says
like, other
Yeah.
dimensions aren't visible to us because of we just can't perceive them.
I disagree. We have the ability. You just have to work up to it.
No, you
have
don't.
to unlock. Yeah, you have to unlock things.
It's hard enough just to think in 4D. I mean, the whole point of dimensions would be to not be there, not see them while you're in another, unless you're in that higher dimension. But to be at a lower dimension, seeing the higher dimension, I don't know how that would.
You have
I
to
don't
prepare
know.
your mind for it so you don't shatter
What was the McConaughey astronaut movie? It would be like that when he was seeing like that repetition of the library, kind of like, I forget how to describe how he was seeing it, but that would be kind of like the 4D. Let me get a picture of this cube. I'll give you a good 4D exercise. Okay. Come on, get over there. Give me a second.
It'd be easier if you weren't trying to put a reflection in front of a reflection in front of too many angles to manage.
I'm just experimenting with a new setup because I mean I've never made it a secret that I'm pointing my phone at my fucking computer to do filters and shit.
This is Isaac Newton proving that outside is gay.
Yeah,
right.
that's what Goethe's theory. He said he refuted Isaac Newton. That's what he said. He said he refuted Isaac Newton's color theory. He says, along with the rest of the world, I was convinced that all the colors are contained in the light. No one had ever told me anything different, and I had never found the least case to doubt it because I had no further interest in the subject. But how I was astonished as I looked at a white wall through the prism, and it stayed white. That only where it came upon some darkened area, it showed some color. Then at last around the windowsill, all the colors shone. It didn't take long before I knew here was something significant about color to be brought forth. And I spoke through an instinct out loud that the Newtonian teachings were false. And some people believed that he was right about this. He said, the theory we set up against this begins with colorless light and avails itself of outward conditions to produce colored phenomenon. But it concedes worth of and dignity to these conditions. It does not arrogate to itself developing colors from the light, but rather seeks to prove by numberless cases that color is produced by light as well as by what stands against it.
But we know that black is all colors absorbed and white is like no colors. Because that's why if you wear a black shirt in the summertime, it gets hot. And if you're in a white shirt, it's not as hot. And that's because colors are like the color that will reflect whatever that substance is that's a color of something. It's reflecting that spectrum of the light.
Black being all colors doesn't really make sense to me, or it never has.
Well, I mean, it's like the whole light spectrum is being absorbed, and if you ever mixed all the food coloring, you get pretty much black.
Well, I've mixed a lot of paint when I was a kid, and it never turns black. The more you add to it,
You
gets
didn't
like a
mix
murky brown.
all of it.
I know. I'm just saying there's a trend here which is not towards black. If you add yellow to black,
this
it
is
changes
old.
color.
See,
Okay.
you
know what?
don't
Never mind,
know
never
the
mind, never
shape of the
mind.
planet you're on.
I know
This
this
is
is
just one
going
of those
down.
things.
I know you believe everything that you've been indoctrinated with, and you don't question it. That's fine. That's why
No,
I'm trying to
I'm
back out of it.
telling you how you can know for yourself.
Jesus is by the book. The world is a globe. Color black is all colors. Got it.
No, my religious faith and knowing that I'm on a globe are not the same thing. But let me show you this 4D exercise. This is an exercise in thinking in 4D. If I could have the screen for a moment, sir.
Have the screen for how?
Just give me the big screen while I point this out with this picture.
Oh, okay. Here, hold on. You're talking about like this?
Yeah.
And he's
All right,
speaking
so-
in mathematical, geometrical versions of 4D, and I'm not. So go ahead.
Hey, Sarah. Hey, Sarah, hon. Shut the fuck up for a second. Now,
Okay,
a
going.
4D mental exercise is if you look at this square and picture like this square is the front of the box toward you, but at the same time, picture this square is the front of the box toward you. That's kind of like seeing 4D from 3D realm. Like, oh, is it sitting in the distance line? The distance angle is like, shit, my pointer's sucking. Like this way? Or is it like above us and it's pointing like off above us horizon? I don't know, you get what I'm saying. Like, this square's the front of the box, but no, this square's the front of the box. And just think of it that way at the same time. Now you're Matthew McConaughey looking through a bookshelf at his daughter, trying to fucking tell her some shit.
The reason you can't visualize it is because it's a concept. 4D is a mathematical concept.
Well, you can't visualize it. You just did visualize it.
4D, Tommy, I'm not talking about what you're describing. I understand that is the mathematical calculation of 4D in terms of geometrical shapes, and when you're talking about.
But bitch, did you see a calculator anywhere? Did I add up any numbers?
I'm not talking about that when I'm saying.
Nobody know what you be talking about.
So when I say 4D, I'm talking about the world between the earth, tangible world, and between the heaven world where God resides. There's the 4D. This is the spiritual realm. This is where spiritual war is occurring. This is where your mind is. This is where demons exist. This is where angels exist. The 5D.
No, this isn't. I mean, they can transfer over, but this isn't where they exist. They come and take a form here, but that's why, like, we are like the buzzing of flies to them as far as any power or force concerned.
That's where the war is occurring. The spiritual war happening in the 4D.
Shit.
You're also one of these people in this community that will use the Bible to talk shit on the Bible. I don't get it.
There's divine truths in the Bible, but there's also falsehoods wrapped around the.
No, did you ever think that maybe you just are wrong?
Maybe the pastor's wrong.
I have been wrong about a lot of things. I have been
right. So why stand on such isness?
God was the one that proved me wrong many, many times. He slapped me in the face.
Right, but do you want to be like wrong, as in like you die and you stand before that dude, and he's like, "Why are you false propheting my word?"
Because when I actually hear God, he contradicts the Bible many times. In fact, he told me to throw it away.
You probably hear the God of this world.
God,
No.
who is that?
The devil.
I don't.
The Bible was written in this world.
It's a book in this world.
Yeah, it's a book in this world, written by people in this world.
No.
God didn't write the Bible.
Oh, so this all-powerful, omnipotent being, he just has no control over what information would get to us. Or
even when you receive information,
I guess that's a pretty good point.
it's still up to interpretation.
And
Humans
discernment, yeah.
What they hear from God is not 100%.
Do you think, like, even to tell people, do I get a turn?
When it happens, I'm like, oh, that's what you meant.
Even to tell people things in this world, I have to use analogies or find out ways to let them think they figured it out. Because you can't just tell people straight up information. And I've told Flow State why he's on a globe numerous times and he doesn't get it. So it's like I have to figure out a way to make him think he figured out he's on a globe.
Tommy, why do you think that God would need an institution to interpret and explain the Bible for you? Why would he choose that method of
I
conveying
didn't
knowledge?
say, and I mean, the church is a thing, but
Don't you think it
don't
would make more
need it.
sense for him to do, even though I don't think Sarah strengthened her argument by saying when God talks to me, don't you think that that would actually make more sense as a way for God to communicate to you than through a book?
I wouldn't say God talks to me if I were her. Like, I mean, he does, but it's not like you don't hear a telephone call in your skull.
Well, wouldn't it be both? Because in the Bible it says that God literally shows up and talks to people. So then,
Yeah, back
so
in
then
the
wouldn't it-
Old Testament shit. Yeah.
Audibly heard God.
I mean, they used to have angels come down and visit, and they were sore afraid.
Can you turn Sarah's mic up some? Because Tommy's talking
Well-
right over the top of her.
Why would you suggest
Tommy? Tommy, don't talk over Sarah because Sarah's mic is turned up all the way. I noticed that before, but I
Good.
just can't. I can't do anything about it. But yeah, Tommy, don't talk over Sarah.
Okay, then Sarah, just don't talk.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too.
Well,
just kidding. Dead air.
Machine Lies, I'm gonna get you a channel name. I can't remember it. I'm not gonna do the Neurojack thing and throw specific videos at you. You can just watch any video, and I want to hear your reaction on it. It's just another channel I found where like Christians and Muslims are talking about shit. But I don't think it'll come off. It's not trolly like that guy Neuro brought to us. This is just a guy discussing. But I thought
send it my way. If anybody wants me to react to shit, even if it's offensive, I really don't care. You'd be surprised at, what I get offended about and what I don't get offended about.
You're pretty hard to offend, it seems to me.
Yeah, one of the
People
things
try
that
to.
one of the things that did offend me, I'll show you guys real quick. It was like this hairstyle, and I was like, oh my god. You know what I mean?
Adams.
Yeah, I was like, oh shit, and I hope because I think the thing is that I think that black girls are beautiful, you know what I mean? And I think they're some of the most attractive women, but some of these hairstyles, I mean, man, you just have to be shocked. And I hope that when my wife comes back, she doesn't have some stupid shit like this, because I will divorce her on the spot, because this actually offends me. Is this old centipede head,
God, I hope she does.
This is just crazy. It like that just looks scary to me. I don't know. Stitch braid, cute stitch bun. That looked like old centipede head. Yeah,
that's not a good look. That probably
that's
hurts
not-
like a motherfucker too.
Some HP Lovecraft hair. Yeah.
So coarse. It's very difficult to manage their hair. So this is just a way to deal with it for longer terms.
Yeah, I didn't get
Yeah,
that.
but black people can do a badass Afro mohawk, man. Fucking like if I was a black dude, I'd fucking throw the shit out of my hair. I'd have one of those tight, fucking symmetrical ball fro heads.
Oh yeah.
It looks clean
Yeah,
as
that's what I'm
fuck when a
saying.
dude pulls that off.
Oh, the man
Yeah.
bun. I think man buns are
No,
like.
not a man bun, just a full symmetrical dome of fro.
Oh, a dome of fro. Okay. Never
I
mind.
hope I don't get. I don't know if anybody knows if we get taken
Are
off
you
for
playing
playing
it?
TED videos. Yeah, I think we can play it.
I mean, it'll be demonetized probably, but if you're better off if you try to speed it up.
Oh yeah, let me try to speed this shit up. Yeah, because
And
yeah,
pause it
because this is
regularly.
actually, yeah, this is something that we don't actually need to dwell on, but it is an important thought experiment. I could sit here and explain it. It's about Mary's room experiment by Frank Jackson. Frank Jackson is a philosopher who made a theory of mind called epiphenomenalism. And yeah, it's just an interesting thought experiment about colors, how we observe colors. But anyways, here we go.
Oh, you want to do a thought
named Mary.
experiment, do you?
Oh yeah, it's
I'll be
kind of
right back.
it's
I'll
kind
be
of
right
like
back.
yeah, it's kind of like a thought experiment, and it seemed like
I got you, fam. I got you.
we got it. Hell yeah, yeah. We need some live thought experiments out here, and Tommy's got our back as well. So we'll be coming up with one too.
Brilliant neuroscientist named Mary. Mary lives in a black and white room. She only reads black and white books, and her screens only display black and white. But even though she has never seen color, Mary is an expert in color vision and knows everything ever discovered about its physics and biology.
See, she knows about color, so she learned about it in a room. She never saw color. That's the thing. So yeah. Anyways, but yeah.
She knows how different wavelengths of light stimulate 3 types of cone cells in the retina, and she knows how electrical signals travel down the optic nerve into the brain. There, they create patterns of neural activity that correspond to the millions of colors most humans can distinguish. Now imagine that one day Mary's black and white screen malfunctions and an apple appears in color. For the first time.
Yeah, this is actually still too slow. Like, yeah. But yeah. The apple is there now. Yep.
She can experience something that she's known about for years. Does she learn anything new? Is there anything about perceiving color that wasn't captured in all her knowledge? Philosopher Frank Jackson proposed this thought experiment, called Mary's Room, in 1982. He argued that if Mary already knew all the physical facts about color vision and experiencing color still teaches her something new, then mental states like color perception can't be completely described by physical facts. The Mary's Room thought experiment describes what philosophers call the knowledge argument, that there are non-physical properties and knowledge which can only be discovered through conscious experience. The knowledge argument contradicts the theory of physicalism, which says that everything, including mental states, has a physical explanation. To most people hearing Mary's story,
Anyways, that's about the long and short of like what it is. Then they're gonna do their little bullshit roundabout explanations and justifications for what the fuck this man has said, which basically is this: that the color, seeing the color red, is the experience of seeing the color red knowledge itself.
I would agree with that. Experience is generally not identical to what you perceive in your mind conceptually before you've ever had it. There's usually something that you're off.
Yeah, I heard though it's a thought experiment. I got a few minutes to maybe read some articles. I'd stop by for a thought experiment. Maybe we could read some articles. You know, I got to do some work around the house. But I got time for a thought experiment.
Who's that supposed to be?
You're McGirt.
Oh, of course.
You probably weren't around for this era. You probably never met Yurt McGirt. In a yurt with books.
Yurts are cool. I've never been in one, but they look pretty cool.
Oh, this yurt isn't very cool.
Especially for glamping. I want to go glamping. That's what I want to do.
I don't even
know. How about we go with this? You imagined sex as a little boy. You thought about it, you knew about it, you learned about it, you watched about it, you did all of these things, and then you had it. And was it different than what you imagined?
She was much angrier when I was done.
I can honestly say, yeah, it's different. I mean, what do you mean by different? I think the definition of different is really the important
question. Did you learn something beyond what you thought it was going to be? when
You're
you
not
actually
supposed to pee.
experienced it versus what you had learned all about it.
Well, I guess that's why they call it knowing a woman is the best way I can describe it.
From looking at her with the unclean eye.
No, you know a woman after that. You don't really know a woman before that.
I know a woman. She has me do a lot of work around the house. I got to take her to the store later.
Buy more pineapples.
But I got time to read a few articles. Maybe talk about some stuff.
Let's listen to Old Dirty. I like Old Dirty. He's hilarious as fuck.
I don't know. I think this audio is like fucked up on this video. I can't even play this shit.
He did a good track with and rarely do I say this, but he did a good track with ICP.
Yeah, he did. That's good. Bitches. Dun, 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 dun.
What all be happening in this, you know what I'm saying? I'm just lying to a 60-second. Big Kaheem, you know what I'm saying? Sons of Man, y'all know what time it is. You know? And basically what we here for is I don't really know. Just want to give the watch, Ghettonomics a shout out. You know what I'm saying? They got it going down the Bronx.
Dude, I feel like Denver's gonna pop off whenever this whatever's about to fucking burst. I see it around Denver, man. Like there's street dudes just congregated and bitching about shit. It's almost like playing Fallout, walking past fucking NPCs.
Oh shit! You should see motherfucking Dearborn, dude. Motherfuckers are straight up going wild out here. It's just fucked up. People are.
Denver is a pretty miserable place. I've never been to Michigan, but I've only been to Denver like twice for one day, and I hated it. It was like one of the worst cities I've ever been to.
It does seem like Denver popped off more than most places.
Like, I mean, as far as when the left manages to make an okay, like, laid back place, it used to be like that, but I feel like all across the country, they're just letting shit go to let shit crash.
You know what's funny is like I actually think the general Northern California is actually probably one of the more peaceful places in the United States. I hate to say that, but it's kind of true.
One of the what?
Most peaceful. It's one of the most like more or less. It's one of the most peaceful areas, I think.
Yeah, because it's like Northern California into Washington, and still the street people make the difference.
Yeah, if it wasn't for them, it would basically be like, you know, relatively like ideal, I would say, you know, if it wasn't for like you know, a very small percentage of people.
I mean, most places would be all right if it wasn't for criminals and thugs and street people that are hostile.
Yeah, I just mean the percentage seems low here compared to like Denver, like, or any major city I've ever seen. It just seems like way more aggressive than here.
Oh yeah, like if you ever been to Baltimore or fucking like
a
lot of East Coast places, yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's why, like, when I first came out to the Midwest, as like for the first couple years, I felt like a badass because you just didn't realize. Like, I'd get in some argument in public with like a stranger or have some like road cutoff situation, and people just keep talking shit. I'm like, wow, back east we would have punched each other like 3 minutes ago, and it just doesn't go that far as often out here.
People don't want to take it here, and I find, and that's what I'm saying is like, people talk so much shit here, and like they're shocked when someone like calls them on it, and I think that's kind of like a very different experience than what I found. Like, if you go to upstate New York, like that's why Mike Tyson's one of my favorite boxers, because if you look at someone like him, like that's a real street person. You know what I mean? Like that's a dude who knows. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, he even admitted back in the day he was doing steroids and crack and shit. I mean, he was still a badass, but that's why he was like taking every fucking heavyweight down, making him scared to get hit a second time.
I like the pigeons thing, you know, like that lets me know I could trust. That lets me know I could trust somebody when they like take care of pigeons and shit.
Yeah, and Don King did do that dude wrong, like through his youth.
Yeah, there's nothing creepy about a bunch of birds around.
I just like that he beat the
Why
shit
would
out
that
of
be
that
creepy?
kid. He beat the shit out of that kid because he fucked up his pigeon coop. I was like, yeah, that's what they deserve. You know, you shouldn't fuck
Yeah,
with somebody.
Tesla did pigeons. Tyson did pigeons. Lots of people did pigeons because you can use them for stuff.
Yeah.
Like they're not native to America. The settlers brought them over.
That's like a secret society type of shit right there.
I forget what it is about pigeons. I think they'll like definitely go to a place. I forget what it is, but that's why there's like messenger pigeons and shit.
They actually don't know how pigeons do the homing. They actually dropped them off, like blinded them, dropped them off in the middle of nowhere, and they still found a way, and they don't know how the fuck they find their way home. They even tried to push it up their nose to fuck up their sense of smell because they thought maybe they're smelling their way like to the location, but that scientists actually can't determine how pigeon coops like find their home. So what they actually did was they made a movable pigeon coop that they started moving it around, and when they moved the shit around, they still found their way to the motherfucking home shit. It's fucked
So
up.
that's why we use them for messengers, because if you like raise them somewhere, that's where they'll go back to. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, it's just a mystery on how you can drop them off in the middle of nowhere and they can still find their way home.
Right. It is a mystery, but that's why we use them for messengers, because it's like you leave the castle, you take pigeons, and then you send word back to the castle with the pigeons that know to fly back there.
It's just it's redonkulous. Like
So the crazy thing is, bees are the opposite. Where if you just move your beehive like 3 feet, they're not gonna know where the fuck to go. It's fucking crazy. Oh, did you know that dogs dogs shit whenever they're like lining up to shit, they're lining up with the magnetic poles of the planet.
Yeah, let me motherfucking
Do they line? Do they line up different in Australia than in America?
Well, they would be lining up north to south with the magnetic poles. And it's not every time, but they prefer, like when they look like they're trying to get situated, they're trying to get in the magnetic alignment that they have some sense of.
You know, I kind of believe that because my dog used to do like this whole weird ritual back in the day. It was really weird, like to watch him. Like he had like a whole thing that had to take place, you know, like a shamanic dance or some shit. It was very interesting to watch.
And it's okay to look at your dog while he's shitting because he's vulnerable, and you're showing that you're keeping watch on him.
Well, it's just that starting with this, and we got into the whole thing about internalization, machine metaphors, breaking down into little bits. And my feeling is, you see, that we're leaving huge. I liked very much what you said, Freeman, about factors, maybe physical principles, that we haven't yet taken on board, and we're just not going to get anywhere solving this like a jigsaw puzzle with several missing pieces. However long we go on, we're not going to solve it. So my approach is to try and find what these areas might be and design destruction. We're now in a position where it's just, I think the evidence points to there being some completely unknown means by which they do it. And every seemingly reasonable hypothesis is being tested to destroy animal behavior, namely the homing of pigeons. Now, nobody knows how pigeons do it. And every seemingly reasonable hypothesis is being tested to destruction. We're now in a position where it's just, I think the evidence points to there being some completely unknown means by which they do it. Some form of connection between the pigeon and its home that we haven't taken on board in our model making.
Don't like the evidence of magnetic particles in the head? And the...
Well, this is what's satisfied. It's a pabulum for the last 20 years, magnetism. For the magnetic particles may exist in the head. The pigeons may be able to measure the dip of the magnetic displacement. You displace them north, the needle of the compass may dip.
Yeah.
Move them due east or due west, the dip's exactly the same. The magnet won't help them in the slightest, even if they've got one. And
how do you know they're working only on dip?
Well, even if they have a compass, if it's a compass,
maybe it's a compass.
All right, give you a compass, parachute you into some unknown area. You've got your compass. Can you get home?
I can get close enough to home until I pick up other signals, which is apparently.
Can you without a map?
Oh, I have to know where I am relative to
Of
where
course,
I've been.
that's the problem.
Well,
How do you know where you are relative
Because
to
you've
home?
migrated there once before. No, I don't. I doubt you could just take a pigeon in an airplane and drop parachuted randomly somewhere. But if you're
You
talking
can.
about, oh,
This
really?
was done
Is
in
that
the
so?
Second World War. Yes, in the Second World War, pigeons were taken routinely on Lancaster bombers. From the British Royal Air Force Pigeon Corps supplied these pigeons. They were taken on Lancaster bombers. And the idea was if they were ditched in the North Sea on the way back from a sortie in Germany, then the navigator had released the map reference. They'd tie it onto the pigeon's and let it go in case radio contact was broken. Thousands of lives were saved by these pigeons. Some were released in the middle of the night in freezing fog, 100 miles from land. And they got home. The really outstanding ones were awarded medals, and the record of these can be found in an amazing book called Pigeons in Two World Wars by Colonel Osman. And the meritorious performance list has...
I don't know. I found that to be fucking amazing. Like, how the fuck can you drop this thing off in the middle of nowhere? And even if it's got an internal compass, it's gonna find its way home. It just makes no fucking sense. This shit is wild. Science can't explain it.
I have an off the wall thought. You were talking about centipede hair, and then it reminded me of H.R. Geiger. The guy who did alien stuff. You know what I mean? You know who that is, right?
Oh yeah.
H.R. Giger.
Yeah, and then he said the alien, or the guy who wrote the movie Alien, said this movie is about alien interspecies rape.
Yeah, biotechne.
But Giger didn't write Aliens. They just used his art style for it.
Yeah, he's got a biotechne art style where he merges organic beings with machines, and they're procreating through the use of machines, and they're having sex through machines, and also they're part machine themselves, hooking themselves up to cables. It's a very interesting type of art that he makes. Geiger, and obviously he was an occultist. I think he drove his lover to suicide or some shit like that. But yeah, he's fucking crazy, dude. Dark person. H.R. Geiger.
My art teacher in high school talked about him a lot. Showed us a lot of his stuff. His art's actually more disturbing than the Aliens movies.
Yeah, we're gonna have a special on H.P. Lovecraft, so look out for that in the near future. We might do that on Halloween. Do a special on Discordianism, H.P. Lovecraft, and different shit like that for you guys. So yeah,
I used to play the H.P. Lovecraft D&D game, like tabletop game.
Yeah. Let me see what day that is, because I'm actually gonna plan that. We're gonna do a Discordianism special Halloween night. So yeah, what is that? That's Tuesday. Oh yeah, I do a show on Tuesday night. So yeah, it's gonna be Discordianism special. So look out for that. Halloween, H.P. Lovecraft, all the spooky shit. We're gonna bring to you guys, the occult, all that shit on fucking Halloween. And maybe I'll dress up too. I'll see what I can do. Obviously my wife isn't here, so I won't be able to use like makeup and shit. But like I still might be able to put something together on myself. Or maybe she'll come back. I highly doubt it. I think I scare people away for good. I'm pretty spooky myself, if you know what I mean. But yeah,
I will be back home for Halloween, so I probably
See,
will
that's
not
the problem.
here.
The wrong ones stay.
Yeah, but I'll leave the video up if anybody misses it. So no worries. You know,
Did you see that chaotic truth thing today?
today I missed it today, but I know yesterday they were having a crazy special global day of jihad. Oh my God, epic failure for the Zionists there.
Oh,
They were
happy Jihad Day, TML. I meant to say that to you and I forgot.
It's the
yeah, I
new
think
holiday that we're all celebrating now.
yeah, I think we'll make it. I think that'll go down in the history books. You know, Global Jihad Day, Friday the 13th. It's Global Jihad
Hey,
Day.
you know what I asked my boss at work today? I said,
Will you suck this dick?
What kind of I said, what kind of holiday is Jihad Day? And do you know what he said? He said it's federal.
It's a move from the Illuminati card game. They're playing a live action role playing game.
Oh yeah.
They played 2 cards on Friday. I posted it on.
Say that again.
I posted on Facebook. One of the few things I actually posted. Let me find here. I'm gonna copy and paste these. Oh, I can't paste an image. How do I share an image with you?
You have to
An
hit
image.
the little present screen at the bottom, and then go to share thing, and then you see what I mean?
Uh-huh. Okay.
I'm sorry. I cannot share an image right now.
I don't want to show my whole Facebook page.
Can I read a little poetry for you guys?
Oh yeah, yeah.
This is
Neurojack always on point with the poems.
Yeah,
And,
this is by this is
while
by
Sarah pulls that up, because you could click on it, Sarah, and then get rid of the rest of the Facebook page, and then hit present. But make sure that you don't show anything that you don't want to show, so you don't dox yourself or whatever that is, as they say, you know. So yeah.
So this is a song by Jello Biafra, Dead Kennedys, and he says, what you're gonna be, babe, you better know, and you better plan. You better plan all day, plan all week, plan all month, plan all year. You're dressed up like a clown, putting on your act. It's the only time of year you'll ever admit that. I can see your eyes, I can see your brain, baby, nothing's changed. Because you're still hiding in a mask, take your fun seriously. No, don't blow this year's chance. Tomorrow, your mold goes back on after Halloween. You go to work today, you go to work tomorrow, shit face tonight, you'll brag about it for months. Remember what I did? You know, it's like basically, and then he goes, you know, but what's in between? What are your ideals? You'll sit around and dream for next Halloween. Jello Biafra had some really good songs, actually. And he's a Discordian, so I wonder, you know, what he's talking about.
Yes. Yeah, we should open some of the show with that. Also, you know, on the Frankenchrist album, you know, H.R. Geiger did the inside notes to that.
Yes,
you know?
he did, and it's very disturbing.
But yeah, the guy on the jihad picture kind of looked like me. It was kind of fucked up, you know, with the curly hair and the
All you
sunglasses.
muzzies look like a bearded, shaggy guy.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah,
know
but
what? A lot of those biblical guys looked bearded, desert dwelling.
Yeah, but thank you for putting that up on the screen, Sarah, for our viewers so that they could catch a glimpse of this Illuminati card game. And
I almost bought that.
The
Yeah.
new Illuminati New World Order card game is back from 94 and 95.
Do you have a copy of it? You
Yeah,
can
No, I thought about
David,
buying it, but they have most of the cards
even
on.
David already did a showcase of all his cards.
Yeah, Stephen David's got a showcase of it. You know, he's not a fan of this show anymore, but
yeah, he's Cockbody Crew.
yeah, but yeah, it's still useful to go ahead and take a look at that. And also this Hexen Tarot, you know, they availed me of this Hexen 2.0 tarot deck. You know, this is an excellent one that predicts a lot of shit too. You know, a lot of ideologies and stuff. We definitely analyzed some of this deck recently, you know, and you guys could take a look at this over here. It's called Hexen 2.0 Tarot. It's similar to the Illuminati card game. It's very popular, you know, but I know that for the edification of some of our audience and also of Sarah, who may be interested in some of these types of things, you know, it's got some cool cards here. You'll see, yeah, some of this shit is weird. Like it's got a card of Aldous Huxley. You know, this is Aldous Huxley. Look at all the
Brave
information
New
here.
World, was that Huxley?
Yeah. And it's got interesting information. It's got Sandoz, LSD, MIT. 1962, he wrote a work called The Island that's kind of a counterpart to Brave New World, where these kids exist on this island. They take psychedelic drugs and they achieve moksha or enlightenment. It's like a low-tech society. Yeah, this is such an interesting card deck for so many reasons, and this one really tells you about the key players in world events. This one has Timothy Leary on it, and look at all this good information about Timothy Leary, where he studied, the different things he was involved in, you know, the different ideological movements. Some other notable people in this card.
On a tarot deck.
Yeah, on a tarot deck. I know this is heavy duty shit. Norbert Wiener, the inventor of the father of cybernetics. You know, all the computers we use. One world government. This is a theme in the Illuminati card deck too, right? One world government. You know, Bertrand Russell. Oh shit, we got to read this quote. Man, did you guys ever read The Scientific Outlook by Bertrand Russell?
I have not.
Oh my God. Some of the statements in The Scientific Outlook by Bertrand Russell will shock you. You know, I'll tell you guys that, you know, they're definitely very, very strange sentiments echoed by him. One of, yeah.
It's reading the Bruce Lee face. Instead of reading my face, it's reading the Bruce Lee face off my shirt. I can even raise my arms up. Like it's not looking at my head for the face, it's looking at my Bruce Lee shirt.
Man, we need some of these filters, and I don't know. I don't know who just fell out there. There was another person joining us that fell out. Oh yeah, that's Neurojack. Yeah, it's always Neuro that accidentally leaves, and I don't remember who it is. But yeah, no, that's just your real face, Tom. I think. Or
yeah, it's all discombobulated. It's supposed to be on a robot body, but I'm not giving it enough view.
But yeah, yeah, Hexen Tarot. Yeah, I forget what I was just thinking about, that one world government. Oh yeah, The Scientific Outlook by Bertrand Russell. Oh my God. I know I quoted it. I quoted it in my book, but it's gonna take me so fucking long to find this shit because my shit is fucking 400 pages of this shit. Motherfuckers. Let me see.
So doesn't the Quran have any warning about like fortune tellers, psychic, future reading, shit like that?
I mean, I technically, yeah, technically, isn't it like just black magic and shit like that? Yeah, you're not supposed to do tarot shit.
Well,
I'm not saying to go do stuff like that, but you know, the thing is that tarot actually is not black magic, so to speak. It's more like theosophy stuff. So you know, I
well,
don't really get
tell
off.
you how it is of Shaitan, though. Because I had a reading back whenever I was like 18 going into the army, and it took me like decades to fucking break this shit. Because it's what happens
Yeah,
is
I've heard that shit. Yeah, I've heard that like it puts a curse on you and shit. Yeah.
what happens is it gives you the fortune, and then you acknowledge it and help
Yep.
manifest it.
Yes.
It's like you're participating in the shaitan.
Yes. And then it almost traps you into it. It's like Raven Simone, where she like sees that shit, but she doesn't know how the fuck she's gonna get there, and then she fucks up trying to make that shit happen. It's not how she thought it would happen. That's how it is. Right? You know, that's how it really is. You know, that's how. If you knew the future in advance of what's gonna happen, and that's why they say reality's stranger than fiction. Because if you try to make up the shit that's around you, you know, it wouldn't be more interesting than what it is. Even if you like walked into high school the first day and you were like, all right, that person is going to be my best friend. This person is going to be my girlfriend, you know, and like all this shit. It still wouldn't be more interesting than how it just randomly took place and you couldn't control any of it, you know, and you didn't know any of the fucking people involved. And it just ended up being just totally fucking weird, you know. You know, that's how life is. You know, life hits you with some shit that you couldn't possibly have made up. You know, that's the shit that's going on around us is more it's not only the you know, strange, but it's stranger than anything could possibly be, you know, like yeah. And that's why I think really it's absurd to say that anybody makes anything up, you know, really, in my opinion, you know, but you always got to
Yeah,
say in
and the
my opinion.
manifesting, the idea that people can just sit in one place and manifest stuff, that has nothing to do with it. It's not like that. Like I've heard higher level masons and shit do talks on manifesting, and there is the mental aspect that people talk about with manifesting, but you still have to be putting in the activity, the verbs to make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
All right, y'all. I found the quote. This is what this cat says. This is in Scientific Outlook by Bertrand Russell. He says, "I think the subject which will be of the most importance politically in mass psychology, various results will soon be arrived at, that the influence of home is obstructive." I'll say that again. That the influence of home is obstructive. Although this science will be diligently studied, it will be rigidly confined to the governing classes. The populace will not be allowed to know how its convictions were generated. When the technique has been perfected, every government that has been in charge of education for a generation will be able to control its subjects securely without the need of armies or policemen. Educational propaganda with government help could achieve this result in a generation. There are, however, two powerful forces opposed to such a policy. One is religion, the other is nationalism. So he wants to get rid of religion and get rid of nationalism for sure. And then he says a scientific world society cannot be stable unless there is a world government. And then he makes the dastardly proclamation. He says, I do not pretend that birth control is the only way in which population can be kept from increasing. There are others which one must suppose. Opponents of birth control would prefer war, as I remarked a moment ago, has hitherto been disappointing in this respect, but perhaps bacteriological war may prove more effective. If a black death could be spread throughout the world once in every generation, he says, and he's recommending that this happen. Yeah, he's recommending that a black death be spread in the world once in every generation. Survivors would procreate freely without making the world too full. There would be nothing in this to offend the consciences of the devout or restrain the ambitions of nationalists. The state of affairs might be somewhat unpleasant, but what of that? Really high-minded people are indifferent to happiness. especially other people's.
Jesus.
That's funny that he says that about the procreation, because I watched a thing about like the Nephilim when, and of course this is just a YouTube video. I'm not speaking anything I believe, but they were saying when the Nephilim ruled us as a society, they oversaw the procreation, and people just didn't fuck or masturbate unless you were partaking in the procreation that was overseen by the Nephilim. And then that's why they say we were living for hundreds of years, because everyone was not fucking and semen retaining and just doing the thing, doing the 33, the climb of Santa and back down. The views and ideas projected in that video do not reflect the views and ideas of the machine tries or the machine lies or the flow state, etc.
Motherfucking bacteriological war, he says. I mean, you can't make this shit up, guys. I mean, this is fucking heavy duty shit. I mean, this guy's literally saying society should be run through the needle. You know, that's what the fuck he said, you know, so yeah, man. I mean, this is dark shit.
I mean, a lot of this does look like they're just walking people into depopulation. Not to mention whatever happens with World War III. I wouldn't be surprised if America becomes a very volatile place to feel safe ourselves. We don't have any kind of fucking Israeli dome of protection, and they've even found out how to get some rockets through that.
Yeah, and I wish I didn't have to promote Cuck Body Outline, but it is one of the only places where I've talked about some of this material, so I'll have to put it up in a minute. But yeah, I mean, I wonder what this one says. I can hardly read the cursive. It says, yeah, this is kind of the same thing. War can only be abolished by the establishment of a world government. All the research of psychoanalysis something will be brought to play. The society of experts will control propaganda and education. Hey, shit, that's the one that I just read. That's literally the quote that I quoted in my book with this fucking shit, with this fucking world government.
So how do you deal with religion and nationalism at the same time? Cashless. Require a mark of the beast.
He also mentioned the influence of home. So he's got to get rid of family. He's got to get rid of three things, really. He's got to get rid of family,
destroy the nuclear
nations,
family,
and religions. So he's saying these three things are really fucking, really bring people back. So, I mean, that's why we literally have a fucking guy called Traditional Culture Preservation Society on the show to talk about anthropology and shit, because it kind of lines up with our general mission of, making sure that Bertrand Russell, whatever Bertrand Russell envisions about the world, isn't achieved. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, whatever that book
I've
is,
been
the
sent to
scientific
destroy
outlook.
Bertrand Russell's father.
Oh,
Give me your
Bertrand
clothes,
Russell's
your boots, and your
Bertrand
motorcycle.
Russell's daddy was literally the Prime Minister of England. So you guys think that Bertrand Russell, he wasn't just a philosopher, he was part of the British elite. He was, definitely part of the crown. And how is he remembered? They literally say he was somebody who was a radical philosopher and anti-war activist. Yeah, anti-war activist. Yeah, he wants peace by contractual obligation, through mutual assurance, where the world government runs society through the needle. That's peace, all right. It's complete tyranny in every fucking direction. Peace is technological slavery. Peace through to slavery, really. But yeah, I don't mean to get too,
No, you're right, man. Like, look at what's happening to us. We started out knowing what we're losing, and wait till a generation just comes up as that brave new world and just never knew it. Like, they have to reconceptualize. Maybe we don't just have to be transhumanist. cog in a wheel type shit. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm glad I'm not that. Phase plasma rifle. Hey, just what's on the shelf, pal? You know, Beretta made a RoboCop pistol, like in auto, like a 9mm auto pistol, like the RoboCop pistol. Fucking badass. I mean, if you're not on the receiving end of it.
Yeah, and you know, I'm a pseudo intellectual. That's what was said about me by these people right here. But yeah, I'm still featured on their channel. So yeah, that's fine and dandy for them to say that about me. Keep on talking about me all the time and featuring my work.
How do
Bless
you
you.
ever find the time? As much as he's wrapped up in you, how do you ever find the time to find out about my Jack Truex shit? He must be a
Yes.
busy boy.
Yeah, see, look at this shit. I mean, I got motherfucking over here. I did a special, what is this? 2-hour interview here. And then over here, we talk about Hex and Tarot. You know, we take a look at some of the different cards there.
Can be applied to all aspects.
Oh yeah, that's great right there. That was Norbert Wiener right there.
Yeah, there's plenty of streams where I got along with them too. They're
If you
just,
could define
I don't know what their deal is.
relationships exactly,
Especially
before you
toilet
set
bowl.
out, and then translate them into mathematical symbols, the mathematics would work perfectly. But it is in choosing those relationships and defining them that we have the problem. Nevertheless, we are going to have to understand ever more complex systems if we are to deal with the future.
That's not that
Without
guy's voice.
understanding, there may be no future.
Yeah, Hex and
I can talk
Tarot.
like that too. I can sound pretentious and informative. Everyone knows this isn't my voice. I don't think it's that man's voice either.
And also this World Book by Stuart Brand. You know, and also Heidegger. He wrote a work called The Question Concerning Technology, gave a breakdown of that philosophical work right there. And if you've ever read Heidegger, I mean, yeah, unless you've read a lot of Kant and Hegel and all of that German philosophers, you know, it would be very, very difficult to just pick up Heidegger and start reading it. So, you know, if anybody wants to hear a breakdown of some of that material, we will be continuing to do that soon, you know, because some of that reading, like, you know, reading Kant and Hegel and fucking Heidegger, it could be very taxing. You know, we understand that, you know, it's kind of fucked if you try to sit here and read those texts. It really is a problem, you know. Even if you try to sit here and read a Lul, I mean, it's just very hard to sit here and read Locke or Kant or a Lul or any of these fucking guys, you know. You know.
I sent you a video from Giorgiani that I think you would find very interesting if you want. You don't, if you want to, it'd be interesting way conversation.
Yeah, I'm looking for that channel right now as well. The one I was talking about.
Oh my God. Yeah, this one's 16 minutes long. Yeah, we got to play this shit because, yeah, I was hoping it'd be like a short video. But yeah, this would be a good reaction fucking video to close off this fucking show with, because I have hit this 9-hour mark here. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and look at this fucking shit. What is this called? Oh yeah, I wanted to present this to you guys. This is because I just read some Bertrand Russell, but I wanted to look at this. Principia Mathematica, show you guys, because we just seen Norbert Wiener on the screen. He's the guy who invented cybernetics, or he didn't invent cybernetics, but he wrote a key work in cybernetic systems. But one of the main works was this thing that Bertrand Russell made with Alfred North Whitehead called the Principia Mathematica, where they really just took logical symbols used for symbolic logic. They actually invented a system called symbolic logic. And it says it's a 3-volume work on the foundation of mathematics. And they tried to look at how mathematics relates to logic in terms of so this is the thing right here: symbolic logic, mathematical logic. And this mathematical logic, this is what they use to make the computing language. So when you go and start learning code, this is the type of shit that
The one that's using 64 language. Which one is this? Is it using all of the numbers? Will you scroll down a bit?
Yeah.
Does it say
it's
what
like,
coding it's using?
well, the letters and numbers, I don't think it'll tell you, but like this is what it looks like. See this shit?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It looks like that shit. It's like little like sequences and numbers. And I have a book, that I studied called Symbolic Logic. Oh shit. Fuck. Well, some shit just fell right there. Oh well. But yeah, let me see. Put myself on the screen here. But yeah, I don't know if you guys could see like this type of shit right here, logic and philosophy. And really, I'm going to try to look at the signs and symbols. If you study this shit, it kind of oh fuck, I'm fucking disappearing here. But yeah, see if I could fucking put this here. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I got to take my screen off. Let me take my screen off so I could show you guys this shit. This is what my room looks like right now. And that's what I look like on my own TV right there. But yeah, look at this fucking shit right here. You guys see this shit? You guys see that shit?
A little bit.
Yeah, it's like equations and shit. But it's like logic.
They look like proofs.
Yeah, exactly. It's like mathematical proofs and shit,
I took logic in college. I had to take it twice because I didn't go to any classes.
Money back.
I didn't go to any of the how logical is this? I didn't go to any of the classes because I figured I'm a logical person. I understand logic, and so
no, you don't, or you'd know you're on a globe.
All right, we can play that game, but first we could play the thought experiment I put down in the chat earlier. Did you see it? I know you saw it.
I saw you list off a bunch of people from Kansas, and I said, what a coincidence. Every one of those people you named is pretty much, whether they're a nice guy or not, a fucking dumbass most of the time.
But did you see the one earlier about God and logic and stuff?
No, I was being all cool with filters and Yurt McDirt and shit.
You
I
were
was
being
bagging
cool.
on that
I'll give you
Adam
that.
Lanza guy. Flow State's all about coming up on the panel to partake in the chat.
Yeah, and I don't know if anybody's ever seen a truth table in logic class. But yeah, if you look up symbolic logic, it's like the little numbers and numbers can translate to symbols, and you can encode that symbol with as much information as you want. So A could mean anything. A could be a number of statements. And all you need between A and B, which is two statements, is just an operator, like a dot, and that dot could mean something like and. So it's not plus, it's and. You know what I mean?
But have you heard about what quantum computing is doing? It's like we have our
Yeah.
reality where the computation is ones and zeros, but then it's like reaching into another dimension where maybe this one was actually a zero, and then it's doing that for all of them. And then my pupils dilate and I fall down and go fetal and shake for a while.
Yeah.
Do you think Plato wrote the Bible?
I think it's had things done to it. I mean, obviously, the version I trust is the King James version. I know people have had their way with it over the years, but from my belief in my God to, once again, a 33-degree Mason saying everything that you need to know has translated over. It hasn't lost the important part.
So that's a yes.
I don't know. I wouldn't say. I mean, were any of us back there? Did Plato, was he the one that wrote about going to Atlantis?
I think that was Homer, but maybe I'm wrong.
Okay. Yeah, I can't keep my Greek people straight.
Plato did write about the need for a new religion that involved an afterlife, didn't he? Was that Plato or Aristotle?
I do think Plato did talk about Atlantis. I think he's the one that actually showed the pictures of what Atlantis looked like.
He either wrote about the guy that went there or he was the guy that had gone there. I can't remember which.
Okay, guys. I can't believe I step away for 2 seconds. Everybody starts talking about Plato all of a sudden. The thing is that so Plato did write about Atlantis. It's fucking Critias, in a work called the Critias. It's his uncle that tells him about the legend. He reports from Solon, who actually devised the constitution of ancient Athens. So yeah, it's Solon. He's telling the legend of Solon, but the problem is the Critias is only available in part. So it's just a fragment that they have available. So the Critias of Plato, you can go read about Atlantis. Yes, Plato is the one who mentions it, not Homer, I believe. But yeah,
who wrote of the
then,
need for a new religion? One of the Greek philosophers did. It was. Do you know that?
Well,
in the
Mediterranean Greek-Roman
the second claim was that Plato had invented a new religion, and it's true he did, but he was bringing in elements from Orphic Pythagoreanism, which he was a part of the sect of Pythagoras, and you find this in his work called Timaeus. So yeah, he does make that claim in a work called Timaeus. So the two works you guys are referring to, one is the Critias, where Plato talks about Atlantis, and the one where he kind of invents his own religion, but it's based on Orphic Pythagoreanism, is really in I would point towards the Timaeus specifically, but then he also talks about it in Meno, Meno, and also in a work entitled The Republic, which is his most famous work. In book 7, he kind of talks about several metaphysical principles when he talks about the cave, the allegory of the cave. He's kind of talking about his metaphysics in a way, although it's hidden in like symbols and shit. Obviously it's highly allegorical. It is called the allegory of the cave. But yeah, the thing is that he's really describing his metaphysical principles about how knowledge comes into a soul. He's relating it to how light comes into the vision, and yeah. But anyways, but yeah.
Okay, I found this channel, and let me say, while me and Neurojack are both here, it only will be interesting if you watch stuff for the first time live. Like if you just watch these videos while you're alone and then come back and talk about them, it's like, yeah, you can do that, but it won't be that reaction extra for the entertainment. And this guy, I don't think anything will troll you. This dude's got like 86,000 subs. It's called The Archive. And he looks like he used to be Muslim, or he looks like some Middle Eastern ethnicity, but yeah, he just debates Muslim. But he does have videos that are like 8-9 minutes, some or less.
Who are we talking about?
It's the channel I told you earlier that you should react live, and you can pick the video because it's not anything I think would be really trolly. Just to give your take on
Yeah, I
whatever
was yeah, but what is the channel's name, Tom?
The Archive.
Oh, The Archive. Okay, yeah, I heard you say that, but I guess it just slipped right past me because it's such a fucking
Yeah, it's like a
amorphous title.
general term. I'll drop it in
Yeah.
the back.
Yeah, I was like, oh, yeah, drop that up in the back because if I know if I search that up, I'm gonna get 100 million fucking hits and shit. You know, shit that's not related to what you're talking about. But yeah, The Archive, definitely some Muslim fuck shit. You know, obviously the Muslims and the Christians. You know, I mean, what can I say? They're puppets of, obviously at this point, they're puppets of, many different factions.
And we can get along in harmony because we're both like stoner, not doing a good job at our religion and deity worship.
I don't know. I pray 5 times a day. I mean, I'm not gonna put my religion. I'm not gonna throw my religious practice under the bus. You know, I go to the mosque every Friday. You know, I'm actually a very devout person. You know, in terms of, I do have a personal relationship with God.
Yeah, me
I
too.
read.
But
I read
the
the
same
Quran. I
way,
read the Bible. I could talk about the Quran and the Bible. Way more than your average Muslim can. Really. So. I mean, I've been sought after to debate on theological issues. I'm a published author on theological issues. So I mean, honestly,
right. But would your dad
I'm not gonna
come
throw
on
my
your
practice.
panel and give you shit?
My dad's not a religious person per
Oh.
se. I mean, he wouldn't give me shit about my panel because he would see it as a secular affair. I mean, my dad's secular. I mean, he would applaud the secularism of my panel, to be honest. He would not he's not somebody who gravitates towards religion. He gravitates towards the American system because it allows you to make money and all that stuff. That's why he came to this country. He didn't come to this country to be a Muslim. That's not what that's not what his goal is. Insofar as I'm an American, I think that being a Muslim benefits America, in many ways. If I thought that Islam was the truth, or if I thought that, my religious practice brought me closer to God, why wouldn't I think that that would be something beneficial for America? You know what I mean? But the thing is that, I'm not here to impose my way of life on anyone, but I am here to learn and to exemplify what America is. So I don't. America doesn't need me to proselytize Islam to it. Islam doesn't need me to be a good Muslim. And but I am I do need to figure out as much about how I could be the greatest American citizen I could be, and how I could practice my religion better.
Well, don't worry about that. All
my
that's coming to an end,
responsibility.
dude.
Yeah, that's my responsibility, 100%. And I don't put that responsibility. I don't say I'm less. I don't say, oh shit, I'm doing a shitty job at it, or I'm a poor representative of it. No, come
All
holler
right.
at me.
Well, let me tell you what I meant
Islam.
on my side about
I'm
that.
the exemplary Muslim in my own mind. You know what I mean? But yeah, I guess we'll see.
So you should figure out how to be able to do your religion and all that. But as far as being the best American you can be, all that's coming to an end. That's what we've all been talking about from panel
Well,
to panel for a couple months.
well, my shit is that you know, whatever the next order is, it's waiting for America to end. So if we could stop that process, we can stop whatever order that is. It does seem like we are in a unique position if like there's a world order in play, but then sometimes that world order is confused with whatever the US is, then we still have mental game that we could use to psych out the world order. You know
No,
what I'm
it's
saying?
not
So
confused. It's ingrained in America. This is being carried out, and a lot of it does have to do with just taking over the monetary system. And good luck
well,
getting
that's
a whole
already
world of.
yeah. I mean, if that was the case, if it was up to the monetary system, then they already have that shit. You know,
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm saying. I mean, my personal religious book says that's how it goes down, and I'm seeing the early foundation of it because we as a people don't have the capacity to all come together and overcome that. They're going to say this is how you buy and sell stuff, and then everybody's going to go, okay. And
yeah, but
I'm
I
not
still
even trying
believe.
to Jack Talcott it because I know it's supposed to happen that way.
But I still believe that there's a spirit in the American people that can't be fucking replicated anywhere else in the world, and that spirit is literally standing in the way of whatever the fuck is coming up next. That they're just like, no, we need to like break that motherfucking spirit. Like whatever America is,
And
we need to break that shit. You know what I mean?
so
So
they're
what I am is like I try to figure out, like I try to read like motherfucking Benjamin Franklin and shit, James Madison and shit, and try to find out what the fuck they were trying to make that they thought was going to outlast time, some sort of machine that speaks for men, you know, is what they envisioned, that the human parts of it are literally interchangeable. Well, you know, and it doesn't matter who is part of it, it speaks for everyone as long as they do a good job at whatever the fuck they do, you know. You know, that they produce things with quality and shit, and they let motherfuckers live and let live and live and let die and all that fucking shit. You know what I'm saying? Right. So like I don't know, whatever that is, you know, if it's standing in the way of whatever comes next, I seek to exemplify whatever the fuck that is. You know what I mean? You know, from my little, you know, chair in Detroit, motherfucking Michigan, or whatever it is, you know, like I would like to, you know, be part of that, you know, and that's why I look at the hillbilly, you know, guy, you know, and just kind of say like, man, you know, you're part of, you know, you're part of a greater spirit that works also within me. And I know these motherfuckers see that because they're like, no, you know, we you know, we just want to take care of our families and shit, and we don't care about what the government is doing. So, you know, there's a greater wisdom at play. And that's why I talk about Melchizedek. You know, all thrones will be submitted to the one true rule in this world. And whoever thinks they're in charge here, it's all just a fucking game. It's a facade, you know, a farce. You know, it's mischievous, you know, heinous fucking fraud, you know, that they're putting. And when the true king comes home, you know, they're gonna know they're sitting in that fucking throne, you know, thinking that it's their fucking jungle when the lion motherfucking comes home. That's
You
right.
sound Christian as fuck right now.
I was gonna ask who's the true king and who's the lion in this scenario.
The true king is Jesus. That is what it is, you know. And I could
I
say
thought
that
you
as
were
a
talking about
Muslim.
two different beings here.
No,
Right?
that's Islam. That's Islam right there, because Islam says literally the king that's going to come back is Jesus. You know, not as the God, you know, of this world or what have you, but as the king. You know, as a righteous king. You know, and it says that in Hebrews too, from the order of Melchizedek. You know, there's two rules going on simultaneously. You know, you know, there's a hidden rule in play, you know, and I do believe that, you know, that as the devil seeks to impose organization on truth, reorganize truth, into falsehood, you know, there is a real throne.
So I think I can tie all this together by telling you what I meant by me sucking at Christianity thing. It's
Yeah,
like
go ahead.
there's a way to get to heaven, and then there's a way to have I don't know what word to use, Neurojack, like tenure or whatever your heaven stature will be. That can be built and developed, and I'm not really sure how much of that I've ever done. Um, but to tie it in with what's going on, it's like you don't want to love the world. You want to love God and know that this is the world. It's the devil's world. You have 75
Well,
years.
it's just like what is the world? You know, the world is artificial needs, surrogate activities that are imposed on people through mediation. That's why they say the devil is in
Right.
the
So
details.
so
You
what
know, the
I'm
devil's
saying is
in the details, you know?
whether you're blue blood sovereign free on the land or you're Jewish in a small mustache thing, it doesn't matter. You just Christian all the same because you know that you don't love the world. You're gonna die no matter what. And it's like the 75 plus years is the illusion of like how long it feels like to sit here whenever it's like, nah, man, just live basic, love your God, be ignorant in your God so as not to be led astray, all that jazz. Um, and like I said, I don't think I've done that well. I think I've spent a lot of time participating in the world, even though I always considered myself Christian or a Jesus lover. I've still partaken in various fruits.
Yeah, this, there's a way to get to heaven. There's a way to get to this imagined, seemingly real place, unseen. Yeah, the fortress of forever has been forsaken, and the man-made lake is polluted with blue dye. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you know, uh, the real question is where do we go from here? And that's really what people need to ask themselves. Melchizedek is about creating what we have, is working with the tools now that we have, seeing what we have. First of all, is seeing ultimate abundance in what we have here today. That's gratitude. Seeing that you can create ultimate abundance through what we have here today. And that means that moving forward with what we have now, going with what see, knowledge is infinite. You're never going to complete the game of knowledge. There's always more to figure out. So the problem is that once we settle on the fact that 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 knowledge of our own ignorance is going to pull us up. That's not what's going to pull us up. It's really knowledge of your own ignorance, and also moving forward, applying what you know now. Don't ask why if you know it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's better to risk error than loss of truth. That's the game of
Wisdom
skepticism.
is the application of knowledge.
Yeah, even if it's incomplete, you're not going to gain complete knowledge.
Right,
Wisdom
but to
really,
apply
yeah,
the knowledge you know, that's wisdom.
yeah, and I feel that wisdom seeks a beauty and a love that's beyond relation. You can't put wisdom in terms of relation. Wisdom is whereas knowledge has to seek truth through relations. Because knowledge, you have to participate in knowledge. You learn something, and nobody can take that away from you. Knowledge is a possession that nobody can take from you. You know what I mean? But wisdom is it's something greater. It's a beauty that's beyond any type of relation, beyond subjectivity. See, subjectivity implies relation, and relation implies unity. You know what I mean? This is what me and Adam Lanza, his name is really Adam Lanza. Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
That guy into leaving. And no, that's not his name. He spelled it Adam, like ATOM. And then he put a at for the A in Lanza. That's not his fucking name. I even searched it. It's not his channel's name either.
Shit. Man, who knows if we'll ever find that man again. But yeah, I hope he comes
he'll
back.
be back. He'll be back.
Yeah. Yeah, he was appreciating the fact that we were going over the Tao Te Ching. You know.
Yeah, let's send him over to Slavia, see how they deal with him. Like, he had an air of like he can participate in the discussion and just was very skillful at like the nothingness. Like, he would just slap us with nothingness. He's like a complex, layered troll, I think. London Man, if you just got here, you should rewind later and watch the Adam Lanza segment.
Yeah, he had a lot of like very abstract thoughts, hard to tie down. I like talking to that type of mind as well, you know, where it's just like, you know, there's no real history. I mean, he didn't even know who Nietzsche really was. You know, he didn't know who Hegel was, who Nietzsche was. He didn't know who Lao Tzu was. He said, I never heard of any of these people. I don't know if he was fucking with me, but
yeah, like when I first made that crack about I remember my first 420, I was just joking, but then it like he confirmed that like over and over again. He kept leaning into the high guy statement.
You can still understand those concepts without knowing those people. Like, I certainly am one of those. Like,
yeah,
I haven't read most of the shit,
people.
but
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Concepts.
Everybody in that Kansas list, and Mitch is a good guy. I like Mitch, but everybody Flow State named off as Kansas people. Like, yeah, you stupid. Fucking, you tell me? Are you serious? You tell me? Come on.
Who people?
Stupid people from Kansas. They're all from Kansas.
Oh, Kansas people. Kansas
Flow
people.
State, Sarah, you tell me, Mitch, and a couple others. I think.
That's funny. Yeah, Kansas. Yeah, yeah, man.
I think Flo might actually be on the Missouri side.
He used to be in Missouri, but he's still fucking stupid. Missouri's fucking stupid people too. I had a fucking roommate in college from Missouri, 2 of them. And they're fucking stupid. He fucking told me about a night he got blackout drunk and was like, when his friend had to pull over because he was trying to pull the wheel off and wreck the car, his friend pulled over to fucking battle him or pull him out of the car, and that's all the story he told me. Then he remembered the rest of the story when the emergency room bills came. He was like, oh shit, I just remembered. I was in the emergency room swinging on people. They called the cops and stuff. Yeah. And I mean, I get that he didn't remember it, but it was fucking funny that he didn't until the bills showed up. So for Neurojack, I will also hit you with a Dead Kennedys poem. Tonight is the night that we got the truck. We're going downtown, going to beat up drunks. Your turn to drive, I'll bring the beer. If their name ain't shit, no one to fear. And ride, and we ride.
I love, yeah, Dead Kennedys is one of the best bands in the world, in my opinion.
Yeah, man. I have to put this on my denim vest, or it's just you have to have a standard Dead Kennedys something on it. I don't know. It's just one of those Faustian laws of the universe.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
yo,
underrated rock bands in history, in my opinion.
we never actually fell beneath the radar of 20 viewers tonight, so it's been packed all out here all night. Thank you so much, you guys, for joining the panel and having this time with me. It's 5:48 a.m. where I'm at. Yeah, and also it's 9 hours into the panel, so I didn't get to cover almost any of the top, but I'm glad I got to go into the discussion I had about the Middle East, because it's a long time coming for something, some type of discussion about those topics. So if you guys go to the beginning of the show, we had a long discussion about those topics with Omar from the Third Rail. You know, he surprised, joined the panel, you know, and offered lots of views. And I think the views that he offered as a Muslim are far more moderate than the ones that I offer. I'm a Muslim that reads the Quran and goes to the mosque and prays 5 times a day, and all that stuff. I'm probably seen by people like Omar as an extremist, really.
No. You're
But
just devout.
yeah, a devout Muslim, whereas Omar is really just your average Muslim. So it's good to get his take on the issue as well, and how he reacted to the people on the panel, because lots of people had, and I want to get somebody who's taken a different position, who's so if you guys know anybody who's a supporter of Israel or something like that, who knows something about the history. We'd love to have a debate on history and philosophy about Zionism, or about Palestinian, or about Islamic terror, or any of those topics, whether Islam can coexist in the modern world. We'd love to open up those topics. These are great questions.
Robot hand.
Well,
I'd ask
yeah.
you this, man. Like,
Yeah, what? Yeah, how
have
come
you-
your other hand is not roboted? Yeah.
is the other hand roboting?
No, none of them are roboted at this moment.
Yeah, it was doing it earlier. I don't know why I can't get it to
Yeah, that's fucked up.
not doing it now.
PF
know.
Young had a panel about Israel, and he had this guy on, and the guy said, "Oh yeah, I'm from Israel, and I know people who got killed in the attacks or whatever, right?" And he's like, "Oh, and by the way, I'm former army in Israel. Oh, and by the way, I was in military intelligence." Anyways, here's my story.
Well, I wanted to ask you this, like, whenever you're being a good American and incorporating that, isn't that what Islam wouldn't want you to do? Like, you remember the Mad TV skit where the two sleeper cells were over here for too long? They got big titty blonde wives and big screen TVs, and then they didn't want to do the self-delete bombing. And not that Islam's all about that, but like, even Christianity has been what's the term? Gentrified? Is that what they do to neighborhoods and shit? I forget the word.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, even Christianity's been watered down and gentrified by America. Wouldn't that just be happening with Muslims too?
Well, one of the main people who contributed to this was people like Benjamin Franklin, who wrote a lot of Puritan manifestos, and he wrote like Poor Richard's Almanac. He would go under these pen names and pretend like he was like a poor shepherd or something like that, and write all of these Puritan work ethic things, where he would talk about like, all of these ethics for work, basically saying how keeping your head down, working a work-a-day existence, being self-sufficient, making your own money, how these were Christian values. So we can get into that. It's something that's missed in the Protestant in the discussion of the Protestant work ethic, they totally miss how Benjamin Franklin totally subverted Christianity in the U.S. So, yeah, we could definitely talk about that in the future too. The autobiography of Benjamin Franklin. If you guys haven't read the autobiography of Benjamin Franklin, it's fucking crazy. This guy goes around tricking everybody, setting up lodges and setting up libraries and book clubs and shit. It's an excellent work in statecraft. This guy's literally undermining the rule of the British. And the way he's doing it is through intellectual, political, and religious subversion on a massive scale. It's fascinating to read his methodology, really. I mean, to have somebody accomplish this, in a continent who's just a lowly occultist just walking
Would
around.
you call him a Discordian?
Oh, yeah. Of the finest stripe, yeah, Benjamin Franklin, if you guys don't know, definitely a high order Machiavellian, thought commander, yeah. These guys are no joke.
Yeah, one of my favorite shows I ever watched was about spies for Washington.
Oh yeah.
It's just it really shows you what the war, the Revolutionary War, was actually like. Probably, I mean, maybe not a real story, but more or less gives you the idea of like how cutthroat it really was.
Guerrilla warfare, really of the finest stripe, modern warfare, really, low tech warfare, in a modern sense. You can compare it to urban warfare, the jungle style warfare, and the Cuban Revolution.
Well, it was some kind of civilized warfare, because think about it. Whenever there was biblical warfare, African tribal warfare, they didn't line up on battlefields and let the commander sit safely on a horse. That was white people just making war that, and then whenever we came over here, we're like, no, let's stop that again and start shooting the commander first whenever he's sitting on the horse, and firing from the bushes and doing guerrilla warfare, like you said. Yeah, we went back to it.
Yeah, and that's what's gonna happen when the collapse of technological society happens. We're gonna move into an archaic future, for a return to the methods of conventional warfare on a massive scale. If you have the collapse of large scale systems, and you could
Much
definitely.
worse than that. Have you ever played DayZ?
Wait, what was that last thing you said, Tommy? I think you got.
Have you ever played DayZ?
DayZ?
Yeah, let me bring up a picture of it. It's a video game. It's pretty much like open world online, and it's the players who make whatever happen. And it is like absolute sketchy. Like people can just be nice to you and then kill you, stab you in the back. I think that's what it'll become once we have a collapse.
Thank you to Sarah for joining the panel. I'm gonna close it out soon. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries. Blessed night. I'm just typing this to Sarah. Have a blessed night. Closing out now. So if you guys have your last words or whatever you guys want to say, you guys go ahead and say your last words, or go ahead and close this bitch
Thanks
out.
for hosting. It was a cool show, and it was really different. I think it's like a very different kind of panel, so kind of interesting.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it definitely went to those good places that we wanted it to go. Thank you so much to Tommy for joining and giving his art impact and impulse out here. You got any closing words out here for the masses, Tommy?
Yeah, I see a change in the panel verse, and I think it's for the better. Like, people had always had this mind state of like, oh, I'm going to wait till this person's not streaming. I'll wait till they're done and then I'll fire mine up. Lately, I've seen 4 or 5 people going at once, and the people will go to the one they want to go to. And
That's
yeah,
right.
fuck the big numbers. Just let people go where they want to go. And if they want to watch your shit as post recording, then they do, you know?
That's what it
Because
is.
I've
You know,
noticed
just
the first time I ever streamed, I had like 500 viewers in just 3 hours because nobody else was on. So I didn't
oh yeah.
think I did anything great. I just knew that nobody else was on. So
Yeah,
everybody passed through my shit.
let me go ahead and put this up for the people so that they can see that we be doing live streams up at Aluma Tommy's channel as well. So and if you ever want me to make a special appearance there, you know, just send me an email and I'll try to get back to you as soon as possible. Schedule some shit. I
Word.
mean, if you ever want me
Yeah, I
to
just used up all my. Does it go every 30 days or does it reset on the month for the free StreamYard?
it's like every month or some shit like that. But yeah.
Yeah, I used my shit up pretty fast. I think I got some
Yeah.
of my PDF accusers burn out though. They're starting to like not have much ridiculousness to throw at me. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is us at Aluma Tommy's channel right here. So you guys go and subscribe over there. You know, so you guys could check out our live streams out there. And you know, his channel's had a lot of growth recently too, you know, because he been doing these live streams out here that like we got Machine Live out here. that's weird that I said that, but yeah, going live. That's
Oh,
right.
you did come up that day, didn't you?
Yep. You know, I had to show up for the job. You know what I'm saying? Aluma Tommy out here. So yeah, man, you guys subscribe to Aluma Tommy, and everyone have a blessed night from the Machine Lives. I'm gonna be hanging with y'all, playing some music and shit, and doing some shit out here, just chilling out here. But yeah, just smoking some weed. But yeah, man.
Play the one with the footage from Evil Dark City or whatever that anime was with the spider chick.
Which one is that? Oh yeah, yeah, the Dark City one. Yeah, the spider shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
because
shit
it
is.
has some tone in the fucking melody. Like that one just hits my nostalgia. Like using that footage and the way the music sounds, I dig that one.
For sure, dude. We got the request by Tommy for Demon Hunters. You know what I mean? Yeah, we'll play Demon Hunters in a little bit. You know, yeah, man. By Darkness. And yeah, thank you guys for joining the panel and the universe here with me. You know, and yeah, definitely we're gonna be checking out some shit next time, you know, more about the history of the Middle East. You know, definitely we'll move into early Christian history, some of the views of the mythicists and the transhumanists, you know, some of the other things and options there, how it relates to transhumanism, how it relates to the occult. You know, these are all topics we're exploring. You know, we're planning on doing some collaboration soon with some notable channels. And, you know, we're going to keep it moving out here. You know, we're going to work with the people who want to work with us. And I thank you all for joining this discussion. It was a lively panel discussion, and something is happening where more people are coming to talk to me on these panels. And I think it is a good shift. You know, it may inspire me to release more regular content on the channel there, or inspire me to do a live presentation soon on some of this backed up material that I have. Because if people keep joining these panels, I will have to present some of these materials and topics that I have for you guys, you know. But yeah, I definitely thank everyone for joining us today. Now, the Tuesday show that I'm going to have on Tuesday, I may move that show to Wednesday. So you guys, you know, see what's going on. The reason is because it's a little tedious to have these shows 2 times in a row. you know, fucking one on Saturday and one on Tuesday, only a couple days in between. You know, if I had it on Wednesday, it'd be a lot more spread out. But yeah, man, I'm gonna be here for you guys for a minute, you know. But yeah, man, thank you guys for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about how the machine lies on the machine that's lying to you right now. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. And I'll talk to you very soon. Possibly Tuesday, but most likely on Wednesday. Look out for Machine Lies live show on Wednesday night. Thank you, brothers and sisters.
Yeah. Darkness. 7 Priest. 7:30. The Demon Hunter. Yeah. Let's fucking go. Hey yo, life don't stop for nobody. I learned that quick at 14. Roaming the streets, took some hits. Looked around, swivel on my head like bitch from The Exorcist. Exercise, some demons got rid of fake friends. Not a chance in hell, can we make amends? They respect the intellect, the talent. The wicker man empties the clips. The passion for my ambitions is penance. Retribution for my sins, no halfway crooks. Full-time films never gave no fucks. Full-time film, don't give me deceptive looks. Rule 1, no snitching. Even if there's a killing, some goons fail the mission. Others pay and are imprisoned. Streets is amazing. When you lost, you can't get shook. Most men are hard to trust. Most women are only looking for big bucks. So I just bust my nut and tell them if they looking for love, you dead out of luck. Darkness, chill, the Demon Hunter.
Up here. Let me try. Ah, so that's the guy, the Dunfield Hunter. I've heard about him. If it wasn't for us, he'd be dead by now.
Hey yo, in front of the camera, fucking your bitch in the ass, hosting like Patrick Bateman, calling American Psycho, fuck you undercover rats that gave statements. In the basement, cutting niggas up into fragments. This is more than entertainment. This is the release of madness from the mental state. There isn't a weak link in the crew, even though I got loose screws. Foaming at the mouth like babies. 84 corner floor, eating fish like a Donna party. I ain't here to dance and party. Scoping out the room so I can slice arteries. Most of these dudes artificial. I'm always official because I see this as an art form. Talking to myself at night like I had another face. Edward Moorgate, civilian passing by. Edward Moorgate, civilian passing by. Yo, for God's sake, corpse hanging from a fire escape. When I bring the inferno, no one will leave. Internals burnt to a crisp and steaming. A Filipino chick told me to whistle on a hot day. A breeze will hit your face, dicing your features at an insane pace. You lost large amounts of blood, looking like an albino. I was sick in the mind, even as an embryo, telepathically attacking anyone around my bush.
This nature of ours, but it got lost for LSD. The urge for their blood is stronger. If that day comes, then another one. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, check it. Demon hunter, religious text carved in the chest. Holy water causes 3rd degree burns of the flesh. Sacred relics full of pestilence that hangs on the neck. What we specialize in is creatures of the undead. Demon hunter, religious text carved in the chest. Holy water causes 3rd degree burns of the flesh. Sacred relics full of pestilence that hangs on the neck. What we specialize in is creatures of the undead. Yo, my body is covered with these bloody incisions. I've been acquainted with pastors that treat demonic conditions. A fully rusted rotating disc is placed in position to split my tongue down the center, splatter blood on your vision. I levitate from the bed, 360 spins on my head. I urinate on the carpet while mother's hosting her guest. I've got a message from your dead mother, she's burning in hell. Attracting flies to my body with split vomit and foul smell. Commanding hyenas to feast on your brother. You run for cover while they yank on his ligaments, causing vessel ruptures. I'm now speaking to the forces within of Osiris. They hear the name of Christ and forcefully act in compliance. I give you a dead stare, causing your teeth to fall. You really think that the exorcism will be my downfall? I think not, but I give you 2 props for trying to tame the unseen deity that's opposite from Allah. Demon hunter, religious texts carved in the chest. Holy water causing third degree burns on the flesh. Sacred relics full of pestilence that hangs on the neck. What we specialize in is creatures of the undead. Demon hunter, religious texts carved in the chest. Holy water causing third degree burns on the flesh. Sacred relics full of pestilence that hangs on the neck. What we specialize in is creatures of the undead.
Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan, Staten Island, Keys in the house. It ain't about the bitch with a wig like she coming from China. Y'all front the rented Benzes with Apis on them, no breakfast. I'm going home, fuck Chelsea or Diner. Let the guys with the chrome buckets expose the cups. Be your co-signer. I'm in your ass, man. Close like your starter jacket liner. Dr. J Shopper. Plug your asshole up with a tub stopper. Your wife's a New York City breaker. Your baby's mom is a pop locker. Know the metropolitan area. Custodian nigga. Your sanitation worker. Shit cleaner. Floor mopper. Look down on the city with binoculars. Piss out of choppers. Defecate 80,000 feet in the air. I flip your small game, take your small urban territory, put the street in the air. My shit rise, increase like subway fare. Scuffle your dinnerware, your sneaker line ain't making it. I piss on 4 pair. You know the big head boy from the projects, retarded motherfucker. You know you be in child care, you better stay there. Your crew get picked up with shitty diapers from daycare. Your phobia's crib death. The top rappers receive hot dogs up their ass. They get F. Mark flush the toilet, you shit next. Expand your stomach range with tummy pains. Shit in the back of your Bentley when it rains. Leave your wooden panels with shit stains. Roll the turds out the windows, watch them bounce in the carpool lanes. Hot 97, shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand. The shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand. The shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand. The shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand.
Yo, where's the block at? They say 106 and Park is on. I'm mad, fuck it, it's on. I haven't heard a hard record in years. Everybody dancing, Harlem shaking, strip free naked, and put a pole up and watch the ratings go up. And if AJ steps, take his Jacob and slap off the makeup. I'm in the crowd like Lee Marvo. With a sniper rifle, a hockey mask, a butcher knife, yo, who knows what I'll do? They selling dreams with a rap battle. Look, you rappers are kids and rapping with a rap rattle. Nobody ever comes out. That's right. No 12 inches, no fires, no jets. Early retired, no links. No change, no videos, no briquettes. Don't speak. I'm getting Gwen Stefani's tossed up, selling pussy like every week. So don't fight me. You can hype me. Right. I'm liable to go out with a terrorist style. I'm liable to flow out with a terrible style. Viacom bought you. I'm out of here, nigga. I'm changing the dial.
Hot 97, shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand. The shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand. Shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand. The shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand. No more cars and shit, we suicide bombers, nigga. Walk up in your radio station, we get gas from the gas station, nigga. You better ask public relations, blow out your DJ booth with hats on like motherfucking Dr. Seuss. No buckets, strictly bombs under the North Lake Goose. Torture with acid, baby. We put it in your motherfucking orange juice. Fuck a turned up cap. How about a burnt up motherfucking baseball cap with a whack ass rap? We detonate with 3 sticks of dynamite through your turntable. Blow out your ass crack. You ain't the motherfucking pimp. You ain't the motherfucking Mac. We do this right. You gon' drink a daiquiri. Or you gon' come back to me. Or you gon' get smacked from me. Fuck around, look how you act to me. Bitch. Hot 97, shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand. The shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand. The shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand. The shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand.
All right, y'all, man. You guys have a blessed day now. And
Are you a married man?
man, what is this bullshit? And so, are you a married man? What? Yeah. Yep. I'm trying to be an upright member of this society. Sober, upright, righteous. And yeah, you know, we want to promote richness, beauty, health. But ultimately, only the truth can sober us. You know what I'm saying? You guys have a blessed night and a beautiful day.
Look, bitch, you know I'm coming tight, so you can switch them hips from left to right all night and won't nobody give a shit. If you were sitting, I might ask you to stand, take a load off of your mind. Them lyrics you kicked were so but your brain, it must be synonymous with your behind the timing on your rhyming suck black. So I still can't figure out how the fuck he was all on my nutsack. He was tooling on, tooling. Who you fooling? Trying to act so coolin' when it comes to the tooling. Pull up a stool and we can begin the schooling. Ooh, and I really don't matter as long as the rapper they know who shit is fat and who should be begging the pardon for the disaster as I blast you in the antimatter. Make you scream out, uncle, as I punk you with the funk. Watch you buckle like a punk wheel. Another jump kill as I chuckle, pump and steal through the steel so that I can steal the show. The bunk had no appeal, meaning that I don't feel the whack. Even when you be feeling that, no matter how slow you go, you still got no thing to say. When skills are softer than clay now, come on, man, that ain't where the cash is. You must have thought that pretty ass it was gonna make some dough on the strength of them promo pictures. Ho, blow me down. I'd be astounded if you could go just one more round. And I'm from the yo, challenging you in your own goddamn town. And I know the homies go clown when they hear the profound thoughts and experiences apply from my strike to the end of your life on this mic. The years run off by the hour, the aspirations flee with the years as they get devoured with time. Eventually you will age and collapse. What good are your raps? Your synapses can't buy the rapid mind-minute tactics that I can bash with, automatically blasting back and capping and laughing. Middle of this right material that you brought, devoid of substance, lacking action between word and thought, and perhaps it's best for everybody if we just cut short. Your breath is taken when you awaken in the state of shock. Thoughts of excommunication and the implications of that situation racing through your clogging stops up noggin as you massage your jaw. What's that you saw? You try remembering, but it's faultier than fisherman's wharf. At 6 in the morning through the gloom of dawn, your doom is looming like the moon. You know when you'll be doing to die soon. And when you die, your heart stops, brain is technically alive for 3 or 4 minutes. Digestion occurs for the next 24 hours, give or take a smidge. Blood remains viable for several hours and settles downward until the body's downside is darker and more mild. The grip of rigor mortis clenches its fist in 2 to 6 hours, relinquishes 2 to 3 days later. By this time, the stomach is bloated with gas vapors, cause you always want some bullshit up for show. Oh, by the way, the flesh decomposes fast. Veins and skin turn blue, purple, green, and black. Nose and soft tissue turns to a jelly, a consistency thicker than jello. Cornea of the eyes are no longer clear, sickly jaundice jello. When you're seeing this surface, eyes they melt in they sockets. Watch the skin pull away from the gum, not leaving the lips of what's left in the wicked grin. Bacteria thrive, night crawlers feel no horror, only hunger. Maggots arrive, and mouths devour, indicated siren. But hey, really though, why even trip? It ain't only the physical in which your consciousness exists in the end. Forensic details is about as important as the gear you're sporting. So why even resist your trick? You should desist and listen to the mix you're missing with the kicks that's hit in the midst of the mist into which you're slipping. The lights start to dim, and the lesson of perfection you're witnessing is the whacking it.
You cease to exist. Terror in your eyes and a smile on your lips when you hear the mix. You cease to exist. Terror in your eyes and a smile on your lips when the heart locks on. You cease to exist. Terror in your eyes and a smile on your lips when you hear the lyrics. You cease to exist. Terror in your eyes and a smile on your lips.
How long have you been away? Oh, how long? I can't find the words to say. Yeah. I kept your picture on my shelf, only there to remind myself, oh, I have always cared for you. Do you still love me? Oh, my flame. Some things will never change. I still hold your vision in my mind. Say you still love me. Will I ever make you see? Ooh, that somehow you are still a part of me. Oh yeah. Maybe we can compromise, 'cause our love just can't be disguised. Oh, I have always cared for you. Do you still love me? Oh, my flame. Some things will never change. I still hold your vision in my mind. Say you still love me. My flame. Some things will never change. I still hold your vision in my mind. Say you still love me. My flame. Some things will never change. I still hold your vision in my mind. Say you still